Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, Southeast Asia, and welcome back to the DPC 2023 Spring Tour Southeast Asia Division 1. We are back for day 3, the third day of the Spring Tour, and I am here. I'm Sophie, here with my panelists, Aurora and Winter. How are you guys doing?
Great.
Great.
Well, a little bit more relaxed because it's Friday.
Yeah, Friday. We're near the weekend. You guys got any weekend plans?
And Friday sounds like the real world working people thing, you know. Like in the e-sport world, there's no such thing as Friday or Monday.
That's true.
Every day is the same.
Exactly. I mean, we have like break days in between, but that's the thing. Like every day kind of feels like Saturday, and then every day feels like Monday.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
true. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you thought, oh, today's Friday, and then tomorrow you feel like, oh, it's Monday again.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but yeah.
Yeah, it feels weird. But we are back, day 3, the third day. We've so far seen 6 series been played. Let's talk about Wednesday for a bit. We had those 3 series. First, starting us off on Wednesday was Army Geniuses versus Talon, which Talon won 2-0. And then we had Execration versus Bleed, where Execration won 2-0. And then we had SMG versus Polaris, where SMG won 2-0. It was a whole day of 2-0s.
Yeah, great day for the people working. Tell you what.
Not often seen in Southeast Asia though, a full day of 2-0s.
I kind of think maybe it's just the starting of the season, so like some teams maybe hiding strats a little bit, maybe.
Maybe. What do you
Yeah,
think?
but the games were pretty decisive overall. I felt like the better teams won. Like I think the first series is probably the most competitive one, Talon
Yeah.
against ENG. But Execration, Bleed, SMG, Polaris, both series felt like the better team just won, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at these teams, just looking at them, right? Not even watching the games, you kind of have a feeling of, you know, like who would win, because Talon and Execration were both at the top of last season, and SMG are looking like they could be at the top of this season.
Yeah, but people would have been kind of surprised by how badly Bleed lost, though.
That is true.
I feel like people had higher expectations on that team.
Yeah, true. Because they did better, right, the last season.
Yeah, they started really well, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they did.
Especially with the roster swaps too. Hashtag free DJ. But yeah, I mean, other than that, I feel like none of the games were that surprising, like the outcome. I feel like this is kind of what you expect. But let's take a look at the standings of our season. How are the teams doing so far? We've got Execration in first, followed by SMG, Talon, and Army Geniuses. And on the second page, we have Geek Slate, Blacklist, Rivalry, Bleed, and Polaris. And Geek Slate hasn't actually played any games yet.
Yep.
Yeah.
And today's their first series.
Exactly. Today is their first series, so that's going to be quite exciting. And Army Geniuses are playing every day this week.
Yeah.
So I'm sure...
Every week, there's one team that has to play every day. I think every week. There's 3 teams that have to do that.
do you think that that'll affect them, or it's just, you know...
I think it's better for the teams that don't play so quickly because there's a patch, right? So you can sit at home, chill, watch the other teams, try to figure out the draft, what they have to pick, and take notes, you know? So I would say that it's a pretty nice advantage for Geek Slate to have to play only on the 3rd day.
Is the current standings of Division 1 anything surprising to you, anything crazy, or kind of so far going as expected?
For me, probably SMG. Like, they're doing really, really well. So much better than expectations, I guess.
We kind of expected SMG to do well this season.
That's true.
Yeah, because towards the end of last season, they were like, you can sort of tell they figured certain things, what heroes to put on mid 1. I felt like that was one of the pretty important points. I mean, sure, they threw a lot of games, but the team felt like they came together towards the end. They figured out how to use Chidori. They figured out what heroes to put on mid 1. They were playing better as a team, even though they have a roster change this time, like Bumi for Poloson, but I felt like the overall team chemistry is still there.
Well, let's talk about today. We got today's schedule coming up. Today's going to be a big one because we have Geek Slate versus Army Geniuses as the first series, Talon versus Blacklist as the second series, and Execration versus SMG to finish off the day. I feel like all of these series are actually quite exciting to watch.
Well, to me, of course, it's exciting. Like, I'm a Geek Slate fan, so yeah, like first series of the day. Yeah, and then like it's their first series as well. So yeah, I'm very excited.
You have high hopes for them?
I would say let's just always be hopeful, I guess.
PMA.
PMA.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the first and last series are going to be very interesting. Geek Slate against a Division 2 promo team, AG, which I feel like they could give any of the stronger teams in Div 1 a run for their money. I wouldn't even be surprised if they actually qualify to Berlin, you know. I feel like they have what it takes to get there. And the last series, Execration against SMG, should be also another good one. Both of the teams are in a very good shape at the moment. The Talon against Blacklist Rivalry, I feel like that one could be a more one-sided affair.
Why is that?
I mean, Talon's just... for the lack of a better word, they're just gonna dumpster Blacklist.
That's kind of a base take, Winter. But yeah, I think I have to agree with you on that one. It's definitely going to be a very one-sided match, in my opinion. I mean, who knows? You know, maybe the Wednesday without a game, maybe they kind of figured something out. Maybe they got a new coach. So maybe, you know, maybe they just found out something that we didn't know.
Yeah, hopefully, you know, but...
Am I inhaling too much copium?
Normally, the issues that we saw in the games that they played before this, it's not going to be easy to solve in a couple of days, you know. You might need like a week, 2 weeks, you know, to deal with it.
But it's never too late, right? Because, I mean, even if you, let's say Blacklist do lose that series, 0-2, if you go the rest of the season with a flawless run, technically you could still qualify for the majors. It would be hard, but you could, right?
PMA.
PMA?
That's all I can say, PMA.
Too much copium, man.
But I mean, for any team that has lost this week, I think there's a chance, right?
So you can, I think you can lose 2 series maximum.
Yeah.
If you lose one more, then your hope is, I mean, your fate is not exactly in your hands anymore. But if you lose 2, you always have a chance to qualify directly without having to play tiebreakers. But 3 series is a bit too much.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's talk about Army Geniuses and Geek Slate for a bit, because that is the series that we have coming up. That is going to be very exciting, especially for you, Aurora.
Yes.
You're a Scam fan.
Yes.
What do you like most about his gameplay?
I don't think he'll be able to play it because I think every team just bans that hero, but like I really love him on Furion. Like I think he's, like, to me personally, he's the best Furion in this world.
Sheesh.
But why are you a fan of a carry or mid player? That doesn't add up.
Wait, no, you have to understand, right? Like when I'm a mid player, I have a lot of expectations from my carry player. So when I see a carry player doing that well, like, to me, he's doing everything like so well.
She just wants somebody to carry the weight, so she doesn't have to carry.
Who doesn't want to, you know? Who doesn't want to be carried?
Aww. But actually, I do find Scam to be a very respectable player because he's so flexible. Like what? He played 5 on Boom, he played 3 and 1 on OB Neon, and now he's back carrying. He can do it all.
I mean, that's why his carry is good, because he understands the whole part of the team, like each and every role. Like, what do you have to do in the game? Even though some of the roles, when he was playing those roles, he wasn't very good, but it sort of gave him like a good understanding on that role, so that when he switches back to carry, he's able to perform better as a carry. Because right now, I feel like he was never this good on carry role before, you know? Like right now, I feel like he's actually really good on carry.
Right. And we have a new addition to Geek Slate, John Well, the mullet man himself. He is replacing Raji, correct? And how do you think that they'll do with him now that you almost have another full Filipino squad except for Narman?
I think maybe because Scam is like so all-rounded in a sense where he understands like different roles. So it's not gonna be that hard for Janua to, you know, like adapt to the team. Since Scam literally just needs to...
ex-teammates anyway.
Yeah,
Should
like
be easy.
They just need to do their own thing and then, you know.
Like he's definitely one of the position 5 players I feel like in SEA that's really, really skilled in the lane. And I think more importantly, what they needed was like a captain in the team, like a voice, you know, because Scam by himself, I feel like he can't really manage to control everything in the game because you are playing carry. You have to focus on last hitting, itemization, and making decisions in the game. You can't really call a lot of the things in the game, you know. I would say like the first 15 minutes, 10-15 minutes, you need someone else to help you, and usually it's the support, one of the supports.
Yeah, I mean, Geek Slate also, we know Geek Slate to play a lot of different heroes. Like, they don't always really do what's expected. I mean, they used to pull out, Underlord mid so many series last season. So what do you guys think they're going to do? Do you think they're going to do something crazy? Or do you think because this new patch came out that they're going to kind of keep it more low-key?
I think I really want to see Scam on Terrorblade.
Terrorblade?
Yeah, I think like before Terrorblade was kind of the meta, he was kind of the best hero blade player I've ever seen. Like he's so efficient with his illusions and all those stuff, and he manages to carry the game almost every single game. So like I think I really want to see him on the Terrorblade.
Big scamming fan. Well, let's see Army Geniuses. Let's talk about them for a bit, because we all know that they now have the ever so famous In Your Dream. That is a big one. And they also have Jokam. So Jokam and In Your Dream actually played on NGXC together. Yeah, and they both now are in Army Geniuses.
But I think that DB is the best player. Like, no matter what Joakim is saying on the interview, like, oh, DB, just changed the off lane. I need to coach him through the lane. You know, he doesn't know how to play the lane. But at the end of the day, he used to be a carry player. And switching from carry to off lane, it's not that hard because you're playing in the same lane. It's just different end of everything, you know. Like, the carry and the off lane is always against each other. So from what I've seen so far, I mean, he's been carrying a lot of weight for this team.
Right, and DB and Vars are like, they like Army Genius's co-CEO, right? Like they've basically been on the team for forever, what it feels like. Yeah.
But I think like their drafts are a little bit sus though.
In what way?
The plus 5 pick.
Yeah, she doesn't like the gyrocopter position 5.
I mean, like it's okay. I like heroes that can go in and kill, like provide damage and stuns and all. But like, it doesn't feel like they draft in a way where the hero like.
It might change, you know, because they came from Div 2. I feel like in Division 2, you have to, when you're playing against the weaker teams, you have to try to win with your comfort. A lot of the teams try to do that. And then when you go up, you play against better teams, then you realize, oh shit, my comfort is not enough, you know, so then you have to try to change. But before that, most of the players are usually more comfortable just playing heroes that they're really good at, heroes they like to play, and you're going to win. But to a certain point, then you have to change.
Yeah, it seems like it's kind of how they got used to drafting that way. Like they just throw the gyro out, throw the silencer out, so they can kind of get what they want later. But I think like so far, the 2 series they played, I think the other teams, like most of the Geek Slate today, would probably ban the TA. I think like they're just really comfortable with
Even
TA.
Gyro, the last series, I think the opponent banned Gyro against them. They're trying to take them out of the comfort zone, you know, try to force them to play other things, you know. I'm pretty sure he can play other stuff. Maybe they just feel like it's easier to win with either the gyro or the silencer. But the way I see it is like the way you open a draft. If you are trying to open with a position 5, you have to try to open with a hero that's useful. He's not exactly.
If you lose the lane,
you don't want that kind of hero, but you also want to have the hero that at least is able to pair with a lot of your carry. So those are the things that you want to look forward to.
Well, Army Geniuses, I feel like they've always been that team who have just been like the Div 2 warriors. Like they were always good enough to come to Div 1, but they just never managed to. But now they're here and they're playing against Geek Slate, who just came back from the major. And this is this is Geek Slate's first game versus Army Genius' third game. So do you think that maybe the experience from the week would help out Army Geniuses?
It will definitely help them prepare for what's to come. But I think like playing 3 series in a week might be a little bit too much, because like you're still playing against different teams, right? Like you have to prepare differently, and like all the more they have to prepare more because they came from Division 2, and Geek Slate like was one of the top few teams in last season, so definitely there's pressure. But yeah, I think they'll take it well.
Yeah, it'll be a very, very good game. I feel like for Geek Slate, they are able to sit back and watch, so we'll see, you know, what do they get out from the first couple of series, and what do they understand about the meta, because they also have a new coach right now, Immortal Faith, so we might see very different drafting, you know, from them.
Immortal Faith was previously with Gaming Gladiators, right?
Yeah, at one point, and then he moved to NGX.
Right. Yeah. Do you think that, well, Geek Slate, they didn't really have a coach before. I mean, they had the CEO,
he had,
like an analyst,
they have a coach. They have a coach, yeah.
Oh.
Sheep is kind of the coach, but like I feel like what he brings to the table might be different because he's more. I feel like he does a lot of like stat-heavy stuff.
Analytical stuff.
Analytical stuff. It might be different from an actual person who knows the ins and outs. Because if you never really move and play with a team before, certain aspects of making decisions in draft might be different. If you're just looking based on statistics, numbers, don't get me wrong, statistics, they are great, you know, but at the same time, you have to be able to filter and choose out of all this big pile of numbers, what actually makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, how do you convey to the players?
The feeling, you need the intuition, the deep stuff deep down.
You're right. Because most of the players, they have this thing, oh, I just feel like it's good.
Yeah.
You always hear this from
Your
them.
spidey sense.
Yeah, and sometimes the numbers doesn't really correlate to the feeling. And then that's when you have to try to filter, okay, what actually is the problem here? What is actually the numbers saying? And what is the player telling me? And then you have to combine it and try to find a middle ground there so everybody's happy.
Part-time therapist.
That's true. But do you think, so he's a coach coming from EU region. And I would say that maybe the gameplay or just the quality of games is quite different from Southeast Asia. Do you think that would have a big effect on how he coaches this team?
I think it's okay because as far as I noticed, C region, our playstyle is quite similar towards like EU, Western EU, to be more precise. I think it's okay. It's just that C is a little bit more aggressive. But if I were to use a more accurate word, radical. Like, they just keep on wanting to fight.
Right.
Sometimes they just have to chill out and figure out like, okay, you just need to calm down and figure out what items you need. And then go for the objective. You don't have to keep fighting.
Yeah.
But like C teams are always just
like Brawl Stars.
I have ulti, let's go fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't use it. They don't think so much, They just look at the game and then, oh, okay, I have spell ready, I want to go without thinking, is it a good idea for me to go right now?
Okay, go. I'm strong.
Well, let's see if they do think so much about this draft. Served up by Drow. We got bans.
The Brood.
Classic.
Yeah, so Gyro expected, but partner.
Maybe it's like Jano is like, oh guys, don't give this hero. This hero is too annoying. But I'm surprised Viren got through.
Yeah, your hero.
Yeah, people are saying actually this hero is not enough. The hero is still good to be picked early. Now the main difference is you don't farm as quickly, and your Gleipnir got nerfed, but overall the hero is still pretty strong.
Yeah, I think like compared to a lot of like the heroes are strong in this meta, this hero has like global.
Yeah, and everybody else got nerfed, right? All the other strong carries. So it means that the playing field is still the same.
Yeah. Oh, Alk and Hoodwink.
Feels painful.
That does feel painful.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Elk support, who did it? It was Bleed. Yeah, Bleed did the Elk support the other day, and I felt like it's actually a pretty legit idea because you do so much damage in the lane with the level 1 stun because the damage is so much right now.
Yeah.
And you're very useful later in the game in terms of like defending towers. You're very good at killing Roshan. So just a very useful support hero in general. It does a lot in the game.
I always like to play Hoodwink against Nature's Prophet because you just run out of the speed.
Yeah, I actually wonder if the Hoodwink plus the Elk is actually 3 and 4, the lane itself. Because some teams, they like to, when they're in second pick, they pick their lane combination right away.
That's true.
Yeah, and just Undying, Nature's Prophet best friend stuff, Undying and MP.
And Alchemist saying Undying is just
sad.
You sad. Yeah.
If you're a core alchemist, you don't want to see Undying because he comes into your jungle, puts tombstone, use your stack. But if you're a support alchemist, you don't want to see Undying because you can't fight the Undying in the lane.
They did ban the TA. So it's like they took the Gyro, the TA out. It's like no comfort hero.
Ursa as well, because the way AG drafts is they play a lot on like Roshan. They always have like a hero that can kill Rosh. Okay. They are banning Ursa, so it might actually mean this Elk might be a carry. Carry out against Nature's Prophet carry.
Maybe they decided to avoid the Undying matchup in the lane.
Yeah, that could be a reason. Alchemist against MP is actually a pretty decent matchup for the Elk. And right now, because of the change to Radiance, it's cheaper. You actually hit your timing a lot faster.
Let's see what army geniuses want to ban out now.
I mean, if the Elk is a carry, so you want to ban out. Okay, I mean, I feel like the Elk. They are telling me the Elk might be a carry. I'm not entirely sure. It might also be if off-lane Elk, so they're just banning all these lane matchups that are bad for the Elk. Because the MP, then again, because the MP might be an off-lane hero as well. So it's either a 1 or a 3. So we don't really know what's going to happen yet. So both teams are just trying to test the water and just make bans based on what they feel is in general, good against their current lineup and without knowing what the opponent is going to do for sure. And Geek Slate, after the TA, they ban out the Bat Rider, which is also a very good hero against Undying and Nature's Prophet. And same goes for the Primal Beast. Offlane Primal Beast is very good against Nature's Prophet carry.
Yeah, and DB is kind of a little bit too comfortable on the hero from the last series.
Yeah, it's probably his best hero, yeah.
Oh no. Like somebody's boys keep yawning. They need to wash their face.
Well, in Gamer Zone, maybe it's a little bit too early.
That is
I think
true.
we can
No,
all.
he actually wakes up early. He tells me that he wakes up like at 7, 8 a.m. Probably due to the jet lag.
They actually banned out the Bounty Hunter.
That's something Geek Slate really like to... I mean, I'm not a very big fan of position 4 Bounty Hunter, but Geek Slate is a very big fan of it, Narman especially. Like
But Force also plays Bounty 3, no?
yeah, I'm not a very big fan of that hero as a core, because I always feel like, sure, you own the lane really hard against a very specific matchup, but later in the game, you kind of like struggle to do a lot in the team fights because you want to like try to split the map, track people, run around, kill some couriers, and then if you're a core, then
You can't
have
do
to
that and
you
you
can't
know,
do
like,
that.
scale.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't do that and not skill, because you're a core. The only way you can win is you're like killing the heroes so much that you get so much track goal, and then you can actually scale.
I think maybe they took the bounty out because they really want the Alchemist on carry.
Yeah, possible reason as well, because the bounty roaming will be very annoying.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
our
technies.
Narman special there. He's our resident techie spammer.
The Zeus though.
Yeah, Zeus is actually pretty good against techies
You zap him.
in general. Yeah, just very good against him.
Like you just melt. But like it's weird because they took Alchemist and then Hoodwink and then Zeus. Right now I feel like they don't really have something that can.
Defend their jungle. They need
Yeah,
a hero,
I feel like they're gonna get trampled on.
like some ogre kind of hero, like can defend your jungle, right?
Yeah.
Ogre, Treant Protector. What else? Some position 5 Brewmaster maybe. I mean, those are the heroes that I would think of when I'm talking about defending a jungle. If you want a melee position 5.
I don't even think Zeus can like
Yeah, they need
take
somebody.
the pressure from the push because like DK is actually really good against
Yeah,
Zeus
the
and you
game
can't
is-
leave the lane.
The game is gonna be very quick with the Dragon Knight plus Nature's Prophet and the Tombstone.
Undying, yeah.
Kunkka.
Kunga's decent. I mean, you have some sort of like burst damage and catch, and you can defend the towers. But
Yeah.
So this is telling that this Zeus is like a position 5. Some Geek Slate things. AG is doing some Geek Slate things. Position 5 Zeus.
Actually, how come we haven't been seeing that much tree? Because, right, it's this living armor that got a nerf, but it didn't seem like.
2 armor, yeah, -2 armor. And they nerfed the regen, so you don't get bonus regen from standing in the trees right now.
I think that's a really big nerf.
Yeah, for the lane, because you're so strong in the lane.
As a train, usually you just kind of buy all the regen, but you give it to your cores. Then you just you know,
Yeah.
chill in the trees.
You just sit there. Okay,
Yeah,
what do
so
they need?
They banned the Timber. That's a very good hero that can stop the push. They have 2 strength heroes, and Timber is also very good against Nature's Prophet. So it's telling me that they just want to play a very fast game, and they're trying to take away heroes that. So they're expecting this Elk to be a carry, and if you assume the Elk is a carry, AG is gonna need like a front line off lane that can defend the tower, some Underlord kind of hero, Darkseer, Underlord, whatever, someone to defend the tower, Sand King kind of hero.
Still feels like they can't protect their own jungle, even with Kunkka.
Yeah, not enough. They need like a beefy like off lane hero that can defend the towers. Because whenever you're running Elk, right, you need somebody like a Veno, Sand King hero to defend and hold the towers. Even if they die, whatever, then the Elk is actually still farming on the map. The Kunkka is just gonna run around to gank and kill heroes. You don't really expect the Kunkka to create that much space, so you need that extra hero to. It's like an anchor, You want somebody to anchor a position on the map, so when the enemy comes and they try to take over that area, you're able to defend and at least buy time, for the Elk to farm. So they are lacking that anchor hero. And for Geek Slate, they are just trying to figure out, okay, is the MP gonna be an off lane, or we're just gonna pick another off lane and MP's carry, and we're just gonna play this very aggressive game, Because they should, I think they should be expecting the Elk to be a safe laner. So it's you probably don't want MP off lane against a safe lane Elk, so you're gonna pick another hero to lane against the Elk.
We got 2 bans left.
Yeah, they're burning out a lot of their time, only 30 seconds remaining. They're trying to figure out what the opponent needs, They're using a lot of time to figure that last ban, That's okay, so they ban another frontline defending hero. Like Tide is also really good against Nature's Prophet in the lane. It's not so good against Undying, but in general, it's just good against like Nature's Prophet, the Treants and everything. You don't really push him out of the lane with your right click.
SF ban.
Okay, so they are expecting the DK to be the off laner? Is that why?
Kind of feel like they can just put the DK against the Zeus though, and kind of jails the Zeus at mid. If it's a Zeus mid.
I mean, sure, yeah. If the Zeus is mid and what, Conker's off lane? Or Conker's...
It can work because it's like Furion, right? It's not that bad, but Kunkka versus DK. Yeah, Kunkka would do better than Zeus definitely, but like, is there really a better offlane hero to stand, like aside from Underlord, you'd say?
Underlord is the best. I think Underlord is the best hero here. For AG, Underlord is very good against Nature's Prophet. It's very good against the Dragon Knight. Okay, Doom. So they want a Doom to lane against the Elk. So Doom definitely has a lot more. Like Doom plus Tekis definitely has some kill potential on the Elk in the lane itself. So AG has to decide, okay, what do they want to do with the draft? I feel like it might just be like a Zeus position 5 with the Elk safe lane, and then they're gonna pick another off laner here with the Hoodwing. Kanka's just gonna go mid. That's what I'm feeling for them. They're gonna need like some tower defense hero, like some team fight hero with tower defense.
Yeah. Right now, Army Genesis heroes make me feel like they're also expensive, It's like
Yeah, that's why they need an
an
anchor hero. Like the Underlord is a very good example for that. So the hero is supposed to just hold the game for you, for your expensive heroes to get their timings, And the guy that's holding the game, you don't care if he dies, he feeds, whatever, He's just there to be an expendable hero. If Sand King, I swear, if Sand King is actually a better hero, Sand King would be great against this kind of lineup.
He did get buff though.
Is it enough?
It's more like a late game kind of buff,
Yeah, it doesn't solve his problem in the early
Yeah.
game. He's way too weak in the lanes. That's why he doesn't really get to the point where he can be annoying. Like his laning phase is just way too bad. Monkey? What is... So Elk is off lane, I presume.
Mid.
So they want this Monkey against a Doom matchup. So they're changing, they want to win that lane. So they're going to be Monkey Zeus against Doom Tekis. And Elk off lane against
I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, it works better for the lane because Elk is better against MP in the lane.
Yep.
So they are very focused
it
on
is
trying
DP.
to win the lanes here. And overall, if you look at both drafts, I feel like AG's draft definitely looked a little weirder. But if you look at their boxes, they have good lanes. They have good team fight with the boat, with the Monkey's arena. They have good damage from the Zeus and the Hoodwing. They have catch from the Kanka. Elk has a follow-up stun. Monkey King has a follow-up stun. And if you look at Geek Slate as well, it's a very all-rounded draft. They have tower damage. They have catch from DK, which is going to get a blink in the game. Then the Doom and Tekis is like damage, Undying's team fight. Like both drafts, I feel like are very all-rounded.
I feel like the MK pick is really good because we were kind of expecting them to pick someone to soak the pressure, but they didn't. And instead they picked a Monkey King who's also kind of
lane.
expensive. Yeah.
For the lane.
But then if you think about it, now they kind of look stronger in the jungle. Like
Yeah.
they just make the monkey move to the side and then like this Doom can't do anything.
So basically what's going to happen is they're going to try to, like their heroes are supposed to win the lane, so they win the lane and they're going to have some sort of advantage and be able to hold their jungle for Elk to farm the jungle. And the Monkey King later is also really good against Nature's Prophet in the game, So overall, I feel like it definitely has its merits, the Monkey King pick here.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like Army Geniuses is pulling a Geek Slate with their draft.
Yeah, it does.
Right?
It feels like they're just like, oh, you think you can take my jungle? No, I'm gonna do the same thing to you.
I mean, it was a very good last pick, the Monkey.
Yeah. Well, I've got two casters who are ready to show you this game. They're going to cast the showdown. I've got the real SVG and Cap.
That's right. Thank you, Sophie. I am excited for this one. We're starting off the day with a techies match. Avery, are you a fan of this hero? I'm not sure if I've ever asked you this question.
Honestly, no. I hate this hero, but That's why I think you're the expert on this match, Cap. You are the techie spammer. You are the pub ruiner. I think your time to step up and be the analyst has come. I will provide the play-by-play, and I'll leave it all to you.
Oh, no.
It's your time to shine, brother.
All right, we'll see what I guess both of us can do in our swapping of roles here.
I don't want to lose my job. I don't.
Okay. Well, perhaps the most important thing about this match, opening match for Geek Slate, Avery. What you got? Any bets here? What voice line is Force going to be spamming this season?
30 seconds.
It's a wild card. It's honestly a wild card. You might have one of his own again. I don't even know what the SA voice lines necessarily look like, but we know he's got one, right? He's got it up his sleeve somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
It's just hiding. It's waiting. So I agree.
I mean, I feel like Force sets the meta. Like, really, everybody from Geek Slate, or like everybody else outside of Geek Slate, has played games. They've done some voice line shenanigans, but everyone's really waiting for the leader of chat wheel voice lines, Force, to come in and really show people what the most annoying voice line to spam is.
The king needs a throne. He shall be restored, regardless of your will.
All right, we got 3 bounty runes against an alchemist lineup, so already good start for Geek Slate.
I don't think you level Greagles anyway, but it is a pretty decent way to start off the lanes. And I think the lanes are pretty important because you want this Undying to shut down the Alch on the lane, and then you kind of want your other 2 aims to go decent so you can take the early towers and remove the jungle. If all that goes according to plan, I feel like DB might have a really hard time this game because offlane Alch without gold is kind of a creep.
Yeah,
sure, you have like okay stun and some minus armor, but it's not comparable to almost any other offlaner, especially a Doom who Force is going to get big as well. Doom does not get that outfarmed by Alchemist. He is an Alchemist of his own, sometimes just better because he doesn't take as many resources to get the gold. Devour is a way more efficient spell than Greagle's Greed in some aspects in terms of the return for investment, you know? Some early economics going on. In that sense, I kind of like what Geek Slate have because they have the tower taking, they have the economy to match it, and they have this Undying who's going to prevent the Alch from creating any lane pressure. And I feel like DB was really crucial in those AG games we saw on Wednesday.
Yes.
Well, not
100%.
Wednesday, but Monday and Wednesday, honestly, even though they lost.
I was going to say the same thing. I feel like DB is so important for Army Geniuses, so having him on an Alchemist is a pretty interesting idea. Like, is he going to be, like, how much farm is he going to be able to get in lane? What do you do? What is his idea, I guess, rather, of offlane Alchemist? Because offlane Alchemists that we've seen in the past, it's been like, Blink Dagger, maybe some Solar Crest or Spirit Vessel, and eventually you start handing away some Aghanim Scepter. Like, is he going to do that, or is he going to be turning into more of a carry style? I mean, after all, Radiance did get that big buff. That's why we're seeing so much Alch lately as a carry.
I don't think you go Radiance on offlane Alch, though. I think you have 2 routes. It's either some early cheap fighting item into Ag spam, or you just go like some physical aura carry build. We saw Funnick play it for bait the other day, and I kind of liked his build. He had like an early fighting item in Crimson Guard, and then eventually got to AC, Blink, Basher type deal. It wasn't Radiance, it was just physical armor fighting, and you could frontline. And I think the frontline from the offlane, depending on what you need, it can be pretty good. Just abuse the regen, because there's not much that counteracts the regen in this game. It's pretty good versus Doom. It's pretty good versus the DK damage over time. There's not any heavy burst. It's just techies. So I think DB kind of wants to just play the front line here, make space for Monkey to win the fights. But I could also see Ag spam. They have good Ags, right? Between Zeus, Monkey, and maybe even Kunkka super late. Not the worst I've seen. Not the best, but yeah, you take what you can get, first phase out.
I think the Monkey definitely... Monkey King makes me think that we're going to get an Ags Alchemist. Because I think if you give an early Aghanim Scepter to carry Monkey King, I think that's one of the most powerful carries in the game.
It's pretty good, yeah, it's up there. I think the best is Razor, but we haven't really seen carry Razor in a long time. But that used to be hella broken, oh my god.
Yeah.
Generally, these early BKB buyers are also pretty good with the Ags pool, because then you can guarantee use it in a fight. Like your guy isn't just dying because he gets hexed once and then all your net worth goes away. So generally cores that buy early BKBs are also good with this strategy, which is why the Razor one was super good, because That hero didn't need anything
Oh,
else.
that's first blood. Easy pickup.
That's not.
Manuel was trying to contest the poles behind tower, but he's got to be careful. This Alchemist's Hoodwink is actually pretty dangerous because Hoodwink rocks the early Blightstone, and then you get more minus armor out of Acid Spray for a physical damage nuke of an unstable concoction. It's a deadly mixture.
And you're winning 3 lanes here for Geek Slate, so you don't want to give this Alc a mechanic back in the game. You want to win this lane too, so you can go contest stacks. If John Wells falls behind, his aggressive potential goes out the window. Every little mistake is going to add up here, and that's pretty nice for DB because he was struggling on the lane. Get a little extra gold infusion. You're going to have to play to defend the towers in this game as well versus DK Furion, so you want the support levels.
Radiant's bottom
Meanwhile,
tower is
Techies
under
is doing
In
Techies.
Your Dream's not having a whole lot of fun with this. 10 stick charges, and he did manage to at least get the Jingu stacks off of the Boundless Strike, so
Dire's top
He'll be good
tower
there.
is under attack.
Early raindrop forced as well. Not when you have, you don't want to have to buy this on carry, but if you got to do it, you got to do it, right? I guess that's the value of Techies, despite this hero contributing almost nothing towards your win condition ever, which is why I hate it.
I mean, how many fours do contribute to your win condition, though?
Tiny. Hoodwink. Spirit Breaker.
Wait, how does
Almost
Hoodwink
any
do it?
Anything with a stun contributes.
Yeah, well, Techies has it. Well, okay, if your definition is
this
just
is
having
not-
a stun contributes to your win condition,
This is not a
Techies
stun.
has an AoE stun.
The only stun Techies has is when you pick it, the enemy gets stun locked for 10 seconds because they go, what the hell? They just picked Techies. What do we do versus that? And then you remember you don't have to do anything because this hero almost never wins in competitive.
Well, I think his time is coming.
I'm just a hater. It's okay. I know I'm biased,
Yeah.
but I mean, I like playing the hero. I think he's super fun to play. And I think he goes off in terms of his individual impact, you know? But then if you just kind of lose.
Radiant's top scanning.
He's one of these heroes that goes 10 and 2 and you lose the game.
Is under
At least in
attack.
pubs.
Well, he does have at least a lot of frontline. He's got a pretty good setup. I think Dragon Knight has got to be a really great mid to be able to play with, because then Dragon Knight gives you the objective taking, and he gives you frontline and an initiating stun. You can get the follow-up in.
So you're saying if he plays with heroes that make up for everything he lacks,
Are fortified.
then he shines.
Yeah, but isn't that it? Most heroes in Dota?
Yeah, they're called mids. Not forced. I think he's a mid
Cox?
masquerading.
They're trying to force this one right
Oh.
now. They will be able to get the tower, but it looks like a Dragon Knight is probably going to die for it. It's in your dream. It's in. Will manage to finish up Cox here. Actually got the 4 stacks of Jingu too, so he's going to heal himself back up to full. Yeah, John Wells pretty tanky off of that. Plus he had an Arcane Rune, so he was ready to go for even more decays after that. DB gets really low in the top lane here and a teleport right in front of him. Scam. Got him with the Sprout, but he cut through. Oh, that last hit barely did enough damage. Oh, and this one, the Bushwhack. Oh, we missed.
Gonna get him too.
Tower is under attack.
Jeez, Skim. You monster. Show some mercy.
He's not messing around. Came to play.
I mean, he didn't join that mid fight either, so you're gonna make the most of this window. And now, in your dream, is he dead again? Right, not again, but is he dead? He is dead. The
Armin.
Chain Lightning. Better than Zeus.
He actually is better than Zeus. Yeah, he's doing 140 damage a hit. And, well, Zeus doesn't have Arc Lightning, but he did go Lightning
Radiant
Bolt.
structures are fortified.
Yeah, Lightning Bolt,
Yeah.
125 damage for 120 mana level 1. Art Chain Lightning, 140 damage for 50 mana. Seems balanced in all things.
Yeah, this ability has been broken forever. Remember the Harpies straight up were broken because they have like this massive mana pool?
I remember when it could have
Horse.
blind vision that was
Yeah,
infinite.
well, that was something special. Horse is gonna die here, sandwich my Yoe, and In Your Dream comes back for revenge. They don't want to be giving up all their towers early, but the safe lane tower is about to fall. Cox is actually gonna make the rotation. His Green Dragon is already going, so he's just gonna finish it off.
I mean, you can TP Scamming as well. He has Furion ult and max treeing up. This tower's just gone. And now you have the space to work with. So now it's a question of can Geek Slate invade it and make the most of it, take it away from AG here, and punish what is now a greedy lineup that's fallen behind. 3k advantage. But you gotta use it. You gotta use it for Slane. Early blink on DK I like, and the early auras from Force I also like. I feel like Force was one of the offlane dooms who prefers this aura build as opposed to the greedier stuff. And I think in this game it makes sense because he has two really good scaling physical carries between DK and Furion. You're not afraid of going late here.
Ox is going to be slowed down here quite a bit. Let's see if Techies can help out a little bit here.
He's got a leap.
Going to be able to jump in, hits the 2-man silence, slows down the Zeus as well. Savarius might actually die unless Jokum, he comes in, helps out with the bushwhack. Doom is still on the other side. Here comes the lightning storm.
I am the real god of thunder.
Nah, the breathe fire finishes him off in the end.
Radiant's top tower is under
That's
attack.
Furion ult helping out as well. So just extra assist gold across the board. You're not losing any space. Skem is farming your jungle, and John Well has been able to sit top this entire time. Meanwhile, you're losing the skirmishes. It feels pretty nice if you're Geek Slate here. Honestly, I would not even mind Cox just going Blink into Midas on this Dragon Knight. I feel like you just play to scale on this DK, get to the late game territory with Black Dragon, where you're just going to destroy these triple melee carries in the fight with the kiting. We'll see what he opts for, but I feel like this is the game for that Midas DK if he chooses to do it.
Okay, so you've lost 2 tier 1 towers before 10 minutes. Does this change anything for your Alchemist strategy?
Well, you don't have a choice, so no.
Okay.
You gotta hit creeps. You gotta do it one way or another. 2-man boat's gonna help. The hell you
That's
just
gonna help out
landed?
a lot. Armin exploded and gets off the disarm, but Cox is only going to be helped so much by that. They're able to run him down as well. So the 4-man of Army Geniuses grouping up and trying to punish Geek Slate a little bit. Meanwhile, the rest of Geek Slate being very greedy with Force and Skem just farming different parts of the map while John Well takes the top lane over.
Okay, Yahweh came to play today. He just randomly lands a 2-man torrent, no setup. Why not? But you are right, the greed is going to be here for Geek Slate. And, I mean, one way you can play versus Alk here is you just out-greed him. I feel like that's what happened in the older Alk metas when he was played at, what was it, TI8 and kind of in the TI9. One of the, like, the Chinese responses here was you just out-greed him. Just play more carries, and then what do? Because the hero can't really shut you down from farming. It's not his job. The only Alk I felt like that ever did that was OGs, and obviously that team is very unique.
Ooh, DB. He went about a second too early. The 2 members of Army Geniuses were coming in to help out with that, and may still be able to dive John Well, but it's not going to be as clean as what they were hoping for.
This is not a dive, because he already has level 6. He has a medallion. He has armor. He has the flesh golem buff. He drops the tombstone. Suddenly Furion TP's in. You TP one other hero, and that fight is just hella obnoxious. I mean, that's the downside. If you have 3 melee cores into Dirge here, he's going to mess you up in these fights. Like, this Undying can scale hard this game, and they're giving him a lot of farm priority up here. Geek Slate are in no rush right now, and I tend to agree. I don't think there's too much pressure on them. They're just making small, good moves. Another smoke top with the blink reveal for Dragon Knight should land on this out kill.
A bunch of damage. They don't have a stun, though, but the mines will do just enough. Norman helps finish him off. Meanwhile, though, Force dies at the bottom lane. Mari's popped the ultimate to ensure that they did manage to kill that Doom.
It's a really good trade. Like, Yahweh is finding openings in this game. I'm honestly impressed how rough that early game could have gone. He's 3-0 and 2, making something happen with these boats. But again, you probably are going to lose another tier 1 for this, as Cox is just manning up. He does not care about your kills. He just wants the objectives. Not going to go the Midas. A tier slowly crawls across my North American face. What can you do?
Yeah. That's okay. I'm sure they're still going to hit plenty of creeps.
It's like those old commercials. A single tear was shed on the North American server for no Midas. Stolen Ancients, though. This is not a bad tombstone.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. I mean, geniuses know what's going on, but Jokum could only do so much to stop it.
I mean, you already have Greaves up on Force, so you're looking at this team fight from AG. Kind of lack the damage to take it now. Another downside of this Alk hero, his damage is pretty low in the early game. Kind of ramps up between 15 and 25, but before then, his spells are not that good in the skirmishes, and he doesn't do any actual damage to that item.
Yeah, he's only got Level 1 unstable concoction. He's got 2,600 gold in the bank. In Your Dream's gonna set up, trying to get off an ultimate. Oh no, he got clipped by the silence. Oh, the techies came in and stopped him just at the perfect time. Narman is probably going to die here, but he does get out some decent damage with a Doom onto In Your Dream. Can they finish him off? With the Jingu, he's trying to keep himself alive, but Johnwell comes in, finish off the job.
What a bushwhack.
3-man bushwhack. What a hit from Jokum. With Vari's in the back, feeling out the damage, they might actually be able to run this down. DB walks away with the double kill. Looks like Skim is still kind of hard to fight, though. And Jokum runs too far forward, ends up getting burnt down, but they have an opportunity to maybe finish off Skim. The Torrent's going to be slightly off the mark. The Sprout cut through the trees, and they got him.
Man, that boat did work that fight. Boat rum on everybody. You're dooming this monkey, but he lives for so long because of the delayed damage. And it buys enough time that DB can come in and on top of that 3-man bushwhack. He's just too tanky. They don't have the damage to pierce through this chemical rage with boat rum on top. So you kind of have to respect the tank that can come out from this AG lineup. I feel like the damage isn't there yet, and I feel like we kind of see at this fight, it's pretty slow for them to kill anybody, but hey, if you can't kill him back, I guess eventually you win. And with the help of a sick bushwhack, doesn't hurt.
Yeah, it really was. What a monster play. Yahweh is going to die in real time here as the Undying Tombstone is out. Cox is going to jump forward, but it's after the Wukong's command got out. Now, In Your Dream is a little bit low. The Zeus managed to finish off the Undying. Skim's going to teleport out. Oh, the bushwhack snaps him just in time. Oh, Skem is feeling really bad about this now. And this is 2 different fights he's decided to show up to and dies. His farm is going to fall really far behind when he was very far ahead at some point.
Yeah, he could be 2,000 gold more than this right now. He could have finished Gleipnir, and he's going that Gleipnir first, which means the BKB is going to be a little delayed. So this window for them to be able to punish him with just the raw amount of stuns they have it's going to be there for a while, and that's concerning. Maybe you have to take your foot off the pedal here a bit if you're Geek Slate, because these fights are not going your way. We're still looking at the same net worth difference that we had 5 minutes ago.
BB's going Radiance.
I don't blame him, I guess. I mean, he got a lot out of those fights that recovered his game, and he's highest net worth on his team. But this is pretty damn greedy, right? You're pretty much relying on boat rum as your only aura in these fights, and it's nice, but it's not great forever. You're going to have 3 heroes itemizing for themselves here. I mean, Radiance is decent in the sense of the mischance is pretty valuable. Versus the Furion, the DK, all these right clicks. It's not terrible as an aura, but it does feel a little greedy here.
Oh, Narman actually spots In Your Dream thanks to one of those mines going off. Also, he knows where the Hoodwink is, and it looks like the Monkey King is going to maybe jump in and doesn't get caught. Narman walking away, but Bard's going to be able to catch him on the other side. The Zeus managed to finish him off. Force and Cox will be able to double team Varys. Hops over the trees, gives him a little bit more clearance, but the fire will run him down. Ultimately, though, that was a ton of time spent for an awkward trade-off.
Yeah, that was just a weird place to fight. I don't really know how that happened, but I guess both these teams really want that corner of the map, you know. Gotta have that corner tree line with no value. Can't give it to the enemy.
The seeds of fortune.
Either way, Force went back for the Midas. This is the Midas I thought Cox was going to go back for, but they go back for the Doom, which, I mean, Midas Doom is a classic, so I don't blame them. But again, that point towards they did not feel like these fights were going their way, so they're going to slow it down and try and get to their BKBs, which I think is the right call, because right now, you have this Radiance out on DB, you still have all these stuns that can come out from this chain lineup with BKB on Yowie as well. It's a pretty good fight timing here for AG. They would be really happy if you just ran it into them and they got to use this Radiance BKB before yours came out.
We're not going to need that much more time for the BKB with both Skim and Cox. At least one component in. AG do manage to finish up that tier 1 tower, but let's see if they stumble into Geek Slate here, who are already set up on the high ground and willing to fight because Cox does have his Dragon Forge still out.
Yeah, but do you want to dive Tombstone here into an outpost?
No.
That's not my playbook.
Seems like it's not an Army Geniuses either.
Nope, they're going to smoke though, and maybe look for a different angle. Oh, they want to defend this ward.
Maybe they do want to walk into this anyway.
It's just tanky though.
Hey, he really is. He's going to soul rip himself even more. Okay, they got that out of him, and they're going to call it quits. DB says there are creeps to hit, boys. I'm going to head bottom lane.
Yeah, better than creeps, treants. Extra freebies. This is the value of Alk versus the summon zeros. We used to see it as the brood counter, because the second you miss micro once, it's 300 gold. And another good bushwhack.
Man, these bushwhacks are really solid. Doesn't save Varys, but Yoe and Jokum will be able to back off. Just a bit more time for that BKB on DB, and maybe Army Geniuses will feel better about an engagement, but Geek Slate really not slowing down. They're going to keep up the pressure with another Dragon Form popped.
They don't want to let this out get to his BKB. They can force the fight before that. I still think there's a window before this DK one comes out, but it's hard for AG to abuse it because as we saw, they can't really just run into Tombstone here. At least not yet. Maybe once you have triple BKB, that type of fight becomes easier. That's going to be In Your Dream's third item, and they're just about to get the Alchemist one. So the timing has not been there for AG in terms of syncing all of it up, whereas for Geek Slate, they still feel very comfortable to fight between the Greaves on Force and the Glimmer on John Well. It's a lot of sustain.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, they managed to get the X. Didn't think they were going to get that. Torrent there with the bushwhack. Lots of long-range poke here, especially with the Zeus to be able to back it up. And it is going to force Geek Slate off of the triangle for now.
Well, look at what Skem's drawing, though. He just blocked their entire jungle with trees.
Oh, wow.
There are 0 camps in this jungle. And that is what he just told his team. He said, guys, just back off. They have nothing to farm. They're going to get severely out-farmed in this next minute. And AG are just going to smoke, so they didn't even have a chance to see they didn't have the camps. But again, you're forcing an aggressive fight into this Tombstone. High ground, in fact. This is just not it. There's no
Once again, from a distance, they try and kill the Undying, but yeah, as you said, cannot commit into the Tombstone. So, I mean, the Tombstone is out. Is there perhaps some sort of play where they can get a fight elsewhere? Oh, looking like it.
I mean, maybe, but he's like it's too easy to read. And even if you catch one hero, it's not economically worth it.
Radiant are scanning.
You're just going to have to let them get the BKB here and gear up for that fight yourselves. Which they are. They are finding decent farm on the Monkey and the Alk, which are the carries in this game. Remember, this Kunkka's basically a 3. You're always going to have to take a step back in this game. Maybe just go Shard or play some utility role. Halberd might not even be bad. But here's that aggressive smoke for Geese. Like, this is their BKB timing. Cox has it. Skem has it. They're ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, they want to fight real bad. Smoke is going to break on the low ground, the worst situation. They're going to try and catch the Zeus. Maybe they'll get that much, but the smoke was not what they wanted.
In Your Dream, barely escaping with his Monkey King life. Saw it flash before his eyes.
Well, they got another Tombstone for Roshan, so they're just going to do that.
Much more concrete play from Geek Slate. They don't have issues just taking the fight into AG like AG does into the Tombstone, so they can kind of dictate the pace of this game. That's been the deciding factor for most of this match. AG have not found a way around it. Again, I feel like the only way is triple BKB, but they're just not there, so maybe just for somebody who's going to clean it up. Because I will go in, boys. Have no fear. And I believe him, because this guy, he shows no mercy. He has no mercy to give you.
Oh, nice two-man Gleipnir. He's going to go in deep here. Now, In Your Dream is going to be able to get into a good position with this Wukong's command. So, one dead already. Skem's going to have to use the rest of his BKB to TP out.
Man, just these bushwhacks are destroying them.
Oh, that was so close. Stevie almost caught John well with the unstable concoction, but not quite good enough. Maybe they can take the mid tower, though, with everyone having to TP away.
Zeusel, just a scout, I guess. Yeah, now they get to play some aggressive Dota. Mess up a fight. Make them pay.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Want to see what we do for fun around here?
And here's the big question. I think Geek Slate are happy in the ultra late to get the 5 or 6 slots on Fury and DK, but are they going to have damage problems in the mid game trying to get there? I feel like they are. Between the boat run, the Owl Cult, this monkey doesn't have to show. You catch the monkey, I think you can take the fight, but if you just have to run through this front line, it's kind of obnoxious for Skem to just BKB and hit them with 150 base damage. Kind of
Okay, so
good dooms going off.
So what, like you get the AC next on DB and you get BKB. Looks like he's gonna go maybe Mage Slayer, maybe Scotty next on In Your Dream, but like you get those next set of items and then you feel like AG, maybe they're stronger again in a fight.
Yeah, I think you push for the second Roche with your tank ability here before the late game damage items come online for Geek Slate, and that's your window to win it. They're gonna try and force something out of the south and they'll get it. Again though, Skem cannot man fight him right now. This is just the Al Furion matchup. He does not have his third or fourth items which give him the DPS. So you kind of have to just run him around here. That's a pretty good run around though. That means now you can open up some objective bottom. I like that idea.
Oh, they're gonna defend this despite not having BKB on DB. Oh, that torrent lands, the boat falls up, and they get a good Wukong's command. Maybe Cox just straight up dies, but now they have to just try and get out of here. Looks like Jokum's going to be the one caught, and maybe Force pull back inside. Wukong's command does manage to Guardian Greaves that one off, and will be able to get outside of the Wukong's command. So they're good for now. Back to the tier 2 at the team.
And remember, Al cannot get to this fight, and they know it. And Skem is pinging him, saying, "Boy, he's still there. I know he's still there. Someone find him." They scanned him.
Force found him. DB blinks just before the swing completes from the Infernal Blade.
Man, Force has been destroyed by these blinks this game. He can't do anybody.
Yeah.
He's got it sitting there. I mean, we haven't seen a second Doom, right? He only got one off this game, I think.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
He is struggling. And it's almost like he needs a support with a stun to help him out. You know,
well, it's a good thing you got Shard on Techies then.
it is good.
It's kind of sucks that they've got this Undying hero. That hero doesn't have a stun.
Yeah, Undying's definitely not done anything this game.
Yeah, Undying is the problem.
I'm just waiting for this Techies to stun somebody
Under attack.
any day now.
He's stunned a few people. What do you mean? I can just laugh it off. Like he can really stun people.
This is a fake stun. I'm gonna call it what it is. It's a fake stun. It's a stun that lands when you've already stunned people. That's a fake stun.
Plenty of follow-up stuns in Dota.
I mean, yeah, on better heroes. You know, like Mirana arrow. That's a good follow-up stun. 5 seconds on a pretty low cooldown that's non-committal. Doesn't put you in the middle of everything.
Okay, but hear me out. What's the point of stunning a hero for 5 seconds when you can just kill them in 2?
Yeah, that's what carries are for. You've now discovered how Dota works, Cap. I'm very proud of you.
4-man smoke up from Geek Slate as Avery's gonna go fuck himself, and AG, let's see if they run into this one. They're gonna scout the ward on the high ground, but they're ready to defend that one. They've already got on top of In Your Dream. They finally managed to get the Doom. Just no thanks to wanted. In Your Dream, he'll fall first. The 2 supports are gonna scramble on out of here
Because they did not get stunned by the 4 position. Who tried but missed. Because this stun is also very slow.
Well, you know, Narman doesn't have an Aether Lens yet, you know.
Can I ask you, Cap, how many of your Techies pubs do you win? Just out of curiosity. Is it a high percentage? Is it
I think I've got more than 50%.
well, that's a blatant lie, and we all know it. All right, I'll stop hating on the hero. I do like seeing the hero get played.
Up, hold back, and well, look at that. Force is gonna tank the shot. Get that 5 position out of here. Tech's in a bit of trouble. Has the Force staff to give him some distance, but won't be able to make it far. Not with DB right on his tail. The next marks the spot to pull him back.
Okay, I mean, game's getting stalled out. You have AC on DB. He is the highest net worth in the game, despite his start. Oh, the read is inevitable. He's looking for more.
John Will got saved by so many heroes, and yet he still puts himself on the front lines like that.
He is playing like a madman. I respect it. Now you kind of want this AC on Cox to even it out, and Skem went dataless, so he knows he needs a high damage. I still don't know if it's going to be enough. I feel like the damage is still going to be a little low for Geek Slate for this second Roshan. You just take the fight with the bow rum and triple BKB. That's a hard fight to take.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, I kind of agree that the next 10 minutes are going to be pretty awkward for Geek Slate. I almost feel like they're going to
doesn't land.
BKB goes off from DB in time, and Narman's just
Who saw this coming?
Links backwards from DB. Dragon Knight, he's going to be broken there by that shot from the hoodwink. Already at half health
by the sight of
back
his
out.
core killing himself
Is under attack.
in an attempt to stun a hero. That is like the perfect techies play right there. Try and land a stun, end up just killing yourself. I mean, what can you do though? It's gonna pay off eventually, right? You just gotta get to that late game where the damage kicks in.
Yeah, I think, you know, I bet it was Pot's fault. He should have been there to get this done first.
Oh yes, the classic core setting up for his support, deal the damage.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
It
done.
can go
I
both
swear.
ways.
I swear I'm
Open
done. I'm done hating.
Ooh, double damage, top lane. Okay, maybe that changes things a little bit.
Roche spawn's long though.
Yeah, 15 seconds until it's up.
I almost wish you could bottle that. I mean, there's truth though. Like, I do think Cox has to kind of lead these fights because he is their one reliable stun, and that can set up for the Doom jump. It can set up for Skem to go in and start killing people. It can lock him around this tombstone. If you waste this Dragon Tail, or that person gets forced out or something, that fight looks way worse. You don't have any other lockdown here.
All right, AC. You can get the Ags on Dragonite, and then what do we go on Force? You think it's about that time for him to consider an Ags? This game?
Shiva's isn't bad here.
Okay, that's what he's gonna go. He buys the plate
Pressure's
now.
also fine. Yeah, I think Shiva's just looks good because I think if you can just extend the fight, eventually you're happy winning ultra late game here. I still think that's kind of true. Maybe the wild card is if BB gets 6 on and he starts pulling Ags. I don't really know what happens then, to be honest, but you gotta have some faith in Dragon Knight Fury on late game in terms of Black Dragon just being way too obnoxious. And of course, I mean, you always have the backup carry in techies, right? You know.
True. Got that level 25 talent.
Yeah, level 25. Big damage.
252 damage.
Big damage coming out. We're only 12 levels away.
Were we talking about it bad? Didn't you say it was the biggest damage talent in the game? I don't know, Avery. I'm pretty sure 252 is a lot bigger than 65.
I don't count this. Nobody counts this. Techies doesn't even count this. This is not a real talent. It's like the Treant level 25, an auto win talent, but you'll never get there.
Just what I've been waiting.
Yoakum's showing they've yet to be able to really catch him this game. He's 1-1 in 10. Having another pretty damn good performance.
Oh no, Skem. He used the Gleipnir on the creep wave just as he spotted Jokum. Oh.
Hoodwink will scurry away.
Radiant are
And
scanning.
doesn't not even gonna have to TP out. Probably look to cut another creep wave. But Narman. Oh, Narman. He knows.
Land a stun.
Can he land a stun? Can he redeem all techies players everywhere? Oh my god, he landed it! Drop your minds, drop your minds. Yeah.
He got him.
Ladies
Round
and
of
gentlemen,
applause.
we got him.
32 minutes, but he killed the goddamn support. Techies players everywhere rejoicing. The hero's back.
Boys are back in town.
I mean, that's going to open up the Roche here. It's spawning.
Yeah. Drop a mine in the pit and you'll know immediately when it spawns.
Tower is under attack.
DB channeling, but that's a bold jump. He'll use it to farm instead. Does have Basher in his backpack.
Yeah, almost full out Abyssal Blade.
And he has that
you
level
see
20
Roshan.
talent too. This is a big talent. It's a lot of burst damage.
Ooh, Geek Slate. I mean, they do have Tombstone, but still, all inning inside the pit here is super dangerous. They're going to be spotted immediately. The Torrent has already landed on the Cox. They're going to try and chainsaw him with the Wukong's command, but the Force Staff hits him just out of range. In Your Dream now looks to... He's going to do it with the Tombstone. Maybe he's going to finish up Roshan? No, he can't do it.
What a
Force! What a jump! A two-man stun. Perfect. Narman's going to follow that up with a monster hit. That is going to be both Force dead.
Bow to the
Keep
doom.
chasing. Skim gets him with the Sprout. Afterwards, he's got the Lightning, and then Force or Cox will be able to get the follow-up stun here. And that'll be a triple for Skim. They can head back into the Roshan pit if they want.
Yeah, I mean, they got the damage now. This Furion's hitting a bit harder. You have the Frost Dragon giving you some extra as well. But man, what a hoof stomp. Force has had trouble all game, but he did not have trouble in that fight. Beautiful. A little kiss out to all Doom players everywhere, you know, showing us what a real Blink stun looks like.
It's just a smaller version of Techie's
Radiant's middle
stun.
tower has fallen.
All right, 16-16, 13,000 net worth lead against a Doom, an Alchemist lineup. Granted, they do have Doom, who's like miniature Alchemist, but still.
They gave you the shard too. Pretty interesting.
Okay.
I mean, I guess the other ones here aren't too good. You can maybe argue Fireball, but this Doom shard's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty legit. It's just usually, I think you wait until you're, closer to that 25 level. But I mean, when you're lacking in stuns, this is one of the few extra stuns that you have now. So
If you actually get the multiplier, it's a really good.
yeah.
I mean, it does extra damage as well. And the spell's pretty low cooldown. It's a decent shard. It's not one you never really buy, but when you don't have better ones, yeah, you take it. You take it. Now you're in a really comfortable position for Geek Slate because now you're pushing towards the late game damage here between your DK Furion. You have the AC, even Mindbreaker plus level 20 is going to give you some extra capabilities here. And of course, you have the Shivas on Force, so this Doom can just jump in like that. And he's not going to get bursted. He's going to slow the attack speed from AG as well. Really annoying for this lineup that kind of relies on it. And Skem went Butterfly. What an absolute chad of a purchase. My God, he wants to end this goddamn game right now.
And Jabari is a good way to start the beginning of the end.
We got the tree cut.
Oh, nice. Broke down the trees on In Your Dream and will be able to finish him. Oh, didn't pop the BKB, but it doesn't matter. He'll get them with the lightning prompt.
Broke his dreams.
Oh, that's a little bit of a pullback there. Deep dive in. They managed to finish off DB and Force Staff getting you away. And he actually had the Ogre Seal Totem to be able to get back to Fountain, but he's alone in that endeavor. Nobody else was able to make it back. And Army Geniuses may just have to say goodbye to, well, more than one lane of barracks, possibly just straight up game one.
This is over. You're not winning these fights anymore. You don't have... Your damage is starting to fall off. The late game damage for Geek Slate's coming online. You gotta cut through too much here. Too much network. Even with this techies, Geek Slate just out team fighting you.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
The Black Dragon Cox is going to be pretty hard to touch at this point. He's got the Aghanim Scepter ready to go, so the Zeus really doesn't do 80 damage. Plus, he's got the AC, so magic damage, he shrugs off. Physical damage, I mean, EG do not have the physical damage to deal with them.
No. That's why this late game is super scary. I think even if you're closer in net worth, it's still hard, man.
Regeneration.
Well, AG, watch that one again. Good catch by Skem. Gave them just the freest way to be able to go high ground.
Butterfly instantly pays off. And yeah, I mean, you're boat rummed here, but you're just melting. Helps when you have a level 3 multiplier on your way as well. He's 18. You gotta watch out, man.
Oh, yeah.
Some quick math. Run the calculations. Scotty for Skem. All right. He is full 6-slotted now. You can run from heaven, but you can't run from nature.
I think the worst part is what you talked about a while ago, how to beat an Alchemist lineup, just outgreed it. I don't see when Geek Slate stops being favored in the late game. Even like if the net worth somehow, you know, like you're able to fight back, the net worth evens up, because you're going to have Axe Doom, and they're going to put it to work here. Going in
High
on the
ground tomb as
Kunkka,
well.
beating him up already. High ground tombstone, so they're having a hard time dealing with that one. They already killed the ward
Hops
too.
is
Norman dealt with that.
invincible.
And he managed to get the stun onto the Monkey King. He couldn't TP out fast enough. That is just straight up GG. Game 1 is over, and Geek Slate have taken it.
This is why Black Dragon is so terrifying, man. This hero in the late game it doesn't really lose. If you're in any at all favorable position, he takes way too much to commit on the kill, and if you have any other damage dealers, the fights just become impossible because this guy runs at you, he forces the engagement with a super long duration stun, which means your saves have to crumple in the fight, and then you're just stuck fighting a high ground tombstone, trying to kill a hero you can't hit kill, while 2 other damage dealers are running amok, right? Like this Black Dragon is absolutely terrifying. Not to mention it screws with melee core lineups because he kites you out. So I feel like they just got outgreeded. The game pace was not fast enough there from AG. The lanes either weren't fast enough or they weren't able to force those Roshans as concretely as they wanted to. Either way, I feel like this Kunkka didn't end up really serving a purpose because he couldn't defend the tier 1s, which I feel like if the Kunkka cannot defend the tier 1s in that game, what's he really doing, right? He's offering some minor utility in the early fights, okay, but Geek Slate don't have to win those fights. None of those fights really went their way. They didn't have damage for them, but it doesn't matter. Okay, they just go back to farming. They get a Midas on Doom, and then what are you doing? So I feel like it was a little too slow from AG, and maybe not recognizing that I don't think they're favored in this league, at least in my opinion. So that's slow gameplay. You got outslowed.
Did indeed. Alchemist was not the winning ingredient for Army Geniuses, but Techies was. So let's go ahead and check in with the panel, shall we?
Thank you so much, Cap. Our major attendees have just majorly won Game 1 of Series 1 today. What did you think about that? Your favorite one, or you must be happy?
Oh, I didn't doubt them for a single second.
Shush, that's a lot of love. What about you, Winter?
Didn't doubt them for a single second.
Wow. I think there's one little section where we had our doubts, I would say.
Maybe they're just trying out, oh, maybe we can fight. And the second time, maybe they're just being hopeful, you know, like, I think we can fight now. But then they realize, like, oh, they can't just take their spells because it's really too painful. Like, Kunkka has the rum as well, so even if you are doing damage, but you're not doing it fast enough, so it's most probably that your team is going to get wiped out first before their team.
Yeah, this fight around the hill was pretty rough. And then they went in and took another fight, and then it looked rough again, but then they proceeded to farm.
Yeah, I think this should be the first indicator that they are not strong enough to take that high ground.
Yeah. What did you think?
That's not a good sign. It took them so long to realize that they need to get the triple BKBs. Because when you look at the lineups, like the way if you want to play faster on the Geek Slate heroes, you have to be able to deal with all this magic burst coming from Zeus, Kunkka, and even the Hoodwink. So if you want to run into them without BKB, you have to build a pipe early. Like the timing has to be like a mech and pipe. I feel like if you want to fight, you don't finish the Greaves, you get mech on Doom, and then you try to rush the pipe and then you fight. Like the way they were playing, I feel like if he's doing that item build on Doom, I would say it will make more sense, you know. But the way he's playing, I feel like you just why even bother, you know? Okay, I feel like even making the Greaves might not be the best thing, you know. You get a mech, and then you take the tier 1 towers with the mech, and then that's it. Then you farm your BKB and blink. So I feel like the way they are playing the game is not in accordance to how they are itemizing as a team. So it's rather weird. You know? That's why I feel like Geek Slate, they are not in a very good stage in terms of their team cohesion right now. The way they are making the decisions, they are not sure of when they should be fighting and when they shouldn't be fighting. Because this game is actually pretty straightforward for them, right? They want the lanes. Then they just need to get the bigger map and just keep farming until you get 3 BKBs. That's a very straightforward way of playing the game.
Yeah.
I was expecting like maybe the first fight from them is actually straight up at the Roche Pit, because that's where you want to fight. Like you have your 3 BKB and then like you won't be in a territory where it feels kinda bad against the Monkey King, because ideally you want to see where the Monkey King is.
Right.
So it's like it's very natural for you to ward around the Roche Pit, and it's hard for the Zeus to deward them as well, because like it's high ground and stuff. Like you will need the Monkey King to go in, and if you prepare around your wards, then like the Monkey King can't do his thing.
Well, here is our match MVP. It's Cox on the Dragon. He got that mid tower really early also.
Yeah.
That was they had a huge brawl in the mid tower.
I think there was around maybe 5 to 6 minutes, like the Kunkka was probably clearing the Radiant mid camp. But I think you can't really do that against the Dragon Knight. You need to constantly stay on the lane to like shove the wave. Otherwise, like once the DK, you know, like he gets 6, obviously he's gonna get 6 before you. Like he's a DK, he's gonna stun, he's gonna deny. And then like when he does that and you're not in the lane to sort of like minimize the damage done, then you're just gonna lose the tower. Even if you don't die from anything, but
I mean,
you're not
it's
there.
eventually gonna go down
Yeah,
against
but like-
Undying MP, but he had to try to delay it for maybe like 1 or 2 more minutes. That would have
Yeah.
been ideal.
Yeah.
Like it
Yeah.
went down just way too quickly. So that was like really bad for his team. So like overall, losing the lane and not doing that, it's really bad for his whole team in general.
Well, that was only game 1. Game 2 will come right after the break. We'll see if Army Geniuses can take it back. Welcome back, everybody, for game 2 of the Army Geniuses Geek Slate series, where Geek Slate took the first game pretty convincingly. We are back, though, for a potential, still could be a 3-match series, but we'll have to find out after this game. Game 2. What do you guys think?
I think if they change their support pick, maybe, like for Army Geniuses. I mean, I think like they weren't really that far behind in terms of performance against Geek Slate. It's just the hero doesn't work. Like you feel like, wow, I can see the Monkey King, I can see the Kunkka, I can see the Hoodway, I can see the Kabis, but what's the Zeus doing? You know, like even though like you're supposed to win the lane.
R button. Oh, okay, they're smoking. Let's run.
Oh, gosh. You're not a fan of the
Vision.
greedy support.
It's not that greedy support or not, but it's more of like it takes too much conditions, like too many conditions to make it work.
That's true.
I feel like the person who can be entitled to having conditions is probably
It's
the
not
carry.
position 5.
Yeah, or the off lane.
Because position 5, you're opening the draft with a hero. You should be opening a draft with a hero that works with a lot of other different components.
like-
you don't want to open up with a pos 5 that, oh, this pos 5 needs this component and that component in the
Yeah.
draft. Then it's not that great as an opener.
So
You
true.
should be the component for the team. Like, or maybe, let's say Undying for Geek Slate, right? Maybe the Undying is not that great in the safe lane. They can still move it to off lane to secure the lane. So it's how we will want the pos 5 to be.
I mean, there are two teams that rate their position 5 a lot. Very, very high priority in the draft. It's Bleed and AG.
AG. Yeah, I feel like the Zeus kind of showed its worth during that one fight near the hill, and then that's about it.
I mean, even the previous iteration of Geek Slate as well, they also value this hero and they're not doing well. That's a reason why the other better teams are not drafting in a way. Sure, you can win against weaker teams. You can do really well in your domestic league, but it doesn't mean that whatever you're doing will work against the better teams. And sometimes it's too late when you find out.
But I do feel like, I don't know, just watching the Geek Slate game and watching how they play last game, it felt like they weren't exactly at the same standard, or they didn't perform the same way that they did last season.
Need some time. It's the first series of the team. It's the first official for them. They have a roster change, so give them some time probably. I mean, they are going to have to fix a lot of things pretty quickly if they want to be able to match Talon, Execration, and all the other teams. Lucky for them, today is only their first game and they get to watch so much already.
That is true. What are some of those things that you think that they have to fix?
Geek Slate, maybe the off lane was from Polaris, right? Last time?
Yeah, he was from Poland.
Yeah,
course.
it seems like he kind of want to fight with the team a lot, but like he's on a hero that you shouldn't fight that much. You should wait for your item timing. So it makes me feel like he is trying to gel with the team, but the draft don't need him to do that.
I mean, if you think about it, right, if the way he's playing, right, I mentioned the mech and not finishing the greaves and going for the pipe. That's one way. And the other way is like if your position 4 is like a normal position 4, tiny and tough, then if you want to fight, then it's easier.
Yeah, true.
Well, we do got our draft of Game 2 coming up. You're ready? Oh, Gyro Pugna Ban. And
So, Geek Slate, they were first pick the last game, so this time they're second pick, and the draft is the same. AG does the NP opening, so let's see what Geek Slate does to counteract the NP. There is a Bat Rider in the game. I think Bat Rider is the #1 hero that comes to my mind. If you see a Nature's Prophet opening. Bat Rider plus some support, one support.
Even though it's Geek Slate, but like the Bat Rider plus Silencer from Army Geniuses just poisoned my mind. Like it just came.
Okay, Ember plus Keeper of the Light. Actually, is Bat really that bad right now? You see, the nerf it doesn't feel that big. I mean, it's mainly for the lane, right? The 5 extra mana cost.
I mean, it's more of like you can't spam more
And you
dead
can
way.
own the lane
Yeah.
enough.
It doesn't really matter much to me, but like it's just telling you that, oh, okay, so my heroes get like a little bit of nerf here and there. Like you're a pretty strong hero, so we'll just nerf you a little bit. But then you don't feel nerfed. Compared to Pango, you feel like nothing happened to you.
So they go for this Kotal plus Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit is also in general like really good against Nature's Prophet. You can catch him. You can break all the trees. Kotal, so I mean the hero is okay, but I don't know if this is like a
First phase thing?
first phase
Yeah.
hero. I mean, I guess it's a support because they pick it like this, position 4 maybe, and they feel like they want Kotal to deal with a Nature's Prophet carry in the lane because you can kill the Treants.
And they did take their TA, Army Geniuses,
Yeah.
their comfort hero.
It's pretty good against both the current Geek Slate heroes. So they're showing, not sure if they actually are willing to do an MP off lane, or this is just going to be their 1 and 2. Yeah, so they banned the Bat Rider now, so you're not going to be getting it.
The Pango as well. I think Pango, like, it's pretty good against these two heroes. Especially because the leash is already nerfed. Should be nerfed. I think that's a little bit broken.
Cox looks really deep in thought right now.
Yeah, they have to pick next. They have to, I feel like we are probably going to pick another support, complementing support to the Kotal, like some initiating hero, melee and initiating hero, tiny Nyx. I mean, probably not Nyx. Tiny and Tusk are the ones that are commonly picked. in the previous patch. You don't want something too fancy. You just want. I think Tiny and Tusk, they are probably the two best position for heroes that fulfill the initiating role. The rest are just okay, but not as good.
Naga banned and Silencer banned.
In the Naga is just for the MP. It's a good carry, and they have Kotal. Because Naga and Kotal makes a good combo in the game. Keep spamming out the illusions.
It's quite annoying for TA as well. Generally, you want to feel strong when you have refraction, but like Naga kind of like, takes that away from you.
Yeah, do you think they have all the important heroes for the TA and Nature's Prophet ban? Naga, Bat Rider, Pango? There's something else that a Geek Slate can still pick.
I feel like Geek Slate can pick TB, Terrorblade,
Yeah,
scam on Terrorblade.
yeah, Terribly is really good against TA and Nature's Prophet. I mean,
feel
we're
like-
probably gonna see it like either I think the next pick. Because if you're leaving it till last, you might not get it.
Mirana.
Do you think they should ban Timber though? For Army Geniuses? It's kind of annoying for these two cores at the moment in the lane.
But the bans that they ban also make a lot of sense. Maybe you can make an argument for Pango. You swap off the Pango for the Timber. But you don't. I feel like Timber is not that good of a hero. Like you don't have to worry about the hero so much. Sometimes I feel like the hero, okay, sure, you win your lane, right? But you cannot really win the game as Timber.
Yeah, it's quite hard for Timber to move around the map, and for TA and NP, they don't really have issues finding farm to catch back.
Tiny's banned.
Yeah. So they go for like the Mirana. So you have the setup with the chains, searing chains. But it's rather greedy for me, like the
Yes.
support duo. If you have Mirana plus Kotal, because both of them kind of, you don't really initiate stuff. You want to push out waves. You want to take some farm. So you're gonna need like a very cheap offlaner to kind of compensate for that, like some Beastmaster, something that's a short cooldown, can do stuff with your team so that your two greedier supports can farm the map.
It could be coping, but it could be an offlane Kotal, right? I mean, we've seen it.
Yeah, we've seen it. Like what
I mean, it's-
SMG did it, right, last season.
It's okay, I guess, since it's a TA. Like, if the TA controls the lane and you push the wave back into the tower, maybe.
Yeah, the Bounty Hunter is great here. I like the Bounty. It's good against the Moonlight Shadow, and it's good against the Kotal. So
Yeah.
you want a hero, when you're playing against Kotal, you always want a hero that can scout him, see where he's doing his annoying shenanigans from the trees, and just
Kill him first. Yeah.
Because you have the MP, right? So you find him, and then the MP is going to TP down to kill him.
Actually, that's true. It's so annoying to play Bounty with a hero with global presence. You just track and they fly in
Yeah.
wherever.
Yeah.
Especially with Bounty Tinker.
Oh my gosh, that's abusive. There you go. You're happy? Happy girl?
Of course.
And so they have to ban like the heroes that counter Terrorblade in the offlane, like some Darkseer and what's the other one? Yeah. I mean, Timber might also get banned. Timber, Darkseer.
What about Underlord? I feel like they also can't deal with an Underlord.
Decent ban also. Underlord's good. Darkseer is probably the
Yeah,
first
obvious
one you ban,
choice.
then the next one you have to think whether you ban Underlord or something else. I mean, I don't know if he actually plays the hero. Because there's Primal Beast, right? So he might want to, because it's DB, right? So you might want to ban, let's say you ban the Primal plus Darkseer. I think maybe these two. I'm not really sure what heroes he will play, because they have pos 4 bounty, right? So I think those two are the ones that work best with the bounty. Okay, so they ban out the Beast, the cheap offlaner that Geek Slate needs right now, because everyone else needs so much farm.
Oh yeah, Darkseer ban. I love the sound of Darkseer's surge. So satisfying.
I love the sound of his right click.
Oh yeah, the
The punch, right? So my favorite sound effect is the Dragonite stun. Nothing beats that.
it's like
Oh, I like DK, and you know why I like DK is because like it feels so alpha when he does the transform and then like blinks in and stun.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good feeling.
It's like you might not jump in at the right time, but doesn't matter. I made my point.
Yeah.
I'm
Assert your
here.
dominance.
Yeah.
Let's see. PB
So
ban.
they banned the PB. So what do they want here? I mean, PB could have been good for them. So they.
Maybe they don't feel comfortable because Geek Slate still have the overall last pick.
Yeah, but I guess you can make that argument. Like when you're last picking an off laner like this. But then you already know your lane, right? You see the Terrorblade.
Yeah.
You know your lane. So they banned Tide. So Underlord's available. I mean, if they want to go for some Leshrac or some, I don't know, some other weird hero. Because if you want to play the carry, like a more carry-ish off lane, those are the heroes that you're thinking about. Viper, Leshrac, I got a Razor kind of hero. I don't know if the hero is still good now.
Magnus.
Oh, Magnus. Okay, Magnus. So the lane itself is not as bad for the Terrorblade, but Magnus is very good with, very annoying for the Terrorblade later because you can RP and reposition the Terrorblade.
The Horn Horse as well. It's like a BKB force kind of thing.
Yeah.
Forces your team to follow you into the fight.
Not so sure if I like the overall plan for that, but it does. They have a very distinct idea of what they want to do with the Magnus, and right now for Geek Slate, they have to figure out how they have to deal with this. You mentioned like the Timbersaw, right? The Timbersaw is still a viable option here for them, but it will be way greedier because you don't have you don't have stun, so your only reliable setup with this lineup is the Searing Chains into arrow.
I feel like Mars is not that bad here, even though the hero it still isn't doing well this meta, but I feel they need someone who can keep on fighting with the Ember.
He has a pretty decent lane against MP.
Yeah, because now Army Geniuses, like, they are looking quite greedy with their heroes.
Fast. They're also very fast. They can play very fast with Bounty, with the Nature's Prophet, then they can kill Roshan easily with the TA. And you have Empower, so everybody farms very fast. I mean, Geek Slate cannot be too greedy. I don't think they should be too greedy with their last.
Someone to run at them, to make them feel pressured.
Night Stalker. I think they can get away with Night Stalker.
20 seconds.
Not really, because,
Too greedy.
yeah. What happens when it's daytime, you know?
You push waves.
Then you have 2 mega creep in your team. You have
Yeah,
a
you
PV.
have too many heavy heroes.
Yeah.
Right? Too many useless heroes.
Wow, they're really using all the time. Doom.
So greedy again. It's so greedy, but he can be played in a non-greedy way with the way you're itemizing. I feel like if he's doing what he's doing the last game, you buy Mac early, you join, you defend the towers. So you try to play around the Kotal and the Mirana a lot more, and the Ember. And if you do well in your lane, it's gonna be even better. Against MP, I think he should have a okay lane, but it's a little bit more on the greedy side with Doom and Terrorblade on the same team.
I think I can say if like he can reach the Halberd timing, but before that it looks kinda shaky.
How do you think he should build? Mac, Blink, then Halberd? Or,
I still
or not
think-
even Mac this game?
I still think he needs the BKB. He needs to be the one to kill the Rubik, maybe. Because I don't think the Ember will have the luxury to go in for the Rubik.
I mean, he needs to start the fight on anyone he sees in front, and then you shoot an arrow. That's probably how the fight is gonna start. And then the Doom has to see, okay, whether he goes in for Rubik or maybe he tries to save the Doom for TA or NP. I mean, because it's TA and NP, right? So it's difficult. So if you Doom the TA, the NP is still gonna output damage. So you have to figure out how you have to deal with the team fights. You know, sometimes you have to go for the Rubik or the Magnus.
And it's probably not that good if you like not Doom the Magnus. Like he can just, okay, I'm gonna die, but like I'm gonna RP you. It's kind of hard.
So I know we felt kind of iffy with the AG pause 5s right now. How are we feeling about this one?
Better.
Better, much
Bounty better?
Yeah, much better this game.
Okay. Well, I've got 2 casters very excited to show you guys some action. Cap and SVG, take it away.
Yes, we are, Sophie. We're excited for this because we have a mag, and I'm not sure if either one of us really knows why they picked mag exactly, but we're going to find out. Learning is the best part of Dota, isn't it, Avery?
I thought it was the money. It's all about the money. Isn't that why we're all here? Pure greed in the esports world.
Well, I mean, yeah, but it's not polite to talk about that.
I mean, in-game money, Cap. Devour, Evil's greed. The meta's. But what did you think I was talking about? What the hell's wrong with you? Get your mind out of the gutter. Jeez, I'm talking about strategic economy, Cap. And part of that is Magnus Bounty Hunter, track gold, empower clearing waves. Greed is good. You said it yourself.
I don't think I did say that, but
it's all about the money. Bling bling. That's Cap's hashtag.
Are you okay?
Austin,
they have a bounty
bling,
hunter.
bling,
They have
Walsh.
a mag.
Prepare for a lesson.
Is it literally just as simple as just like skewer, isolate somebody so you can get track kills, or what?
I mean, they wanted an aura buyer. It's probably the aura buyer. DB's like, I'm gonna just destroy him with it. They kind of wanted some BKB Pierce as well,
30
because
seconds.
Terrorblade's a pretty big BKB dependent hero. So you get both of those with Mag as opposed to slaying like with Timber. I would have preferred the Timber because I think the front line was maybe more valuable here. I don't think the displacement's that amazing this game. It's like okay when you force Roche and stuff, it becomes pretty good, but
okay. Whoa! Wait! Never mind. You're dumb. I'm smart. I figured it out. All right.
That's definitely not true.
DB is going to go the Aghanim Scepter. Yeah? The Aghanim Scepter is very good against heroes like TB with extremely high base armor.
I mean, that is true.
It's like Elder Titan Light, you know?
Yeah.
No? You don't think that?
I mean,
you don't think that's the reason why?
If this man gets an Ags and that's his game plan, then hat off to him. You know, I will tip all of my hats, all 30 of them that I own. I will tip them to this man.
Wait, why do you have 30 hats?
My Dota hats.
Oh, Dota hat, right?
Cap,
In-game.
we're talking about Dota,
of course.
and why do you keep thinking this stuff is real life? Cut me some slack, brother.
Okay, I guess my biggest problem with Magnus, unless he's going the Aghanim Scepter, is that we could have used a little bit more magic damage. Am I wrong? I feel like this is a lot of physical damage against a TV.
Yes. But that's why you build Ags, you reduce his armor. It all comes together.
Oh shit, that sounds intelligent.
Yeah, you didn't think of that one, did you?
I did not. That's extremely smart of you to come up with,
why I'm
Avery.
here. And I think Yahweh is here to destroy mid, because he is destroying it right now. He won the early regen traits super hard. I don't think we should win it this hard, but he is owning, and that is a good sign for AG, because I think them winning lanes with this kind of lineup bodes pretty damn well, right? You're going to close the map out with Trap, Styrian, and an early Roshan. TA between Crystallis, Deso, whatever he chooses to go. Every time I say that, they always go Crystallis, so I'm just going to say it's Crystallis at this point. But either way, like they have a very fast farming lineup. Bounty can mess with Geek Slate economy here. I feel like a lot of these SEA games are coming down to who just has better late game. Doesn't seem to be getting punished too hard, so in that sense, I think they're pretty confident going later this game than last time. In the Ultra Late, I still favor Geek Slate a bit with AoE Doom. I think AoE Doom causes them some issues here, but their window's a lot larger this time around than last game, where I feel like they just, at a certain point, they have 0 damage. This game, you can get Roshans with TA, you can empower double carry here. It's pretty scary.
Nice skewer back. That's going to be some decent damage on Scam. I don't think. Oh, maybe they keep blocking him in. Oh, cut through the trees.
He escaped.
Managed to pop a stick. That is just enough. Away to freedom he goes.
Hashtag free Scam.
I feel like that was an actual hashtag at one point.
It might have been. There's a lot of those in SEA. A lot of them need freedom.
Jokum is getting a little bit low. This is a dicey lane, man. They've just been brawling back and forth with the Starstorm and everything. Faris is gonna go just try and be a nuisance, I guess, on this bounty hunter. Okay, so why bounty hunter support? I mean, I feel like you talked about the Magnus and you mentioned bounty hunter, but Is this hero actually a good support, and why?
SCA really likes this hero number 1. So it must be scrim-based thing too. They played a lot in pubs with scrims, and it feels good to them because we've seen a lot of these teams pick this hero up, and no other region plays this hero at all. I think this hero can be okay if he doesn't get abused too hard on the lane, get levels, and he can invade jungle. In theory, he's conceptually good versus greedy lineups like Alchemist, Doom, these heroes that want to get far ahead slowly. If you let them do that, they punish you, but if you just scout them, steal their jungle XP, keep punishing them with this Janata hit, pretty annoying, right? You ruin their timings. And in that sense, he's pretty good. But the hero as a support definitely does not offer a lot. You can buy some auras, but his spells are pretty whatever. That said, the Shard, brother. I've been preaching it. You know, yes. I've been preaching it. The Bounty Hunter Shard, that's where it's at. Start indizing up your Magnus, suddenly he has Lothars on Mag. What do? You can't stop his initiations anymore.
Avery was trying to sell this shard to anybody who would listen at the Lima Major.
Which was nobody.
Nobody has taken him up on it yet. But if you see a shard being picked up by any team that was at the Lima Major that speaks English, then you could probably source back that to SVG.
It's good. I'm telling you, this shard is actually good. I don't know when you buy it. I don't know how you get there, but it's good. It's old Treant spell, and that spell was broken, so I know it must be good.
You know, I actually played a Bounty Hunter game support recently. I went the shard. It felt pretty good.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
I mean, I think the best hero with it's Slark for sure, but
oh yeah,
Slark with that shard is crazy. It's actually a broken strat. If Zhao 8 LGD were still on top, he'd be picking that shit. That's all I'm saying.
Well, maybe that's what he needs to get back out on top.
It might be. He shadow walk his way back to the top of the standings. And then everybody be, oh, look at LGD, super secret bounty hunter Slark strat. There'd be a Reddit thread with 1,000 comments, but because I say it and I'm just a fool. Nobody believes me.
I will say the other good thing about Bounty Hunter, besides this, we've got two different memes here: the Bounty Hunter shard and the Magnus Ags. He does have extremely high base armor. If I had to guess, he probably has the highest base armor, starting base armor in the game, which can make him really good at laning phase trading hits. No, he doesn't.
He is versed highest. Terrorblade.
Oh yeah, Terrorblade. Yeah,
but yeah, he's up there for sure. He's very tanky in the lane. You can frontline a little bit with this hero from support, but again, he kind of just dies, and the levels are the big problem. He's stealing gold from Force, but of course, Geek Slate are ahead on 3 lanes, and Eevee is the one suffering the most. His lane was pretty tough. The skirmishing down here just did not work out for him. And Yoakum has stacked, because of course you have to stack for this Mag TA lineup. There's no way around it. You need the jungle here to go into that mid game. But the lanes did him no favors. Cox recovered mid. He has rune control, haste sitting in his pocket. Doom's farming top with Arcane, that Harpy Chain Lightning doing work again. They're just spamming down the trees. Brutal stuff. He even eats his catapult. So screw you.
Or is taking no prisoners. Is going to push In Your Dream out of lane here with the Siege Wagon push coming in. And this is where Bounty Hunter is looking pretty lackluster. No nukes, no big disables to be able to help out in a dive underneath the tower. Force is just going to walk away. They do manage to get the kill on Jokum. And John Well joins up.
Haste Rune. Give him something guaranteed. And I feel like this top tower, okay, they do get the catapult kill. But this is a lot of pressure. And yeah, this is where Bounty Hunter just sucks. Hero doesn't have any spells. He has a 80 damage shuriken. It's like not even worth giving the stick charge away.
Powerful.
I actually think it's not worth casting. I think the stick, because you regen it up in the time he can throw another one.
Yeah, that's true.
You're helping him out. Please shuriken me, son. It's a negative spell. He has -1 spells right now.
Okay, nice arrow. They have enough damage. Yoe is getting off another refraction here. It gets burned through pretty quickly by the Flame Guard. The bounce around from the Nature's Prophet ultimate looks to be able to slow them down.
Return.
Macy's kicks him away. Now Cox is going to have to jump away to a Remnant, which he does rather easily.
That's his last one. 8-minute rune. Gonna have to 50-50 it here. It'll top. On top, so that's it.
Lands, and Varys is dead.
This is not the hero you want to be feeding kills to. This Cox Ember can absolutely take this game over. Because again, I feel like the AG lineup is a little slow in terms of when the damage comes online. And they have limited stuns.
This is insane. Jokum telekinesis throwback. Cox is actually going to die. He tries to Remnant to finish off the Rubik first, but Jokum just body blocked an Ember Spirit to ensure an illusion room from Yahweh, and it somehow resulted in the Ember Spirit dying.
He's out of Remnants. It got slowed. Couldn't use the last one. Just too many kills. He was killing too many people with the Remnants that he ended up killing himself.
Too much action.
Yeah, it's a problem you're used to for sure.
He's gonna stack up for himself a look at General. Just waiting, hiding in the way in the trees, here to soak up all the experience away from the TA.
This is some good soaking.
Yeah, it is a good.
He knows he's here though, so he doesn't have to commit for this. But even stalling this up is pretty damn annoying because you're not getting too much off the map. You're getting pushed in mid. Yoka barely lives off the blast dodge.
Oh no, look at this. Scam comes over. Like, oh, there's a stack over here, huh?
All 5.
Geek Slate 5-man the Ancient stack. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah, this is pretty early, 9 minutes into 5-man this play. Again, this AG line is pretty dependent on the acceleration. Not the worst 5-man I've seen. You're not going to lose too much here. You have mech on force already. You're ready to fight if they tried to commit. Meanwhile, Yahweh says, I'm going to do the same thing.
Anyway.
Okay, well, that didn't really work out. But, you know.
I mean, it's a smaller stack, at least. And he probably won't be able to get the Ancient.
No. Just some porcupines and meanders way out here.
Radiant's top tower is
I think this lineup's going to come down to In Your Dream creating some map pressure. That's what it feels like. Player on this Furion, try and open it up. Force these supports to TP and defend towers. And Armin has to TP up here. Maybe when you get these rotations out of the way, you can collapse somewhere else on traps and a Furion ult. But again, one of the big issues is Cox has just had full room control. And it's really hard to fight this Ember right now for AG when he has haste, when he has DD now. They don't have very good ways to break the shield, and so you can kind of just run amok. Max higher shield here. A little unconventional, but where's the damage?
Yeah, it's kind of an old school one, right? With the flame guard. Okay, I was gonna address this, then I saw somebody literally added me for it. I am not the observer, and I do not have force muted, so I'm with you guys. He has not been spamming any chat wheel lines. I promise. He's not muted. Everyone's assuming that we've muted force, but no. That's not actually the case. I don't think he's found a voice wheel. I don't think he's found a line yet.
No, I'm telling you. I'll tell you what happened, okay? I know that we see him trying to doom somebody here. I don't really know what's happening up here, but I don't know if AG know either.
Yeah, In Your Dream needs to get out of here. Ember Spirit is here, and they're going to be able to kill the bounty hunter. Hey, at least he got 6, though, just before he died. So
that's true.
He'll fall, but at least next fight, he can start getting some track hold for people.
Early tier 1 here off that Doom power, just forcing it in. And they're going to defend bottom here. Narman setting up, he went max chakra, so he has a lot of mana to give, and he has good targets between the Ember and the Doom this game.
Cutting through the trees, spotting Narman immediately, trying to finish him off before the rotations come in, but Force already got off to do him on it your way, and they got a blast out on him as well. Templar Assassin gonna hide away into the trees and see if Force finds him. Force does not, and TA actually managed to slip away, and Force actually went over for the kill. They do manage to finish off In Your Dream, so at least he falls, but Yowei does manage to get out. And that's gonna be well, he did have that little hiding spot in the trees that he tucked away into.
Yeah, I mean, Yowei just outplaying him. I think he definitely get that TA kill, use man up. Now he's kind of stuck down here too. You might just be able to dive this. You have Furion up in 7 with ult as well.
You do have Max, so he's a little tanky, but is he going to be tanky enough? Cox is going to show up. They're going to try and deal with the Templar Assassin here, tossed away by the telekinesis, but he keeps on going with that haste rune, and now the Slight is tearing through Army Geniuses. The mech kept the Doom alive for a bit, but now Cox, overextended himself and just gets slammed down by DB.
Just not enough help in the tank. Maybe if he got a chakra there, he just kills them all, but The bounty hunter, sure, it's Max.
Nice arrow. Now DB is the one who maybe overextended himself. He does have another round of shockwave. John Wells is going to get low. Not quite dead yet. Varies helps finish him off. And that is going to be the beginning of some track kills, too. Remember to keep an eye on that one because he walked away with 1,200 gold off of that team fight.
Not too bad. And he maxed that Shuri. He was actually doing a decent amount there. I kind of like the Max Shuri here over the Max Janata. You get less gold early, but your team fight presence is at least non-negative. You're contributing something here.
Yeah, I mean, really the whole, I feel like the Janata gold steal is just a big thing. Like, even if you play like core bounty hunter, you're going to steal like, you know, a couple thousand gold at most. It's really not going to be nearly as impactful as just your other spells, I think.
I mean, on core bounty, I think it's better because it adds up sooner and you get a lot more hits in. And it's about the damage too. Like, Janata's a lot of damage on 3-second cooldown.
Oh, yeah. In core bounty hunter, I think you max Janata, but I think it's because of the damage, not because of the gold.
Yeah, I agree. The gold is usually not that much, unless you get Ags. You get that Ags, though. Oh, brother.
Even I still think that's a bait. I still think that was a bait, too.
You just don't know the ways of bounty. Here's the dumb Techies player.
Sorry, he's going to sneak on through. Starts hitting the back line a little bit, messing him up. Getting some track set up, and they actually try and... Okay, DB really wanted... He does not like mullets. DB is a mullet hater. Jesus.
He says, keep that shit in the 70s, son. I don't want it anywhere near me.
DB just came in with a pair of scissors, you know?
Gave him a quick chop. Got some extra track gold. I mean, they're starting to snowball. I'd like that they're playing around this Furion and getting aggressive because I don't think there's the best tower defense here for this Geek Slate lineup. It's kind of where Terrorblade suffers, especially when meta's on cooldown. Coddle's really good at it, but outside of that, you don't have much, especially with Bounty. You can backstab the tower.
Nice catch. Force.
The couriers. That's a value one.
DB is going to keep chasing him down. He actually dooms TP's out. Now that's a bold move. It will get Force out of there, but it does mean Doom is now on cooldown, and it means Army Geniuses can just keep playing aggressive like they've been doing.
I'd say it's still worth, but yes, it does create an opening here. Kind of sucks. Meanwhile, Skem is just getting tracked up, so he can't TP to any sort of fight here. Breeze is just going to stay on him forever. But yeah, if AG want to force something, they have an opening. Chakramon joke him as well.
But he's just going to go slight chains into an arrow. This is a combo that is very scary in these random skirmishes. I mean, it's just like a guaranteed support kill, probably a pretty good core pick off too.
Yes, and this is the 3-man kill squad that Geek Slate wants to run around the map right now. Will the Doom and the Terrorblade soak up the waves? Cannot bleed too many kills away to this. Because again, you're fighting for Roshan here. You want to get this Roshan on TA before Terrorblade is confident enough to do it. You're battling through rune control. Another DD for Cox. If Geek Slate want to take a fighter on this double damage Chakram to Ember, it's really good right now. I don't know if AG know he has it either. They do finish Gleipnir on In Your Dream. Might be eyeing up a fight of their own. And mid.
Yeah, especially against this DB. They do manage to get a slight RP onto. Very nice with the skewer back. And the side blade's coming through. One arrow goes out and heals up decent amount. But the arrow actually snatching Cox, and he's going to fall. A big pickoff. That RP leads the way, and now In Your Dream is going to be able to follow up on Gleipnir catching two, stopping the TP away from Force, and Army Geniuses are in full swing now. In this game, too, they are taking the lead, and they're going to go straight into the Roshan pit.
Beautiful scouting by Baris, sets up a beautiful RP by DB, and stolen arrow from Yokum. Steals Ember's fate. Double damage for what? Double damage your grave site, my friend. That's about all you're hitting. Doesn't get anything off in that fight. That's just brutal, because I thought it's like...
Oh, and they're going to keep going. They stopped the... Oh, nice use of the Manta blocking out, but it doesn't matter. There's just no Sunder there, and caught inside the Sprout. Now they managed to get a skewer back. Geek Slate is bleeding out now. They go one by one trying to defend this Roshan, but it's too late. Army Geniuses owns this part of the map, and you cannot get close to it.
The SO charge is adding up as well, on top of the track hold. This bounty track into Skewer is causing a lot of problems. It's like your poor man's Ricky suit. Gleipnir,
Another one.
he still stole an arrow. He's got
Stolen
again.
arrows, so he's not going to be able to jump to them. They just gotten like 10 kills in a row.
Yeah, quite literally, I think. Jeez. They really turned it up out of nowhere. I mean, this was like this Gleipnir Dessel time, but they really maximized it here, and they're still looking. All right,
No
Grease.
way.
All right, is he alive?
Getting force staffed all over the place, but he is eventually going to fall. Gonna fight
Stolen
through
arrow
this DB.
again.
Once again, the DB just cannot man fight up against In Your Dream. This magic damage is too much from the Gleipnir, and it zaps him down.
Oh my!
Oh.
I don't think I've seen a stolen arrow do so much work in a game in like such a brief period. Got like 3 or 4.
I'm not sure if I've seen. I'm not sure if I've seen Geek Slate crumble so incredibly quickly. I mean, this last 3 minutes has been insanely bad for them. And DB, okay,
That's
they really got to start punishing this one. Skewer out, but it's not going to get him far enough.
You are
That was a necessary kill to stop the hemorrhaging here. Because that's what it was. You were full on hemorrhaging. You're hemorrhaging versus a bounty hunter.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Feeding away unnecessary kills like that is the last thing you want to do against a support bounty hunter.
Yeah, because he can't do anything else.
Yeah.
You know, he's not going to hit creeps. He just wants to hit you, get you sucked into these bad fights with numbers. They can have Furion vision off the TA traps and track. It's a pretty nasty combo. The second you start bleeding off one kill, you just lose the whole map. So you really have to have your numbers up, and you have to not feed away bad deaths.
Illusion.
Geek Slate are still in this game. It's not as if AG ended, but they got a lot of momentum off that. They're playing like that.
Telekinesis once again off the Gleipnir.
Oh, almost hoof stomped him.
Yeah, that would have been a cute play.
I mean, you're lucky this man still doesn't have arrow.
Yeah, seriously. He almost has an Aether Lens, too. Meanwhile, we haven't seen Yoa in a while. He's just been calmly pushing out this bottom lane and will finish up this tier 2 now with the help of In Your Dream. So they're going to get Outpost, which means a pretty hefty amount of map control. Once again, Bars is just scouting out Skim, so they know the enemy carry can't join in defending the south.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
A pretty nice pickup here when you have the map control heroes. Between Furion and TA, you get outpost control on top of it. You can just squeeze them into this triangle. There's not anywhere else to go at this point. Meanwhile, Variz has warded this top lane. He's just sitting up here scouting them. This is easy setup territory.
All right, maybe they can finally finish up this bounty hunter who's been hanging around this top lane perhaps for a bit too long.
Yeah, he was just, I mean, that was a little too bold, you know.
Yeah.
Got a shadow walk there, my friend.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He was just chilling.
Sitting in full visibility.
I mean, they
Not
bought a
even
gem.
in the trees.
Radiant's
That's how much this
middle
bounty's
tower
annoyed
is
him.
under attack.
I mean, traps too. Early gem on John Well,
Yeah.
just to clear out the gunk. And they need to clear it out. Too hard to play the map right now.
Yeah, because if this continues, right, then you get second Roshan for Army Geniuses, which means a free shard for TA. Those traps become all the more debilitating, especially for like Morana and TB and Ember.
Oh, nice smoke break, but you were just RP.
It's AG who breaks force.
Did not get the blink out on that smoke break. So a little slow, honestly. And that's going to cost them, because again, now your map just collapses. Cox gets forced off bottom. Skem is going to be scared to push in super deep top. And that probably another tier 2 with this Aegis. They got a lot of value out of this Aegis.
Yeah, they did.
I mean, the gold lead's not growing, but you're growing the map control, and your supports are well in line compared to Geek Slate's. That's the downside here. This Mirana Kado, they're going to be food. Their games have just been stunted.
Speaking of control, you now have the Aghanim Scepter done on the Nature's Prophet, so you've got more magic damage, more map control, and even more straight-up crowd control up against the Ember Spirits, and that'll tide you over until you get that level 20 talent, which everybody loves to hate on Nature's Prophet.
He's climbing there a lot faster than this Ember. And Cox doesn't even have PKB yet, and he's well a ways off. They pretty much
The
have to
Slight
rely on
does
the
manage to
Scotty.
find Yoakum. And the Rubik's gonna die.
Get rid of the annoying arrow stomp that has been debilitating in the fights. And now, more importantly, they get to clear out some of the traps and wards here with the gem, which is really big. Anytime you can clear these areas, it's going to take a lot of time to get that control back for AG. And once again, this gold lead is not growing. You're not building an economic advantage here. You're just building map control that you can turn it into Roshan's later. But if you lose the map control, this AG lineup has to play a lot more scared.
Just a straight up 5-man push from Geek Slate.
Why not? Tired of getting picked off. Got Scotty on skin, who's pretty strong right now, 2400 HP. Might be able to burst him, but if you don't, he sunders you. That fight is completely turned around.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I would not be surprised to see Geek Slate smoke as they instantly smoke, and you want to get some kill here into Roche control with the vision. That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, Roshan, potential spawn time gonna start in less than 2 minutes, so as you said,
DB.
Time to get a pick off and turn that into some ward around the Roshan pit. Stomp into arrow, very nice. Not having to use Doom for that initiation, that pick off, that is quite nice. So they still have it. They still are going to feel very, very strong. You can see DB just roll straight up into the enemy jungle.
Now you get to de-ward the pit. You get to get rid of these traps. They do miss that off, a little sad. But yeah, like you said, Doom staying up super big here. This is going to allow you to push towards those BKB and contest the second Roshan. The second Roshan is coming, and AG are still ahead of you in terms of the raw net worth. They're going to have BKBs for this fight as well. BKB completed on Yahweh, and the other one coming out for In Your Dream if he wants it. Don't have any BKB pairs on.
How is this ward still alive?
Oh my god, I don't know. You got to clear this. It's doing way too much work here.
Okay, they spotted it now, but perhaps a little bit too late as Cox is going to get picked off. No, he gets off the BKB, gets rid of that Rouge from the Nature's Prophet, and just starts running on out of here. He's out of remnants. Yahweh doesn't have blink up for a bit, so won't be able to chase after him. That was a very dangerous moment.
Can't just give up the whole Roche pit, so you're going to have to hold your ground somewhere here if you're Geek Slate. You're going to have to do it without Ember or BKB. That's tough. Nice find for AG, and you can see the power of that root. It's going to force the early BKBs out of Geek Slate, which makes the fight way easier for DB. Then he doesn't have to just start with an RP or something. Of course, if he finds a good target with RP, he'll probably take it.
FD push. Oh no, they're actually going to give up on it because they see a double damage at the bottom rune. They've got a TA trap that reveals it. So Yahweh says, all right, we're not pushing anymore, boys. Let me get that DD first.
I mean, DD is way more valuable than a useless tier 2 here.
Yeah.
Power of the traps. Power of the map control.
So now you've got double damage, and he actually bought a shard for himself, despite the fact that Roshan is coming up. And I kind of like that just because this fight for second Roshan is probably the most important thing of all. So if, you know, a shard pickup on the TA will help you win this Roshan, it's well worth it.
I mean, you're also going to give the shard to Bounty Hunter for sure, since it's the most broken in the game. So
yeah, true.
Decision. And Geek Slate, they're just going to smoke into this DD. They don't know what's there. It's all about the jump.
Oh, and Force tries to get the initiation. Now the double damage starts going off. Yahweh actually blinking over to side to make sure he's not initiated on. Very cool move by him. Lightning going to catch the Ember Spirits. Holds on to his BKB for the time being.
Yeah, this is not a fight.
Oh, those TA traps, those silences, those are deadly. RP. Oh, it caught him. Dodge. He faded out. Very sick by DB. Faked out an RP, got him to use the Sleight of Fist, and then re-engaged with it.
Dude, this guy's an absolute monster. Yeah. I've actually been so impressed by him every game. His mechanical ability is super good. His laning's pretty solid. He knows how to play the heroes he wants to play at a very high level. Itemized as well. DB is definitely going to stand out from his team, and it shows. When you have a good offlaner who's feeling himself like this, your team always has a chance. It doesn't matter who you play. It just dictates the entire game flow. You're like, yo, bro, take the shard. You earned it, brother.
That should help.
Yeah, they're gonna give it to him. So now he's got the Horde Toss. I thought maybe they would give it to Rubik, or of course the Bounty Hunter, but
I mean, the bounty, the bounty one, it's coming. It's coming.
it's coming. Yeah. After, looks like he's gonna go Medallion next.
They bought a gem, I think.
Invisibility.
Yeah, it's flying out. So gem of their own. This means now he can just run in Shadow Walk and track you off the Marana ult, which is very obnoxious here. They're even giving gem to Cox so he can try and find this bounty. Been way too annoying this game.
Never refuse gold given.
Skem sitting on the high ground has completed a Crystallis and is looking at a Butterfly next.
I mean, this is the window to maybe try and close this game. If you're AG, at least get a lane of racks or something, force the fight, because you don't want to let this Terrorblade get to this Butterfly, and you don't want to let this Doom get to Ags. He is one component away. There's a lot of gold sitting on the sidelines here for Geek Slate. I would just push the tempo here. Your AG. Force the high ground with the Aegis. There's no displacement spell. There's no real way to poke this TA down. You just have to take the fight. The siege begins. The great siege.
Arrow from the side, nicely dodged.
You have to be careful of the flanks here with Ronald, and that's what Veriz is scouting right now.
Yep.
But again,
Pretty
outside of
nicely
that,
position.
how do you just start on this TA? It's not very clear.
It's Chain's Arrow, but even then, he's got BKB and Aegis. They're actually going to back off. Now, I never like... sometimes I feel like when you do that, right? Oh, we force the enemy team back. If they are too scared to start the fight, I feel like you just keep going. Like if they're uncomfortable starting the fight, then why not, force them to force it,
Yeah, because now you're giving them a fight outside of base, which you got AoE
no,
Doom,
the Axe
son.
Doom is going to go to work. All right, that is the TA. First life already down. Second life is going to come back into a Doom. That's going to be very awkward. And oh, the RP!
Saved him.
The RP from the side and a 4-staff over gets Yoei out of there. Now it is going to cost DB his life, but Yoei is alive. Oh, in your dream. He gets caught there for a second. He does have BKB. I don't think they have any way to stop him if he chooses to BKB TP out.
That's a really big team fight win for Geek Slate here. Again, just a little sloppy by EG. Giving them that type of fight where hey, what's their play when they're all stuck in base? They have to smoke out. There's no real other move here.
Yeah.
And you lost Gem during that as well. Still, sick RP by DB. That's not an easy RP to land into that AoE Doom.
No, like he has to be right on the edge of it because RP does not stretch out very far.
That's what I'm saying. This guy is insanely impressive all the games I watched. Even the games they lose, he looks really good.
Yeah.
Agreed. He's just crazy consistent. So he bails his TA out. Nice sacrifice. But the problem is this is not the fight you want to be sacrificing to bail your TA out. This is the fight you want to win the game off. Right. Because that's your second Aegis timer. If you win that fight, you just get a lane, maybe two, Doom on cooldown. Instead, Skem gets to push all these lanes out. He has his Butterfly. You have Ags on Doom now, of course. Your team fight's a lot scarier. Even though the Cox is suffering this game, his job is just to set the fight up with chains, which is going to force a BKB up the arrow or make it annoying for this Mag to hit an RP. Just fishing with that hero.
We do have the 20 Talon on Nature's Prophet. I'm not sure if we mentioned that one. So he's got the Sprout Leashes, which makes Ember Spirit's game a whole lot harder to play.
Maybe it's good he doesn't have all the network on his Ember.
Yeah, it could be.
I mean, this game is a terrible game, right? Like, the Geek Slate are playing around the fact that Skem will eventually carry this game. That's their hopes and dreams and ideas. I think there is some truth in that because he's playing versus an entirely physical lineup. So at some point, the Butterfly evasion plus the super high armor kicks in. I can kind of get behind that idea. The rest of his team, I don't know, though. I can see a world where AG are just killing the rest of his team, and he can't really do enough damage to stop it.
Sure. Yeah.
If Force ever gets taken out of the fight first, I think that the fight's just over. This Doom is way too important for them. And that's where the vision mechanics for AG invaluable right now. The bounty, tracking, scouting, popping the smokes, setting it up for DB to find the initiation instead of force finding it the other way around.
I really like the fact that he went force snap 2 against that slight chains combo, which means, you know, so much more survivability when he does break these smokes and such.
Yeah, the force between him and the force on DB and a force on Yokum, which they have high cast range heroes as well, which makes force stab that much better. You have this psychic headband on the mag, and you have Aether Eye of Vizier on Yokum. So these force stabs are really big cast ranges. They're pretty much guaranteed in the fights.
Well, how do you itemize from here if you're army geniuses? Like, you have this big Terrorblade, super scary, butterfly. I see a scythe for the TA and a Daedalus on In Your Dream. I know MKB is not a favorite item right now, but surely that's got to be at least a thought there, right?
Sorry, which item?
MKB.
Oh, MKB. Sorry, I misheard you because my brain was thinking a brooch, my brother.
Oh, okay. I almost brought up Broach too, but I literally thought to myself, Avery's just gonna think you're stupid if you say Broach.
It is stupid. MKB is definitely the item you got to be. I think this is a sick Broach game. In Your Dream is gonna go that MKB. I don't blame him. When you're versus Butterfly, MKB is just insanely valuable. But I could see liking Broach for either the TA or the Furion being really good here. I mean, it owns terribly. This item got buffed too. You got attack speed now. It's pretty damn good. Smoke on smoke. Link, who's faster? BB.
Nice telekinesis, bringing force down to low ground with the teleport in from the Nature's Prophet, a Gleipnir that catches a whole bunch of heroes. The TV is having a hard time laying out the damage and chasing these heroes.
He got hoof stomped by a neutral.
Random hoof stomp that came out and managed to get a sprout. And the RP catches the two of them. He caught the Ember Spirit and got the TV. He just tosses him up in the air and slams him down into his grave. The final hit, a crit goes off. Yoei gets a godlike spree off the final death.
Magnus channeling his centaur brother in the jungle. Alley-ooping into the RP. Stem stomp on the left, RP on the right. Where are you going, son? Again, DB is just destroying. I mean, this is why you pick Mag, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
Because he's just going to outplay you. You got the blink out off the smoke, too. Imagine you get stunned there. That's a very different fight as well. So many small outplays from this Magnus. And it shows in these fights. But what a Gleipnir from here, Jim. You got 4 off that. Brutal. I don't think I've ever seen a 4-man Gleipnir.
Right. Tier 3's falling all over the place, but Barracks is still up as AG. They're going to back up because potential Roshan is now. They have a really huge lead at this point in time. The last thing you want to do is throw that away and let Geek Slate get the Roshan for themselves instead.
You cannot give this third Roshan. It's just a nail in the coffin. So much net worth on this AG side, and I feel like their saves are easier to use than Geek Slate's are. If Skem gets stunned, there's a single... Maybe there's a force staff that comes out between the supports, but that's kind of it. And you have to space so you're not clumped in that RP as well. Whereas the saves for AG are just way easier with the mega cast ranges. There's not clear stuns on Geek Slate's side. It's only this Doom and...
Oh no, they got the Ember!
Gone.
Once again, telekinesis, DB, horn toss, skewer at the same time.
Brutal. Cox has just been brutalized this game. Now you're going to have to 4-man smoke it. No buy on this Ember, so a true 4v5 in a dire outpost. Furion has buyback 700 gold, so maybe the numbers aren't there for EG, but this is a tough fight. You're gonna need a crazy good Doom.
Cox is dead, but he's still trying to provide whatever moral support he can. He was on a little chat wheel line. If the arrow finds an opening here, it hits the Roshan, making things harder for Geek Slate to jump in.
It's just gone. All in the deck too. Somebody pick it up. Nobody has slots. Nobody wants it.
Yeah, refresher and cheese.
Definitely giving a refresher to DB here. 100%.
Oh, look at that. Look what he's got queued up, boy.
I mean, we'll count it. We'll count it as a point for Cap today.
Aghanim Scepter done on the Magnus. Holy crap, he's going to shockwave him.
Pretty good. I mean, Skem is going to get absolutely destroyed if this lands. You have no hope. This thing does a crap ton of damage, but his whole lineup is physical.
The seeds
It's
of
basically the brooch. It's the poor man's brooch.
The poor man's approach. So it reduces, so if anybody doesn't know what Shockwave, Aghanim Shockwave does, it reduces the armor by 75%. It basically does like a little Elder Titan explosion. In fact, I'm pretty sure they reused the asset of the ENG ultimate.
Okay, well, let's not throw Valve under the bus here.
And we're going to see it in action here.
It's also nice because he
Next
gets
team fight.
He gets a bunch of extra mana to use this refresher shard. It makes his life easy. So it's super good here.
Radiant's
Look at the Rubik
Ooh,
jumping around with the stolen remnants. Used it last fight too. There it is.
See you later, Skem.
TV, they have the AoE doom. They managed to somehow get the force staff over to Skem, but Skem still died. Got slapped down by Yoe pretty easily, and that is just it. GG, and we are going to a game 3. Army Geniuses, man. Even up against, like, they may have lost that last series that we watched them on Wednesday, but, you know, they still pulled up, I would say, a pretty good fight. And,
This team is you're pretty resilient for like an underdog team that maybe might be feeling the pressure of going into Div 1 and playing some of these Titans. They do not seem shaken at all. I feel like their drafting from Claire has been pretty solid throughout all the games we've seen. You know, I mean, you're not going to win every draft, but I feel like they have decent concepts when they do once I would see it play out at least. Like this game, I wasn't sure about the mag pick in terms of overall conceptual strategy, but I mean, hell, after watching how this guy plays on it, I was picking every damn game. It was fucking absurd. Just dismantled them in those fights, outplaying them at every turn. Yeah. You don't need some good Empower lineup. This guy's just going to make the RPs land, and that's all you need. So, in that sense, I get why they're picking the heroes, right? And this team is making it work. They're a threat. Cannot underestimate them. Back to the drawing board here for Geek Slate. The Skem Terrorblade does not prevail.
Army Geniuses already managed to get the 2-1 over Bleed. If they could manage to get an upset win against one of the teams that went to the major, that would be a massive, massive W and put them into a really good position to potentially be heading to the Berlin Major. If they could just take down some of these top teams. We'll see whether or not they can do that, though, as we got to recap on this game 2 first with the panel.
Thank you so much, Cap. I mean, that was kind of crazy. I feel like the game started kind of like the first game where Geek Slate won all their lanes, and then it just all of a sudden fell apart for Geek Slate. Like, Army Geniuses, I mean, first of all, can I say DB played fantastically?
Yeah, they didn't lose the lane so much this time, but DB definitely showed up big time. You know, I feel like I've been saying it so many times when I watch the AG games. He's their best player. He's always coming up clutch when the team needs him to. He plays a good laning phase. For someone who played off lane for 3 months, that's pretty darn impressive.
Yeah, he looked super good, hitting absolutely like essential RPs.
I feel like it all came from his, internal rage from being bullied as the carry previously. So now he's unleashing all the anger onto like his fellow carry players.
Yeah, he did such a good job. But I mean, honestly, I was kind of surprised that AG took this game, but do you think it's because of Geek Slate's draft?
More about their play though. I mean, the draft is one thing. Both these teams have issues with their draft, but we can only say so much because we don't know what's happening inside the team. Maybe the players are not really comfortable with what is supposed to be picked and what should be picked, and they rather play with a comfort pick. So you, as a drafter, you have draft limitations for that. But from the game perspective, how they're moving as a team, Geek Slate is definitely we're very passive, and I feel like it's similar to the last game. Even they won, but they're not really using their hero and item timings well enough. I feel like going into Game 3, AG is my favorite to win this series so far. They are definitely the better team, but they only lost the first game because their draft is just terrible.
Wow, that's some high hopes for AG. What do you think, Aurora, the Geek Slate fan?
Let's just say it's not Skem's problem, okay? So it's okay to lose because you can't win the game alone. And I feel like Force was still kind of fighting a little bit too much. he's not really doing the hero justice.
He's
you know?
actually the most confused player on the team. Like the way he's moving, he wasn't like this before, you know. Like he knows what he should be doing with his items, his timings, when he should be coming to the fight, when he should be farming. But these 2 games, you know, he's actually quite off, you know, with what he is deciding to do in the game. Coming to fights where he should be farming, going in too deep, dying way too early when he's initiating on his doom, like not getting the right heroes. Yeah, just definitely not as good as DB, you know, his counterpart.
And that is why DB is our match MVP on the Magnus. Absolutely astounding gameplay.
Bro, we can mention Jokem as well. I feel like the 3 and the 4, they are the best players on their team, you know, and a lot of the games, I feel like those 2 players, they've been carrying a lot of weight for their team. And we saw from Secret, you know, how a good pairing of 3 and 4 players, Zayak and Resolution, you know, can actually help transform a team. And I see the same thing with DB and Jokem.
Well, I'm actually kind of worried for Geek Slate now because it really does feel like now this is the second game that we watched them play. It does feel like they look totally different from last tour. Like they look much more, like they look way more aggressive the first tour. Now it kind of looks like they're just farming. Yeah, farm.
It's like they just need to let the offlane do what he wants with the correct heroes. Because I feel like, okay, like they're farming, but it's not a bad thing to farm, you know. But like, it seems like Force is the one trying to run in, and then everyone else is just trying to farm. Like, you should be on the same page.
I mean, it's not about the hero. I think it's about after the game, when the game ends, they need to sit down like us, you know, on the copy and talk about what went
Stop
wrong.
running in.
Yeah, and they're not actually identifying what is actually the problem, you know. They need to get on the same page. Okay, look at this draft. Okay, I'm gonna buy. Okay, we want to play aggressive, right? So I'm gonna buy this mech, and you are gonna buy something that allows the team to fight. You know, everybody's itemizations has to make sense. If you do not want to fight, the other guy says, I want to buy BKB, then obviously he should, okay, fine, I'll buy Midas BKB too, you know, then everything works better as a unit. But in the games that we've seen so far, one guy wants to farm, one guy wants to fight.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like even if, let's say, we don't change the Doom's item build, right? Maybe the Ember could have gone ill. Like, I think ill is just a really good item against Magnus. Definitely, as an Ember, you are not supposed to get RP, right? But then, even so, we watch and the Ember just keeps getting RP. So, yeah, it's kind of weird there.
Well, let's hope they figure things out because we are going to go for a Game 3 of this series right after the break. That copy, that froth, that cream, some coffee's looking really good right now, Winter. Don't you guys think?
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, you think so?
Hey, Tariq.
I feel like we need some energy for the games. The games, I feel like it hasn't been your classic SEA game where it's like constant brawling. That's what I want to see, you know?
Yeah, my friend here wants to give Scam her energy.
Well, we are back for Game 3 of the AG Geek Slate series. I mean, it's in anyone's hands now. Anyone could really win it. And Winter, you were saying a while ago that before the break that you think AG can take third.
Yeah, I'm betting my dinner.
You're betting your dinner? Whoa! What about you, Aurora?
I mean, I think like if AG continues with their draft from the second game, like they will have a better game.
Yeah, 'cause
Probably.
they look like the better team. If both teams have equal draft,
Yeah.
they are the better team. But if they somehow decide to, okay, our pos 5, let's see, how can our pos 5 be more useless in the game? Let's go for a Zeus, or let's go for like some, I don't know, okay, Gyro sometimes is fine. I think Gyro is fine, but if they try to be too creative sometimes, with the position 5 hero, because if you think about Dota right now, right? It's your post 5 has to actually do something in the game. You can't just pick a hero. He just wants to play some random hero, and he does well in his lane, and then he has no purpose in the game. Because we are at a level where every hero has to contribute in the game. Like everybody has a designated role in the game. Like all his heroes just fulfill a very, very weird role. Like sure, the Zeus is like, okay, I'm gonna dead lane. Out lightning, dead lane. I'm dead laning, but you can always dead lane with other more useful heroes.
Yeah,
Why do you have
that's
to be
true.
dead laning with a Zeus?
That's very true. But we liked the bounty pick, right? That was a good one.
Yeah, it was good that game against the Mirana.
Definitely showed its worth.
I mean, it feels more like Geek Slate just gave
Okay,
them
yeah, Geek Slate made the bounty useful actually.
But, I mean, as a whole, AG definitely looked like besides the laning, they look like they were just steaming.
Yeah, if you judge by how they are moving as a team,
Yeah.
how they are moving, how they are going out and having their dinners and lunch together, they definitely look more like a team than Geek
Yeah,
Slate.
exactly. I mean, they managed to take the 3 Roches, although the first 2 Aegis just kind of felt like it was a little bit of a farming Aegis, just a little bit. But I mean, the third one came in handy, sure did.
I still think it's too greedy from Geek Slate's side. So that's why the Roche feels very strong, but it's just in reality like all of your heroes need farm, all of your heroes need items, and then when they have one more life on someone that stands in front, then you kind of feel very hard to do anything.
Yeah, my problem with them is like they have cores that are really greedy already, but then again their supports are being so greedy as well. They just need somebody to play a cheap hero that's good for the draft.
Well, let's find out if we do get the greedy draft that Winter is talking about.
Ayo.
Ooh.
That's a good start.
Okay, I think they finally just settled that they are gonna ban a TA. Cause I think Army Geniuses look too comfortable with TA. Like everyone is they just know how to play with the TA.
Okay, so they get the Gyro. Okay, they won't get a fancy
They hurt you.
fancy hero, but they're gonna get Gyro. Gyro plus. What did they do the other day? They picked Gyro. Oh, it was Gyro. I think it was Gyro and MP. I can't remember what. They opened with another core hero here.
Was it Gyro?
Gyro TA or something? I don't remember what, but
There was once they picked Gyro and Shaker, which was kind of risky.
Gyro Shaker sounds a bit garbage.
Yeah. Both of the supports are so greedy, right? Then
Gyro Tiny. Okay, this is
yeah. Okay.
this
Acceptable?
is acceptable, and because the Gyro could also be a flex for them. I guess that's why they really like the hero, so it can be a carry if they deem it necessary. But in most games, obviously, it's gonna be, their support. And Iolash, that's what everyone's been raving about. That's the most busted combo in the game at the moment. You have to get heroes that deal with it and, deal with the healing. Ice Blast is generally a solution, but the hero is pretty garbage.
Too slow.
AA.
Yeah, outside of the Ice Blast, then you have to buy a vessel against it. Then you wanna, I think ideally you want a hero that can build pipe, and then you want somebody to buy Mage Slayer and hit him one time in the team fight. There's so many things you need to do.
I think maybe Army Geniuses could take Drow. I think Drow
Anti-mage,
kinda okay.
Drow,
yeah,
is best.
anti-mage. You're right. You're right.
Anti-mage. Yeah, what was that game that we saw? It was
Execration.
The bleed,
yeah, Execration, right?
Yeah.
Palos Anti-Mage. That was good.
Yeah, but that was a cordon lash rack, so this is a different thing.
Hold up, that's kind of based, Winter.
He's not a lash player, so
Yeah.
we have to compare the IO lash against the AM in an actual game where both the players know actually the core-to-core matchups. Then we can ideally see whether the anti-mage can actually deal with the lash. Because AM is always like a solution to all these high intelligence heroes, but he's just too weak to be picked, you know, like he's received some small buffs this patch, the AoE stun on the Mana Void, and the backswing. So it means that when you're chasing heroes, you get more hits in when you're chasing. But what if you're not actually chasing people, you're in a fight, you know, it doesn't really help you, you know.
Standing and hitting. Panko
And then-
ban, fuck ban.
Yeah, but I want to see an anti-mage against Lash. I think it's one of the most traditional counters against him. And obviously the Nyx is also another one, but Nyx is also another Garbo hero, you know.
Needs too much.
Do you get Meteor Hammer nowadays? Is that what you do with Nyx?
I feel like it's such a sus move. Like you're supposed to be moving around the map giving info, but like you're also not supposed to show yourself because you're just gonna feed, right? So what's the Meteor Hammer gonna do? You
So
know?
you cannot get the Meteor Hammer as a support, right? Don't have time to farm it.
Like even if the situation is so dire that you need someone to deal with the waves, I don't think Nick should be the person to.
Your build is like dagger, Arcane Boots dagger.
Yeah, I mean like even if you're just like chilling in the jungle giving info, you definitely can afford the dagger.
I mean, that's why this Lash IO is so strong, right? All the counters are not exactly useful or not exactly good against the IO plus Lash.
And especially because Lina is dead now. So yeah, like nobody can really fight their tempo.
Okay, so they go back, they go for Kotal. Not go back, but they go for Kotal. They weren't the teams that picked Kotal last game, but... So what's the idea? Kotal against the Lash. So Lash wants to pressure the towers early, so Kotal is supposed to defend. So that seems to be the idea here. And then the gyro is a core.
It might be a pause tree gyro with like whale and stuff. Because I think when I look at the three of them, right, they have quite high burst damage.
Yeah, high magic.
Yeah.
So you can rush Veil and then just try to burst the Lash. And the Lash wants somebody to buy Mech and Pipe for his team right now,
Yeah.
seeing the Kotal. Like the Pipe is a very crucial item here for them. They need like a off-lane body that buys all the aura items.
DK. They took the DK though, which is obviously not like a very comfortable hero to be on pipe. And especially Mike.
Could it be the carry?
Could be.
Techies.
Okay, probably not then, maybe. DK Techies a lane, right? I mean, I don't like this. What is this Techies IO?
Don't you just
Nobody has stuns.
take Lifestealer and Nami Genesis now and you feel really good, right? Like you have Tiny to go in and then like you have your wave clear from Call.
I mean, I still like anti-mage.
Yeah, true.
They don't have stun. I mean, only DK stun. You know, how are they going to kill? AM's just going to like... Okay, so they have Kotal, right? Kotal is going to defend and split the map. So it gives you an ideal scenario in a game where the AM is doing his thing, hitting creeps until he's ready to come to the fights. And early game, you can rely on the Tiny plus Gyro.
Even
to
in
actually-
the laning phase as well, I think. Like AM is doing like so much better compared to last time.
Yeah, the lane is free farm if you are playing against this DK Techies lane.
Yeah, because last time you used to pick DK. Oh, it is the Lifestealer. I guess they just want to eat this DK.
Yeah, they just want to fight, and
Yeah.
Lifestealer just... Because AM is like a slower pace of game. They
Yeah.
want to fight, so Lifestealer is still very good against all their heroes. They don't really have a stun to lock him down through magic immunity yet. Just overall very strong with against what they have. It's good against the Lash, good against the DK. So Lifestealer, Gyro. So I guess the off lane is like Tiny Kotal. or you feel like it's the Gyro off lane. Gyro and Tiny, and then Kotal is pos 5 with the Lifestealer.
I feel like if they put Gyro and Tiny, it might pose a little bit more threat than the Coddle. Because the Coddle is just gonna end up pushing the lane and like the Tiny is kinda, useless in that sense. Like when you want to play Tiny, you want to be able to kill them, like make them feel scared, but then like the wave is always going in.
Yeah, but who are you willing to give more farm to? If you talk about Kotal and Gyro, I feel like Kotal needs money more than Gyro, like since they can do Gyro pos 5.
Okay, I would say Kotal don't need items to be more useful than Gyro, but the items that you can buy on Kotal is definitely more useful than Gyro in that sense. Like you can buy like a lot, like for staff, greaves, pipe, hex. Then for gyro, it's like you would want a shard, and then like if you buy the shard, you don't really want to buy so many defensive items. You would want damage, but that's not really gonna be what your team wants.
All I'm hearing is they both need money, but one can play better without money.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, so for Geek Slate, they're gonna need they need initiating heroes, I guess. Wait, no. But I feel like maybe Scam is gonna play this Dragon Knight.
Maybe.
Because the other core hero that's good is like some morphing against Lycia. I'm not sure if he wants to play that hero. I mean, generally against Lycia, you want to be morphing or Terrorblade.
I don't think they can because it'll be too slow. It's already like Lash and DK. Then like the supports.
So would you just rather put the DK as carry then pick another offlaner that can lane?
Avoid the...
avoid the lane and then pick another offlaner that can win the Lycia's lane. Like
Yep.
some Viper, some Razor. Or they pick some Magnus this time. Control him, like they need BKB control, like Beastmaster Magnus.
I think Beast is quite good. Like they have something on with the Lash. You have Hawk, you can see the color, you can see where the tiny is.
Less greedy hero as well, right? He doesn't need
Yeah.
so much. You already have a Tekis. Oh my god, Tekis is gonna eat. He's gonna eat a lot of the map, you know, he's gonna farm a lot. So
Yeah.
you ideally want a offlaner that doesn't do that.
One minute left on reserve time.
Oh, I didn't realize they actually banned out Magnus, so Beast is the only one remaining. Oh, they go. Oh my god, so greedy. What the hell? It's.
Don't you just take Viper now on Army Geniuses
I mean-
and put the color mid?
Viper sounds good.
Like he's so good against DK, is so good against
Ursa.
Ursa.
How does he do against the Lash if it's a Lash mid, the lane?
I mean, you certainly bully the Lash for sure, but like
Do you have to
Lash
take?
don't
like,
care, you know.
Do you have to take like the corrosive skin against Lash?
You should, cause like you want to make him feel pressured. Cause Lash has a very low HP pool, so if like he throws spells and then like it activates your corrosive skin, like he's gonna feel way more pressure.
Huh?
Enigma?
It's just a battle of who's more greedy,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, they don't have a BKB black hole cancel.
Yeah.
I mean, I like AG's draft more, for sure.
Yeah, same.
I don't like the drafts, but I prefer AG's draft. You know, I think they're both very greedy, but AG's lineup makes a lot more sense. And Geek Slate, I feel like it's more closer to the garbage draft than the AG's draft.
Garbage. What is not garbage to you, Winter? Everything is garbage to you. But, you know, after seeing DB's Magnus, I feel like he could definitely land the black holes just as good.
Yeah, I mean, my dinner's on the line, you know, so.
Oh my goodness. This is the first best of 3, like the full 3 games that we've had. It feels like in forever. But really, I think it's just been one day.
I mean, I think the other day there was 3 games. It was also AG's game, like Army Jesus' game. I forgot who they were playing against. Oh, I think it was Bleed. Yeah, it was Bleed. Yeah. But I mean, yeah, it definitely, this series is definitely like feeling a little bit more than the last series because the last series was just like very one-sided on all of the games.
Yeah, this series just feels more like both teams have issues with it, their draft, their play, and one more so than the other, and they're trying to figure out how to, you know, fix things. And for Geek Slate, this is their first series, you know, so they have a lot more on their plate to deal with compared to AG. This is like what, their third game so far, so they've already had more experience. But they're gonna win today.
Well, whose draft do you like better, Roa? Because I know Winter definitely is all in for AG.
I mean, since he's already gonna go on for AG and I'm a Scam fan, so I'm just gonna go for Geek Slate.
All right. Well, I wonder what our casters think, who they think is going to take this game, and if Winter's dinner is going to go down the drain. Take it away.
Yes, I'm kind of wondering the same here because I, of course, see Techies blessed again. 2 Techies in 1 series. Thank you very much, Narman. I'm back in Geek Slate. Avery, what do you think?
I like this Enigma pick. I was pretty surprised they let this Enigma pick through last, and I think DB's going to pull it through. I think he's popped off last game. He's feeling himself. He's going crazy. This guy's jumping up in the room, going insane. that means he's going to land some crazy black holes. And I think Enigma can carry this game. It's not easy, but I think if there's one player I would bet on right now to do it, it's probably this guy.
Who has better late game, though? Because you've been saying, we've both been saying, Southeast Asia probably favors the team that has better late game.
At least at the start of these seasons, for sure. I think the only team that can really punish it is Talon right now. So if you're not playing them, I think you can kind of just greed it up and get away with it. But this is a hard puzzle because they presented this IO Lesh, and then AG kind of tried to respond to this IO Lesh with a bunch of displacement and long-range damage and this Lifestealer who can just man up versus Leshrac. And then Geek Slate said, okay, you made Lesh's game hard, we don't care. Now it's an IO Ursa draft, which if you remember was a combo I was talking about the other day. I was like, where's this combo been? Because this is a really good Ursa game. Destroys Lifestealer, destroys Tiny. They don't really have any BKB lockdown. Their supports don't deal enough damage to stop them. They don't really have good early Roche contest. So then AG need an Ursa answer, and I feel like the only hero they can last pick that gives them BKB piercing lockdown to allow the Lifestealer to man up in the matchup was Enigma, and they got it. So that's pretty good for them. I think it gives them a way to actually kill Ursa in this game.
The battle begins.
It's a very interesting draft. It conceptually went back and forth. I like these kind of drafts. They're cool to see strategically. I don't think Techies has a place in this game as usual, and I think 5 Gyro might struggle a bit in that mid-game contesting the Roshan. But if DB gets really far into this Enigma and you can just all-in kill Ursa, I think you have a decent chance to win those late-game fights. Of course, there's things like IO save that can come out, things like a random Techie stun that might miraculously land.
Speaking of the IO, we have the Altar Ball cosmetic. So, and it'll be interesting to... I haven't actually seen this one in action at all. So every single one of his abilities looks different. So that's cool.
Yeah, this is a cool cosmetic. I've tried my fair share at acquiring it to absolutely no success.
Oh, see, I'm trading up right now, but I want the Pudge. I want that Pudge set.
Who the hell wants Pudge over the IO? You're a disgrace to Dota, honestly.
Who plays IO?
I'm emailing Owen right now.
Besides
I'm
professional players.
This is like the coolest set in such a long time. For a hero that has no business having such a cool set.
No, that Companion Cube is just better, so.
All right, we're done. We're done with this discussion. Back to me dunking on Techies and you being wrong.
Okay. I will say I'm not a big fan of Lifestealer. I'm not sure when I see a Lifestealer picked and I'm like, yes, I feel good about this pick. So I'm not sure. Varys is going to take a lot of damage here. Not quite enough to die, especially with the Fairy Fire. But the fact that it's a Lifestealer and now it's a Lifestealer versus an Ursa matchup, that makes me feel even worse about the Lifestealer pick.
Yeah, In Your Dream is going to have a rough time. His primary job is to just try and kill the Shrek in the fights and maybe frontline and survive a bit. Because I feel like this hero thrives when he has a mid carry. You can play the Infest around. And Coddle is not even close to that. Are you Infest saving a Coddle? Do what, right? And his other core is Enigma, who also kind of just plays his own game. So I do feel like this Lifestealer has been left on an island here. His impact is a big question mark for me. It's going to be rough. And jumped on.
Yeah, doing a lot of damage. And that'll be enough to force In Your Dream away from the creep wave and go back to Varys. Help me. Give me some tangos. Varys did have an easy camp pull to get open, though, so that part's nice.
This is big for Gyro, because this hero gets pretty far behind on levels. His early skirmish to get to level 6 to 8 is kind of rough. If you get extra pulls off or can soak XP, it's pretty nice on this hero. It's kind of like a Warlock. You don't really have another play on the map.
Sure.
And it's probably going to be a pretty greedy playing phase from AG. Like, they kind of want to just farm up on the Coddle, farm up on the Enigma. There's not a lot of early moves to make. Their cores are not playmakers. All 3 of their cores, in fact, are kind of just AFK static lane farmers in a way. So you can maybe group up with Coddle and Enigma to force objectives, but that's about it. Whereas Geek Slate have some playmaking between Ursa just running to people, DK can set up the spells, drive through the objectives. Leshrac can combo with them between the IO Lesh. We've seen this combo run maps over. It's going to be a defensive early game from AG, in my opinion, and Geek Slate have the window to maybe try and open up some opportunity. Get the IO ball rolling, so to say.
And In Your Dream is not having much fun in this lane. The Dragonite Techies lane continues to do pretty well. But then again, at the same time, bottom lane is going, seems to be going pretty well for Army Geniuses. 15 and 6 for DB, and every single time I look over, Skim is being gone on, and he's having to run away from fights, so... Both the off lanes basically walking away with a win. So where does our mid lane end up? That's going to be what's breaking the tie here. At 24 and 6 for Cox. Man, he has a ton of denies. Top lane, they actually do manage to get a suicide onto In Your Dream, but it's not enough to finish off the Lifestealer. Once again, just keeping him low, but not quite killing him.
And the biggest thing about this Coddle is, do you die at some point? In this matchup, it's probably pretty hard to die, so I think you always should be fine there. But then it's a question of how much farm do you extract above your opponent in terms of jungle efficiency with stats and all that. As Varize is going to be first blood. Of course, definitely happy that he eventually gets that one. Pays off big.
I think they can keep pressuring In Your Dream too.
I mean, especially if they get to level 6 first, they'll kick Lifestealer out and take his tower, which opens up that Coddle jungle. As Yoei had some of his camps blocked early by that Geek Slate jungle invasion. So he's had to de-ward his own big camp, doesn't have any real stacks. He's going to get a single one here, but it's been a little bit of a slowish game for this Coddle so far. He is rushing that bots. Might be some play action if he gets really fast bots and TPing bottom. Because like you said, Skem is... This Ursa Enigma matchup is not fun for Ursa. This is a very tough matchup.
Yeah, this is one of those pain lanes, except for the only saving grace, the fact that he's got IO. So just the constant heals are keeping him in somewhat fighting shape, and kind of even with the Lifestealer, 20 and 3 compared to 23 and 2 on the Lifestealer. So
yeah, Skim's not too sad. He doesn't feel great, but his game is fine, and ultimately his job is to force the early Roches. Force the early Roche, probably put this Aegis on the Lesh, and he carries the early mid game, right? You're still playing IO Leshrac here, so it's all about him for the first 30 minutes. You can test a rune, but this is a lot of damage, son.
Oh, Cox pushed back beautifully by Yoei. That was the perfect blinding light right there.
That's just a greedy rune contest. Yeah, 8 iron price. Nice little kill for Yahweh. Good rotation from Breeze, and trying to get aggressive bottom as well. Heather slow.
Almost finishing up John well, but DD is going to maybe die first, as the body blocks are pretty good from Jokum, but eventually the Enigma does die to John Well, and he will be able to...
The Coddle Illusions.
God, it's close. The Coddle Illusions, they're not attacking. They might have been able to finish him off. He actually goes back to try and help out Skem. Will die in the process of the avalanche that I don't think was even aimed at him. Bounds up there in the top lane, misses the bomb. The Phase boots on Lifestealer makes it pretty hard to land that now.
Pretty good swing of events here, bottom for Skem, but that mid lane kill is huge. Anytime you can slow down Leshrac, you're going to be really happy about it, because at some point this Lesh DK push is coming. And it's coming soon. Unless your Coddle's super strong. Here's that early bots rotation bottom from Yahweh. Trying to heat things
I was
up.
going to try and help him out. Skem looks like just that little bit of an Earth Shock hop got him far enough away.
You can push this though. You have catapult wave.
Yeah. Nobody from Geek Slate is really rotating over. They're too busy trying to clear through their stacks right now, so...
Yeah, Cox is just trying to accelerate. I mean, their tower defense is pretty non-existent. So you just kind of have to trade here for Geek Slate, try and play through the Lesh, force the issue of your own. Early bot's going to pay off here for Yoei, and puts it to decent use, easy objective.
It's a big difference between this Ursa and Lifestealer, right? Like, Lifestealer, you know, hate him as much as you want, but he is a lane winner, and he's one of those heroes that can just kind of like camp out in a successful lane and be very hard to pressure, so.
Yeah, he's pretty annoying up here, and maybe Geek Slate feel like they can't kick him out until DK ult, which Force is still a level off. Pretty slow up here. He's a full level behind In Your Dream.
As far as gets sandwiched in the river. Back over to Skem, though. Skem is just going to fight it back against Jokum, see if he can get the kill before he dies and he gets the final swipe in. Should die to Yoei, though, and yeah, sure enough, it's blasted down pretty easily.
Well, at least Skem got something out of that, but he is definitely having the roughest game of everybody. Not a lot of places to go right now. And DB is just going Midas, and I agree with this. This is not a utility Enigma game. You did not pick this hero for some Greaves early Roshan that you don't have, and the fighting that you don't have. You picked the Enigma here for Black Hole, so you got to get to BKB refresher territories. You can Black Holes. There's a Black Hole this Leshrac. Have someone else cancel the reload save. I agree with the itemization here from DB once again, and nice little smoke farm going on.
Blasted top. The toss misses, but it looks like it doesn't really matter. Force is still going to get run down. These rotations from Yoe's Keeper of the Light have been super successful so far. He's got Boots of Travel, Earn, and very rapidly working towards an early Spirit Vessel, which is a really nice pickup against Dragonite, Io, and the Bloodstone Leshrac.
This is kind of some old school mid coddle. We haven't seen it do this well in a long time. He's still getting out farmed by this Lesh just based off the stacks, which is crazy. Because he's had a really good game, but you can only ask for so much. And I thought they'd have a little lack of playmaking. He always made it work.
4-man Avalanche. That's pretty nice, but won't ultimately save him. Gotta be careful of that triangle area because you know that Leshrac is going to be farming stacks and always be around that area.
It's just a greedy poke. I mean, where else are they going to be on the map right now?
Yeah.
BB has all the space in the world. This Lifestealer sitting top. They're not going to make an aggressive jungle move. Fight for the rune, and it's illusion again. Cox has not been too pleased with his runes this game. Needs to turn on that
Yoe is
rune
going to
back.
beat him to the illusion rune at bottom, so.
They're looking at Skem again. They just don't want to give this Ursa any space.
Blasted back. Takes a lot of damage. Immediately pops the Enrage to get rid of the burn charge that was placed on him there.
They're just trying to keep the map as contained as possible, so Skem's game is as slow as possible, which means these Roshans to accelerate the Shrek will be as slow as possible. That's a lot of slow. And it's
That is a lot of slow.
You get stuck. And
Stuck
Midas is not slow. Midas is going to pick up here for DB as he has it flying out right now. So this Enigma's having a pretty good game all of a sudden. He got a lot of space in the last few minutes, where Skem is busy killing skeletons with a Void Stone.
Yeah, yeah, this is going to be a very delayed Battle Fury at this rate.
Middle tower is under attack.
Well, it looks like Geek Slate are relatively content to... Well, maybe content is the wrong word, but maybe they just don't have another option. They're going to play for Cox to finish up his Bloodstone before they make a move, it looks like.
He's getting there fast. I mean, they gave him everything this game. So many triangle stacks for this Leshrac. So Cox is going to have to pay it back here. But it puts a lot of weight on this Leshrac's shoulders to basically just solo carry the game for the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, you combine that with a mech that the IO is going to get, and this power spike, this duo could be... I mean, it's just one of those duos that you get this Bloodstone early enough, and you could just kind of 2 versus 5, depending on how much burst damage the enemy team has. And I don't really think Army Geniuses has that much, right?
Not really. It's basically Black Hole. Like, that's what's going to kill these big tethered core in the fight. Outside of that, it's just not there. There's not even really physical armor abuse, which is normally one way you can deal with the Lesh, like these SF Drow type lineups, because he doesn't get the armor till way later. They don't even have that. Especially with In Your Dream going Radiance on this Lifestealer. I don't know how much I like the Radiance on Lifestealer's game. He might just die.
Oh, stunned to silence, but Narman misses the mine. That might have been enough to finish up In Your Dream, and as a result, Narman is going to get run down as the counter rotations from Army Geniuses come into play.
Techie's struggling again. No surprise.
What? He's struggling. He did win the game.
I don't think he did anything in that game. I'm gonna be honest. I do not think he did anything in that game one.
Well, he tried. He tried.
That's what counts, I guess. Well, Cox is going to try and carry Techies to another victory.
Dire's middle tower is
12-minute
under
Bloodstone. Already got a kill with it. We're going to try and push the tempo. Quick smoke here.
Oh, but the Spirit Vessel is already up for Yoe. Sorry, I got a little too excited.
Yeah, calm down.
Stumbled over my words there.
I know there's a Techies in the game, but control yourself.
Oh, let's see if he can get the initiation here. They smoked up, and if they can just root out this Lifestealer, they could take this tower.
No, they don't care. They're just going to take it brute force.
I mean, they're going to try and force it, but that seems a little risky. Army Geniuses, I think they're more than willing to fight this.
Yes, the vessel charges on the cuddle allow them to be able to take these fights.
Yeah.
Especially while their true carry, Enigma's just farming. You know, Lifestealer's not the carry this game. I mean, In Your Dream is going to farm some items, but he's not really going to 1v5. It's going to be DB with the black holes. So they're
what do you think of this Radiance build as opposed to like a normal like Armlet Deso type deal?
I want to see Cox get
in some trouble, but they were just baiting him out the entire time. He put himself in the river, but they hid the fact that Force had picked up a Blink Dagger. They get the initiation onto the Keeper of the Light as a result, and they can immediately go and start taking away this mid tower.
Haste Rune on top of it, the best rune for the Celeste right now.
Dire's middle
He's an
tower.
absolute menace. Haste equals double haste here.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And yeah, you lose the coddle, you cannot fight. Vessel's way too important. His damage in the fight is way too important. His outspam's way too important. It kind of is the glue for all of this early magic damage. Even the Solar Bind, pretty valuable here when you're looking at gyro tiny supports. And I was mentioning this Radiance on Lifestealer. I don't really like it this game. I just don't think it's the type of role you want this Lifestealer playing. So I don't think the long fights are ever beneficial to you in this game. I think you want the fight to be Lesh or Ursa get black hold, you kill them, and then you take the 5 off.
Oh, the relocate into the silence is a cool play, but he missed the silence. He didn't do it fast enough. That was a guaranteed kill on the carry, but Narman a little bit slow on using that blast off.
Or maybe blast off's just a little bit slow of a spell.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's just too fun.
Narman's really disappointing me, man.
Not living up to your ex-techies. No, I'm not even gonna try.
Yeah, where's Zayat's at? Where's Zayat's?
I mean, there's a reason he doesn't play that hero too much either.
Yeah. Army Geniuses off the TP out from the Lifestealer. They say, screw top lane. We'll just take mid. And they're going to take it for free. No contest from Geek Slate.
I think Skem has his full battle fear coming out. So he kind of recovered in this window. The pressure, again, the mid-game playmaking is just not really there for this AG lineup. It's kind of hard to stop him getting there eventually. And now he's just gonna start to outscale your Lifestealer. Like his Radiance build does not really do much for Ursa because he doesn't care about evasion. He just keeps hitting you. That's another failed go here for the Narman techies.
Yeah, it's happening a lot now.
I'm telling you, this hero is really hard to execute. I mean, I don't know if he should be going that bad, but it will get Roche off it.
It will.
Benefit of the Ursa, and that Aegis goes to Lesh. So this is your 15 to 20 minute window where ain't nobody touching this guy. Black hole or not, you can't black hole him twice.
That is true. It's going to be a long time before DB could get that kind of firepower. But he is already working on that BKB, and they are starting to go on Skem. He immediately pops the Enrage to get rid of the Malthus.
I'm surprised you didn't
Blink Dagger from Jokum, though, is here. So Skem's got to get out.
Yeah, I mean, DB has a blink already. You could have just hold him there, but maybe worried about where this IOS is. Still, you're not going to get many opportunities to use this black hole because, of course, you can't really black hole the Shrek right now. Aegis too good. And now he's running.
I mean, Bloodstone is too good, too.
Yeah, he probably just lives through it.
Oh, nice toss together. Gunwell is going to take a lot of damage and probably just get bursted down. Yep, there goes the blast from Yoei. But Yoei is going to be slowed down. They manage to hit him with the stun. Force can follow it up with another Dragon Tail. They try and toss the left away.
Saves him.
Nice 2-man hole. And now the black hole onto 2. Oh, DB again. Immediately comes back out of the infest. Lays into Cox. What a hit from DB. Now they do. Oh, choke him. Managed to get tossed back onto Skem. While the Leshreik is still reviving. Look at Skem die. Holy crap. And this Bloodstone is going to have to do some heavy lifting, but the Spirit Vessel, it's doing even more lifting as Yoei completely counters the mid Leshreik. That is a team wipe +1.
Oh my god, the team fight from this team is just sick sometimes. Like,
Radiant's
They
bottom tower
get
is
the
under
they get the lifestealer on the IO. They take him out of the fight first. The Enigma kites around the bottom left side, abusing the high ground ward. That was honestly probably MVP that fight. That's a tough go from Geek Slate when they don't have blink on Lesh or anything. They're just fighting in division. DB gets to kill techies on the side, so both supports taken out for Geek Slate, and then you just kite out the rest of the heroes. Infest save on Coddle, perfect timing. Man, you cannot ask for any better execution. That is a tough fight. That is a really tough fight to win that convincingly.
I'll watch that one again. I thought for sure this Coddle was going to die, but the Infest and the Black Hole comboed up together at just perfect times. Again, that Spirit Vessel just ruins Cox. He dies here with the Aegis. The second time he comes back with a Bloodstone, he can't do much there either. All because of the Spirit Vessel.
I like how they stopped that as Skem got thrown in. Like, we don't need to see the rest of that. That's okay.
Yeah.
We know what happens.
Skem's having a bad enough game. We don't need to rub it in.
Yeah, that was a huge fight for AG. Because now you got rid of this Aegis window. They got nothing out of that. Absolutely nothing. And now that next fight, you're going to probably have BKB on Enigma. There is no BKB ult cancel in this game. That is the power of this last pick.
Yeah,
you can reload save it, but the reload save is pretty hard, right? There's a lot of other interrupts and stuns, and Blinding Light might even break you or something.
Oh, okay.
Yep, that is techies.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mamma mia.
I think like I'm slowly convincing you of this hero's worthlessness.
I mean, I feel like Narman's doing more convincing than you are, but
no, it's just how the hero spells. Like, you have time to react to his jump. Just not a good stun.
But that was the point of them having Dragon Knight, right? They have a blink stun.
I mean, you can react to Dragon Tail too if you.
He's not supposed to be initiating in the first place. And they have, dude. This shard is broken. Homing missile shard is insanely.
It is really good. It's really good with Solar Bind too. You get
that's a good point.
And you like can't run away. It's pretty obnoxious. But yeah, this is the gyro. This is the 5 gyros peak right here. His one spell build is online. Now he gets to just frontline and build some utility. Man, AG just outplaying Geek Slate. Making it work. Now they have a halberd on this lifestealer. He has a lot of evasion.
Yeah, that like window where the enemy carry has radiance but not the second item. You know, that sometimes can be a scary time where, you know, that hero can still be bursted down. Right initiation, but instead now he's got the halberd like you're talking about, and building into I don't know what, because he has a second halberd queued up.
Could be a second halberd.
It could be.
He's got 2 hands.
That how broken would Dota be if you could buy multiple activatable items the same kind?
Quad Hex. Your whole team is a
quad
sheep.
Hex.
I mean,
I remember, did you know back in Dota 1 there was a limit on items? You could only buy like 2 necro books on a team because it was considered broken to have like 5 necro books on one team.
I mean, it was broken to have 1 necro book.
That's well, apparently Valve agreed. They decided to get rid of the necro book entirely.
I mean, double items they just don't work in Dota. It's too broken, unless they're bracers. Then you're allowed 6 of them. I think Geek Slate have to go away here.
Army geniuses are going to force another fight. They have Black Hole up with the BKB.
They also have this Infest Tiny jump, which is kind of nasty. Tiny's one of the best Infest initiators because of his super high armor and HP. He's 3,000 HP with 20 armor right now. Like, you don't have to pop out instantly. You can just kind of bait out some spells and take the fight afterwards.
Oh, they're going to smoke over to Scam, but at the same time, Army G, they're going to smoke into him, and they're going to be able to get the initiation onto Lashrak first. Cox? Okay, they don't want to go for Cox. John Well is going to keep his distance from this lifestealer.
Yeah, the Enigma was far.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under
He wasn't in the smokes, though. DB was kind of meandering around, pushing in mid and stuff.
Maybe you have an option to toss him in there, but I think they saw you at BKB, and it's like, all right, nah, we're not taking that if Enigma's not there. You is just too far. And again, the damage is Black Hole this game. The damage is not Lifestealer. Lifestealer's not going to kill Cox here. His job is to kill IO, maybe one other support. Buy time for the Black Hole to come in. So jumping Leshrac, not your ally in this game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gonna trade up tier 2 for tier 1 tower. That's how you really know who's controlling the game currently. Army Geniuses get the better of that exchange.
This Lesh not had a lot of momentum in this game. You're still very farming, but you're not using it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top
And
tower
your
is
force DK is not a force. He is just not a factor this game. He's a stun and that's it. There's no scale here. There's no continuation of item progression. So you're going to be down a core. And that's a big factor versus a lineup that can black hole one of your other two. Traditionally versus these big black hole all-in lineups, you want a lot of cores to be high damage threats because then it makes DB's life hard in choosing who he wants. Well,
I'll take that.
this game's kind of making it easy. You just black holes Ursa or the Lesh. You're probably happy with either as long as you can stop the revo save.
Scam is so close to a BKB.
Radiant's
He's
top
going to show
tower
himself
is
on
under
one more
attack.
wave, clear it out, blink back, and probably TP away. Jokum. Oh, he already used the why he popped out of the infest? Why?
Not
Why
like
did
this.
you do it in your dream? And meanwhile, the gyrocopter might get picked off or not. Two-man
just
black
bait him.
hole easily set up. Now forced. Yeah, he's dead. Couldn't even kill the gyrocopter.
I'm not gonna say it. I'm not even gonna say I'm not gonna say it. I mean, we know why they couldn't. I'm not gonna say it.
Go for my master.
All right, BKB's almost done for Scam. He's almost got that going for him.
He needs a couple more items, though, I think.
Yeah, he needs full out Basher. Maybe he needs Abyssal Blade just to have a chance to kill the Enigma.
I think he can carry this game if they get next Roche and you stop Enigma getting to super late game double black hole timing. Like, this is still a really good Ursa game if he gets to the items, but he has to get to... He kind of needs Abyssal and MKB, and then he's really scary.
Yeah.
Because then he will just shred the Lifestealer. He'll bash Abyssal through the rage. You don't really have a counterplay here. It's a guaranteed jump. But that's
Okay,
two items.
BKB in time for second Roshan. Like, if
big.
Geek Slate are going to turn this game around, it's got to be through this fight right here.
Yeah, this is a huge fight. And you don't have Black Hole for it. Maybe you felt good about Black Holing those two before, but you don't feel good about it right now because you're paying the bigger price.
Ooh, good Eidolon sitting in the pit, gets a decent amount of vision. Jokum's gonna get
Good
caught
jump.
though, trying to get the ward control. A two-man stun in the back from Norman, but what a toss together. Looks like Jokum is gonna be able to put them together, but not quite enough to be able to finish up Scam. John Well, though, who had to bail out Scam, does end up falling. BKB goes down from BB. Cox unable to land that stun. IO relocate coming back in a
Gotta try
play.
and turn.
Immediately gonna be stunned up. Spirit Vessel on him. He needs
Almost
help.
gone
He's just
again.
gonna die again. Cox is unable to do enough damage to finish off these cores. He'll run down Jokum. That's no problem. So that's going to be a dieback for him. PP out. Malphus not there in time from DB. So Geek Slate, will you lose another engagement here? In fact, Scam almost getting caught up to by In Your Dream. Army Geniuses, looks like the second Roshan is going to be theirs as well.
Man, that's a fight without Black Hole. And your Initiator got jumped on the Tiny, just dead. He does get tossed and Ava off on the two, and I mean, Force not having BKB really hurts him there because he just melts. Your Techies gets pretty much nothing done. Yeah, you lose Roche without Black Hole. That is not a good sign if you're a Geek Slate fan. AC
Also
done
the-
for In Your Dream now.
The Ursa did not, couldn't, I guess, fight. Like, he just ran away from the Lifestealer, you know?
Yeah, which I feel like you have to kind of just fight him there. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so too.
Maybe it doesn't work out, but you're not going to win the fight if you don't fight that, and then you're just giving up Roche. Because then either they win the fight or Black Hole comes back up. I mean, that's your window, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you just try and man fight Worlds.
I mean, maybe he only wants to take that fight if he has Basher. I'm not sure if he was halberded during that time or what, but
He will get halberd. It's also a dire outpost fight where Yokum bought back, so maybe the call was, hey, tiny bot, let's get out.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
It's just tough. There's no easy calls in this game.
Dude, that noise is so weird.
Yo, what the hell is that, dude? It's like a
spooky spirits.
ghost.
Nice pickoff.
It's a poltergeist in this game.
Dire structures are fortified.
Well, that's a big
Alright.
kill.
Tower is
Well,
under
Army Geniuses are still going to go high ground
is under attack.
without their tiny. They do have the Aegis, but this is a bold move for sure. And they're just going to force some heroes back. Okay, now they're going to back up.
Benefit of Rage Lifesteal this game. Can't jump him. He's never going to die, and you don't have the BKB pierce.
Look at Force. He's setting up. He wants to play around this ward and maybe get some sort of blink stun into relocate follow-up. Which a kill on Yoe would be really good for that.
Yeah, I mean, they're paying it out, though. They know this trap has been set. Keep in mind, Yoe did go this Hex, and this Hex is super powerful on Coddle with the increased cast range. That's a guaranteed proc in these fights if you don't early
Radiant's
BKB.
top tower is under attack.
Makes Skem's life harder. He does have the Basher now.
Okay.
It's kind of like a third of the puzzle here between that, Abyssal, and MKB.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, he's still kind of farmed. That's the weird part. Like, his net worth is not terrible in this game. It's just Force has been removed from the equation, and he can't latch people that easily. They don't have any stuns between their support duo. So if the cores are not overwhelmingly stronger, Io can't just man up with them and run in. He's just dying.
Yeah, half the net worth difference that Army Geniuses have comes from the difference between our Dragonite and the Enigma.
What have we here?
Nobody gonna be found. Geek Slate gonna just hang out while Narman gets picked off.
Double Glimmer as well. Pretty interesting here. Like, maybe you get this Glimmer off on a Lesh or Ursa. You're probably trying to Glimmer yourself, but I don't think it necessarily changes the equation either. If your core just gets Black Hold or something. I'm not sure what would, though, unless you get to Wind Waker.
Yeah, Wind Waker or
Dire's
E-Blade.
top tower is
I
under
mean-
attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a tough puzzle.
Geniuses. High ground again. Lifestealer just chopping away at these tier 3s. A minute and a half left on Aegis, so this is probably go time.
Radiant's bottom tower
Even as
Probably
Elegant
time to
Tunic.
keep going.
Radiant's
He has
bottom
43%
tower is under
evasion.
attack.
Plus Coddle heals, plus a Blinding Light. If you don't
Look
win
at
the
this
fight,
long wraparound.
oh, this is nice. This is super nice. You want to find
See if they
Enigma.
can get the right kind of initiation. Let's see if they can find the Enigma first. The Enigma hidden in the trees.
Does he
Smoke's
know?
gonna pop.
Can't find him.
They see him. Oh, they see him. They got the sight device on him first, and they got the initiation on the tech. He's the straight up black hole. One man black hole, no problem. Really nicely positioned. DB hidden behind the trees. He could have just been sitting in the back, but he knew the only way we lose this fight is if they initiate on me first. Oh, nice toss back.
That's so
Catches Force, a
impressive.
3-man avalanche too. They bought back on the techies, but Force is already dead, and now Skim's gonna buy back as well. They desperately need to be able to punish this
Stun
Lifestealer.
silence.
25 seconds left on the Aegis though.
toss
and a
save.
4-staff toss back. Beautifully placed by Joker. That was sick.
Now you're just out of mana on Lesh here. And they're going to
Yeah,
turn.
he wants to keep going. He's got a BKB. Glimmer Cape helps him out there. Let's see if they can catch up. Okay, Skim.
Another
Once again,
toss.
the toss back saves you away. Oh my God, Yokum, you gotta stop this.
The tiny
You're just
airline.
killing Geek Slate. Avalanche
power.
stopping the Dragonite initiation too. They're just gonna get Varis of a 5-position gyrocopter. That's not good enough.
Kim gets tossed in. Gets
Oh my
hexed.
God, Force is dead again. Tossed in with the Hex. Yokum Gotta be careful though. Okay, nice. Got the stun onto Yoe, but they actually just are not focusing one hero down at a time. Lifestealer Fox got to be able to
so
keep up. Now the pizza travel. There's still just Invis room. Oh no, he doesn't have the mana to stop him, but he'll just keep vision on him, and that is it. That's a dieback right there. I wouldn't be surprised if Geek Slate could call it.
Absolute despair of a fight for this bear, man. The toss save after toss save after. Okay, I'll kill the tosser into Invis rune. A slap in the face.
Is under attack.
The execution from this AG team is godly sometimes. It's so impressive.
Seriously.
They just win games on it. I'm not even sure if their drafts are better. Their drafts are fine. It's just, my point is, I feel like they could have anything and they might just outplay you. It's scary.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle
Team
barracks
is
has
good, and they're going to take full out Megas, Geek Slate. I mean, it's their opening series. They really do not want to give this one up, but they may just have to here. Exhale stun. There's the black hole,
it's
the
over.
3-man black hole. Tap out. It's all over.
Just show the mercy. Throw the towel. Just stop giving this man highlights. It's too much for one day. Dear God.
Ooh.
This DB guy is an absolute beast. It's actually insane. I don't remember the last time I've been so convincingly impressed by a player. Like, in every aspect. The itemization, the laning, the confidence in his heroes, the way he plays the fights, the positioning, the small things of how he positions in fights. Like that fight where they went up the high ground in the ward, he knows his targets. He skirts bottom. He goes to the left side. He finds a random techies. He kind of hides in fog. Small things like this are just super top tier. Really impressive. This guy, you sure this guy's not an offlane player? Are we sure about that? I don't know. I feel like he's a
What was he
Smurf
doing
person.
playing carry in the first place?
Yeah, is this Seb is this like 3 Sebs in a trench coat, or what's going on? You know. But another great series, another comeback series as well, right? They dropped game 1 and managed to come back, like pose up a pretty good fight. This team is a team to watch out for. They might be going to Berlin at this rate.
Yeah, seriously. They've only lost to Talon, and they put up, I would say, a pretty okay fight. Even though they got 2-0, they still put up a fight against Talon. So their first week, going series-wise in total, 2-1. Really good start for them, especially being able to take down Geek Slate. Again, there's only 3 slots to Southeast Asia. It means you got to be knocking somebody down the pedestal, and they've already knocked down Geek Slate. Can't really wait to see when they face up against like Execration. I'm actually looking at the schedule right now. That's later in the week. But enough of that. We've got the panel waiting on standby to be able to talk about the rest of this series before we hop into the next series.
Geek Slate have met their geek fate and lost to the Army Geniuses. Winter, your dinner is safe. I bet you're the happiest one here.
So am I getting her dinner? A bonus dinner?
Bonus dinner, yeah, sure, why not? Let's break the game down. How did you guys think it went?
I think like it's just really...
Why Scam cannot carry the game? Why?
I think you can't play Asada. It's a little bit like not working around for the last draft. Like you already have DK, like you need someone to go in and start the fight, or you just need to do damage. If like, let's say the Lash can't do damage because he's getting, like locked down. Which he will because he has to go in front to do damage.
Yeah, or you just need a better support, instead of techies. An actual position for you. I feel like they don't really, if they want to pick techies, right, this is not like a techies draft, Like you pick this support hero, the draft has to be tailored around it. You can't just pick techies for the sake, I need a position 4 hero, I'm picking techies, so the rest of the draft, whatever, I'm just going to pick what I want to pick, I don't think you can actually do that when you have a techies draft.
Yeah, I feel like maybe, let's say, okay, if you have DK, if you have Ursa, and then you want techies, you can't have like the Lash and IO. Like the Lash and IO thing.
Too much disconnect.
Yeah, you want your team to be able to just go in for you.
There's too many things to play around. When you're techies, right, you want to play your team to play around you.
Yep.
But when you have IO and Lash, right, the team also wants to play around IO and Lash.
Yeah.
So where is the point that the team is going to play around? And then on top of that, they lost the lanes. The Ursa and DK, they had a bad start. So they were not even that rich to begin with. And you're playing against a lineup which has BKB Black Hole, and you have nothing to cancel it until you have Abyssal Blade. on Ursa, but then you also have to pray to Lady Luck to allow you to cancel that black hole with a Abyssal Blade.
So Gyro is the lesser of two evils against the techie.
Yes. These two teams, they are pretty, I would say, like very unusual, useless support heroes, which they make it work in some of their games, but in general, they are always going to have their weaknesses if a game gets to a stage where both teams are very, very good and very close games. The difference between the supports are definitely going to be noticeable. If one hero just doesn't offer the team as much as the other.
Right. I did feel like it was a really nice lifestealer pick this game too, though. He seemed to just have a chill time the entire game.
Yeah, maybe the laning is a little bit tough because it's like stun and then into burst and silence, right? But like overall, I think they don't really have like, the necessary heroes to kill this lifestealer.
Yeah, nothing that goes through the rage.
Yeah.
So he's just farming everywhere. He's farming in front of your tower. For what? You can't kill him.
And it's not just that you can't kill the lifestealer, like they have tiny, so like the lifestealer can, like also contribute into earlier team fights if they want to do the infesting.
Here's our match MVP. It's Yoe on the Coddle. You definitely felt his impact this game. He was everywhere.
But it was also kind of easy for him though.
It's a
That's
Coddle.
true.
You get past the laning phase. I think it would be a good idea to pick players that are weak in the laning phase, heroes that don't play the laning phase. Because Coddle is exactly a hero that doesn't really play the laning phase. He just pushes the wave, jungle and everything. He bypasses everything. But on the other hand, after the laning phase, he was absolutely amazing. He made all the right moves, he ran around. I felt like he actually made a couple of really important rotations to help the lifestealer, because he was at a point where it was kind of uncomfortable for the lifestealer to lane against the Dragon Knight, but because of that one rotation, he killed the DK, and then the laning phase got so much easier for In Your Dream.
Army geniuses are playing really amazingly. Like what Cap said, that they're looking like a contender to go to the major.
I told you. You're like, I'm smoking.
You.
I'm like, you're telling me I'm smoking some cocaine. I'm like, oh.
Way. But yeah, I mean, they're really looking good. I always thought, like, I feel like I say this every time, like, I'm hosting an Army Geniuses game, that they always look like one of the stronger teams out of Division 2, but now they've come to Division 1 and they really made their mark, it feels.
Yeah, I feel like there's no doubt anymore. They are at least a top 3, top 4 team in Division 1. It's all about whether they can actually make that extra step to get to Berlin. That's going to be the next question for them.
Whether you think they can?
Yeah, I feel like if they can keep the momentum going, and because sometimes it's hard, you have a very good first week and then the pressure gets to you, then you suck ass the second week, and then bye-bye.
Oh man. But on the other hand, on the other side of the spectrum is Geek Slate, who, I don't know, I was a huge Geek Slate believer. I was a huge Geek Slate fan, but after today's performance, it's looking a little rocky. I mean, it is their first series, so it may be too early to speak, but they didn't look like themselves.
I mean, like, yes, it's their first series, but then like they should already figure out what they want to do themselves, right? Like, it doesn't matter who they play. Like, you have your 1 week like advantage, so
Yeah,
doesn't really show.
that is true. But we do have an interview ready with Army Genius's very own DB. Stunning gameplay. This guy. Hello, DB. How do you feel after your win?
Hello.
Feeling good?
Yeah,
DB,
yeah,
DB so mantap.
Cakep.
Yeah, so good. I want to ask, how do you feel after playing 3 games
I feel.
this week? Yeah, 3 series this week.
Oh, I feel so hard.
So hard.
Yeah, because the schedule is not good for us. Like
Yeah.
against Geek Farm and Talon, if I'm not wrong, is their first series,
Yeah.
and we almost like play 3 times I think this week.
Yeah, you played 3 series this week. But you guys did
Yeah, yeah.
great. You did well.
Lucky.
Nah, not lucky. You guys really did well. There's no luck in there. There's no luck in there.
Yeah, I think there is a luck, but maybe they did it.
Yeah, I feel like the team is just in a very like good zone right now. Like, you guys just seem very comfortable playing with each other. But I want to ask, like, is it what has this team found in TA? Like, because if you ask other teams, right, they wouldn't like pick TA in the first place. They will pick TA to react, but they will not do it in the first place. But you are the only team that I see feels so comfortable with TA. Like, what is it?
Can I say it? I think can lah. I think because at the first, Yowie playing a good TA, And the second one is like I think we learn a lot from Talon.
Oh.
And
Our master is Talon.
yeah, Talon is your master. I heard your master is also Jokem. Last series,
Yeah.
in the interview, he told us that, oh, you're a new offlane player, so he needs to tell you how to play the laning phase, you know? Is that true?
Yeah,
is
yeah.
Is that actually true? Because I don't think you look like a player that already just played offlane for 3 months or 4 months.
Yeah, it's true because like in the laning, like even every last hit he keep watching my hero. You know? If I miss one, like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? Or something like that.
Oh my gosh.
Like, yeah, I mean, but it's for my good, like for me to improve, so it's fine.
I really like your
sometimes too
towel. Is that a towel or
this
is it a
one?
blanket? Is it a blanket? Is it like,
Yeah, something like that.
does it have
I buy it
sleeves?
at Miniso.
Miniso? Oh, I love Miniso. Oh. You guys,
Cheap only, cheap.
cheap.
You need to buy a nicer one because you're carrying the team so hard, right?
Oh,
You need to
thank you.
Yeah, you need to tell them to buy it for you.
Some heroes
My
don't wear
shoulder
capes.
so heavy. Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't have any more questions. You guys.
I think I'm fine because the questions I want to ask like might reveal a lot of their strats. So
Right.
well, just
Yeah.
keep it at that.
So tell me something. Before you go, tell me something. Your expectations for the team so far. You know, what do you think? How do you think you guys are gonna do this season? You know, after such a good start.
To be honest, for me, I think. I mean, for other, of course, everyone want focus on the going major, like especially like people like me, like Baris, never go there. So
Oh.
hope we'll be there in the season.
His gyrocopter gonna fly you to the major.
This gyrocopter is like every second spell flying, he just shouting like do 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 do.
Oh my god. Well,
But I think
mean,
it's good.
that's all from us. Thank you so much, DV, for this interview, and congratulations again on your win. This is your
thank you very
biggest
much,
supporter
thank you.
right here, Winter.
Yeah, this guy.
Yeah.
My God.
Bet his dinner on your.
Yeah. Yeah, we will go outside now.
All right. Thank you
Okay.
so much, DV, and have a great
Okay,
rest of your
thank you.
day.
Goodbye.
Oh, I feel like every team just gets more happy and happy, you know? We do these interviews and everyone seems so much more joyous.
I mean, I guess we are only listening to the winners. So
True. That is true. But that is all for this series of AG versus Geek Slate. Next up, we have Talon versus Blacklist. So that is all from me today. You guys will have Tsunami on the next panel. So everyone, stick around for Series 2.
I am just mesmerized by all of these beverages that we're witnessing. The coffee, the tea, the whatever the third one was that looked kind of whitish. Welcome back, friends, to the Southeast Asian DPC Spring Tour. I am here to take you through our second series of the day, and I guess our second to last series of the entire week, as we are closing out week number 1, and we got Talon versus Blacklist Rivalry. I'm here, Winter's here, and Adam's here. Adam, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Welcome back yourself.
Thank you. It's about time someone extends that invitation to me as well. Winter, you were already here chilling.
So I'm supposed to be one. Welcome, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You were the veteran of this restaurant. Welcome. Welcome all of us.
Kopitiam.
Kopitiam, that's right. We are here in the Kopitiam. It's the same menu as before, the half-boiled egg, the kaya toast, the kopi, and the teh tarik. And we have a very, very smug guest here because, Winter, you've been feeling yourself. You've been hyping up Army Geniuses, and they have now 2 wins here in the DPC, taking down a major attendee. You must be feeling quite proud of yourself.
Yeah, I was putting my dinner on the line, against
You were.
Chucky.
The stakes are high. You may have even had a steak for dinner, who knows. But now we need to witness our other major attendee, Talon, going up against Blacklist Rivalry for our 8th series of the week. Blacklist Rivalry had their debut performance against SMG as the very, very first series of the entire tournament, and it was troubling, if I'm being honest, Adam. It was, we've seen a lot of growth from a lot of the teams over the course of Tour 1 and their time off between Tour 1, how they attended the major. Blacklist have, I won't say regressed, but they have not progressed, it seems.
I feel like in Tour 1, they always showed like a glimmer of hope in all their games. They always came back to one. They looked like they would pull through. There was always the hope that they would pull through. So far, what we've seen, at least it's just been one series. They don't look too hot. They look like every team around them improved and they didn't. Like you said, they didn't improve. And I think it's I don't know how they are now, but I think it's a blessing in disguise that they played Talon today, because I think they will lose to most teams today. But there's still time. So Talon, to me, in my head, is the number 1 seed. It's probably a low % chance of winning the series anyway. So they get this series out, they learn from it. They get to get this major meta in a bit, and it's a lot of space for them to improve.
It's time to see how they can adapt, especially having Ninja Boogie as their coach, which is the other change that they went through. Well, I guess the only change they went through.
Nature's Prophet, Terror Blade.
That's a first phase.
That's a terrible start.
Okay, it seems they have learned nothing since their series number 1 against SMG. Talon, on the other hand, continue their trend of their major meta. They had the Io Leshrac against, who did they play? Army Geniuses in game number 1 and game number 2. And no one is banning it against them.
Yeah, kind of weird, but I guess there are... Blacklist chose to leave heroes in the pool, right? Like this Naga ban better. I guess they planned for this Nature's Prophet TV, if you ask me.
It looks like it.
Like looking by the bans, but...
So
I guess
what they're actually thinking right now? So Terror Blade is good against Lash because later you have Skadi against the...
I think it's a natural Skadi buyer and just high physical damage, right? It's like if Flash runs into meta TB
Yeah, but doesn't it go both way? Like early, 20 minutes, Lash is just going to be stronger than you. He's going to take your map and then you're going to lose control of the map. You're speed pushing with your illusions to a point where you can actually fight him, which is probably going to be like around minute 25, minute 30.
I think it depends on the net worth of the heroes. If they're both same net worth throughout the game, I think the Lash can never fight the TB, even with the IO. And I think that's... We'll see if that's something that Blacklist will be able to deal with coming from their later picks, because they haven't picked their supports or the mid hero.
They have to use their second phase bans very well to protect the TV. So far they've banned Darkseer and Primal. Those 2 are the heroes that comes to my mind when you're talking about Terrorblade. The Void is sort of like... maybe I didn't expect that ban so much, but I can understand it because of the core-to-core matchup where the Void eventually just can kill you through the chrono. But I don't feel like that's the part of the game where I would worry about the most against the IO Lash.
Yeah, this is the most important part of the draft, right? It's like, what's the Kral hero that's gonna slow down this Lash?
Agna? I don't know.
No, no.
Nah.
So against Lash, okay, if you want to win the lane against Lash, what's the hero that you want to go to? Like you want
I
to...
mean, I feel if I see Lash IO, I would want like some Kunkka A or like
Kunkka.
Like I don't even hate the coddle that we saw.
Yeah,
earlier with
Kunkka
the
A
vessel.
sounds good. X-Mark into the Ice Blast.
Lane's fine. I mean, some Crosswax Invoker that buys Vessel is not too bad. Just something to match pace early on into the game.
Yeah, Crosswax Invoker is actually pretty nice.
The
Do you
new
go?
meteor hammer?
Do you go? Yeah, I was gonna ask. Do you go?
I think the hammer is nice. I don't think you always go hammer, but I think it helps you scale as a Crosswax.
In the Entity Enigma series that I watched in Western Europe, Stormstormer played Invoker all 3 games, and he rushed Crosswex Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, and third game he played Exor. I
Third
think,
game he played
Oh,
Exort.
he just didn't buy Urn or Vessel, so he just ran.
For the Exort game, he did buy Urn. For the Crosswex games, he bought Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, he just Ring of Health, first
Yeah.
item. Like triple branch tango Ring of Health.
And he took Leshrek's tower first.
Yeah, that was
Which
fun.
was
That was
wild.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
crazy.
yeah.
That was a Sumail Lash too.
Yeah,
That sounds like a good plan. That actually sounds legit.
yeah, I was
Nice
impressed.
with their heroes as well.
Yeah. So they go Rubik here, just pretty standard.
Yeah, against
hero.
Lash Tiny, it's always
Useful,
nice, right?
just useful hero. I mean, the hero didn't get nerfed enough though. I feel like the nerf is...
And Rubik's one of those heroes that he'll always have a place as long as there are heroes with good spells being picked. You know?
Yeah, but he was like picked so much because he was allowed to save heroes with the lift.
I think that was a
Still does.
bonus. Yeah.
He just doesn't have the reduced cooldown.
To be fair,
He
also,
should have reduced cast range when he's doing that.
Agreed.
we also see a lot more pos 4 over pos 5 Rubik's now. I think before you play 5, you buy Mag, you buy Shard, you're kind of cheating your way into the game. I would think this is a mid coddle.
Yeah, but Carl has
Vessel.
not played it. He didn't even play it Tour 1. So maybe this is them expanding their repertoire.
So in the last series as well, like the Army Geniuses picked the Counter against the Lash. So basically the idea is like you are basically a hero that would counteract the pressure that Lash is going to be putting on your team with all the towers going down early. But with Counter, that's probably not going to happen. And later on, you're going to have the Vessel plus the Solar Bind on him.
Okay. I like the logic. The only thing is that whenever Io Lash starts roaming around in your jungle, who's protecting this Terrorblade?
Yeah, and you have a Slug running around with Relocate. That's
Yeah.
actually so scary.
That's true. I think in the AG draft, the difference was they drafted heroes to stand in the lane, like the Lifestealer. But this TB is going to jungle this Furen. I feel like they're going to move the Furen or the Coddle to a support role. Otherwise, the draft looks really weird to me.
Yeah, I actually feel like we'll probably just do Rubik, Counter, support duo, right? But then you'll also be pretty greedy itself.
I mean, I feel like Nature's Prophet, Terrorblade, it looks very awful.
Yeah, I know. But
Shaker
okay,
ban.
but the way I would save the draft, I think you just put Counter mid, and like for me, I would just leave it mid. Hope that he can actually delay the game. Just pick another like melee hero that can secure the Terrablade's lane. Hopefully that he can actually get past the lane and then don't die too much.
Chill with Slark, I feel. Some Disruptor kind of hero, maybe.
Yeah, Disruptor is actually quite nice. The hero is actually really strong. I'm surprised
with the glimpse.
nobody picked,
Like first
picked the
pick
hero.
in EU, right?
In Western
Pretty
Europe,
much,
it's very,
yeah.
well, Fishman on Entity in particular.
It's so broken. Actually, legit.
No one else runs it.
You learn glimpse. Okay, you go to the bounty runes right at the start. Like this is so annoying. You go to the rune and then you're walking back to base. You see the position for you just glimpse him one time, and then he walks over. Then you glimpse him again. What the fuck?
And it does damage.
And you want to squeeze. You want to break the monitor
Wait,
when
that
that happens.
sounds like he's had an experience with Disruptor.
My man TP'd to lane and immediately got glimpsed back, and he's channeling his anger.
Yeah, it's what 50 or 70 mana and
Yep.
20-second cooldown.
That's great. You're preaching to the choir, my friend. I'm surprised we don't see it in Southeast Asia.
I do like it with their draft. I think even as a post 4, it'd be pretty nice. It's decent against the Slark and the IO.
They are extremely squishy, though.
Oh, it's banned.
And it's
They are
bad.
squishy, but I feel like their draft is... There's nothing else that makes it less squishy.
I mean, they have to pick something to secure the lane. I feel like for the TV,
But
team?
Treant Protector?
I
You
don't.
see that.
I mean, I don't know how good that hero is right now.
Yeah, it kind of fell off. Clockwork?
Clockwork's decent,
Just pick a...
but yeah, A would serve a purpose against their heroes.
Bro, all these heroes are gonna die in
Yeah,
like two
but
pulses.
A is like
Yeah, that's true.
A is so good against their heroes, but it's so bad with their lineup.
Yeah. Why are we in a situation with
Because they fucking pick Nature's Prophet
I
and
know.
Terrorblade.
What a first phase, man. Why are we having to fix the first phase?
I think the first two is okay, but problem was the Coddle has no stuns.
Hey, there's
so if you
no-
pick like two no stuns and then three stuns.
The first two is not okay. Like it is not
It's a
okay.
post
Go
five-
tell that man,
post-
Winter.
post-
Tell
post
that man
five
on the
Fury.
screen right now.
Yeah, if he wins, then I can tell him, you know. If he wins and he comes to the interview, I'll ask him.
I guess you won't be seeing him.
Blacklist need to figure out what they're doing with this Coddle for their last pick.
All right, so it is a support. Is
Support
it Viper?
Coddle.
No, it's support Nature's Prophet, right? That's the idea.
Who the hell's mid?
No. it's-
Coddle mid, Viper offlane, support NP, I think.
No, the Viper support. I think
Viper
Viper is plus
support?
5.
Maybe.
I feel like Viper's plus 5. He's gonna secure the Terror base lane.
Can he secure against? Not. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Or maybe it's still like flexing this can still change.
What is Viper doing against Slark? Why did you last pick a Viper? I thought Slark was the issue.
Nether toxin, so he doesn't have stacks.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh no.
Can't run through the floor is lava.
So how's the lane? Let's say Viper's mid against Lash. How is that lane matchup? So you get corrosive ski.
Viper mid?
Yeah, let's say you put Viper mid and then.
I think it's okay, but Lash will just farm stack.
So
and
Lash
be back.
doesn't care, right, about that matchup.
No.
I think it's slightly Viper favor at like level 4-ish, but before that, Lash doesn't care too much, and then it's like a push the wave in and go farm kind of thing.
Okay,
Sure,
so,
it's slightly Viper favorite.
so for Talon, what is our Master Jabs gonna play? They need like some team fight hero, like some frontline hero.
Hunter.
Tide Hunter.
I mean, I feel like he can play anything that can push waves and wins his lane.
Tidehunter against Viper. is
Legion
legit.
Commander.
Darkseer? How about
I like
Darkseer?
LC. Darkseer's banned.
Oh, that's his band.
Wake up, win.
LC.
Wake up.
I like LC. I think it's a strong lane double save.
He played a fair amount of offlane Tusk.
He has a tiny in his lane though. He did something a bit stronger.
Yeah, that's true.
Jab should play the Slark.
Me.
Or
Or maybe he's the offlane type.
the Hoodwink.
What's going on?
So Tiny is the off lane.
It's the illusion
No?
counter.
No.
No, it's offlane Hoodwink.
Offlane Hoodwink.
You buy Gleipnir, you know,
Look
you're
at-
buffed. You so many illusions. To
Look at his mid laner laughing after that pick. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to carry this this heavy team again.
It's not going to be that hard. It's freaking Io Lesh, and I still don't know what Blacklist lineup does.
Terrorblade Coddle lane.
Yeah.
He can play whatever he wants.
Yeah, seriously.
I actually feel like he's gonna dumpster the lane.
Terribly Koto, so they're gonna be pushing out waves and pulling.
I don't know if you can pull.
so
Tiny's
fucking
just gonna
greedy.
stand there. Right?
So fucking greedy, man. Chakra, the Terrorblade, summon illusions.
That's true. Chakra Terrorblade, I do see find success pretty often.
Yeah, if you get past the lane first.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're Chakra Terrorblade with one Wraith Band, there's two Wraith Bands.
It's true, Wraith Bands. At least he'll have meta to run away with.
Alright, I like Talon draft much more until this Hoodwink pick.
Why? What's wrong with Hoodwink?
Too much memes.
I mean,
you know?
it just feels a bit like they could have picked something and won the game much easier.
Yeah.
Whereas Hoodwink was a
Yeah,
slightly
I agree.
higher difficulty.
Even if they win right now, it's just about them
The
being,
other four heroes.
it's about them being just a better team, you know?
Yes. And I don't think I saw Jabs play this hero at all during DPC Season 1. He didn't play it during the Major, so maybe this is him expanding his hero pool.
Every time they pick some fancy hero for Jabs, they actually lose the game.
I mean, I get why they do it.
You
It's
remember
their
that
draft,
Rubik
right?
game also?
I remember the Rubik game. I remember a lot of their games, their Slaughter game, a lot of the weird
Oh, the
heroes.
Slaughter game,
You
that's
can
right.
kill heroes with IO, right? So you have two-man pairing. So Hoodwink gives a lot of damage to
Yeah.
it.
All right. Well, I'm intrigued to see how Blacklist Rivalry's draft will go because they first phased a Nature's Prophet Terrorblade. Explain this to me, casters.
Explain that to us.
Yeah, explain it to us, Calf.
You're the analyst. What, you want to switch jobs?
I mean, look, if you can shove lanes forever and you have better late game, how can you lose?
That's a good point. Just kill all the creeps on the map and go to 60 minutes. That sounds like a pretty good game
Yeah.
plan to me.
Yeah, that's. I think that's literally it. Just shove all the waves in forever. Go to like 80 minutes where you have multiple late game Scotty right clickers and, in theory, better physical scale, and then you just slay them. Good luck.
So I googled it. The last time Jabs played Hoodwink was on Fnatic in 2021. He played 2 different games of Fnatic, one against TNC, the DPC, and then another one against Galaxy Racer Esports for the BTS, the Loot Bet Pro Series. He went 1-1. So
he's experienced.
Got a well, a little bit.
I mean,
he's got a chance to be able to break open that above 50% win rate, you know?
I like offlane hoodwink.
Okay, you said this was your jam when it got picked.
I love offlane hoodwink. It's so fun to play. That's it. I don't think it's necessarily good. I just think it's fun to play. It's really good versus Terrorblade. Basically, they wanted an offlaner with a stun, right? They wanted a low CD stun in their offlaner that can reliably land this game. And Hoodwink does provide that. It's one of the better ones, one of the harder to kill stunners in the game as well, versus Furion, a low lockdown lineup, right? Who's actually stunning and catching Hoodwink this game? It's pretty much nothing. At the same time, it's a stun that isn't that good for Rubik to steal. Some extra value there. And this hero is really good versus Terrorblade. Like, really good. It's super high magical burst, buys a Gleipnir, can deal with the wave pressure. I assume this is the build Jabs is going to go, but it is Jabs, so could be anything from Octarine first to Dagon, who knows?
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the added build because I agree it's very good versus TD, tons of magic burst damage. So do you focus on that magic burst or do you go the Maelstrom and, as you said, Gleipnir build, which is also good against TD and illusions?
I think you should always go Maelstrom on core Hoodwink.
Okay.
I think maybe the mid one is slightly different, but this hero just does not scale and doesn't farm fast without Maelstrom. And Maelstrom scales so well with the Acorn shot. You have like +2 bounces. You can get 2 shots at level 25. Your talents make Acorn really good. Maelstrom is the way to power it up. So I think it's the must-have item on this hero core-wise, but you know, you can just play him for like Kaya Boomerang type action too, just super high single target magic burst.
And this hero did get buffed up. When it came to that Acorn shot, the later levels got buffed up. It does 15 more damage at level 4, which is a significant amount when you consider the fact that it's bouncing so many times.
Yep, core Hoodwink got better.
Yep.
Telling you, this is a sleeper hero. I like the pick. The panel is just hating on it because they're not core Hoodwink spammers. But now
you are.
It's my time to shine. Everything that was wrong with techies shall be right about this pick.
I was about to say, hopefully it goes better for you than the techies series did for me.
Yeah, Jabs, please don't let me down.
I mean, the panel isn't wrong though. Every single time they pick something weird for Jabs, I do feel like they lose the game.
But this isn't weird. This is just unknown.
Just good.
It is just good.
Okay.
It's a little weird, but
well,
honestly,
you know what is really good is Carl's mid lane right now. He is dumpstering Mikoto. Just popped a mango to get him the hell out of the river.
I mean, I wouldn't say he's
chased him away from the water rune.
Mikoto's up in CS and deny. But this lane does get rough. What I was going to say is I feel like 80% of this game comes down to this mid lane, almost. Like, when you pick Viper, you cannot pick Viper mid and lose the lane or go even. You have to win the lane. You have to snowball, dumpster, make this Leshrac a non-entity. He does not exist. And then you have a good chance of just winning the game off that alone.
A non-entity.
Yes. He has to be.
It makes it sound like there's going to be some paranormal researchers showing up.
I mean, there might be. We heard him last game, so.
The ghost of the disco pony. What happened to him? He got vipered.
I mean, this is what should happen. You don't pick mid Viper to be like, oh, what's up, my chap? Here's a high five. You pick him to annihilate this piece of garbage into the nether realm. And you play through that.
Through nether toxin.
And meteor hammer, of course.
Right. All right, well, we'll see whether or not Carl's able to do that. I feel like actually there have been a fair number of C games that have just been, I felt, completely determined by the mid lane. A lot of the matches that we didn't cast, actually, there was a couple ones where like Bob was really popping off on like Ember Spirit and stuff. So it wouldn't surprise me that this game becomes determined through the mid lane, but we'll see.
I also think it's really important.
What is Mikoto doing? He's gonna go pull the wave, man. This is how much he's hating his lane. Yeah,
the level 4 to 5 it gets pretty damn rough here. You really can't enter the lane. You're just gonna get.
Oh no, he missed the range creep.
Well,
Oh,
I mean, what can you do? You know, it's just unlucky.
blast top lane does a ton of damage. Jabs gets super low. AU might be able to finish him off. The Tango, one last blast.
What a monster!
Damn near cut off that little squirrely tail of his, but Jabs survived.
I mean, Core Hoodwink, you can't kill Core Hoodwink. You fools.
Oh, yeah, you can, huh?
I'm gonna make a bold prediction. Jabs is gonna end this game with 0 deaths. Calling it now.
That is a very bold prediction.
That's how confident I am. I immediately regret that.
Or there are other adjectives I could use there, I'm sure.
Yeah, foolish perhaps.
Yeah.
But if it pays off, how good will I look?
We'll see. Hey, offlane Nature's Prophet, we still going Aghanim Scepter? Because that is something that can lock down the Hoodwink.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad this game. The Glade or Ags build versus Flesh IO. We saw it previously as well. It's a pretty decent answer to this hero in the mid game. It allows you to kite him out. They also have Terrorblade and Viper to lay in the physical damage. It almost reminds me of like a Drow lineup or something, where you have 3 ranged physical cores in the TB Viper and Furion. Kind of a nice answer to the hero in a conceptual sense.
Nice swag with a toss up, and that is going to be your first blood. Jab, easy one to nab it.
Easy for Core Hoodwink.
Easy.
I mean, this Talon
get zoned out of the creep wave that's dying under tower. Then that part's not so good.
I mean, this first blood gold, you gotta take those. Sure. The real question is what happens mid. This is the Kata wave. This is Viper with level advantage. Gonna hit 6 here. Makoto level 5. No regen. I would expect Blacklist to want to play around this timing and abuse it.
Now an early rotation by AU, which to this mid lane to fill up Carl's mana. It's a pretty interesting idea. Go for the 6-minute power runes.
You definitely bring both supports for 6-minute rune because your side lanes are pretty independent. You have Terrorblade Furion. They want the soul XP. They're just going to shove it in. They're just going to farm.
Ooh, a haste rune.
I mean, Makoto's not even here, though. He's going top. This is a bold play.
Radiant's courier has been.
Yeah, they really needed to pay off, but I don't think it's going to. Body blocking to Jabs is trying so hard. He actually managed to block him in. No way. It worked like
Jabs.
Jabs.
The ultimate CEO. Next time you all you fake CEOs think you're the real one. No, there is only one true CEO in SEA Dota. And it is Jabs, who is never going to die this game and make me look really good.
Okay.
Yeah, you're starting to have some doubts, huh?
I am not, no. Actually.
That
Because I've played a handful of Core Hoodwink too, and it always starts off pretty well.
That is true. The early game is really good, but there are some valleys for this hero. That said, they didn't get to use this catapult mid. Even though Makoto TP top, it just died. Kind of surprised.
What happened there? They didn't
take
touch the
advantage.
tower.
Yeah, a little weird, but you are going Meteor Hammer on this Viper, so he's going to take it eventually?
Oh, why?
What do you mean, why?
Why are we going Meteor Hammer on Viper, man?
Because he's a boss, and he can build whatever he wants.
Oh, sprouted in. 23 is going to be able to get around that attempt. Nice toss back in the mid lane. They're going to be able to toss back Carl, and he is going to be overwhelmed because there was a 4-hero rotation mid.
I mean, Talon are just playing better right now. Like, they're recognizing the power pressure points of Blacklist and abusing them, and Blacklist just haven't made any real moves. Maybe the downside of this support duo, they can't really play around the Viper, but you can't leave mid-Viper on an island. You have to skirmish around him, prevent the Lesh getting runes, take an early tower, something like this. This hero dying just kills his game. And the second his game gets killed, it's really hard to come back on it. Like, this game
It looks like Jabs has a Kaya queued up, so it looks like he's going to be going like the Kaya, maybe Aether Lens, Shard build.
Yeah, so this is just the super high single target burst magic build. Shard, Kaya Shard. I don't think you go Ags
E-Blade at some point.
But yeah, E-Blade can be in there. You can still get the Maelstrom and the Gleeping Road later. Aether Lens.
Oh yeah, don't go the Ags. Have you played with that, Eggs?
It's not good. It's not good.
It's trash.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's trash, you know. It has its uses, but in a competitive match, you're probably never buying it. It's not reliable enough, basically.
No. I mean, reliable. Hero literally just runs in a straight line. The computer has no way to actually pop that extra sharpshooter and land it successfully.
Yeah, but if you land it, oh, brother.
He could. I mean, that is a hero that can go Meteor Hammer, by the way. Bushwhack, Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, but he actually has good items to buy, so.
That's,
you know,
that is
Viper,
true. Apparently Viper doesn't have any.
He doesn't, because he's a goddamn Viper. This hero has nothing to buy. He has bots and Midas. Those are his best items.
Force Staff Hurricane Pike is pretty good this game against the Slark Flesh.
Yeah, but how do you get there? Bots or Midas? You gotta pick one or the other.
Okay, all right, fair.
I'm serious. I think the hero needs one of the two. Otherwise, I just don't have faith. Unless you're Amar. Amar somehow got farm on this hero. But I feel like it was because he won his lanes really hard, which is why winning the lanes is super important. If you win the lane, then you can go this like Treads, Hurricane Pike, double Wraith Band Builders lane, and you're a beast. But he got killed on lane. He didn't even crush it. I don't think he'd be feeling too good right now. And he hasn't really put this hammer to use. This mid tower is taking 0 damage, and no one's here. I don't really understand
where are the supports?
Why this tower is so full. This is your 10-minute cat wave, and you're not even using it?
Blacklist are just too focused on farming.
But then if you want to farm and you just want to go ultra late, then go the Midas or the bots on the Viper and play that game.
Or don't take Viper at all.
Well, I mean, we're a little late for that. The decisions have been made. All right,
he's going to go to the 23 Savage lane, which is not really a lane that is going to be a successful gank for Carl, but he can at least pressure the tower.
Yeah, you can start hammering it up. And Slark has no defense against this. This is decent value. Raven will try and defend mid. They're going to fight this?
They're going to with a relocate. They have an opportunity here. Viper is not so easy to be able to bring down, but he's eventually going to fall. They managed to get him with the hoodwink shot. Nice pushback there from AU. That'll help the reset there as Nature's Prophet gets out. Stolen hoodwink ultimate from Tim's gives him a little bumper away, but another bushwhack is going to be able to land. Collecting on the Rubik. Tim's going to be caught by 23 Savage, and 23 picking up 2 different kills, immediately TPing to mid lane to push back Raven.
Yeah, Raven killed Ollie in that window off the reload, so honestly, not the worst case scenario for Blacklist, but like, again, it's another skirmish fight where your Viper dies on a tower push. He feels really bad right now. He's going back for the bots. So then I posed the question, you're going to have bots hammer. This is a lot of farming items. And you died twice early, you're going to be a little slow.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I'm worried for Carl. I don't know if this is quick enough to meet the pace of this IO lineup. Especially when you have 2 really greedy farmers between Furion and Terrorblade. They're going to take every wave on the map.
And the annoying part is Makoto is pressuring towers everywhere you're not. So Leshrac just kind of does that without having to build a Meteor Hammer and is going to be working towards a better, bigger item in Bloodstone.
Still, Blacklist, you know, they're pretty even in this game. They're up a little bit. I feel like the point of their lineup is just to go ultra late here. They don't have to make too many aggressive moves. The tier 1 tower bottom was the only necessary tower.
Jabs. Oh, that was a missed bushwhack, but it doesn't matter.
I mean, he's 2-0-4 right now. Doubters, you keep doubting, but the truth will prevail.
Truth. A truth will set you free.
I also feel like the 1-4 you can play almost any offlaner with is Tiny. Because Tiny is just so goddamn stupid.
Yeah.
And I still don't understand how this hero is not higher priority. I mean, I know why he's like, oh, his lane's kind of whatever, and sometimes he feels bad, but conceptually this hero is really dumb.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He's done a very good job setting up for fights with Ollie Makoto TPing into them. speaking of those two, Bloodstone is done. He could just disassemble the arcane boots and he'll have it. So their timing is online. We'll see what this IO Leshrac performs a bit better than that last one.
No.
Yeah, you gotta get some control over the map with this. You are down a tower. You don't have any tier 1s of your own. Space is pretty limited here versus Furion Terribly, who are going to start to ramp it up. Want to get that snowball rolling. Q is also having a
catch. Bushwhack, quick burst.
Nice.
Tim's had a stolen dark pack. That's not going to do you any good. Sorry,
Dire's
Tim's.
top tower is under attack.
I mean, getting 23 involved is super nice. This Slark is having a quiet game, but a very solid one.
Yeah, and he went the item build that actually allows you to fight early, too. The Echo Saber.
Dire's top tower is under
Yeah, I like
attack.
this. He's also tankier, so he can just go in with the IO backup in a lot of these fights, too.
Yeah, when you go this build, the Echo Saber into the Aghanim Scepter, you're actually pretty tough to bring down.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Looks like Talon want to defend this mid, a Raven meta push. Makoto
Jab's
just gonna
gonna get
run
an
in.
initiation. Makoto, yeah, just tries to run in. He's gonna be slowed down by the Viper. He's
melted.
really relying on that Bloodstone, and he should not have been. There was no hero close enough to even get Bloodstone
Dire's
heals
top
off of.
tower is under
No, that
attack.
was not a Leshrac. I don't know what was there, but it wasn't a Leshrac.
It was just a smear on the pavement left by Blacklist running him over. It was a deer in the headlights moment right there.
I mean, you have to be careful about running in. You're going to lose a lot of magic resist on this Lesh. Between the Viper, some Solar Bind later, and then there's a huge amount of burst that just comes out. These early fights are not your friend in that type of scenario. That's where the Viper pick shines. The Lesh runs into him. His spells are really strong.
Yeah. I mean, we saw that just straight up that Viper strike slowed him down to a crawl, and he couldn't really get in range of anybody for Pulse Nova healing.
Exactly. The kiting is super good for their lineup because they have Furion and Terrorblade to take advantage of it. Coddle as well. I mean, honestly, their whole lineup.
Maybe they should have tried to actually get some sort of initiation than Makoto just rolling up on him.
I think he thought he was just going to be able to get in Bloodstone range, but it's not the case, my friend. Back to the farming board.
All right, 23's gonna get on out of here. How's Carl doing with his boots of travel done? He's gonna work on Aghanim Scepter next, so we're gonna see that big nosedive into play, which makes you significantly tankier against this Leshrac.
It's a pretty nice Ags this game. I haven't seen it in too many competitive games in terms of how much it actually works in the fights, but in theory, if he lands it, kind of nasty.
Yeah, I mean, that slow is pretty debilitating for the IO, and then you've got this disarm on a Slark, which it's an AoE disarm too, so you can catch him like while he's shadow dancing after he dark packs.
Not to mention double corrosive versus the Slark in the melee range is not too shabby.
Shot to finish him off. Bosku falls, and the rotations from Blacklist are very empty.
Jabs is finding the openings. They already have Blink on Q, by the way, level 9. He's had a very solid game on this Tiny. Can start to play with the Lesh combo, open up the map, or even set up some reloads with Jabs. There's a lot of map there right now, and they don't have the catch to punish it on Blacklist side. Like, are you going to catch 23 on this map? There's no way. He's killing your wards. They gave him sentries for this Slark, so the map split is not favorable for Blacklist right now, which is also kind of how their lineup wants to play. It's a very awkward time
middle
period.
tower is under attack.
I'll take that.
Definitely in Talon's hands in terms of where they want to fight and how they want to force it. Probably just waiting for the next set of items to maybe force the Roshan or this fight around the tier 1 mid. I expect it's just Leshrac, BKB, and Ags on Slark. And they're going to be pretty happy to fight. Might even have Mech on Ollie by then.
What else do we got? 4 staff for the Tim's Rubik. And Blacklist they really are just a passive team.
Yes, they're a very passive team. Honestly, I feel like it's a Raven effect. I feel like Raven is the most passive SEA carry by far.
Was Raven on T1 when you guys played against them at Animajor?
No, that was 23 Savage.
Oh, okay, yeah. It was a similar lineup, right, of some of these Blacklist members, but with 23 instead.
Yeah, that was a Carl lineup.
Yeah, that was a Carl lineup. They definitely had Cuckoo. I remember that for sure.
Yeah, and they were pretty farm heavy, but they weren't really passive farm heavy. They kind of just they fought a lot, but they also had a lot of scale. They fought with the scale basically. Whereas this version, feels very passive.
It's Bushwhack, and the Furion actually gets the net onto Jabs, and Jabs is dead. There he goes.
My prediction ruined.
There goes your prediction.
I mean, that wasn't on the Hoodwink though. That was.
Was it?
I mean, honestly, that was like a glitch, dude. How did that even hit him? That doesn't count.
How does the global ability hit him?
Yeah, that shouldn't have bounced or anything. I think he got an extra bounce, honestly. What is this, 18 targets? That was the 20th. That definitely doesn't count.
That was the 20th target?
We're taking that off the board. We need an inquiry into this game. Inquiry into Cuckoo right now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know. I'm beginning to wonder. Because Blacklist are, I mean, I feel like Talon have been doing well this game, but Blacklist are up on net worth, and their TB is really, really big.
It's how TB Furion will function if you're not punishing them on the catch side. And Talon haven't been that interested in catching. I feel like they're pretty contentious farming. They have Mage Slayer Ags up on 23. Maybe he's ready to get involved, and this is where you can start to build some momentum, I think. Yeah, once the Slark starts to get involved on the map, you can really punish the Greasier from Blacklist. Especially if you get a Roshan here with the Leshrac BKB coming out soon. I think Talon are happy to trade for now because they feel like at some point they're just going to get everything. But you are right, like the Blacklist cores are getting a decent amount out, and this Terrorblade is pretty big. Does do a lot of damage. Also getting chakrammed for his meta.
Look at the win rate. Dota Plus has this game being incredibly Talon favored. I guess we're not wrong in how we feel about the game for Talon. It seems to be going very well. Even though the net worth favors Blacklist, even when it's favoring them, it is not even close to being Blacklist favored. 75-25, 60-40. It is just nonstop. It starts off with just like immediately going to the favor of Talon. Is this like do you feel like Blacklist are outdrafted?
I mean, I would prefer Talon's drafter. I think you have the play options to take over the map, and once you do, it becomes very hard to play. But if this game does go ultra late, Blacklist lineup's pretty spooky.
Yeah.
Like Viper, Viper's a scary late game hero. He really is. 5 or 6 slot territory. He's really goddamn annoying. He's like the Black Dragon Knight. He just becomes too tanky to go on, and at the same time, he does just enough damage that you can't really ignore him.
Noticing a trend with you, yeah. Like the Dragon Knight, you seem to have some affinity for the flying ranged tank hero.
I'm just saying,
I think that they're super OP late game.
It's because they have a huge mid game valley, but if you get over that, they become really annoying. Because frontliners that can't really die in the late game are kind of broken. You can just run in and get vision, and the enemy doesn't want to go on you, which sets up the fight for your team. Like conceptually, they're pretty nice to have. There's not many of them, but
oh wait. Okay, do you know about the Slark Viper interaction? I'm not sure if they talked about it on the panel. They talked about the Nether Toxin, but that's not actually the good interaction for Viper. You know what it is?
Oh, it's like the
Dark Pact on corrosive skin.
Yeah,
Dark Pact will actively remove. Yeah, so it'll proc. And so when you have Aghanim Scepter, it's doing twice the damage. It is possible the Slark is just going to chunk himself if he ever Dark Pacts himself on Carl.
Does it still work like that, or did they change it?
No, I'm fairly certain it still works like that. I mean, what else? How would they change it? We're going to try it. Oh, yeah, he took a small chunk of damage there. He's got to be careful, Tim's. Nice force tap down to low ground. Makoto with the BKB. Oh, that shot from Jabs. What a sniper. 23 going in on Bosku. actually has this shard to help protect himself, but he needs to get out now. He's running out of... Yeah, he didn't have his ultimate. He didn't have pounce charges there for a bit, so he had to get the hell out. Only one hero dies in that whole engagement. That's Blacklist, is Tim's Rubik.
Sorry, Tim's, but somebody had to pay the price for Jabs' accuracy. Nice little shot. He is going that E-Blade, by the way, so... Yeah. Is that really high single target burst build that... You gotta watch out. Catch you off guard, you just get chunked.
Oh, man, that shot right between the two cores. Beautiful stuff.
That did cost him a Q buyback here, though. Doesn't feel very good.
I forgot that Q died in that. Yeah. So 1 for 1 with a buyback.
Yeah, honestly, Blacklist are pretty happy with that, right? Because they're just happy keeping this map state static. The Roshan is not getting progressed. The towers are not getting progressed. The Slark is not really taking over your side of the map. I feel like Raven's pretty happy with this. Carl's probably pretty happy with this.
You're closing in on Scotty, which is a massive item against that Leshrac, right? Because not just only because you're reducing the heals, but in general, just slowing down ranged heroes. A ranged hero that wants to get close to the TB.
Yes.
That item is going to be really impactful. Black.
It's very big here. I feel like every damage or scaling item that the Furion Terrorblade get is really big in this game in terms of dealing with Leshrac when he runs into them. And this Viper, he's going to be annoying, man. They don't really have great ways of dealing with him. You can break him, but it kind of has to be in sync with the stun latch. So to me, it has to be Q and jabs syncing up and maybe tossing this Viper into the break and you burst him. Which can happen. It's not that unreliable, but I don't think you just want to like run Makoto into Carl in this type of game. I don't think it's that favorable of a fight for you.
You don't really want to run him into Raven either, which they are going to run into Raven. They break the smoke on Q and he sees him with the illusion. So that is a big win for Blacklist there. A failed smoke for Talon.
Maybe present an opportunity. This is their Scotty Terribly timing.
Yeah. Oh, quick pounce away. 23. Notice that his ultimate failed there for a small second, so he knows there's some sort of vision.
I think you just
on their side of the river.
Because honestly, the Blacklist catch is absolute dog. So this is one of those games where you're like, oh, let's fight, guys, let's fight. But what does fight actually mean? How do you get the fight? Smoking into Talon is not going to get you the fight because you're never going to catch anyone. So the way you get the fight is you force an objective that puts pressure on them. And now Talon is responding. This is the type of setup Blacklist won right here. As long as they position properly, this might end up being pretty decent. And look at the damage.
Just half of his health gone from one dart pack on Carl.
He's aware of it now.
Yeah, he definitely knows. And that is, again, that's with the Mage Slayer magic resistance. Nice bushwhack. Try and throw the E-Blade. A lot of burst damage onto Raven, but there is a bit of heals going out. Not quite enough to be able to finish him off. The shot, stolen shot from Tim's, finishes off the Slark. A massive win, and Raven will finish up the Roshan, and they get jabs on the back line, too. He has to just run away here as Blacklist. They're looking pretty damn favored now. Dota Plus still doesn't believe it.
I think Dota Plus doesn't understand the Viper interactions.
I don't think so either.
I don't think any of us remember that. They did. Sneaky
I did.
I'll give you some credit.
Radiant's middle tower has
What a
fallen.
stolen sharp shot as well. God damn.
Yeah.
Mercy, son. But honestly, the MVP of that fight was just Furion rooted all of them. It was absolutely brutal. Ags Furion still pretty good despite a little nerf.
Yeah, not a very big nerf, seriously. I know the panel talked about it at the start of the day. This hero did not get touched nearly as much as many of the other meta cores. It was arguably one of the strongest heroes of the D patch. So
he's still pretty goddamn strong. He's gonna find Q here.
Q. Nice play by Bosku. Had the ward to be able to see the Tiny running down lane. And he's trying to steal the last hit with that stolen sharpshooter. He's still rocking.
Honestly, the more I've watched this Viper Ags, I feel like it's pretty damn good. Because I don't think it's about the like the disarm. I mean, if you land a disarm, cool, but 1200 AoE automatically applied corrosive skin. Like corrosive skin is what makes Viper Viper. It's a pretty broken spell. Just hella annoying.
Yeah, the nosedive is definitely a pretty garbage ability most of the time with when it comes to like disarm. But as you said, like just applying corrosive skin, particularly this matchup against Slark, is pretty silly. Oh yeah, look at the side there. Makoto and Ollie got hit by the Furion ult, and then Makoto again. Makoto challenging these heroes. I feel like Makoto has the entirely wrong read of how to play Leshrac in this game.
Yes, I don't think he can just run in. Like they have to find some backline or something, right? Maybe even by blink and just blink on the Rubik, blink on the Coddle, try and slay somebody. I don't think just itemizing the run in here with Bloodstone BKB is going to do it. He's going Ags now to try and get some nihilism going, which makes sense to me, but I don't know if Carl cares, honestly. I don't know what Carl cares about at this point in the game. This is where Viper becomes obnoxious. It's like you got to push through this 60% magic resist hero with 2500 HP.
Dude, he's going bots too.
He wants to
I would have thought, like, you know. Yeah, I guess so.
Then you can bots to
pretty
bots
cool.
to bots, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, this game.
He can go Bloodstone too. Have you seen that? I mean, I guess you have no doubt seen that build. Off lane Viper Ags Bloodstone, so he can still go a Bloodstone too if he wants.
It's not the worst here.
No.
I think there's a argument for Hex. There's probably an argument for maybe just Blink or something, like a Strength Blink. I don't know. The itemization at this point is very open. He has his core kit. It's kind of just what does he want to do in the game. Bots too is not terrible either if you feel like your scale is secured. Just close out the map even harder here. And of course, they have double Force Staff, double Glimmer between the two supports here. So there's a lot of save utility for Blacklist to kite these fights out, kite the Slark. The latch is not guaranteed. I think Q has to hit really good tossbacks here.
And he can toss them over to jabs too.
That's a good one.
It's the toss back. A beautiful setup onto the Viper, and he's broken as well. Q was not able to get out though. And Carl is, thanks to the Force Staff, 23. He's going to have to use his ultimate here with his BKB and jump away. So now they are out of a lot of tools. Slark can't really go back into that fight very easily, and they don't have Ollie.
I mean, they tossed Carl in, and Carl just killed them both. This Viper's looking absolutely busted.
Really is. Look at him offering the high five. Blacklist taking down Talon. This is a monster win for these guys because they were supposed to be going to the Lima Major right alongside Talon until they choked in the very last couple series there of the last season. So being able to bounce back this season and being able to take the #1 team in Southeast Asia, which Blacklist was supposed to be a lineup that was supposed to rival for that #1 slot.
We definitely choked it, but they're not choking this one. The only thing they're choking is the map. Because 23 has nowhere to go.
They're choking 23 Savage out right now. Trying to Force Staff get in front of him, and they got him, I think. Wait, one more shot. There you go. There we go. We got him in the end. Ooh.
I mean, it was just bots on a tree, but still. I kind of like this Viper pick the more I watch it.
Yeah.
I mean, this hero is very good versus Lash in a vacuum. So if you have a way to kind of enable it. That said, I do feel like Talon, I mean, this Hoodwink did not pan out. I don't think it's had much impact this game. And their game was pretty slow for this IO Lesh. But I feel like part of that was they couldn't really run in areas they were afraid to. And every time they're going somewhere, Furion and Terrorblade are just shoving all the lanes in.
All right, well, finally Dota Plus catches up with the reality of the game. Now 80-20 to the favor of Blacklist. It took like several team fights in a row for them to finally kick in and be like, oh yeah, I guess Blacklist is stronger.
Almost. That means they're gonna lose, right?
Maybe.
That's the old Dota plus curse.
Radiant's bottom tower
Old
has
Gavin
fallen.
curse.
I mean, there's Ags on Makoto. You have some nihilism.
Okay. That's an interesting option, but can they even get close? Kodo, he's in with the nihilism. The
Doing some
Viper.
damage.
Oh, that's force staff. Gets him away from the shot and bound, but Kodo is stuck inside the sprout and he's just dead. They glimmer cape him. They give him the shard over from the Slark, and that might actually help him survive, but it doesn't help the building stay alive.
There's some glimmer of team fight hope there, though.
A very small, faint glimmer, that's for sure.
Oh, 23 just can't go in these fights. It's just way too
All right,
hard.
Makoto back in again, attempted with the nihilism. They're going to go for the relocate. Oh, with the push, with the retether back in. He's good. Slark is in. They're going for Tim's right now.
Sprout.
Tim's, who stole the nihilism, is actually unable to be hit right now. 23. Now with the nihilism gone, still trying to work on Tim's. Has to pounce away with the BKB and TP out, and he will barely make it. But again, they are surviving, but their buildings are not. Oh, bushwhack and then another force staff trying to track down this Carl
staffs,
Viper. They
man.
can't quite finish him off. The Gleipnir is going to be able to hold back both Makoto and Ollie.
Support utility wins you games, and it's winning Blacklist this game right now. Double force, double glimmer. They just can't latch on anybody. Way too hard. You need a nullifier or something. I don't know. And yeah, 23 is going to build on it. So they agree with me. The utility is way too good here. Nullifier is pretty much the only thing that's going to kill this Viper in their stuns. 900 off it here for 23 Savage. Gonna have to farm that up and get a big kill on this Viper to open up the fight. Because again, you can't really fight through this hero. He's doing too much damage to the Slark. And he is going that Bloodstone. And he's really tanky.
Nice. I like that.
Nice. I mean, Roche is back up. I don't think Blacklist care.
Yeah, what Blacklist is saying, no, this is their butterfly timing. Let's just go high ground. I feel like you should probably just take the Roshan. There's no need to rush this, but
They do have meta.
they do. Maybe if they win this, fight, they probably just win the game outright.
Tower is under attack.
Let's see what Talon can do here.
Nullifier finish.
Just tossed in. Tether is going to be broken. Immediately he goes for the nihilism to
Viper
try and finish up
nullified.
his Viper. He gets
Broken.
force staffed all around. Makoto's going to be slowed down by the Viper strike. He has his BKB still going on. The Sprout is going to be able to hold him in place. And the Meteor Hammer not quite there in time to relocate. It hits him just in time. Again, Talon doing very good job of being able to play the team fight, but it doesn't. Oh,
That's a good toss.
Raven nullified for a second there. He's going to be slowed down. All up there from the Split Earth is there, but they have the force staff to be able to get Raven to the low ground. Blacklist are able to reset again. Talon, like, they're playing these fights well, but they're staying alive ever so barely. But Blacklist is just bulldozing down these lanes.
They just don't have the damage on the committal, and eventually those force staff saves come out. It's just too hard to sync up this nullifier on the jump. There's random other stuff that can come through, like blinding light. You have a Greaves on Tim's. I mean, there's a lot of tankiness to cut through here. And Slark is just not getting the stacks, man. Like,
No.
his item build is cool for jumping in, being a kind of front line, providing some utility. It's not very good for dealing the damage. He has very little attack speed. Not to mention, his attack speed gets even more screwed by this corrosive skin. Which, remember, the attack speed component is double. So he's looking at like minus 64 attack speed off the corrosive if he gets hit by nosedive and the AoE. Pretty brutal for this hero without any natural speed.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, honestly, it
is
just
under
seems like Viper is just a full-on counter to Slark. The more we look at this.
It seems pretty good. I mean, it used to be the other way around. That's the crazy part.
Yeah.
But this game, it's definitely not doing him any favors. Now Timeless Relic on this Viper as well. He is doing a lot of damage. Corrosive skin does a lot of damage at this point. You cannot underestimate it. They're going to get the lift.
23. Immediately looks at Tim's. Ollie's going to be saved once again by the Depth Shroud. used by the Slark. So 23 is getting some pretty good utility value out of that. But again, Blacklist, not to be denied their advantage here. Going to keep pushing it, just like they did in the bottom lane. They took that lane of barracks. Now they're going to do it in the Roshan pit. Bushwhack holding Carl, but he's so tanky. And he's got the Bloodstone ready to go, too.
Oh, they have a D on 23.
They're going to need a dream jump in here to be able to stop this Nihilism. Roshan, it is contestable here. Makoto's going to just build the S to be able to get the Aegis, but he died. Oh, he got it just before he died. What the? How did he in the last half second? There's no way 23 is able to jump out. The second life Makoto. Okay, it doesn't even matter if he gets the Aegis. He gets demolished by Raven. Oh my God.
Yeah, okay, that was kind of hype, but in the end, I don't think it made a damn difference here. Because now
we got to get like a slow motion replay on that one. I was so certain he died before Roshan did.
Might have been like the same frame or something. Dota didn't know what to do, so it just gave it to him. High goes to the runner, I guess, but honestly, I don't think it makes any difference. And yeah, that's just
no.
They just got outscaled here, which I think was inevitable, but I really thought they would have been able to take over more of the map with like the Slark vision and in nighttime playing this IOS just running at people. But they ran into the brick wall that was Carl. And Carl just sitting there, calm, cool, collected, vaporized him.
Really did. I'm happy to see Blacklist in form, in shape. I mean, especially with Army Geniuses looking pretty good right now. Southeast Asia is looking pretty damn competitive, but that is just game one. There is still a full series to play out here. We'll see whether or not Talon's going to be able to bounce back after this loss against Blacklist, but Blacklist came into game one running and looking good for it too. Let's head back to the panel.
I am just straight up gobsmacked with what I've witnessed. I thought for sure this first phase of Blacklist Rivalry doing a Terrorblade Nature's Prophet was destined for failure. And maybe it was, but that Viper Slark matchup was just a little bit too much for 23 Savage to bear. There were one too many interactions that he had to be concerned about. The corrosive skin, the attack speed slow, the damage whenever you dark packed it, the nosedive disarm. I thought that IO Leshrac is just autopilot wins, but it turns out that Blacklist Rivalry were one step ahead, Winter. One step ahead of all of us.
You need to have a functioning lineup, you know. I know we hopped on the Nature's Prophet Terrorblade, but the last pick Hook Wing didn't really help their cause, you know. I feel like the hero didn't really do anything in the game.
Perhaps. It did well in the lane. It had top net worth, maybe like 10 minutes.
And remember what I told you, this hero is terrible at translating net worth to the game.
Correct.
Should have bought Maelstrom.
Yeah, Maelstrom will probably help a lot more.
Yeah.
I think we
illusions.
didn't understand the Viper pick. It was actually really good against both the Lesh and the Stark.
Yeah.
I feel like he carried the core matchup, and then he bought enough time for this TB. I feel like Kuku had like some sick ultimates in like the two clutch fights. I think this was the fight. His Wrath actually hit all three heroes.
Yeah.
And Tim had a sharpshooter. It went really nicely for him. I feel like Mikoto, I feel like it's like what Kevin SVG said. The way he played the matchup was kind of weird. He just ran in, got Viper struck, and then TB him down. I think that happened for like 3 fights in a row.
Yeah, he needs to buy Blink, right? Like he needs to jump in behind, pop out his spells, try to blow the back line up, and then hopefully the IO can relocate him out.
Yeah, but how does the IO connect if the Leshrac is
He cannot just expect to walk in and do damage and kill people, you know?
Yeah.
They had a very kitey lineup, but they couldn't seem to get too kite, I guess.
That's another reason why I'm surprised we didn't see the Gleipnir on Hoodwink, because we saw these force staffs were impossible for Slark to deal with, who got a very early Aghanim Scepter, so he was hoping to leash people. Wasn't happening. Leshrac would try to initiate, and if they managed to randomly clip the Terrorblade, he gets force staffed away. They're like, for as much as we're criticizing Blacklist Rivalry's lack of catch, it seemed like Talon's lack of catch was also an issue.
It felt like the Nature's Prophet Wrath was all the catch they needed, right? Yeah.
But also the lack of understanding on how to play Hook Wing. Like,
I think it's more of a...
We saw how he was using his spells in the lane and everything. Like the way sometimes he didn't use his, he didn't auto-cast, or sometimes when he didn't need to use the auto-cast, but he was using it anyway.
His sharpshooters, he gave Rubik sharpshooter like 2 or 3 times. Carl, our MVP, MVH also, that Viper pick was genius.
Yeah, whoever suggested it was
I mean,
Definitely MVP.
Vipers being MVP of the game. Ugh.
Especially for Carl. I consider Carl to be a playmaker kind of guy. Putting him on Viper seems tragic, but in this game, he was doing work.
Yeah, the matchup is actually terrible for Slug. I actually have no idea it was so freaking bad. He couldn't even touch him in the team fight.
If only they had last pick and something could kill the Viper.
But would you have imagined that they needed
I
an
feel-
anti-Viper
I don't
hero?
think they know.
Yeah.
They didn't know.
I think you would want to help the Lash. Like the way Talon drafted, they're going to pick like some. I mean, what they did on the first day is they picked some like more independent offlaner.
Yeah.
And the pause 4 can like help the Lash matchup, right? That's what should happen.
Enigma.
Yeah, Enigma is a good example. You know, then you can kind of turn the picks around. Like this Viper counters Lash, Tiny comes in and suddenly it's different. You know, and things are like in your favor. But I feel
But they
like,
did have a tiny.
yeah, but they had a hoodwing.
Oh,
But
He cannot leave the hoodwing.
Yeah, you can't leave the hoodwing, and this hoodwing, he won the lane. He TP'd mid, killed the Viper. He did try to help, but I think ultimately the pick just didn't seem to carry enough weight into the game, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the itemization is one thing, you know, but no matter how he builds his items, I feel like he will still have troubles doing damage, doing what he's supposed to do in that game.
Yeah. Which maybe what he was doing in this game is what we were suspecting. He's expanding his hero pool. How else are you going to learn if you don't do it in a best of 3 in the DPC for a very critical series? Because Blacklist Rivalry are trying to find their first win and gain some momentum of their own. Because getting 2-0'd by SMG was not a good look for Blacklist Rivalry, but getting a win against Talon, maybe a second one after this, that would be a huge confidence boost. But it's a long series. Let's see how Talon recuperate after the break. Loving the incorporation of these player cams into our highlight reels. poor 23 Savage is just sitting there like, the hell am I supposed to do this game?
Drink some coffee.
He needs to drink some coffee. He needs to get refreshed. Because like that game wasn't even really his fault. It was a product of the hero that he was playing. That Slark is not built for success in that matchup. And it seems that Blacklist Rivalry were well aware of it because picking Viper that late into the draft was peculiar. Unless you are fully aware, because it was the last pick Viper from them. Hoodwink after that came from Talon. And why would you pick Viper in this situation, send it mid, unless you knew that it would just be able to obliterate a Slark? Because there's no way that you would guarantee that Makoto wouldn't know how to play the matchup, because that's just a playstyle thing. Makoto needs to learn that, now he knows, but if you know the Slark interaction, then that is a death sentence for Slark. So a lot of data points have been gained for both teams. And now we need to see how Talon will repair. Will they go for the IO Lesh again?
Yes.
Okay.
No hoodwink, please.
No hoodwink, that's fine. That was the last phase thing. But IO Lesh, Adam, you think that Blacklist also Nature's Prophet Terrorblade? Is that the answer to IO Lesh?
I don't know how I feel about the Nature's Prophet. It looked really good this game.
It did.
I feel like you would want to steal the NP over the IO if you can.
Okay. The first phase bans from Blacklist previously were the Bat Naga, and so targeting Jabs and I guess Makoto, and then Death Prophet, Broodmother were the bans from Talon, so targeting Cuckoo. So it seems like offlaners were heavily targeted in general, and if... Do either of these teams actually, I feel like both of them favor offlane Nature's Prophet also as opposed to carry Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
I don't think I saw 23 Savage
They don't
play.
have Scam on their team.
They don't have Scam. Scam's like the only carry MP in Southeast Asia.
Raven played a lot of NP during the first half with the Lina, and
That
like
is
they
true.
picked like Clock Furin against it. But
Yeah.
I think they definitely do favor this Eggs offlane build a bit more than the carry Nature's
Yeah.
Prophet right now.
I think the MP hero is like, people are like underestimating how strong the hero is still.
Or how many nerfs it received, rather. People are overestimating how many nerfs.
they're overestimating the nerfs. You know,
Yeah.
it actually feels like the hero is still pretty darn good. You know, everyone else got nerfed too. You know, the other OP carries like Lina. Lina got the harder nerf.
I mean, we say that, but like, I just want one Lina game so I can confirm it.
I've seen some Lina. Shopify played Lina.
Shopify
Yeah,
played
some EU teams played Lina, I think.
Did they win?
I think it was the a few days ago.
Like, was it a magic Lina?
No. It was a carry.
Carry,
Like
yeah.
they pick it late. I mean, I think the difference with this patch and the previous patch is that in previous patch, the heroes that got nerfed, they kind of just die. But I feel like this patch, people kind of ignore the numbers because the heroes look still playable to me. Like, what happened to Ricky? He lost 200 cast range. Is it really a trash
400
hero?
cast.
No, more than that.
It went from 1,000 to 600.
Fair.
Lina
But
has
is it
been
a
picked.
trash hero now?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. As we can take a look at draft number 2, Lina has been picked 5 times, 20% win rate. Shopify played it, and Vivo Keyed Stars. I'm assuming that's a South American team.
It's the Constabile.
Oh,
team, I
right.
think.
And then OG played it, they lost. In fact, the only team to have won with it is Hydra in Eastern Europe. It was Kami won with Lina. Otherwise, everyone else is losing. First phase, it is indeed the ILS strike, but they ban out Viper this time and Primal Beast. Blacklist Rivalry, they stick with a Broodmother ban, but throw Nature's Prophet onto it, and they first pick a Silencer Bat.
Well, why are they banning the Viper? That doesn't make sense.
Oh,
to
it's
me.
because of the matchup for mid.
No, but you're first picking IO, right? Then what? If they pick Viper, you don't have to pick the Lash, right?
But you want the Lash because you have the IO. Maybe that's all they play with the IO. If you get what I mean. Like they
Yeah, but wouldn't it be
specifically play
very
IO
weird?
Lash.
Like, say you're second pick, right? You
Yeah.
see this first pick IO, they haven't picked any Lash, you know, then you're gonna pick Viper right away there.
Well, maybe they wanted to pick Slark again. That's why Blacklist second phase banned the Slark, because they wanted to get Viper out of the way, and especially if they were going to be up against a Bat Rider.
Yeah, I mean, that's my point, right? You could just ban it later. I mean,
I kind of get where you're coming
I
from.
see.
But I could also see a complication where Blacklist pick Viper there. What do you pick?
In first phase,
And then
yeah.
is there
IO.
nothing that I can pick to do
I think they're not a big IO team. They're probably an IO Lash team, if you get what I mean.
So they
They're
have-
not just IO.
they
and,
have to get the Lash with
Yeah,
the IO.
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what my assumption would be. Terrorblade ban, anti-mage ban. I like the ban so far. This looks like the AG Talon game where they picked IO and then they went Bat Silencer and then they picked Lash and the Lash was perfectly free farm against the Bat. Do you
Yeah,
remember?
Yeah.
I remember like that game being just like a storm, right?
AG also had the Abat in that game.
Oh yeah.
It was Timbersaw, but
Yeah, it was a rough matchup. But I feel like that's the kind of hero they needed because when you play as IO Lash and the Lash gets kind of countered, you want to be able to help.
so
it.
let me ask you, right? They first pick IO,
Yeah.
and then Blacklist picks Silencer Bad Rider.
Yeah.
Like, Silencer doesn't really deal with IO
I hate
anymore, 'cause
Silencer against IO.
Yeah, because it's not about the relocate
yeah.
anymore. It's just about the buffing the guy in front, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So doesn't that mean just it's not that it doesn't really work, you know, against IO anymore.
I feel like it does remove some sort of global presence because even to protect your cause, like popping global does stop the relocate coming in. But I feel like against IO, you want something that kills them when they come into your jungle. Like this Slash walks into your jungle, you want like a hook shot that like kills him or like some Tuskar that goes on him. So you want damage and reach, I think. Because I feel like the most OP thing about this IO Lash is how fast they farm and how fast they like move around the map.
Yeah, so we'll have to see what they pick up later. You know, they have a Rubik now, so Rubik Silencer. Once again, double range support. Kind of more on the greedier side, but it does provide them with more damage. And it's nice to play Rubik against Lash. It's easy to get the stun most of the time.
Yeah, a lot of carries banned out. Wonder what both sides are gonna play here. They also ban Slark and FV in case they wanna move the Bad Rider to offlane, I
There's
think.
still Morphling. Life Stealer, but not really that big fan of Life Stealer.
You looking at Talon or Blacklist?
For either team. Like Life Stealer is good with Lash in some games because you buff. Like if Lash is kind of like the win condition,
You hop in the Lash
yeah, you
rock.
just hop in and you keep him alive
Yeah.
to win you some of the team fights.
That's true. Doesn't feel like a 23 hero though. I'm not sure. I guess he did play a hero a lot at some point. DP.
Wow, DP actually makes it all the way through the second phase bans.
DP Monkey.
Yeah, that's what they did the
Yeah.
last time.
Makes sense with their draft.
You don't know the safe lane matchup yet, and I think last time they picked DP Monkey, they knew they were laning against something. I don't remember what hero it was. It was the Marcy.
Yeah.
Carry Marcy.
It was like a flex pick.
She was struggling.
Yeah, I mean if you just want like a useful
It was
hero.
a silencer Marcy.
It was a
Yeah.
silencer Marcy.
I mean if you want a useful possible, just usually they will just pick like Tiny Tusk.
Yeah.
That's what
I
they're
think you want to support bully here.
support bully.
Yeah, something to bully the two range supports. What is it?
There's Snapfire, and he used to play that in Tour 1.
Not this game.
A bit of initiation, I think. Well, maybe Spirit Breaker. I like Spirit Breaker here.
Oh, Spirit Breaker.
I feel like they need something like that cheap initiation, and Clockwork doesn't look too great against Rubik Bad Rider.
IO Spirit Breaker. I love that shit, man.
Sounds very Enigma Galaxy. IO Lash Bara.
Yeah, it's very, very strong. You just charge somebody, you take control of the map. It's just a lot of pressure on the opponent's side. I mean, Tiny is just like the standard, standard
Yeah.
stuff,
I think that's
Ooh, new
Q's
hero.
like most played hero.
Bloodseeker.
New hero.
Okay, so Bloodseeker is like overall the idea against DP and Lash is because they need to move around to do damage, so you're gonna stop them from moving around in the team fights.
And you lift them and you lasso them and you still move them around.
I feel like they'll be able to sustain through it though.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be.
Yeah, but how is the
Oh.
lane? It's gonna be Silencer Bloodseeker against the DP.
Okay, I really want to see the DP go for a mech this game.
Yes.
I
definitely.
think the last time they played this, Jebs went like face boots BKB and the IO went mech and it was super late. I don't like
Yeah,
it.
he needs to get Greaves.
I think you get Greaves on the DP and the IO builds like Glimmer or something for whoever gets lasso because they're super single target right now.
Locket Glimmer.
Yeah, something like that. I think you just want Glimmer, then some mech on DP, Greaves, Pipe maybe.
Yeah.
Or BKB if you want to, sure. Really good Lotus game, really good Lincoln's game too. Very single target heavy on Blacklist right now.
So seeing the Bloodseeker, what do they need?
Ursa probably.
Ursa,
Oh, goodbye Ursa.
Monkey King carry? No?
Not against the bat. I think it's a bit too hard
yeah,
to play,
against-
especially
yeah,
with the
Bad Rider.
heroes. Troll Lifestealer. What else is there? There was a hero.
I mean,
don't
how
know.
bad is Juggernaut now? Because you can put healing ward with the IO. Like, is Juggernaut still that bad?
It's alright, I think. I think the thing about Jug is it's better now because you can buy Radiance, obviously. I've seen a lot of Radiance Jug in my games. And I think the problem with Jug before was he's hard for him to latch onto Omni Slash, but he shouldn't have too many issues this game. Bad than Bloodseeker generally. Not really Manta Lotus buyers. Dude, they're laughing so hard. They know there's some cheese coming. It's the Bloodseeker Zeus. Invoker Zeus?
Yeah, Zeus is also pretty good against the Lash. Like all their heroes.
They've been laughing the whole draft, I swear, Blacklist.
They're in high spirits
they have
after.
some dirty plans.
After game number 1, they've earned a few chuckles.
The Cuckoo Venomancer's coming back.
Oh, God. They picked the Morphling. I suppose if the Batrider was flexed to off-lane, you needed someone to deal with that. But it looks like it's going to be a mid Batrider and an off-lane Doom. Although Carl used to love playing Doom.
I think it's probably off-lane just because it's a Lash.
Yeah, you don't want Doom against Lash mid.
Yeah.
Not a huge fan of Doom against IO just because of the heals and sustain. But I do think it comes down to like how Jab's lane go. I'm not sure how the safe lane for Blacklist is going to do.
Also how Jab's itemization goes. Because like, even if he has a good lane...
If he tries to be...
He tries to be because last time he played the Death Prophet, he went for like BKB Halberd or something like that.
Face, Earn, and then BKB.
Yeah, and...
It happens to him a lot, he has this identity crisis. He doesn't recognize what he should be in that game, Sometimes he gets it right.
I think it's because they're still a new IO team as well, so they don't have a lot of huge understanding of the hero. Like from what I see, the IO just kind of enables the Lash, then Lash runs in. Like kind of showed in the previous game as well.
Yeah, not as much baton passing with the IO, because usually I'll see it be paired up with the off lane early on so that you can bully the safe lane, enemy safe lane, so like IO, DP are hanging out.
For example, IO Morph looks like a pretty strong lane to me, yeah.
So expanding their horizons. No other surprises for the picks. Which one you take in winter for game number 2?
I think I like my Water Boy.
Okay.
Water Boy
last pick.
He go Lincolns.
Yeah, I mean he should. So against, I think it's a pretty good Lincoln's game here.
Against Doom Batrider. Adam?
Yeah, but overall I feel like the lanes are gonna go really well for them.
I like Blacklist draft.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they can pull it out. Looks like a pretty even draft to me.
If they manage to get a 2-0, that would be a hell of an upset, taking a top 3 major finisher down this early in the DPC. Let's see if Blacklist Rivalry can make it happen with our casters. It's Cap and SVG.
That's right. Another game of Blacklist versus Talon. This series is already a lot spicier than I initially expected, I'll be honest. Talon, I kind of figured they were just going to be able to roll through most of the DPC, especially their opening series. They look good, but Blacklist came in strong here, taking that game 1. Avery, what do you give their chances of being able to 2-0?
Doesn't look too bad. Doesn't look too bad. I feel like their draft is pretty solid. I don't want to give it some crazy favor to either team here, honestly. I think it's just going to come down to execution, lane execution, the team fights. I always like IO versus Doom lineups because I just think IO makes Doom like really hard. The way the cores match up, and then you have this reload save that can reset the fight. He's one of the best healers, if not the best support healer in the game. But on the flip side, you have things that can make the fights for Ollie really hard. If Batrider gets on top of him, it's an easy kill. You have this global that can come out off of a lasso or Doom initiation, which means no reload save, right? And IO can't really ever deal with global. You don't get the farm on the hero. It's not like Ollie can just buy a Greaves. I mean, he could, but it's maybe you got to shovel one up or something. I don't know. I've never gotten a Greaves on an IO. It's really hard. So this global can really disrupt the save that comes out for the Doom and the Bat. And if they start to pick up the damage, there's a lot of damage that just start getting pumped into Leshrac and DP here.
Yeah. I guess you definitely see a world where because Greaves, Jabs is probably going to go that item, right? I assume Jabs is just going to go all the aura items, and then him and Leshrac just kind of like ball together, and Ollie can help out either one of them.
That seems to be the straightest course of action, which means it's probably not what Jabs is going to do.
That is true.
Last time he went earn BKB.
Yeah, I remember that.
I don't think you're going earn here because I don't think your lineup is nearly as aggressive in the Bloodseeker. And I think early BKB is not that amazing here either. Like, this game is a lot about Lincoln's Lotus Greaves. It's about dispels and single target protection. The more of that you can get for your Leshrac and Morphling, the happier they're going to be.
Oh, what about Yules? Yules is like, especially as an initiating tool for the Leshrac, and then also helps you against the Rupture into Silence combo. That sounds pretty okay.
Yules doesn't seem too bad. The issue with Yules is it's pretty bad when people get fast BKBs, I think. Because the fight revolves around people BKBing and running at you, and Blacklist have 3 BKB cores here. So I feel like Yules just falls off, where something like Lotus, for example, is always good, right? returning Rupture, returning Lasso, returning Doom are all amazing in this game.
Going to be some weird pulling shenanigans on this lane, that's for certain. AU has already pushed back the Death Prophet a whole bunch of times. Now kill the Courier. Also stop the lane being drug away. He's doing some work here on this position 5 silencer.
Drug? Someone's getting drugged? Holy base.
Yeah, it's going to be you if you don't keep on this cast. Your shit together.
I'm just making entertainment for the viewers. That's my job. That's what I got hired for. I didn't even tell them I was an analyst. I just told them I was a comedian.
Yeah, a clown, more like it.
I mean, someone's got to run the circus. Jab's getting beat the hell up, man. Jeez. It's having a rough
Yeah, he is not having a good time. And once you start getting low like this, I feel like Silencer takes more and more advantage of it, let alone Bloodseeker, obviously, with Thirst. So, something I have to keep an eye on.
Might just get gone. He's dead, I think.
Yeah, Silence with the Curse. That's another combo as well. When you're able to silence somebody, that Arcane Curse starts doing more damage. So
he TP'd out for that. So he has to walk back to lane here, miss the full 2.5 wave coming into him. Q, you're the offlaner now, buddy. It's time to step up. You're the 3.
Well, at least mid lane seems to be going well for Talon because you got 13-3 compared to the 5-2 on Carl. Makoto is taking it to Carl this time around.
He's destroying. This is lane destruction right here. My God. I mean, the early waves are really good for Lesh because you have base damage advantage on top of the stronger spells, but this is pretty brutal. I mean, he's like 500 up with no first blood or anything.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's a huge net worth gap for this early on in a laning phase. Makoto's probably just mad he got Vipered last game.
Oh, he's probably anti-tilted. You know, he got so tilted by it that he flipped around to the other side, and now he's playing out of his mind.
Yeah, went flip mode on him.
That's what mid players do, man. You can tilt them to a certain point, but then at a certain point you tilt them back up the right way around, you know? And then they're untilted. And now they're just mad. But playing well still.
Has been killed.
Never
At
go
least
full
Q was
tilt.
able to get a little bit of revenge against AU, sniping some couriers. They know about the ward on the high ground now, that's for certain. How's top lane going? We haven't really talked about that one too much. 23 seems to be doing pretty well on net worth, but it's an IO lane, so probably means Bosco is going to be free farming, and he's free farming on a greedy hero, which I think I always like to see.
And this is a team and a player that are very comfortable playing Doom. This is well within the Cuckoo Carl wheelhouse, so I expect great things from this young man. And once again, you're guaranteed a good creep here. Mana burn creep, pretty damn good. Just infinite mana. And start burning this IO, and honestly, he runs out of mana. He doesn't have any mana regen. No stick yet for Ollie. Pretty brutal. Can definitely see Ollie just feeding on this lane.
We have any stacks? Or, I mean, I guess both mid laners take really good advantage of stacks, so neither one of the 4 positions have really stacked up the triangle at all just yet. Which is definitely something that, like, obviously Makoto wants to play towards his Bloodstone like he did last game, hopefully more successfully than last game. And then Carl with his Boots of Travel into BKB.
It is a little interesting. There's no stacking. I feel like we saw stacking in a lot of the other games, whereas it's maybe just as important, but sometimes it's really hard for Tiny to stack, especially in a lane where his offlaner's getting bullied. And I think Tim's feels pretty similar. He just doesn't want to leave Cuckoo alone on this lane for too long, especially when they're pulling waves and doing shenanigans. Because Doom is doing pretty well up here. He's just going Midas first item too. So Blacklist are looking to scale in this game. Midas for the Doom, bots first for the Bat, and Maelstrom BKB for Raven. They're going to hit a pretty nice 20-minute timing or so, where these BKBs come together, and you can just force the fight.
Okay, we have seen a lot of different off-lane Doom builds, especially out of Southeast Asia. Bump back here with the flame break. Hold up, Q. Well, Carl does take a nuke to the face, so he's not going to be able to keep going. Which Doom build is correct in your mind most of the time? Like, do you like Force's idea of going the Greaves and then back to the Midas? Do you like Bosku's like maximum greediness and going, if you're going to go Midas, you might as well go as early as possible? Do you like the Ags build? Do you like the Aura builds? Like, what do you do with Doom?
I mean, it just depends on the game, right? Depends on the role you're playing. If you're supposed to carry the game and get to the Ags, Refresher, BKB, then probably earlier Midas is better. If you have two other carries and you're just playing to support them, the earlier Auras are better. I don't think builds are ever correct or incorrect. It's just about what you're using it for. And I think identifying those in the right game is what's most important.
Oh, is Makoto dead? Avalanche covers them a little bit, but yeah, the Fate Bolt zaps him down. Talon get way too aggressive. Makoto, I mean, maybe he tilted. Maybe he went a little bit more than 360. He might just be tilting back the other direction.
It's the old 540 tilt. Flip him right back around. That was just an overextension. And Silencer's pretty strong in these tower fights. This curse is really annoying. You're going to give him 2 extra in too, off an in hero. Makoto definitely not happy about that one and a little dumber for it. I think this game we're looking at Doom items. I feel like going Midas early is fine here. I do think Arcane Boots on this hero ends up kind of paying for itself a lot of times, but if he's having a really good lane like this, why not greed it up?
Nice toss back. Oh, missed the split earth. That's going to be awkward because they're going to have to chase in for this kill if they want it. And that leaves Makoto really open to Carl. He's going to be able to use the lasso to be able to stop Q, so we get the double kill on that one. Hey, 1 for AU, 1 for Carl. So 4-1 Blacklist. A nice early lead in a haste rune. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a dream for Carl. In fact, he wanted to go for Ollie there, but there is going to be the tether back thanks to the creep wave.
Man, these skirmishes are super nice for Blacklist. Silencer loves these kind of fights where he just gets free curses off and then he gets to steal your int on the backside. 8 stolen int already. On top of rune control, on top of every time one of these fights happens, you're powering up Raven on that safe lane. He's got the thirds running. So you're kind of winning that safe lane for him without being there. Blacklist super happy with how this lane is playing out. They're getting a fast Midas on Doom. Already has it, already used it. You have your Bloodseeker free farming bottom powered up with Thirst from the skirmishes, and you're playing around your Bat Rider getting stolen in runes. I mean, you can't really ask for anything more. And now a quick gank with this haste. I think Jab's just maybe, well, Q can sacrifice himself.
He tosses up away from him. He's like, no, please get away from me. But ultimately, Q is still going to die. The haste rune put to use to get a quick kill and then just head back to the jungle.
The only thing I would have liked to have seen from Blacklist here is maybe some vision on the enemy jungle, because Makoto is catching up on stacks, and there's a possibility if you had that vision, you might have made that smoke play to him, right? And I think if you hit that smoke on Makoto, like there's even double bounty here, extra stacks, you kill him, take all of it, that might just put you in a position where you're straight up winning this game already. Well, that's the only thing I would like to consider, because when you win these skirmishes, mid players have to catch up. It's good to anticipate this move and kind of plan for it, but you can't blame them. They did get an ob on the triangle. I like this. It shows they are thinking about it at least. And obviously this bottom move doesn't cost them too much with the haste. So still in a decent position, but 23 has not been touched. He's going Lincoln's first on Morphling. He's going to be big. Another skirmish fight where Silencer's just destroying you.
They just keep on running into this curse, and it, as you said, just keeps on destroying them. Makoto is maybe going to be able to... Oh, Carl's just barely able to get away. Jab, no, actually the ghost got him. I cannot believe that reached far enough.
The fish?
Oh, so they trade mid laners this time.
The fish nibbled at his heels.
The ghost fish. All right.
Is that like
I like that Raven showed up to that fight, though.
Yeah, I also like that. It could have been even better for him, but getting another kill on this Lesh is just brutal. Because remember, IO Lesh does a lot about the tempo, a lot about the runes, towers. They're getting none of it. And Q is dead again here?
Yeah, he just suicides in to be able to get the toss back on Tims, but it doesn't even work. And Carl's back into play with the boots of travel. And with a blood right here, Jabs' fate is sealed Blacklist Rivalry, bringing multiple heroes. They're not letting Jabs getting any momentum out of this exorcism. Ooh, a catch for Bosku. That's a nice one. 23 fall.
Midas and you're killing the enemy carry?
Dire's structures are fortified.
Bosco is feeling himself this game.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, these guys are playing really well right now. This is looking like they are putting up a pretty good argument for a nice, clean 2-0, but we'll see.
I mean, the one upside is Carl's still kind of poor, but honestly, it's okay for him to be poor because his job is pretty simple, right? Just get bots BKB and lasso somebody. It's kind of it. I don't think he has to like have some crazy back game. His Doom is going to be really farmed. His Bloodseeker can get involved in these fights, as we've seen, and his supports are really fat. Like, look at the support levels. 7 and 6. You have stolen level 4 Siphon for this Rubik. He's a monster right now on Tim's. And AU has 16 stolen int. I mean, a lot of that's from Lesh, but a decent amount is from Q.
Radiant's
Like,
middle
this
tower
int
is under
hurts.
attack.
It really hurts the Tiny in this game. He's really dumb. I mean, he has 0 agi. He's about to have 0
Dire's
int.
top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom
He's
tower
climbing.
is
Hard
under
knock
attack.
life out there for Q.
I mean, head full of rocks. That's what they say.
Now, Bosco is working towards a BKB as his next item after the Midas. So
Radiant's
it's
bottom tower
he's
is
actually going to
under
back
attack.
away from bottom, but Carl's going to TP in.
Maybe he thought,
Carl wants to fight here, but Bosco's like, nah, man, I'm focusing my farm. That BKB timing is the only thing that matters.
Dire's
I mean,
top
he's having
tower
such a
is
good game.
under
Why not?
attack.
I mean, 23 even stole Doom so he could devour something of his own, trying to match the greed. But
That's
still,
an idea.
it's another IO Lesh game where I do not feel that this IO Lesh has accomplished nearly what they wanted to. I mean, Mikoto's 1-3. He's struggling.
Dire's top tower
So
is under attack.
back when you played, you guys would run Iolash quite a bit. Is there something that you feel like Talon is not doing correctly with this combo, or is it more about Blacklist is just answering the duo really well?
I mean, I think this game, they skirmish too much. Like, IO Lesh, you don't care what the hell happens in the first 10 minutes of the game. You just want to get the Bloodstone as fast as possible. If you watch how Gaming play it with Quinn, they just stack for him and they farm. And they let either the fight come to them, where they don't care, they just abuse and out-regen you, or they just get 11-minute, 12-minute Bloodstone. And then you start to pick up the tempo. Then you combine your supports behind the Slash, you take the fights in the jungle areas or push the towers, whatever you're strong enough to do. When your early game is this slow because you got involved in these fights, which are just terrible for the hero, it just slows you down. You lose so much of your window. Like now, he's
The funny part is
far,
that
but
I think they did it correctly in game 1, right?
yes, he did.
Like, they AFK'd for the Bloodstone, seriously. TP out from AU, barely able to make it out before the stun split. Not bad. They got Exorcism out of Jabs, and it didn't really cost them anything at all.
I mean, you are right. Game 1, they did it, prioritized it, and they had it 2 minutes faster than they have it here. And he was having a really good game, and then they didn't really get anything done with it. Like, there weren't any reload ganks, there wasn't the tower push, they lost the skirmishes. This game, it felt like they were trying to get more active sooner, and it backfired.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Now you're in
attack.
this weird position like last game where you have this Bloodstone Lush, but are you confident enough to just take the head-on fights? The Viper really messed you up last time. You'd be getting some PTSD. I think it's easier to force the issue this time around because you have DP with mech to back you up, but
Is under attack.
Sure.
maybe they're still just wary. I mean,
What do you
Rupture
think
is one.
about Carl opting for the Blink Dagger as opposed to BKB?
It's okay. It's okay. I mean, normally I would say BKB is way better here, but they have global.
Dire's top tower is under
So maybe
attack.
global allows you to just blink lasso a core and you global after and you just kill the core. And it makes it more reliable. That part I like because blink initiators with silencer make his game very easy. So I like that aspect of it.
Well, one core he's not going to be blink lassoing is the Morphling. 23 already has his Lincolns done, so he's got the answer to the Bat Rider, at least the first answer.
Yeah, he's big this game. He's going to be big, and this is a pretty solid morph game with that Lincolns. Not a lot to easily break through it. But this is a big pivot right here in this mid. Like, this is a very important next fight for 60-minute rune for Roshan. There's that blink reveal. Global gonna stop
get him with the last track, pulled back in with a global silence, and the IO falling in. Ollie trying to help Makoto. It's just getting worse and worse. Carl tipping Makoto like this. I mean, hey, I think it's almost deserved at this point in time. I feel like Carl has just cleanly answered Makoto both game 1 and 2. Nice two-man avalanche though. 23 shows up and quickly eliminates one. Raven falls. Bosku's going to be pushed back. Turns around, threatens the Doom, then thinks better of it.
That damage, what the hell was that? Did so much burst, my god. Just Ava into max Agimorph, disintegrated.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Nice turnaround find at least. But yeah, this reload save is not going to be reliable this game. There's way too much interrupt. And like they were baiting him. It was very clear they had the idea of we're going to try and save him there, but once again, Makoto just outnumbered and outgunned. His game is super slow now. Also worth noting, Tim's had stolen exorcism for that fight.
Yeah, I saw. I don't think he really did much with it.
No, but the little cubes are cool.
Yeah, that's true.
Now he has Tether and he's going mech. He's going to be the better IO.
Oh. With an ultimate that actually works.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
23, okay.
Radiant structures
They're rallying around their carry now. Stan, he's got this Lincoln's. We'll bring him to the fights. I feel like it's a little early to get the Morphling involved, but I guess they probably need the extra help, honestly.
And they need the help, and he can get involved because there isn't clear initiation on him.
Sure.
Like, you don't have the Lincoln's break on Carl yet. He's going 4-staff now, probably to help deal with that, but otherwise it's just Tim's breaking it, and Tim's is probably dead.
I tried to use Tether to get out, but unfortunately it was too close, so he didn't get drug anywhere.
Talon don't want to force Roche with Exo, though, and that kind of points to where they feel they are in this game. I think if they were a lot stronger by now, let's say they're up 4 or 5k, they would just be doing Roche with a level 2 Exo with the DP Guru using the IO back, lock it, and call it a day. So when we talk about this game being slowed down for them, this is the effect. Like, sure, it's not that they're losing so much on net worth or anything, but the game progression that they want between this DP, taking Roche and powering up the IOS is not there right now. And that means more time for BKBs to come out for Blacklist. As Raven finishes his, Bosku has his. Two ready, 2 to go.
Yeah, considering the answers they have to Leshrac, you kind of needed to get the ball rolling early on, I think, for this hero.
That's ideal. He can still farm his way back into the late game here. It's still going to be a threat. Still have to keep in mind that Bat Rider's a bit behind. But there's definitely a window that Blacklist can start taking some aggressive fights with these BKBs and trying to gain an advantage, particularly if they can close Roshan off with. But I think we want to start getting Bloodseeker involved.
I feel you when it comes to like him farming back into the game, but how bad is the Bloodseeker versus Leshrac matchup, right? Because Leshrac is pretty reliant on being able to move, frankly.
Yeah. I mean, the disco pony's got a disco, you know?
Yeah. So if he's going to get ruptured and he's not allowed to dance anymore like he wants to, is that like, how big of a counter is that?
I mean, the thing is, rupture's only as good as you can man up during the rupture.
Okay.
Like, okay, you rupture the disco pony and he sits there. What happens? You have to still lasso him, I think, for it to feel really good. Hold the haste rune.
Grabs the haste rune away from Carl, and Carl might just die. The flame break is going to be able to separate the two, and it looks like Jab's going to be the one to die as the BKB goes out. No! He got denied by 23. What a play! He's now going to jump forward and finish off Raven. Raven's going to die. Ollie's going to make sure that both of them are going to die, actually. Tim's going to get hit by the avalanche as well. What a sick move from 23 Savage.
Damn, the denied, the follow-up with a double kill. You get everything out of the book there for Blacklist, too. All the ults down except for Lasso. That means Roshan on the menu, even DP's dead. Jabs pays the price, but he's happy to pay it. Because Aegis on Leshrac is another answer to this rupture, right?
True, yeah. Do you think they give it to Lashak though? It looks like 23 actually has the open space.
You can give it to him too. I mean, why not? He can just go in and play hyper aggressive. He's your strongest hero.
Oh, no, he lets Makoto have it.
I wouldn't have minded 23 taking it if he feels like he can get good steals and go in.
Sure.
But I think he feels he can't really get gone on anyway.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, the correct idea. Like when you play Morphling in this game with Lincoln's Manta, your idea should be, yo guys, they cannot jump me. I'm too good. I'm too fast. There's no way they break a Lincoln's before I Manta, and then the fight's different because I'm getting shift off, I'm getting away from off, whatever. Like, this is how you have to play Morph. You can't play Morph to be like, oh, I'm going to jump guys. It's a young man.
They're going to try and jump him right now.
Okay, he got
with
jumped.
The Centaur's done, they managed to get him with the lasso. Sure enough. Don't feel like I could get jumped, guys. I don't need the Aegis. Dies literally 30 seconds later.
You know why he died. You know why he died there. It was the pause. That is such a classic pause.
The pause got
destroyed his mentality of where heroes were, and then he died.
You know what's funny? I was just about to hype up the 23 Savage Morphling, because this is his most played hero. Yeah, this guy has like over 800 games, hub games of Morphling. He's got 79. This will be his 80th match, actually, of Morphling in professional Dota 2.
Damn, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't catch that one, but you can't catch them all, you know.
Invisibility.
But they should have given him the Aegis.
That is true. I got our Shivas coming in soon for Bosku. He's got 2,200 gold sitting in the bank right now, and he's got an Invis rune. Setting up on the bottom lane, see if anybody shows there, but it's top where Makoto almost runs into the Rubik in time to get a kill.
Shivas is pretty interesting here. It's not bad. I just wouldn't have necessarily thought about it. I feel like maybe you either go the Octarine build or you go the... I don't know. I guess Shivas. I'm just thinking if there's a way to deal more damage, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I'm always down with Octarine because I feel like it makes Doom scale even farther, right? Because you're getting Octarine on hand and Devour. Your economy is picking up faster, so you get 6 slotted almost guaranteed.
I think the extra cast range is also underrated because it means you can blink farther, which means you can guarantee like a Hoof Stomp into a Doom or something.
Sure.
But I don't think there's anything wrong with Shivas. It's just... I do worry about their damage in terms of the jump being enough first in one target. You take the follow-up fight. If that target has an Aegis, it makes it a lot harder. The more these Lincolns and Lotuses come out, it makes his life harder with this type of build as opposed to the Ags, which just bypasses it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of questions that remain to be unanswered in this game, and I guess that's the beauty of Dota.
It's going to break. They're going to be able to get the initiation onto Tim's. Tim's going to die first, or staff the wrong direction.
Nice little haste as well. Why not?
Yeah.
This game feels a lot more concrete for Talon, though. I feel like they're just kind of farming in the late game, and at some point their items will just be better. Like, they have 3 carries, basically, and you have 3 cores with single target spells, but you kind of have to throw them all in one dude. So, who do you pick? And the second you pick one, the other 2 carry the fight.
I mean, eventually you can get the Ags Doom, right?
Right, but then he's going to Shivas. So that's kind of what I'm saying. Like,
sure, yeah.
I don't see the answers being itemized here for Blacklist. Whereas I feel as if Talon's game progression is pretty straightforward here. You just keep building defensive, you just keep tanking up, and eventually 2 of your cores will look to the fight and they'll kill everybody else. Makoto just...
Talon really want to take this fight. They've got a haste rune on Makoto, and they're going to try and track down anybody that they can. But Blacklist doing quite a good job of disengaging from that, not getting caught. So a heavy rotation by Talon meets nothing.
You know, another thing about this IOLesh is I feel as though the more aggressive itemization with this combo tends to be better than the defensive. And you just play to snowball it. Like the Blink Hex type build, I think tends to be better on average than this BKB, for example, because you just provide a threat on the map, you run around. The second you catch one person, you can abuse threat, and you just gain so much more network.
Radiant's top tower is under
Whereas like
attack.
just BKB and running in is like, I don't know if it's the best way to start fights with this hero the way people are drafting now, because you're gonna have some Drow or like Terrorblade last game, right? Or some Viper. And you just BKB and run in, and it doesn't help you. You're still just getting killed. Whereas if you just Blink Hex some guy, you might just kill him. That's another thing.
Right, like in some ways, the best offense, the best defense is a good offense, right? Yes. Blinking on top of them and activating Bloodstone is better than trying to run up there, even if you're magic.
Yes, because then you're killing that guy, and Io will sustain you through 2 of the core's damage instead of 3. Whereas if you BKB, you have to sustain this BKB Lesh with no armor through everybody. So you're not debilitating any of the damage. You're basically just saying, yo, I'm going to tank it all. Come at me. But it's pretty freaking hard in some of these drafts. Which is what I think happened last game. Like, he BKB'd, ran in, and just got melted.
Yeah.
Where, let's say, last game he has Blink Hex. If he Blink Hexes Terrorblade, and that fight looks like that, I feel like you have a way better chance of winning that engagement.
All right, well, the Shivas is done for the Doom, so that is, no doubt it's an amazing item. It was definitely an item that needed to be gotten eventually, but a 25% reduction against a Morphling, Io, and a Leshrac with Bloodstone, and actually Death Prophet too. Man, they have so many heals.
Yeah, I do not blame him for building it this game. It's quite good, but it will delay the Ags. So it's a question of, can you get through this period of Lotus Lincolns with single target Doom? He was trying to force the issue.
Yeah, his Blink Dagger was constantly being disabled by the Scorched Earth, so weren't able to do much there. Carl, what was that?
He blinked into the toss.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I've seen some bad luck in my time, but that was just bad luck, my friend.
I mean, you didn't even do a tick of damage to Q. You blinked backwards afterwards.
Is under attack.
That was just the worst timing of Blink I've ever seen in my life.
All right, Raven is going back for a Lincoln's because he thinks 23 Savage is going to get tagged, right? That's why you go Lincoln's?
Yeah, there's literally nothing else in this game, right?
Yes, but he's not going Ags.
I don't think Lincoln's is correct here on Raven, even if he were. I think you need Scotty at some point. You need Abyssal, probably.
Uh-huh.
You need way more important items than Lincoln's on Bloodseeker here.
Like Basher, you just need some damage, right?
This is a good last one.
Oh, nice grab. That's a really good one. If they can kill him fast enough, they have to use the Doom on him because all he's going to be able to save him Global Silence. That's right. They've got the counter to it. They've got the Rupture on a Dali too, so they're going to commit for that kill. 2 down already, but they're going to reset. They're going to try and get away. Raven is slowed down by 23, turning into the Rubik and getting the telekinesis on the opposing Rubik. Nicely little play there. AU. Oh, poor staff. Okay, gets him to the other side, but the waveform will allow 23 to catch up. Once again, 23 proving to be the anchor point for Talon. As soon as things start slipping away a little bit, he's the one who holds him down.
A big bad Morphling on the high ground. Raven didn't want none of that. Says, good luck, boys, I'm out.
Yeah, seriously.
And that's the issue I'm talking about. You can get the initiation. You can kill one of the cores here for Talon. But can you take the fight? I don't think you can if it's not the Morph.
You see what Raven's doing with his courier?
He's dead. I see that.
Yeah. It was thrown around in the jungle. I'm not sure if that was like to actually see if there were people ganking. I've seen some people use their courier for vision more and more aggressively lately.
And it's probably something that should have happened sooner, but it does hurt when it dies.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to walk to buy his Lincoln Spirit. I disagree with this Lincoln philosophy. The more I look at it, it's like that type of fight. At some point, he has to be able to fight this Morphling. And Lincoln just does nothing to help you there. because
23 has no plans to get in Aghanim. He's got a Scotty. He has a Daedalus being built up. I mean, I think it's still like maybe he's just afraid of letting the Morphling turn into Bloodseeker and you've got Thirst, but
no, there's no way you can. There's no way you can be afraid of that and be winning this game. I think.
Sure.
I don't know. I feel like this game is on Bosku now. He's their most farmed hero, but he's also the hero that has the damage to take a prolonged fight with this AoE Doom now. Like this Shiva's AoE Doom, it might be able to win you a fight here. And they have higher on
Doom's not up for another 10 seconds, so Blacklist need to be careful not to get caught right now. Q on the hunt, jumps forward, hits the avalanche. Only on a Bosku, though, not who he wanted. He wanted Tim's. Ooh, 23 actually turning into the Rubik once again, catching Tim's by using his own spells against him.
There is only one Grand Magus, and it is the Grand...
This watery boy.
Another good catch. That's Gem.
Oh, losing their Gem would be massive, Carl. He falls, Gem on the ground. Nobody from Talon to pick it up. The courier's going to be there, but 23 is just going to keep it going here.
Yeah,
straight to the tier 3s.
I'm going to take your base. Another tossback threat. Gets avoided this time.
BKB, they're going to turn around and try and finish off Q with the BKB, but the heals are too much. Ollie, thanks to the Guardian Greaves, actually, from Jabs, they keep Q alive. He's going to TP backwards here.
Still have Doom up, but now you don't have BKBs. I think this is just a lane. I don't think you're taking the fight without the BKBs, especially into Aegis. 23 is just going to sit here and dare you to go on him.
And if you're not going to stop him now, then he's just going to keep going. The Bat Rider's up in 10 seconds. That's what we're waiting on now.
I mean, you're going to have to displace 23 deep into your base here if he decides to continue, but he will show mercy. He will give you time to think about your sins. As Bottle is given to him to bottle up a double damage.
Yeah, there may not be very much time to think about those sins. May not be a whole lot of time to contemplate things.
Time to get the holy water out. Start spraying it around.
Man, Carl's trying to get a BKB. It is rough times out there.
He just had no game. He was so far behind from those mid skirmishes. He didn't get anything out of them. And he didn't have any stacks to farm up. Just a very awkward game for him. He's played his role decently in terms of just initiator, but his scale is non-existent. And I don't think this Bloodseeker is scaling in this game. I just don't see
seriously.
it. Morphling just destroys this hero. Can't ever man fight him. He builds the right items. Whereas all of your items kind of suck against him.
Well, maybe they'll feel a bit better if they can get to like level 25, where you have the rupture charges.
I mean, good luck. About to have a double damage morph hitting your base. He's 6 levels off that.
Okay, he picked up the shard on Bosku, so now he's got some extra damage and some extra stun. And Morphling just might tick in a level 21 here.
Early Exo, just trying to force it. There's double damage at work.
Putting the pressure on Blacklist. Need to react soon. They've used the Doom. They go straight in for the Morphling, trying to deal with him. Now they go back to Jabs. Ollie's going to be able to help out 23, so they do manage to finish off one. Look at this Morphling go.
Run for your life.
I mean, one downside of dooming yourself, you're not applying Doom for that basic dispel, so he kept the double damage that entire fight.
Once again, you can kill one core, but you're not getting the other two. And this is the problem with Doom lineups versus these tri-cores. Eventually, they just outscale you. The fights are really hard for Bosku. He needs Refresher or Hex or something. Again, the Morph is the one you want to kill, but of course he had Aegis there, so you can't go on him. At least you're getting something out of that fight.
Yeah, it was rough. I mean, Raven, Bosku, they see 23 Savage and they just have to walk away.
Yeah. And maybe once Aegis is out, you take another fight like that, maybe you can kill this Morph. There's some decent damage here on the man up. You have Basher for Raven now as well. It's kind of getting there, but for right now, 23 Savage is still king of this game. No doubt about it.
Oh, another downside to that last fight was level 19 Doom. So he didn't have the minus 35 seconds Doom cooldown, which would have been nice because they could have been in fighting shape right now, which could have been important for contesting what is an upcoming Roshan.
Almighty money.
What can you do?
Dire's bottom tower is under
Well,
attack.
if you're Blacklist, apparently what you can do is farm.
It's always the answer.
Radiant's top
Just
tower
farm
is
more.
under attack. Dire's
Enough
bottom
gold.
tower is under
Just
attack.
enough money will get us through any trial or tribulation.
Exactly. It's like those things you tell yourself at night when you're crying yourself to sleep. You know, my dad's gonna come back any day. Just keep farming, guys. We can win.
If I just win this Dota game, maybe he'll finally be proud of me.
You can't be that much milk in the world.
15 to 12, 9,000 net worth lead for Talon. And Talon
Radiant's top
seems to be in a
tower is under
very,
attack.
very good spot to force this to a game 3 right now. And you could see they're being very, very cautious. They're playing in a lane, on a lane ward, just chilling out, waiting for Blacklist to show themselves on the map somewhere because they're not showing anywhere. So they think they're probably smoked up or something.
Jab's gonna show. Lotus just makes it super annoying to go on him.
Yeah.
I mean, these fights are just entirely on Bosku. Do you get a good AoE Doom off? Do you get on the top of the Morphling? Do you burst the Morphling in that duration? Got to make sure you global
Dire
most of the
are
backline
scanning.
save here as well if you can. It's a lot of things that have to go right here for Blacklist. And I think if Morphling somehow gets out of Doom or survives it, you're probably not winning the fight. I think 23 will win the fight as long as he's not killed in that window, regardless of what happens to his team almost. Another double damage.
Another double damage. A scythe pickup from Makoto with a blink dagger.
And this is where that Lush becomes really scary, because if he blink hexes Doom or something, the fight's just over, I think.
They show the double damage, so Talon very likely are going to leave their little hole right now.
Nope, they're probably just playing for next Roche, and then they're going to end the game with Aegis, because Aegis is their best friend right here. It makes the fight even harder, right? Aegis on Morph is just girl, screw yourself, you know?
Okay, Carl can finally get that BKB that we were talking about a few minutes ago, so he has to all in for it, so he will not have buyback for this Roshan fight in 30 seconds.
He's getting some scale going. Level 22, you get the extra flame break. Really important talent for this hero. He's more of a threat for sure. Remember, there's no BKB pierce on Talon. So during this BKB window, you still do have free reign outside of Morphling killing you, which, I mean, yeah, that kind of sucks, but there's not much you can do about that.
The best BKB pierce is just, physical damage. Lots of it.
Always has been. And Chrono. Chrono's pretty good.
Radiant are scanning.
All right. Roshan is spawned.
What is it? It's Ags. Ooh, that's pretty spooky.
Spooky for who?
I don't know. It's just spooky, man. Somebody's getting it.
I mean, Ags,
Blood Mist.
That Rider would be the audience of the Blood Mist.
Hey, man, you saw that one Blood Mist I played with. The Blood Mist once a year is no joke in the late game, right?
I did see it.
Oh, he found Chad.
The lasso. He does have the status resistant item, though, so it's not going to last very long. The telekinesis is trying to throw him back, but it's still not good enough.
What a timely neutral item pickup.
Yeah.
Well, that feels kind of bad if you're Carl. It's kind of sitting here like, guys, when do I get to have an easy game?
He's going to work on... He's going to get... Why is he getting a Lincoln's? Shouldn't Refresher be the item? Wait, is he afraid of Lotus Orb bouncing back? So he wants a Lincoln's to stop the bounce back of
Yeah,
Lasso?
that's the only reason here.
Interesting.
I don't know. These are some interesting Lincoln spheres.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen somebody get Lincoln's because of Lotus Orb.
I mean, maybe it was the same for Raven to some degree.
I mean, yeah, getting ruptured is terrible for that hero. Ooh, BKB forced because otherwise he might have been tossed back. He didn't know.
The problem is you're losing Lasso, you're losing BKB. Talon are confident the mana, but there's the Hex.
They got the Scythe on the Doom, just what you were talking about, but there is going to be the Force Staff to separate him. So that means that BKB is now done on Makoto, and they've used Exorcism.
You can kite these ghosts. You can also re-engage.
Go for it. They use the AoE Doom, locking down jab, but look at Bosku taking so much damage. It's only because of Glimmer Cape. And he stopped.
They got the Lesh.
He managed to get the last one. Pull back on the Lesh Strike. This is perfect for them. They hit a hoof stomp. They finish him off, and Raven just heals up a ton off of that one. But Bosku stuck in a corner and is going to be finished off. 23. Wastes no time putting him in the ground.
Damn, this Morph is just so strong, man. He's just waving into the Doom, killing him during it. There's just nothing you can do, too. Like, there is no easy answer to this Morphling. It's just a really good Lincoln's game, a really good Morphling game. He even has Ninja Gear to just smoke himself into the fight. It's a tough predicament. You gotta feel for Bosku. He's trying his best in these fights. And honestly, that fight was pretty damn well played by him. Yeah, they got 2 cores for 1, and they still lost the fight, in a sense.
Yeah.
That's how hard this game is.
They get 3 items over to the Morphling. Consumes the Aghanim Scepter as Aegis and Cheese. The rest of the team does not, though. That they're just going to try and kite around 23 and go for the back line. It seems like that is the entire game plan for them.
Yeah, but they can't. He's an impenetrable wall. Again, that's 2 cores dead, and they are not confident to do anything there. It speaks to how powerful this Morphling is in this game. It's almost like nobody else matters.
Yeah, seriously, I don't think anybody else does. I mean, maybe Q. Q matters a little bit for some stuns and some toss. Little toss action.
It's like you get this Lesh here, but 23's still alive. Then he ends up killing your Doom. I almost wonder if it's better to just ignore the Lesh, save that Lasso for 23, like try and pop Lincolns and kill this Morph, because you have to kill Morph at some point in this game.
Dire are scanning.
I don't think you can win this game if you don't.
Yeah, that's... I mean, unless 23 is going to lose the game with... how many deaths does he have? 2. He got sniped by 1 Doom. What was the other death? I don't remember. Oh, the Lasso. They that was like one of the first time they successfully used Lasso and just like 3 or 4 men killed him on the pod.
I should restate that last sentence because that that last statement was kind of dumb. What I meant is like you have to be able to kill him in one of the fights over the other 2 cores, you know. Like, I don't think you can just keep taking the fights where you kill DP and you kill Lesh and then 23's still up. You're not winning those fights.
You can't save him for last.
You know, in a sense, yes.
Yeah, well, and he's critting for 1,000 damage a hit. I mean, look at him, dude. He's thinking about a Divine Rapier next.
Why not?
Like,
he has the wave
I'm going to close out this game.
He has Swift Blink. He has another goddamn double damage rune. He has Beetle's BKB cheese in his backpack. He has an Ags now. He literally has everything.
Double damage is so scary on Morphling. Based off your base damage, so when he's going all agility like this.
Yep, 370 times 2.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty good to me. Well, somebody's dead to this Morph. I'll guarantee you that much.
Well, first is going to be the tier 3 tower, it looks like. And got a little poke damage on him there. Exorcism going to be popped by jabs. Leader's cap now on cooldown.
What's your play? What's your move? Who you want to jump? You want to jump this Death Prophet again? Can't jump the Morph. He's got Aegis.
And you're pretty much going to have to jump him. They're not going to smoke out. Go to... Oh! They actually do manage to get him with the lasso there, but the Avalanche stops a lot of the damage, and 23 is actually managing to fight back a little bit. No BKB had bashes, so Raven is just getting high like that. That was pathetic.
Yeah, that was not the guy to go on. Rupture on Makoto.
AoE Doom with the buybacks. This is an opportunity. Oh no, the Doom's dead. Finish up this Morphling now. Otherwise, Bosku is just going to die to it. Bosku in a sliver of health. He's staying alive somehow. Oh,
he's not
God.
dead.
He's 4 steps away. 23 finally finished him off with the help from Makoto. Blinks in. Raven, he needs as many bashes as possible. Get all the bashes in the world to be able to stop this monster of a 23 Savage.
How the hell is Bosku alive right now?
I don't know. I thought he died.
I think he thought he died, but he's not.
I mean, either way, he doesn't have Doom, so what good is he?
He should have died. He's useless.
All right, well, Mega Creeps are inbound. Blacklist desperately trying to hold on to their base here. They're going to have to do a 3 versus 5. As the rest of Talon who have bought back are going to rejoin with their forces. Bosku getting a small initiation, just poking at the Morphling. Seeing what's what. They still need another 20 seconds for Doom. So Talon could just close out the game before that, but managed to get another lasso back on in. Ollie in the back line's holding up that tether, but they just do not have the damage to deal with 23 Savage. It's not even close. They're trying to break that tether. They're trying now to go for Ollie. They do have the flood right over to the side. They will manage to get it tossed back over this time. They have the splitter. Raven with his BKB.
The building
What
is just
can he
behind
do
Exo.
with it? Absolutely nothing. Oh, look at that jump in. Look at 23. 23, you are insane. Goes into the fountain and he doesn't even die. Finishes off the enemy carry. Ollie's got to hold him back. He says, 23, chill out, buddy. Hit the Ancient, finish off the game, and let's go to a game 3.
Yeah, 23 Savage indeed, living up to his name here in this game. My God. He just dumpstered that game from start to finish. It almost didn't matter what the hell happened to his other team. I feel like at some point, Talon were not even necessarily winning those fights from a number sense. Like you're losing DP, you're losing Lesh. Okay, you go Roche, but the Morph is alive. It's all it takes. There's no answer to him in this game. And I feel like that goes back to this Morphling Bloodseeker matchup that is just, that is a rough matchup, especially when Morph is the one getting Aegis. You can't even all in him. Makes you think, I don't know, maybe you got to go that Blood Mist, you know what I'm saying? You got to do something, pull a trick out of a hat, because the straight up man fight matchup is not your friend. There's just no way around it. And 3 single target cores versus a Lincoln's Morphling, he was feeling pretty good.
Remember in that first 15 minutes, Blacklist was looking pretty good, and it was only until 23 Savage came into the game and started playing a little bit with that Morphling that the whole game started turning around. So 23 Savage is the difference maker here in this game 2, pushing us to a game 3. Let's go check in with the panel now.
Talon show that they are not to be trifled with, obviously. It's just the casual game 1 hoodwink. Let's just give it away, see if we can do anything with it. Okay, we can't, so that goes back in the drawer. But Io Leshrak can come back out, and this time, the Silencer Batrider first phase, which I would consider to be better than a Terrorblade Nature's Prophet first phase, ended up losing. So maybe it was probably because 23 Savage was also on a Morphling this game. A couple of factors changed. But what was the biggest one, Winter?
I mean, the Silencer Batrider, I felt like they got off to a really, really good start. Like from the lane, the Silencer was like, what, plus
16?
10?
Yeah.
5, 6, 7 minutes. And I also feel like the Lash was like, he was too overly eager to pressure towers, you know. I feel like when he was doing that push at minute 6, he actually should be farming creeps, you know, the stacks and everything, you know. He shouldn't be like trying to hit the tower because he wasn't strong enough with the IO. Like he died 3 times, I think, in the first 10 minutes.
The third death, and then Ollie tried to reload, but it's a global.
Don't you feel like all these things he should be farming, you know, at this point, like he shouldn't be trying to
He
come
should be
up.
close to top net worth, I think, with the lane he had, especially with an IO in the game.
Yeah, the reason like IO and Lash is actually so strong is because of how efficient you are with the mana. You can clear all the stacks very, very easily and you get ahead of everybody. And normally you should get Bloodstone at 13 minutes or 14 minutes. But
yeah, he did clear his stacks too, but he just kind of, I would say, died, I guess, 2 or 3 times.
It does seem like this team is learning the IO Lesh strategy. Against Army Geniuses, it was a little bit easier. Blacklist are proving to make it a little bit more complicated, but like the way Mikoto is playing on Leshrac is completely different than how I felt him was playing on like his Ember Spirit at the Lima Major. He's almost playing this Leshrac like he's playing an Ember Spirit with how aggressive he's going, but like that may be Mikoto's shortcoming. I've always seen him on aggressive playmaking mids and not really sit back and take stack mids, other than maybe like Templar Assassin, but even then, not at the Lima Major.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I feel like the Morph was super impressive this game though. He played pretty aggressive. I think he was like pretty far up on the map, did die once or twice, but it was really surprising to me that he could keep up with the Doom's net worth. The Rush Midas Devour Doom. I think something he did that was like kind of off camera this game was he turned into the Doom just to devour creeps. I think it happened like 2 or 3 times.
Really?
Yeah, but how many times can you do it? Like how much does it change? Like you get like what, 2 devours off?
Yeah, I mean it's probably not that significant, but he was top network for most of the game.
Yeah. Keeping up with a Midas Devour Doom is a pretty big feat, you know.
Especially because he went a defensive item first. It was Lincoln's first on this Morphling, right? Which is not a farming item, but it's more of a...
It is considered a
Gives you
farming
mana,
item.
I guess.
Because it gives you mana.
Helped him live on the map somewhat, but he still did go down a few times.
Yeah, but Talon definitely look like they are tired. You know? They are not in a very, very good shape, you know, the whole team. After you look, the game ends, you look at the camera, everybody's like, just like, get this over with. Just get this over with.
Well, how much of it do you think is them, like, they're really they're ramming this IO Leshrac strategy. They want to either learn it, or they want to make it like a first phase ban against them.
Yeah, they're trying to achieve that, but at the same time, you know, like, I feel like their player is not very comfortable. You could tell from the looks of their faces, you know, they're really struggling to understand what they should be doing on the map, how much you can push the limit of the heroes. And you know, every win is gonna matter. You know, every loss is gonna matter. You know, like I'm not sure if this is the best place to try something out like this. If your team is just not that well practiced with the hero, because I feel like they probably didn't get much practice or none at all. You know, after flying back from Peru, they play some pubs. That's about it.
Exactly.
They're practicing right now.
They're practicing right now. And I mean, as long as they keep getting series victories, then it's okay. They got the series victory against Army Geniuses. They got this Game 2 victory, although it was kind of dangerous. They were not guaranteed to get this win at all, which means that Blacklist Rivalry are looking quite a bit better than we expected, at least after their debut performance against SMG on day 1 of this DPC tour. So let's see now which of these two teams, Blacklist Rivalry or Talon, will come out superior in the full 3-game series after the break. Both of our series today going the distance. Geek Slate versus Army Geniuses ended up going 3 games, and we got 3 games on deck for Talon versus Blacklist Rivalry, which is a bit of a surprise for me. I definitely came into today expecting Blacklist Rivalry to get blown out, seeing as how the SMG was able to get a 2-0, but maybe Talon are not taking it easy, but they're looking far ahead. It's not about just week 1 DPC, it's about how are we going to win the Berlin Major. Top 3 at Lima was not good enough. How are we going to get a championship at the Berlin Major? And we got to do it by learning some new heroes. So perhaps learning the IO Leshrac.
Terrible excuse.
Well, when else are you going to do it, Winter? You yourself have told me that scrims don't give you the same amount of information as officials. Players don't handle scrims the same way that they do officials. So when are you going to learn?
I mean, with the schedule being that packed, it's actually pretty difficult.
Yeah, they're learning now.
You have to learn now, because otherwise, I mean, granted, the big patch is supposed to be end of April, which is like in the middle of the major. Yeah. But then your group stage is going to look great. If you master this IO Leshrac now, your group stage is easy mode.
Yeah, you make it to the main stage. Okay, patch during
That's okay.
during
you
the
worry
off
about
day.
that afterwards.
Maybe that's why they picked the Hoodwink.
Yeah,
they know something that we don't.
They're going to pick Clinks for 23 Savage next.
Dude, that hero has such a high win rate right now.
Does it really?
Yeah, like after, but I think it's one of the highest win rates.
Oh, isn't Tinker the one with the highest win rate after
I don't
the patch?
Clinks has like Clinks always had like decent win rate in pubs because of
He did, yes.
just Clinks.
But yeah, now the E buff was he gets 1 auto skeleton
Calibro,
after
yeah.
coming out of his invis, but his shard now also gives him only a +1 instead of +2. Completely uncontested for all of Tour 1, maybe now on the come up. I'm surprised that other anti-IO heroes aren't being more popular. Wyvern and Witch Doctor were uncontested, well, until the very end. Witch Doctor got picked in Lima, but like Wyvern's uncontested through all of Lima. If IO's this good of a hero, I feel like you don't have to look towards the AA necessarily. You can just look at the
IO's not with a carry now.
Yeah, but
it's
you're
with a
still
Lash curse then.
I'm surprised we
that's
haven't
true.
seen people steal the Lash because I feel like that was the response last time.
Yes.
I feel like the IO itself doesn't look very OP to me like before, but it's IO Lash, specifically IO Lash looks really, really strong right now.
Gyrocopter like a reasonable replacement if you don't get the IO
I
Lash.
think it is, but then you're playing IO Gyro, like it's very forced, you know.
Yeah.
I think IO Storm is good, IO Ember is decent, you know. You can play like IO Morph, we saw that too. Like, but these teams that are playing, so like I'll say Talon for example, like I think without the Lash, they probably will be kind of lost with the IO, you know. Like they're very specific on like what they play with the IO.
Yeah, but that itself is a pretty bad thing, you know, because when you play IO, you have to really understand the other aspects, you know.
I think your team has to understand how to play with the IO. That's usually how it is, right?
Yeah, I have no doubts that Oli is a mastermind on the hero, but like I was saying, the baton passing is just not there for Talon. I'm always seeing the IO stuck to the Leshrac like 24/7 as opposed to hanging out with the DP for a little bit, hanging out with the Leshrac for a little bit, hanging out with the Morphling a little bit.
Yeah.
And now I suppose the opportunity to do it. I don't really think Morphling would have necessarily been the best pairing, but I think like Tundra, they'll run CK with IO. And
Oh, CKIO.
CKIO is a classic.
That's a farm accelerator, right?
Yeah.
Gives you a bit of global presence to fix waves and stuff.
And then as for Blacklist, I don't know what they're up to. I don't know what they're working on necessarily, because every single game is a learning process, whether you win or lose. What are they learning right now in this series, or what have they learned from their SMG series? SMG series, they were doing other interesting openings. They have not had the same opening for any other series, actually. They had a Marcy Silencer opening, they had a Undying Nature's Prophet opening, and then in game 1 of this series, they had the Nature's Prophet Terrorblade opening, and now they had the Batrider Silencer opening. Kind of all over the place.
Yeah, trying different stuff out, or maybe they have different openings specific for different teams.
Also possible, yeah.
Yeah, those are the possible reasons.
I think they're figuring out their tier list of heroes, you know, with the new patch. Like, it's kind of hard to tell what's good and what's not.
I mean, Raven is still stuck with Terrorblade.
Yeah, I mean, he won.
He won.
He won.
Nature's Prophet still definitely very
Yeah,
out
I feel
there.
like NP was like ignored on Monday. And then
Yes.
today we see like picked and banned just because some games in Europe picked NP, you know. Like people play it, everyone's figuring it out. Like we watch these DPC games and the players, their coaches are like watching our regions.
Yeah.
See what China's doing, what Europe's doing, and then you you move on, you know, like things change real quick right now.
China's also, yeah, they're going crazy right now. They're still pushing Warlock as a competitive support hero, which other regions just simply ignore.
Oh, SEA, Talon. Warlock support.
They ran Warlock?
No.
They ran it at the major.
I mean,
yeah, Oli ran it at the major, and they lost that game, which was no, they won that game.
They won that game.
Yeah, because that was
they
it was
picked
against
it
Shopify.
2 games. They picked it 2 games.
Yeah, the one against Shopify, I remember, is because like Mikoto got Puck. They like got all of their favorite heroes, and then Oli was on Warlock randomly. So maybe that's a little bit of his Chinese influence following him back to his home region. But Talon, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, so this is what you're saying, right? You pick the Lash
yeah,
right here.
I think you pick like some Lash Nyx, for example. Because it blocks the Storm pick as well. Or Lash like on melee core Tusk.
Tiny.
Yeah. I just want to see what happens when, you know, I
Okay,
want
so
something
say
new.
that happens, what are you going to do with your A pick?
I mean, they're going to pick Bad Rider and Talon's going to pick Lash again.
Alright, same. Everything's exactly the
And
same.
Sunbeam's going to be like, Mikoto, this time don't hit the tower. Jungle.
Jungle, yeah, just clear your stack.
So I feel like he did so well in the lane and he kind of threw away his net worth playing out.
Yeah, you were in telling me like this lane, even though it's very favorable for Lash, but he shouldn't have gone that well against the Bat.
Yeah, I think Bat does lose a bit because Lash has pretty much infinite mana and he's so fast. You don't really threaten him ever. Woohoo.
I mean, eventually he's gonna be able to play the hero, right? Eventually.
Yeah, you have to learn. Where else?
But
are
then you
gonna
look at the
learn?
cameras, you know, the players like every time after the game, oh my god.
You know, the other thing that's tricky about this is that like he can't learn it by himself in pubs because you need the IO player.
Yeah.
And so like it's a two-man
It has
process
to be
to
your
learn this.
IO player.
Yeah, your IO.
Yeah, and he's the only one at home, you know, apparently from the cameras.
Oh, is he? Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
he is.
23. Yeah. No.
Mikoto.
Mikoto.
Is Raven giving us a
I think
hard
they're all
or
at
is
home.
he
23
eating?
looks like I saw 23's dog lying on his couch. They're all at home.
No,
Chilling.
they're at the boot camp. The four of them
You
are
get
at
to
the
bring your dog to the boot camp?
Yeah, they're all at the boot camp, I think.
Damn.
Are they not?
Dude, that's actually a good idea.
I mean, he looks like he's sitting beside Ollie.
Yeah, this guy.
You should have a, yeah, you're
He's
right.
at home.
He is at home. Dude, having a team dog seems like a great morale booster.
I do agree.
New teams need to do that, assuming your players aren't allergic. Terrorblade and Drow Ranger get banned out. Blacklist take out the Faceless Void and the Slark. Their last ban last time was the Beastmaster, and Talon's last ban last time was the Anti-Mage.
Yeah.
Not too surprised, both teams just protecting their early picks. I feel like Talon would probably be a bit more confident right now. I think Blacklist, you look back at last game, I think they just had in the first game, they had a matchup where Raven outscaled. And in game 2, they had a matchup where Raven didn't outscale, and then they lost at 30 minutes. Like, by default, they lost.
So they want a Hotwing instead of Rubik this time. So
They steal it away from Talon.
oh my god.
Is it much of a steal?
Rubik objectively better than Hotwing against Lash? Like, you want Hotwing, why? Why do you want Hotwing here?
Damage,
Just mostly
maybe?
for the damage.
Yeah.
Because last game they had the Rubik to steal the stun.
Are we guaranteeing that it's a support hoodwink? Maybe it's Cuckoo hoodwink.
I hope it's a support win. For the sake of Blacklist.
You can have my dinner if it's a call Hotwing.
Okay, great.
I mean, it's a big team's hero.
It is a big Tim's hero, that's true. But then why over the Rubik? I'm with Winter here. I don't see what hoodwink is giving you in this
The lane is
It's more
stronger.
burst for the Lash, I think. It's probably the main thing.
Yeah, because when you're playing against Lash IO, you have to make sure whenever you jump with your initiator, and Bad Rider in this case, you have to be able to just kill him.
Oh, I wonder if they'll put the Hoodwing safe lane now. It's because of the Enigma.
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good idea. Just deal with the Eidolons. I mean, the other pairings I've seen in the past against Lash is you get Skyraf with the Bad Rider. So
Well,
you just,
Blacklist.
Oh, to instantly kill the
yeah, you
Lush,
just
right?
instantly kill him. So if you burst him right away, so it doesn't matter if the IO is there to sustain him.
TA good here for Blacklist. I feel like Raven does favor his TA. Kunkka, it's a safe.
Is it a safe lane Kunkka? Didn't like
I
some
don't
team
think
did
so.
it?
I
Was
don't
it SA team? Like they did Kunkka
Yeah,
safe lane
against
against
Enigma.
Enigma.
I mean, it's a good lane, don't get me wrong. I just
So,
think it's hard to play the game.
So the idea is like you're always able to clear the summons and then you pick a real carry in the mid lane. Like
Yeah.
some TA, some
But that's
SF.
like SFTA, right? There's
Yeah.
like no heroes anymore. Sniper SFTA. Yeah, Sniper could look good.
Yeah, Sniper against Lash, pretty decent.
I feel like they don't have protection for the Sniper though. They have a very like, we start on you kind of lineup right now.
Yeah, with Hoodwing and Silence.
We'll probably see something like a Spectre kind of hero maybe. Spectre, Swan, that kind of route. I like Spectre a lot for Blacklist right now.
Yeah, good against Enigma in the lane.
Yes,
You don't
vision.
really care about the black hole. Pretty decent against the Lash, tanky.
See what Talon choose to ban here. Both teams lacking their carry still.
We don't know if this Blacklist Kunkka is safe lane or not.
That's fair.
Wait, they're banning Tide, so they think they think the Kanka is the carry.
Yeah, so the way the game that you're remembering, it was EG Pakaz ran it against Aster, the safe lane Kunkka. He went BKB, AC, Satanic.
Yeah, because Astini, he was going all about this, during the break. He's like, oh, Kanka defeats Tiny Enigma. Like,
Yeah,
blah,
it was
blah,
a
blah.
big trend at some point, right? Because
It was.
Tiny has no armor against the Cleave as well. It is a very good lane.
However, the Kunkka ended up losing that game and Aster won, so. And Aster's carry in that game was Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, because they pick Kanka at this junction, but it's weird, right? Because you're Bad Rider. I don't know, I feel like Bad Rider, you don't really want to put him on off lane, so you want to keep the mid lane open for him. So I feel like the Kanka is actually safe lane here. So the last pick is going to be
An off lane.
an off lane.
I guess it
Or,
also comes down to what they ban, right? What's left in the pool.
so they ban Ursa. So what are they thinking? Ursa and Morphling.
That almost
That
makes
sounds
it look like
like
an
bans
off
for-
lane bet.
That's true. Chaos.
Ooh, there you go. Now another IO pairing. It's not just IO Leshrac all day long. IO gets to hang out with CK for a little while.
Yeah, CK is very good against the two supports, the
Is this
Wing and the Silencer.
Medusa game?
I mean, if it's a-
Swan game?
Wait, what lane? do
What
you want
lane
this
are you
hero?
picking?
Yeah,
You wanna
Safe,
pick?
safe lane.
safe lane. You want a safe lane?
I mean, I wouldn't hate a Medusa too.
I mean, I want
Medusa looks good.
to off lane underlord against this CK.
Off lane Underlord.
that seems pretty tunnel vision. What the hell is Underlord gonna do against IO Lesh? How are you gonna cancel Black Hole?
I mean,
Hey,
tell me one
the
hero
portal.
that does everything that you just said.
Okay, let's see here.
Okay, Medusa actually does that.
Yeah, but I feel like the hero's kind of dead though. There's still a Naga too. I like the Naga a lot. I think it helps give vision for Blacklist heroes. Actually, Naga's insane here.
Pango.
I think they want to carry. I think it's too hard to end the game with this Kunkka bet double core without a actual hero. I feel like Naga gives vision and he resets the fight. Another annoyance for Black Hole. And it's good against Phantasm.
Outwarden.
Nah.
No? I mean, you just cut
You're laning Enigma is the thing, right? Unless you arc mid. I guess you could.
I mean, you just fight from far, right? Arc is pretty good against Dash.
Yeah, that's true. I like the Naga. Feels like a Raven hero more than this Kunkka.
Then what's the point for picking the Kunkka if you're not picking it for the Enigma tiny lane?
It's good against the Lash too, right?
Yeah.
So team fight,
Safe
some
lane
damage with
out.
Hoodwink.
Wait,
Off
lane out.
So it's a
Safe lane
carry
Kunkka.
Kanka. Alright.
Right, they found the carry. It's just that he's going to the off lane. That looks pretty good against CK too. You just drop armor against IO especially. Like you're just armor, right? So this Elk Hoodwink is a really strong lane. So much
Yeah,
damage.
so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of minus armor. So you start with Blightstone, then you can just kill very
Yeah,
easily
with
with the
acid
stun.
on the floor, you kind of just die.
Yeah. Stun.
I actually like Blacklist draft a lot.
Are you willing to bet your dinner?
Yeah,
Why is it always... You're so food motivated,
my dinner
Windsor.
for yours.
Most people bet like money or pride. You're like, give me your dinner.
Do you know when you're having a long day, the meal that you're
Food.
gonna have during the break
Yeah.
matters so much?
Mikoto's serious though. He's turned off his lights. Like gamer mode on.
Gamer mode on. His Leshrac will be providing all the lights because now it's game number 5 of him playing. He's played 5 games of Leshrac straight. He has not played anything other than Leshrac this entire DPC so far.
Every draft, all these like, please ban IO.
Let me play Elder Titan, please. But they are expanding. They're iterating on it. Like I said, they're bringing a CK into it. It's an expansion on the IO Leshrac strategy. Now it's an IO CK strategy. And what's the idea for the Alchemist? I think I actually saw
Win condition.
Win condition.
DB played it earlier too.
DB did play it, that's
just
right.
Radiance against CK, you free farm strong lane too, acid
Yeah.
with Hoodwink.
I think Blacklist is also improving with their draft.
There you go. Now let's see if they can improve the gameplay enough to bring them a series victory in game number 3 with our casters. It's Cap and SVG.
A second series is going to have a second off-lane Alchemist, Avery. I don't know how to feel about this.
Nice. That's how you feel about it. Everybody loves some off-lane Alchemist. I think this lane is pretty strong. Like the Hoodwink Alchemist they're talking about, this is a brawl lane. It's not some, oh, we're just going to sit there and farm and hope I don't die. We saw some of these Alex get super zoned by like Undyings and stuff. This is a lane you can fight back some of this garbage and actually make a name for yourself, you know?
What wasn't that the duo that we saw earlier with off-lane Alchemist?
Versus the Undying lane?
I don't remember it.
I was watching another region, I think.
Because I think it was because he had the minus armor orb. I'm fairly certain. Right? Am I crazy?
Wait, what game are you talking about, actually? You're confusing me now. Hold on. I'll look real quick.
Our offlane Alchemist that we just casted.
But which game? You're talking about the first game today?
Yes.
Yeah, that was versus the Undying. Yeah, but he got bodied, actually. But I think they misplayed that one.
Oh, okay. So so you're saying the duo is fine. They just messed it up.
Yeah, you were confusing me because I thought you were talking about a different game where that game went rough for them. But even then he came back. I just think that lane should go better. Like, I actually don't think the Undying should necessarily full zone the Alk like that. The thing is, he had carry Fury on that game too. And that's really brutal, right? That's like, you're getting decayed and then hit by treants. Most carries are not that good at zoning you early.
Okay, so you don't think IO Chaos Knight is going to be nearly as good against that matchup?
This duo has to man fight you early to zone you. And I think you can just man up with Acid Spray plus Acorn Shot. I don't think CK can fight Acid Spray Acorn Shot level 1. So I think you don't get zoned, and therefore I think this lane can play the lane how it wants to and do a lot better, you know?
Sure, yeah.
I guess that's what I was trying to say in the end, but... But that's okay.
What about the super good Enigma versus Tiny? We heard the panel talk about it. This carry Kunkka is supposed to be a counter to it. Do you believe in that?
Oh yeah, Kunkka wins the lane. I just don't know if he wins the game. I don't have much faith in carry Kunkka as a concept, I think. He's good with the carry mids, but again, how many teams play the carry mids? Like the Shadow Fiends, the Arc Wardens, this type of stuff, right? Not a lot of teams. And here he has a Bat mid. You just don't have a Roche killer, so you have to pick this offlane Alk. Maybe Alk is the real carry here. I kind of like that conceptually, in a way. You just pick a carry, because Kunkka's not a true carry. But then you have a Roche killer, you have an objective taker. I expect Bosku to go full carry items here.
Okay, but if that's the case, you're still going to have a little bit slower of a radiance by being in the off lane, surely.
Do you, though? Do you have a slower radiance?
I mean, it was a slower radiance. It was like a 17-minute radiance in our first game of the day or something like that, as opposed to, like the 13-minute that's average.
It's probably a little slower on average, but honestly, there's some games you get it really fast. You remember when 33 used to play it off lane? He had really fast radiance timings. You can power it up. And the upside is you get a safe lane Kunkka who is going to mega free farm and have a lot of net worth he can put towards whatever the hell he wants. So maybe you just rather have that in terms of the reliability than like an Alk who leaves the safe lane and then you lose map. Because the upside is this Kunkka can sit top and it's really annoying for jabs. He can never push the tower, he can never play aggressive. There's no gank threat here really. And then Alk, if he retreats to the jungle, what do you get out of your safe lane being empty with a CK? Not much. Yeah. Right? The game flow for Talon is they have an Enigma. Enigma wants to kick the safe laner out, take the tower, snowball with auras. Kunkka just sits there and prevents it all. Whereas Alk is susceptible. You have to kind of play on and off the lane depending on who gets ult first and this type of shenanigans. So in terms of the game flow, it's a lot nicer to have the Kunkka feeling the Alk, assuming you can still get farm. And this Alk's farming. I mean, he's top of the net worth for his team. Like I said, this lane is not that weak versus the IO.
There does seem to be a weird blurring of the lines as time goes on between the safe lane and off lane carry. Nice toss back with so many Eidolons. Raven is getting pummeled, but the body blocking in from Q as well. Raven's not getting away from this one. He's going to be stuck here, and the Eidolon should be enough to finish him off, or Q will snag the last hit. Either way, it's a first blood for Talon.
That's just a bad death. Got to recognize the pull. You can't get caught by this toss combo. And I mean, you're supposed to be the bulwark up here that shuts down the Enigma with early Eidolon killing. Instead, you're feeding a kill away. Not only a kill, you're feeding first blood.
What are these grits? They're out of control. Bosku is dead.
Okay, just critted him into the nether realm.
He just crit him 3 times in a row, I think.
Well, that's why they call him 23 Savage. He's got the 3 in the name.
Uh-huh.
Didn't like that one too much, huh?
I gave it a uh-huh.
Gave it a 3. A 3.
That's you're lucky I didn't give it a 2.
It was not good. I don't know. You shouldn't have had any reaction. But why not just crit him down? He's a dumb alk. Gotta smack the ogre, tell him who's boss. I mean, now you got to level 3 on this lane. You're pretty happy. This is when this lane kicks off. You get the level 2 overcharge. You just start smacking them.
Yeah, I see. I was not convinced by your pitch of the Alchemist Hoodwink being able to really take it to the Chaos Knight. That Chaos Knight is a crazy strong laner.
I mean, I don't think you take it to him. I just think you don't get abused, right? Like, you get to play the lane.
Okay.
Which is all Alec wants to do. Because he has 20 CS on Alec. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, maybe you die once or twice, but if you're getting farm, you don't really care with this hero. And he's going to go fast Vanguard here, so if he gets to that, he should be at least a better spot.
Okay, I mean, part of this is Tim's fault, though, by the way. He keeps missing some bushwhacks, so
Yes,
maybe
he's
that's
missing
part of it.
He's not helping their cause.
Oh, dive in mid, flame break, pumps him back, and Carl's going to retreat with the TP coming in, but he gets hit by the stun on his way out.
The tower aggro.
Going to ensure that he dies.
Oh, Carl, what have you done? What have you done? Meanwhile, AU goes down top. This Kunkka lane is not winning. This game already looks like a disaster for Blacklist.
Yeah, it kind of does. Oh, Tim's pulled back in the bottom lane. Got the tower aggro on him, too.
What are these tower
What is
aggros?
going on with tower aggro and Blacklist, man?
The towers are not your friend, son.
Yeah, somebody tell Blacklist that.
22 Savage is just 1v2. It's like, he's level 5 to Bosku's 3. This lane is an absolute train wreck at this point. The Kunkka is a level behind Enigma. Not killing Eidolons.
Oh, and Carl's
Carl
gonna die
is dead
too.
again. This is an absolute disaster of an early laning phase for Blacklist.
Makoto is just picking up speed as the series goes on. I mean, he started off playing up against that Viper. That was terrible for him, but now he's just dumpstering Carl in the 1v1. Well, okay, it's not really a 1v1, to be fair. Ollie's been hanging around this lane quite a bit.
Yeah, this is a 2.5 to 3 on 1.5.
Yeah.
Something in that area. I mean, this, you know, they've been playing this IOS 5 games in a row. By the 5th time, they've ironed out the kinks. They've gotten some practice, and they're starting to get good at it.
Is this, well, like, would you ever do this? Like, if you wanted to expand your hero pool, would you use the DPC matches to just run the same combo again and again and again?
Probably not. Honestly, I feel like they think it's just really good, and if their enemy is willing to give it to them every game, why not just keep picking it, right?
Sure.
Like, I think there's an argument there, and the thing is, if you keep winning it, at some point people will feel pressure to ban it, and it'll open up something else, and then you just have a huge draft advantage. So I'm kind of on board. Just spam it until something happens. Either you're out of the
wheels fall off,
or you go to the major, you know? Either way, you're getting relocated somewhere, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, true.
It's either
change the
Germany
scenery, yeah,
or out of the team house, but you're getting relocated.
Out of the mansion.
Back into the hut. 2
second stun, Tim's. Oh, nice cut there. And 23. He's really pumping on all cylinders. He's just going to be able to bring down Bosku again, man. Really great reactions by him with this quelling play. This is a couple times now. He's cut down a tree and prevented the bushwhack from landing.
I mean, if you spam click it in predictive territory, it's pretty reliable.
Makoto needs a little help here. Q is going to try and help him with an avalanche. Toss straight up in the air on the Bat Rider, and only so much you could do here. The flame break into the lasso is going to ensure the death of Makoto, but Carl may still fall. The Malefice in one swing of Q's heavy fist will bring him down.
Straight back to the mansion. Going back to the top, boys. Another death for Carl, man. 0-3. He is having a rough one. And no runes either. This is mid-bat really suffers. If you're playing the skirmish bat and you don't get the runes, you're really sad. Because otherwise you could just be stacking and clearing the camps. Early boat to get nothing.
Scary little situation. Forced it out of him, I guess.
Look at the level disparity bottom. This is brutal. 23 is almost level 8 to Bosku's 4. Just got 5. That's a crazy level differential.
Out of EX, missed the avalanche or missed the torrent, but it doesn't matter too much. Makoto is going to be here though. He's silenced, but he still has his ultimate going, so he's going to be able to bring down Raven. Let's see if they can get a little bit more. Thinking about it, Bushwhack is going to be able to catch the IO, so Blacklist turn around, but the two-man black hole lands. Two-man stun followed up from Makoto, too. Cleaning house now. Blacklist on the run. Carl is able to stay alive ever so barely.
It was a little early on the split earth, honestly. I think Makoto is a bit patient there, plays it right and chains it. You get both. So Carl skirts around death as Tim's plays a tune.
It's, I'm going to be playing the smallest violin for them pretty soon, is the way this game's going. Got some stacks going on, though.
Yeah, stack is nice. And they need the stacks here because it is an outlaw.
Relocate. Okay, Ollie. Q needed some help and canceled, I think, his tether target, thinking it was a little bit too dangerous. Meanwhile, top lane looks like the Enigma is going to die. Raven. I mean, finally we get to see something out of this safe lane Kunkka, because I just haven't been paying that much attention to him, but it seems like things were kind of quiet and Enigma seemed to be farming just perfectly fine.
I mean, the early start to that wave was really bad for Raven. And 2 deaths does not help him at all. This armlet's pretty delayed here. He still has a decent amount of net worth, but it's kind of going to be a given on safe lane Kunkka no matter what. Yeah, ideally you want to be top of the chart here. And instead, 23 is just 1,000 ahead of you almost. Level 9 with armlet already completed. He's a monstrous game on this chaos lane.
Structures are fortified.
Oh, geez, stacks everywhere, man. Raven stacked for himself. Tim's double stacking up here as well. They are trying to play just the straight up economy game, I guess.
The thing is, everybody needs him. Like, Bosku's an alchemist who wants to farm with Greevils. Carl needs the stacks because his laning phase was so bad he needs to catch up. And Raven's a Kunkka who wants to snowball and get ahead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
They're all splitting them. No one's really accelerating.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I don't know if anybody feels good.
So there was this period of time, mid Kunkka was running Radiant's BKB. Any chance that Raven considers that this game? Or wait, never mind. We have an alchemist. Sorry. Okay, I mean, can safe lane Kunkka go Radiance again?
It's a possibility, yeah. I don't think it's terrible on the hero. Because the super high damage works with your cleave, right? Kunkka just wants damage, he doesn't really want attack speed or anything.
Yeah.
And he stays alive in the fights. I actually think the Radiance might be pretty good on this patch. I like that idea. He could have gone it, because this offlane out does not have to go the Radiance build. He can go the Crimson, AC, Abyssal, Blink, just fight stun build, right?
Yeah, you say that, but have we seen an offlane alchemist from Southeast Asia not go the Radiance build?
No, but have we seen them not do it?
I don't know. It's way too late in the day for my brain to figure that out.
I'm just saying it. The second you would expect an SEA offlaner not to do something is usually when they do it. Bosku is going to.
Do you expect Bosku to be dying again?
No. I don't think he
trying to go for the kill on the Enigma. The global silence goes out, and they needed it too because he maybe could have gotten off a black hole there. Raven is probably going to be dying here. They're going to toss the Leshrac on top of Raven. Raven trying to juke out the stuns, but there is going to be no stun used. Makoto doesn't need it.
Somebody help the Admiral, man. Navy's sinking right now.
Tim slows him down. Splitter just barely off the mark. Level 2 Splitter, not quite big enough for that little play. Meanwhile, 23 was going to be able to catch AU mid. Not the case.
And the thing is, this is heating up to be another game where 23, because he's so farmed, he's going to be able to do early Roshans and give Aegis to Makoto here. And it's just going to get out of control because Carl's too far behind. Like, this bat has nothing. He has bots and an Ogre Club. I don't know if this is enough firepower to go into those mid-game fights. Bosku is going to be farming for a while here. I mean, he's going Radiance, but this is still a ways away. He didn't get all of the stack priority either. There's just a lot that has to come online here for Blacklist in the next 5 to 10 minutes. And I think they're not only going to get out-farmed, but they might get outpaced here. You're going to have a blink on Q pretty soon, too. This is a nice window Talon's creating. They can take advantage of it, might just blow the game open.
Yeah, I kind of think Raven needs to get something done here, and he is going to be able to get a kill on a Q. Carl's going to rotate to just make sure that Q does end up going down, which is a really important kill because he was closing in on the Blink Dagger too. So nice timing, small pickoff there for Blacklist, but they need a whole lot more than just that.
I mean, you have to deny something here from what Talon's getting, so you can get your bat time to get back in the game and accelerate your other two cores.
Relocate
ahead
to where his X was. Oh, but a beautiful bushwhack timing there from Tim's. Bails Raven out of what would have been certain death, I feel.
Damn, that's kind of a cool play. I never thought about that, but
I'm not opposed to taking that.
you just reload on the X every time. He has to go back to it, right?
Yeah.
You just do it super early and wait for him. It's kind of a funny interaction, but it doesn't pay off there. It does get bailed out. And this is just a race to BKBs now, pretty much.
Race to BKBs while Bosku, like the turtle in the turtle and hair, is slowly making his way to a Radiance.
He's getting the space though. There's nobody bottom to interfere with him outside of that one gank. He will pull ahead. I mean, this is Greevil's Greed Alchemist. He will farm. It is inevitable. You cannot stop it. You can only prepare. Well, you can stop it, but usually it's way too hard.
Preparing for the inevitable.
No, they're going to try and stop it.
And they're going to stop it by hitting him with the sun.
No ult for 7.
And throwing a bunch of spells at him. Global Silence, a TP out that's not going to make it. Once again, the Leshrac is not stopped by the Global Silence. 23, meanwhile, picking up the kill on the Silencer and invading the jungle with his illusions.
They made that out kill look easy. I don't know if it should be that easy. Just walk up to him, he dies.
Nobody from Blacklist is around. Tim's is up here with Carl and Raven. Somebody's got it. Well, I remember Winter keeps on talking about this for Blacklist, how like everybody wants to farm on this team. Nobody is creating the space. And this poor Alchemist is just like running down lane going like, don't worry guys, I'll get that Radiance eventually. And he just runs down lane and you know, potentially taunts.
The stupid ogre taunt. Running back towards bottom. I think that's literally been all Bosku's done this game. He's died, respawned, ran down bottom, hit more creeps. Because he's 0-4 and 0. He hasn't done anything except try and farm down here. And the thing is, every time he goes down here, it's harder to farm because he's more scared. So like, it just gets worse and worse for him. This feels bad.
Yeah, and who's creating the space? Oh, what a jump in from Q. 3-man avalanche with the toss combo. And the Bat Rider just disappeared.
Gone.
23 blows him up with the blink dagger pickup that he has. And geez,
That's Roche.
okay,
That's just
that
Roche.
is Roche. Yeah.
You have Greaves on this Enigma. You're hitting your aura timing to force the objective. There's no way you're team fighting this with a Sacred Relic Alchemist. I mean, good luck. And this is the problem. Sure, you're not losing net worth, but the tempo for Talon is going to be too fast here. They're going to accelerate the map, and you're not going to have any space to farm. On, as you pointed out, a bunch of heroes that Blacklist need to get farm on. You need bad DPC. You need Alc Radiance plus another item. Raven has his, but he's just a kunka, man. He's not killing anybody. He's providing the team fight.
I mean, my question is, did Raven really have to AFK until he had BKB? Or could he have fought, like, outside of his own lane? Could he have fought with just an armlet?
I mean, but where does he go to fight, right? It was pretty much only the tier 1 mid they could have fought at. If he goes there and helps Carl take that fight, but that's just such a weird engagement. Like, you
rotate down to the Alchemist lane and kill the Chaos Knight. You know, there was I feel like there's an option there.
I just think he felt like he wanted to defend against the Enigma too. It's a tough call. I think if he goes bottom and he kills CK, it's like the highest value play, but I think it's also pretty risky, especially with how that lane was going. You got to remember, 23 was like a level 8 to level 5 Alc.
Yeah.
That lane was not a good lane to rotate into. He was really far, and he had a fast armlet. He had his armlet ahead of Ravens too. So it would have had to been like a naked item smoke play just with Ghost Ship. Maybe in theory the correct thing to do, but in practice very difficult.
Philly Stone gonna get dropped for both sides. More gold. He gets caught trying to combo a creep wave and blinking out. They're gonna be able to pull him back into the X and change him down pretty nicely. So a good pick there for Blacklist, something small to work with. What's a bad pick for Blacklist anyways? They're Alchemist, dying again.
He is just not a hero this game, man.
And maybe Carl too. His jabs, he could black hole him. He could do it. If I really wanted to, I could do it.
Yeah, just let you know I have that power.
Yeah. This is looking like potentially the most one-sided game of the night, because I don't think Talon's going to slow down. I think they're just going to keep it going. Triple kill for 23.
Crit.
Crit.
This is more of the IO gameplay I think you want to see too. Like where you run the early game over and then you can start to play the map with the reloads, which is not something we saw in some of their other IO-Lesh games, but is one of the aspects that makes this super spooky. Because Lesh can play on his own. I mean, this hero has no issue running around on his own.
All right, Raven XTP top, so now that's a free tier 2. We're gonna watch the Alchemist die again. Bosku?
Raven.
Yeah.
Somebody's dead down here.
Yeah, back inside the game, Tim's. He gets a bushwhack off to save his core's life, but he will not be able to save his own. Tried to use the ultimate to jump up to the high ground. He would attempt, but doesn't work. 23 Savage, meanwhile. Godlike spree, 21 minutes in. Give him a break, man. This is a hard-working carry, man. They're not stopping him. Back to the mines, they say. They're going to smoke up and make 23 Savage get some more kills.
The workhorse will stand for no laziness, no idleness. Get back in the mine, you dog. Brutal beat down here. And this Chaos Knight pick was really good too. There's just like almost no AoE to stop him. No real early contests. Not to mention, if you go late game, you get that Ags up, dispel the global silence, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Ultimate counter.
Well, tier 2s are, well, they already took the tier 2 top, and they're going to take the mid one next. They have still a minute left to go on this Aegis, so why not just get aggressive right in front of their tier 3s? Just see what happens, you know? Well, what could happen is you get your Tiny killed. He falls.
That wasn't great. But I guess you got him back, so...
Yeah, you did do that. You forced him inside their base.
An early Mage Slayer for this Chaos Knight as well. This is something we saw in a lot of the Chaos Knight builds. I feel like if you go back to that Stockholm Major when Tomato was playing it a lot, since I made to that grand final. He went Mage Slayer on this hero a lot too, and I kind of like it. It makes you pretty tanky.
Catching Carl.
And yeah,
I mean, even if he doesn't get these kills, just forcing them back and forcing them to TP home and stuff is still very valuable.
Oh yeah, because you're closing the map up with the reload, right? Like you don't have reload for that play, but the next one you will.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Man, very good series from 23 Savage here. Like game 2, he just carried that game, and game 3 destroyed the lane, snowballed the map. Pretty much perfect CK gameplay.
Got himself a shard. He's not waiting for a slow, cover all the Roshans, get the shards and Aghanim Scepters from there. No, he's buying the shard for himself now. He says now's the time to strike while the iron's hot. And Blacklist say now's the time to smoke.
I mean, I don't know if you want to be smoking into this.
Yeah.
I get why. They have the triple BKB timing. Boss Q completed his, Carl completed his. You're not really going to get a better window to try and get a fight back into this game. It looks hard, though. You cannot overextend into Blink Black Hole here, and you cannot overextend on this Makoto Lesh, who has BKB of his own.
Bosku gets tossed up in the air real quick. BKB does go down. 23 pops his Phantasm, is looking for an opening in, while Raven does manage to finish on back. There it is, 23. He gets his opening, managed to finish off the Hoodwink nice and quick. Pops his own BKB, but he's got to play it slow.
Two-man splitter.
Two-man stun from Makoto. He's in right now. Gets relocated out. Okay. A little bit of a reset there. 23 still being chased after. Doesn't have a BKB, so he's probably going to be dying here, and they're going to be able to pull around the Leshrac a little bit. A lot of AoE damage, so everybody's getting low. Versus Bosku on the side. The Alchemist is going to fall to the Enigma. Meanwhile, the Leshrac was not able to track down either one of the other cores. Both Carl and Raven were able to slip away into the night.
So you get a Tim's buyback out of that, but that's it? And why was this? Okay, so Raven got the 23 street gold, which is a 1,500 gold kill.
Okay.
So that's pretty nice. He has a full silver edge now.
I mean, is that good? Is that who they want the gold? I don't know who their carry is anymore. I mean, I thought it was Bosku, but Bosku's died too many times to be a carry.
The only thing Bosku's carrying is some caskets. It's Raven.
I was about to say, isn't that everybody else? Everybody else is the pallbearers to Cuckoo's funeral.
There's a lot of pallbearers in here. But Raven, he's an admiral. He has a positive KDA. There's some hope.
Okay.
I mean, he's pretty farm now. That fight was kind of disoriented for Talon too, right? It wasn't that clean. They didn't get a black hole off. 23, he goes on the back line. He uses BKB early, but then he just kind of has to take the later portion of this fight without it. Very obnoxious fight for Talon there. I think they wanted that one to go a lot cleaner given their strength. So
and that relocate out after Makoto hit the two-man stun was super awkward too. Yeah.
It's like, do you want to fight? Do you not want to fight? Do you want to disengage? Do you want to re-engage? It was very all over the place. I think
definitely some very different
jabs,
reads of the game.
And maybe BKB for this Enigma solidifies the read, because then you can just commit. There's no real... I mean, if you kill the Silencer, then he has a free hole, which I think should be not too difficult to do, right? Like 23 can just blink in and find him.
Yeah. No, I like that idea. That's probably what 23 was doing initially, right? When he killed Tim's. He was looking for the Silencer, I assume.
Yeah, I think if you take Silencer out, then Jabs has a free fight, and then the fights are a lot more straightforward, because you can just black hole the Kunkka, black hole the Alec, and then the longer fight becomes a lot better for 23 Savage at that point.
Well, there is no rush to this right now. The BKB, that is. They can chill out and farm it up because they are just playing for Roshan right now, which is going to be up in 1 minute. Of course, Blacklist don't know that. It could be up right now. So they need to be getting out on the map. They're going to smoke up, check rewards, make sure there's no deep vision here.
They saw the bounty taken. Makoto knows they're here, but he just
Makoto's going to go in. He's going to be able to find Tim's. Nice force staff away. Tim's going to be okay. They force out the BKB on Carl, though.
It's a good force.
A little something.
Protect their high ground war, too, because there's a gem on that bad. Both teams with gems trying to control the vision here. And the initiation is just not that easy for Blacklists. There's no blink on this Bat Rider or anything. Kind of just has to walk in and do it the old dirty. So, I feel for him.
It's not like the Alchemist is tanky enough to just kind of stroll up there and try and draw some attention and create space for other people to counter-initiate. He's still working on an AC.
Maybe once he has AC, he also took this Ass's Spray talent for, I mean, you take this a lot of times, but 7 extra armor is not too bad in this game.
Yeah.
Especially with Boat Rum. Like, there's some innate takiness for Blacklist. I just am concerned about where's the damage coming from. Like, are you killing Makoto in these fights? And if not, I feel like he's killing you.
All right, so Aegis and a Shard for
Makoto, probably.
Makoto. And we're gonna have
given it 2 at least, but no,
it's jabs instead. I honestly love this one. I think this one's a little underutilized. The Malefice on Eidolons.
I mean, it also increases the stun, which is pretty damn nice, because then the gap in between is just so tiny, but it's an interesting shard choice. I wonder why they gave it to him. Is this really more valuable than IO shard, for example? Like, bonus spell lamp and spell lifesteal with the Lesh IO combo is pretty good.
Yeah, now that one I actually think would have been the best option, but it supports never get the shard, even if they are the better option.
That's true. Jabs just alpha that. So get the hell out of here, man. You're a 5.
Bosku, tossed up, split earth. It's going to be able to land. The chain stun completes, and Bosku dies without a BKB.
That's a rough one. It's the problem with the Alec this game is his build is entirely anti-physical. Between Radiance Evasion, AC, Vanguard, Elven Tunic. If you ever just get stunned, you're gone. The magical burst is crazy here. No easy itemizations for Blacklist this game. They're finding the farm on the Kunkka and Alec, but it just doesn't feel like the items are... They're not going to change the course of this game right now.
Yeah, Scotty, Kunkka, that can't be the build, right?
Scotty Kunkka? No.
Yeah, don't you just go
He's not
damage?
going Scotty.
Oh, well, I mean, now he's going Sanj and Yasha. I feel like you just do damage, don't you? Like, what's wrong with good old Daedalus? I guess I knew you already have Silverhead. Yeah, true, yeah.
I think you go Divine, honestly. Daedalus Divine, I think, is what you need in this game. He's trying to be a bit tankier and kind of stay in the fight, which I think in a game where it's more even, where your other cores are stronger, like if Bat was a lot stronger, this build makes more sense to me, but...
Yes, I agree.
You're behind, it's tough. We'll see, though. We'll see if it pays off. Like, if the fight goes bad for Talon, let's say the Enigma gets started on, or CK gets started on, he goes very low HP, the Phantasm's not as good. Maybe you can win that in one fight.
Oh, kalma lang kalma. Relax. Oh, kalma lang kalma. Relax lang. Relax lang.
2.5 minutes left on the Aegis. So Talon, they can find a pick. They could pretty easily go high ground. If they don't find it, I am curious to know whether or not they're just going to try and force high ground anyway, or if they're going to play for like third Roshan.
Oh, Carl. That's a bold move, son.
Yeah, it is, but he got off the BKB. Did not get the follow-up stun in time, and Carl is able to get away. They got a boat out on Makoto. Makoto's going to take a decent amount of damage, but he still has the Aegis, so he doesn't really care. He's going to keep chasing down after heroes because he wants to die almost. They're going to be able to hit the avalanche right as the BKB expires and pull in Bosku. Pull him away from that tier 3, drag him out.
Oh, decent contester from Talon, not letting that outpost go away. Definitely the right call. Anytime you force the BKBs out from Blacklist, there's no way they can take that team fight. And that might mean you just go high ground here. You still have Aegis for a minute 30. Like, why not? You have BKB.
Hey, you got the level 20 Chaos Knight talent. That one is so deadly. When you're playing this kind of Chaos Knight, the reality is good. Pierces still immunity. Ooh.
And you have to be careful on these X's. Like, there's blink Yules on the Tiny. You might catch somebody. It only takes one catch to just be lame.
Oh, he tried. self-fuels, but he's going to be caught by the X. I think he may just be dead. Oh, he's going to try and bail him out. They tried to toss him over to the side. What happened to the Leshrac?
How did
he's getting pulled in deep? There was some sort of weird toss scenario there. They're going to poke at him from a distance here, see if they could burn out that Aegis. 23 is a little bit low, so he's keeping his distance.
Are they just going to leave him? Oh, they're going to try to save him.
They're going to relocate him out.
Good call. You could have got X, though. You gotta be careful with these reload saves. They're not necessarily guaranteed.
He still has BKB, too.
Well, that was a big hit. What the hell was that?
That was a 1100 damage crit. He got a... I think he may have gotten a Silver Edge Crystallis hit.
Yeah, he for sure did, with all the minus armor. He had the AC minus armor plus the acid spray, and then just got absolutely bamboozled.
Radiant are scanning.
I think there was like one more hit in there. Maybe Bosco hit him or something. I don't know. That looked scary as hell, though.
It certainly makes ending the game a whole lot more complicated. You get hit with that kind of damage.
I mean, he has the plus 70% Tidebringer cleave. He has that crystals, like we're saying, Titan Sliver. There's a lot of damage amp on this Kunkka. The pirate caught you sleeping.
Yeah, he had the did you say this? He had the level 20 talent, 70%. Yeah.
He's hitting his stride.
1,000 damage crit becomes 2,000 damage. All right, Heart soon for 23. So that'll help his illusions tank up a little bit more against this carry Kunkka.
Also, just a lot more damage. Benefit of a strength carry.
Yeah.
I think sometimes we see strength blink instead, but...
Yeah, because he does have some item slot issues. I mean, he's supposed to go Bloodthorn at some point, right?
Oh, he just sold Echo? Wait, what did he just sell? Yeah, he sold Echo, I guess. Interesting.
Dire's bottom tower.
A little inefficient, but I guess he just feels like his slots are in demand. Why not?
Blacklist. Oh, this would be big. Oh, this would be so big. The bushwhack. See if they can keep the chain stuns going here and they can burst him down. The stuns. Oh, the lasso pull him back a little bit farther and they've got him. A massive kill, and he doesn't have buyback either. Makoto fighting for his life here right next to Raven, whose BKB is going to wear out eventually. Makoto's going to chase him down, and the BKB lasts long enough. Kunkka dies. Makoto links in for more. Spots AU. He just needs to be able to get range of the lightning. Stun will land afterwards. Bushwhack goes in, though. That'll allow the supports to be able to get away.
Carl's annoying him on the backside. At least they're not going to lose more here. Again, these fights are hard, man. If you get a free kill on CK like that and the team isn't even there and you still can't take that fight, that's brutal. Because Makoto is just running you down. He does not care about anything in this game.
Oh, well, apparently he doesn't care about tier 4s.
He definitely does not. He might care about the fountain, but you need Lasso to get him there. Currently 30 seconds on the cooldown. And you still have Black Hole up for Jabs. Jabs is just not throwing it at all this game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's because AU has been so far in the back that he really hasn't died very much in the mid-game here. He's 0-5-5, but I feel like most of those deaths were in the laning phase.
There's a flip side to that. I mean, you can hold the global for the Black Hole, but at the same time, that means you're not globaling anything else.
Yeah.
Which kind of sucks when you're in a behind position, because then you're just losing a spell in a way.
Yeah, and Enigma is able to use some other spells, especially since he's going to get the cast range from the Psychic Headband, and he's going to get a Scythe of Ice. So he's a lot more useful than just a Black Hole.
100%. And even if you do global, he has Greaves and BKB, so you really do have to save the global for when he Black Holes. You can't use it anywhere else if you want that guarantee. But meanwhile, you're just getting run down by Lesh, you're getting run down by CK. Tough position. Got to find an opening. It's got to be Carl. I think he has to find these lassos in the fight. Maybe on the Lesh and you just try and burst him. But he doesn't have the blink. He went Octarine. So that initiation is just not there. It's pretty much just you walk into somebody and hit them with a bushwhack.
Got some vision of 23. They bursted him down once, but it was a difficult job. This time around, he is not alone.
I didn't even want to go on him now.
All right, well, if they don't go then, are they just going to give up Roshan? And it seems to be the case.
By the way, Jabs did finish that Hex, so he has Blink Hex now. He can just start the fight and then force some defensive global or something like this of his own. These fights are not getting easier for Blacklist. Raven does have Daedalus Divine queued up, so it's on the menu. The menu is very long away.
Yeah.
Tip me, guys. Tip me.
Kalma lang kalma.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Look at Carl. He's going back for Witchblade. That's when you know you're going late game and you need some more damage.
Yeah, but the problem is, do you even win that late game? I feel like this is what every C game turns into in a way, but it's like I always say, one team's always wrong, you know?
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, they don't really have another choice, right? Even if they're wrong,
no,
it may be the better option. Are probably the higher percent play than just trying to end the game now. I mean, he gets this Witchblade. If he gets the shard as well, that you actually do a pretty hefty amount of damage during the lasso.
Yeah, the single target burst will be there, especially with the Kunkka. If the Kunkka can get multiple hits off, he is hitting really hard now. Finish Daedalus for Raven. In a base defense fight, which is their best fight, they can hold off for a long time. The problem is you're giving up Roshans, and that means Refresher Shard here for Jabs, double Black Hole. You can global in once, but you can't global in twice.
Radiant's bottom
Cheese for Io, again, benefit of the Io. It's like the best cheese user in Dota. And Aegis for Lesh with Strength Blink on top. So Makoto is just going to go ham. You can play for the late game, but Lesh is not going to let you get there. This is the game ender of a push right here. You need one hell of a base defense.
Here it comes. Q. Sees the opening on the Batrider. Nice toss back with the Scythe of Bison. They just burst down Carl. Very nice initiation. And he does not have buyback. None of the cores do on the side of Blacklist.
No, he bought out.
Nobody opted to save.
Where were the wise financial decisions, Cap?
Well, maybe it goes back to, everybody wants to be the carry. Nobody wanted to be the guy who tanks the death and uses their buyback for a good team fight.
I mean, to be fair, I think they do have to all buy out to win the fight, but it is now you just don't have a bat for 40. This is megas unless you're willing to take the engagement 45. Are you willing to do that? Bosku, he's going to need one hell of an Abyssal Blade.
Okay, Alchemist TP's right in front of them and does manage to get off his BKB ever so barely. But now the Silencer is dead. Jabs has an opportunity here. They do have a buyback on the Silencer, though. They're going to Black Hole. He buys back immediately, globals, but he has the Refresher at the same time. Or actually didn't.
He wants Kunkka. He used it. Wait, he wasted the other Black Hole.
Yeah, he wasted the second Black Hole. I mean, it doesn't seem to matter, though. 23 Savage just destroying Blacklist right now. Raven did manage to get back, though. See if he can get some lucky crit hits in here. That's their only opportunity. A 4-staff away, Tims. Oh, you're bringing him into the squirrel. You're bringing him into the fountain as well. And that means last rank life #1 is down.
I mean, 23 is just hitting the racks. I don't think he cares.
Relocate out. Oh, no, we missed it.
Oh, he bought a Ghost Scepter.
Bought a Ghost Scepter. Staying alive a little bit longer. He's keeping him busy at least.
23 is like, where's my mid guys? I'm hitting buildings. I don't see him.
Nice toss back onto Raven. See if they can burst him down. 23's doing a lot of damage. If he starts backing up, all he's going to help him out. Eat the cheese. That's a big buff. Raven is going to fall. The tree thrown by Q. Finish him off. He's going to buy back now. The range barracks just needs a couple hits, and 23 Savage takes the time to finish him off. I think he knows this fight, they cannot win. Too many buybacks, but he can at least force the Megas And Blacklist will have to defend against that from here on out.
You take that if you're Talon. Maybe not the way you wanted it to go, but you do get your objective in the end, which is a full set of racks here. Mega creeps online, and you got Kunkka, but you got Kunkka, Alk, and both support buybacks, so you're definitely happy with that outcome. There's no way Blacklist can throw you here. There's no way they can really even force buybacks. Pretty easy reset into go again, and this time don't end up in the foul, you know? That would probably help Makoto's case.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. I mean, Raven's going to get an opportunity to get his Divine Rapier, though.
He will. I don't know if he's going to get the opportunity to do anything with it.
Yeah, could be. He'll get this tier 2 tower. That'll seriously help push him over the edge there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
He is
attack.
hitting hard, though. He's level 25, too, so he has reduced cooldown. 2 seconds on
Okay, what happened to the second? Was that an actual black hole? Jabs must have stopped it like literally same frame. That second black hole was insane.
Yeah, he just... I don't even know what he was really trying to like put it on, in a sense.
I'm not sure either. Oh, it was Raven blinked away. Oh, got pulled away by 23. Oh, no.
It was a little awkward. But it was a little slow. I don't know. That looked a little sus to me, but either way, this fight is kind of irrelevant of the black holes. It's just Makoto ends up in the fountain, which is pretty much the only way Leshrac dies in this game. He's laughing about it. He's having a chuckle, but I guess that's all you can do once you're in there, you know? Have a little chuckle about it. Say, where's my reload? Reload didn't hit.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Relo either. It was charging up. He went for it and then didn't get the tether off or something.
I think it got broken. Either way, I like the Ghost Scepter purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back and there's a smoke action. 23
There's Divine Rapier here.
There is
Going
Divine.
on cue. Raven. Where's the hit? Okay,
That
he
did
gets the hit
nothing.
off on 23. It did not do any damage at all. He's dead. Oh my god.
It did nothing.
It did like less than 10% of his health.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the rest
AU
of
picks
this.
it up as a costume. I got it twice. Insta dies.
Let's go, AU.
Oh my god, what was that, dude? It did absolute nothing. That was the weakest divine hit I've ever seen in my life. Why did it do so little?
I don't know. I guess. I was clicked on the Kunkka and his damage. I thought it was just bugged out, but like legitimately, his damage, stat wise, was not a Divine Rapier. So
it bugged out or what?
I don't know. Either way, that was I think a long shot. No matter what happened in that situation,
But that was it was anticlimactic. You know, I wanted the big divine hammer hit. Instead, we got the scrub rapier. Did a little scrub a dub, and then he just got bolted into the ground.
Let me polish that armor off for you, Chaos Knight. Hold on, you got a little rust there.
Hold on, you got a little dust on your shoulder. Let me get that for you. Insta dead. I guess that's one way to go out of a series, but hey, I mean, Talon pulled it back, right? Game 1 was a bit clustered for them in terms of that. That game was not pretty, and 23 was like, all right, I'm not losing this series, guys. I'm a top 3 major carry player twice for a reason. That's why they call me 23, twice in the top 3 for a reason, son. I'm not going to lose here. Pulls it back with really good game 2 and 3 performances. That's why they call him 23, because he's all about games 2 and 3. Okay, I'm done. You can send it.
Okay, enough of this.
That's all I have.
Let's head back to the panel. Let's get us out of here.
That's why they call him 23, because you two are casters and us 3 on the panel are here for the analysis. Congratulations to Talon Esports for once again confirming that they are top 3 major finishers and being able to continue that success here in the Southeast Asian DPC and do it with IO Leshrac. Time and time again. 5 games in a row now, and it has been successful 4 out of those 5 times, so I guess I can't really critique them too much for it. Although this time, 23 Savage was quite the contributing factor as well. The CK has been a good expansion on the IO Leshrac strategy, Winter. It doesn't look like they're just practicing now. Now, this game, it looked like they understood IO Leshrac.
Yeah, they knew where they should be playing. I feel like there are certain moments in the early game, Mikoto still I feel like he's not doing exactly the right thing, but even though his teammates are doing the correct thing, so maybe he's the one that needs more less trap practice. But yeah, overall they got better like in the second and the third game. But as for Blacklist, I feel like the farm distribution is not a-okay this game for them. Like the people that should be farming are not farming, the people that should be fighting are fighting, and nobody is fighting. Actually, I got that wrong. The people who should be fighting are farming, and nobody is fighting.
And that's their gameplay in general, right? Even in game 1, everyone's just kind of farming. I feel like this game, they kind of didn't address the IO Lash. Like when the Enigma came out, they tried to address the Enigma, and the CK came out, tried to address the CK, but nothing could really kill Mikoto. This is the game where he finally did what he wanted to do, start running in. They couldn't global for a relocate ever, because he was holding in for the black hole, and Jebs was holding the black hole for next game. And definitely
global silence was also being held for next series.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely enabled Mikoto a lot. I wonder if that was like part of the reason they picked Enigma in this series, because they gave another reason to use global. If that makes sense.
Wait, what would the first reason have been?
Relocate?
Oh.
Yeah. Because I think Silencer was sort of their response to that, and we did see like 1 or 2 reloads.
Yeah, but I feel like that's like the least of their problems, dealing with either the black hole or the relocate. It's more about like knowing when to be fighting with which heroes. I just feel like the Conqueror is like, okay, sure, he did really well in his lane, but after the mid-game starts, I feel like he should be the person like joining the smoke or at least initiating something and allow the Elk to be actually taking the lane. Because I feel like Elk is kind of he should be the carry this game. He should be taking most of the farm, but he wasn't given the majority of the farm. And if you want to play the Conqueror in a way that you're gonna take so much, then why are they even picking the Elk?
So you're saying that you would have preferred maybe like the Shard Aghanim Scepter on Kunkka, the Water Park Kunkka, some more utility?
Yeah, I mean, it's not even just the item build, it was just what he was doing. He was doing the carry farming pattern on a safe lane Kunkka.
Yeah.
Which, for me, it's not good if you have an off-lane Alchemist, which is the carry.
I feel it's because of the draft, right? Like they have a lot of wave clear, so they naturally had to kind of handle lanes. They also lost their lanes. I feel like the Elk
but I feel like he's taking a lot of the very safe farm. I feel like the Elk should be taking, because the Elk got ganked like a couple of times because he was taking like the dangerous side of the map, and I feel like the roles should be swapped. Like the Kunkka should be either in a smoke or he's just like trying to take the other farm. But ideally he should be in the smoke and going to reclaim some area, and then the Elk can TP to the fight. But because the Kunkka is like not doing the farm on the safe side,
the Elk's farming on the other side.
The Elk is farming on the other side. Nobody's in the smoke. Nobody's doing anything. So then the two supports are like just looking at each other, staring, waiting to break the smoke. There's nothing happening in the game.
Mikoto, our MVP for game number 3. After 5 games on left track, he finally got it. And he earned it. He got to play the way that he was trying to play in game number 2, which was face first, no fear. And this time there was not enough damage to kill him, as opposed to game number 2, where the Terror Blade, Scotty, and the Viper Strike were making it quite difficult for Mikoto. And we have an interview with Talon Esports. Let's bring in our most important player. It's 23 Savage. Congratulations on the win against Blacklist. I got a question. Are you in the boot camp right now or no?
Yeah, we are in the boot camp.
Okay, so then where is this dog? Do you guys have a team dog? What's this dog behind you?
It's from Thai staff. I don't know. He's just living here.
Part of the org.
Part of the org. Get that dog a jersey right now, because it was a fantastic performance. Game number 3. We're making a lot of assumptions about your play this DPC. Are you guys confident in this IO less track strategy, or are you just trying to learn it for the rest of the tournament?
We're just trying to learn, because in the Lima Major we couldn't play it, and we saw how GG dominate the game with it, and we learned a lot from them, and we're just trying to play better with IO less every time.
Okay, and so this game you had basically every single game this DPC you've had the IOS Shrek. Your heroes have been going quite different though. So you had the Morphling in game number 2, you had the Slark in game number 1. How did you feel about the Slark Viper matchup? Did you know that corrosive skin is that miserable for Slark to deal with?
Yeah, I know it, but we thought Coral is mid, so cannot do anything. They just draft better. We kind of knew in first game they just win by the draft, not by the play.
And then your Morphling game, again, is this trying to make the IO Leshrac strategy work, or you just thought it was a good Morphling game in general?
It's a free Morphling game. They don't have any stuns, disable, so it's either CK or Morph, so they just pick the poison.
Yeah, and in game 3, the poison was the CK, and you were cooking it up in game 3. You were having a lot of fun that game 3, it seemed.
Yeah.
Winter, any questions for 23 Savage?
Oh, sir. So first and foremost, congratulations on winning today. So I just want to ask, do you guys feel a lot more pressure now since you did so well during the major and coming back to SEA? Do you feel like it's a lot harder, like you have a lot more expectations on your back? Or everything is still the same?
Not really. I feel like we are more chill because we're pretty confident right now and we're just chilling. So we're just chilling.
That's fair. I have a question. What was the innovation behind the hoodwing in game 1?
At first I was like, really hoodwing? And then Jeff said, yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
I was like, Enigma hoodwing. Said hoodwing, so we trust him. He's a captain, so let him play 0. Yeah.
All right.
In our post, I don't remember, I think it was your lower bracket semifinal, Sunbi had done an interview, and your post-series interview in the Lima Major, and he said that him and him and Jabs have been together for a really long time. What's it like for you to observe this relationship between your coach and your offlane? Can you tell that they're that tight?
Yeah, they are really tight. Yeah, they're just really tight and they're like best friends.
So then how much do the other players get to participate? Is it just them two all the time, or you guys are being included in the family?
Everyone is included in the family, but they're like the best big bros together. Yeah,
and so
just like little brother.
Even in drafting, post-game analysis, it's them two usually heading or fronting things?
Mostly it's 2 of them. Sometimes we just pick our heroes, but the draft and the strategy is all of them.
Nice. Well, it has worked out very well for you in Lima, and it's working out well for you so far in your first 2 series here. So 23, congratulations on yet another win, and looking forward to how your team does in the rest of the DPC.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yes, indeed, 23 Savage. He did it in the Animajor top 3. He did it again in Lima. He's doing Southeast Asia proud. And it looks like our theory was correct, that Talon is practicing. Now is the time to learn.
Memeing.
They're not memeing. They are learning.
I feel like they were learning until they picked the hoodwing.
Yes. Well, they learned from that one too. Just they didn't learn anything good. But that's the beauty of being able to experiment, especially whenever you're the top dog in your region, is that you have some wiggle room because you're the best players in the region. You can afford to drop a game or 2 here and there. Blacklist Rivalry, however, times are getting a little bit tense for them as they have now dropped 2 series, the very first one against SMG, second one against Talon, which, Winter, you said, or I don't remember which one of you, but you were saying it was probably a good thing that they're getting their hardest opponents out of the way now.
Me.
It was Adam. I'm not giving Winter credit for something smart like that.
I think it was I mean, they played a lot better than I expected today. Not gonna lie, I feel like they kind of found a bit of footing until game 3, which was, they kind of lost their footing again, I guess. I feel like playing Talon helps them get some valuable replays. You have something to kind of bounce off of, because they're not a bad team like this. They're pretty good. They definitely have the potential. And I feel like maybe with their performance today, they will have won against a maybe slightly worse opponent. But Talon's out of the way now. Focus. They have 5 games left. It's really important.
They do. Their next opponent, however, is Army Geniuses. So they are really facing some tough opponents in their first few weeks in the DPC, although that's for week 2. We only have one more series left for week number 1, and it's Execration versus SMG. So stick around and we'll be back with that series after a break. Well, it seems like our ticker operator might be slightly biased. It said, let's see if Team SMG can push on with their momentum. I'm seeing 2 instances of momentum in this matchup because Execration, I've been seeing all their post-series interviews. They're dropping the 2 O's, not the 2 5s, the 2 O's. They're very happy with how their DPC season is going as well, but maybe it's a little bit more expected out of Execration as they did top their Tour 1 results. SMG, however, they're working their way up, and we've got an authority on the matter. John X Fire, what a pleasure. Did you cover both the Execration games?
I think I did.
Yeah.
I think I did. It's been pretty exciting watching them play. Again, I had my doubts when we started, when they lost March, but their improvements maintained. Abing's been with that team for quite a while. He's been with the squad of Filipinos for a while as well. So it's been improving. I think it's fair to be curious about SMG though, right? Because they're a team that looked improved at the end of Tour 1. They look to be really improved here in Tour 2. They're closing out their games well. So it's going to be an interesting clash, Winter. Adam, sorry.
Call me really.
Yes.
What a
Winter
deep
just leaves
shame.
an impression on you, you know? It's like, he goes out, he says words to you, and then you're like, you're just thinking about it.
He leaves a negative impression. Adam leaves a very positive
In your
impression.
head, rent-free.
Yeah, rent-free.
I feel like SMG is the, I guess, more up-and-coming team in this matchup. Execration has been kind of solid since last season. We expected a bit of a downfall losing March, but they look like they're still on the up and up, you know, nothing really lost. Same goes for SMG. I think they've been riding the wave so far. We saw Moon in his interviews, like, don't jinx us. No wave here.
No, we're doing terrible. We have no momentum whatsoever. Please don't ruin this for us. I like how specifically, John, you mentioned they're being good at closing out their games, because that was the biggest critique that we had about SMG in tour number 1 was pretty consistently their laning phase and their mid game would be great. And then past 40 minutes, it was a complete coin flip on whether they would win or not.
Pretty much. It feels like that's been an issue for them for almost like the past 2 years. Like even in the last tour cycle, they look really good in the early game, then it just kind of drops off. So they've corrected a lot more, and just close out games. You're good.
Yeah, and we'll see which heroes they will be doing that with in our first draft of the day for SMG versus Execration. Oh, finally some different heroes. God, if I saw Io Leshak one more time, I was going to lose my mind. Broodmother Marcy banned out, Naga Beastmaster banned out. First pick Mirana, response Coddle Tiny, and Batrider to close out the first phase.
It's pretty comfort, right? Like opening with a Coddle is something SMG loves to do. They've got that flex, they can kind of put it off lane or mid. And with a Tiny, it's always going to be enabled with a Coddle. I think a side lane of Coddle Tiny sounds pretty good as well if you want to run aggressive.
Yeah, I will say though, I'm not a huge fan of the mid one Coddle. I feel like they run with it well, like they run around, but I feel like he has so much more impact playing some Doom or something.
Yeah,
Nature's Prophet. It just feels, the Coddle feels kind of mediocre, I would say, in his hands. Not the hero specifically, but I think his playstyle just is really much more scale and like carry you kind of playstyle.
You're not maximizing his potential by putting him on a Coddle.
Yeah, it's like, I think the big thing is still that flex factor, right? Like you see Execration go into the Batrider, they've got a specialist in Bob, right, that can play it mid. He loves that mid, but it's really early on that you could still probably flex it onto your off, so you can kind of figure out your matchups. They're leaving it as open as SMG is, so both teams are leaving questions out there.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to the Tino Visage, because on the first day we saw Execration open with both games, and it's not been banned, it's just kind of been not picked by them. I think Tundra won a series recently, and 3-3 said in his interview that, or someone said in the interview that they think a lot of the Visage counters are kind of gone right now. I think like that's a bit odd to me that Execration stopped picking it. But I think Tino is a really good Visage player.
That's true. That's something he's been playing on the offlane for a while as well. Like even, again, in the previous tour cycles, heck, even right after he left Boom into Execration when he turned offlane from safe lane, it was one of his stable picks. It is something they could go back to, right? Like you don't first phase it, but are you really expecting second phase Visage Bando?
Maybe against Tino. I guess it depends what you have. SMG, I feel like the heroes don't play too well against the Visage right now. It's also another hero that can buy Greaves and kind of match your pace, Aura Buyer. Matches the Coddle. Puck and Quap bans. Probably see some Storm or Ember come out from SMG here. If they want to not run the Coddle in the mid lane.
Definitely heavily telegraphing that Bob is going to be running this bat mid, though, which it hasn't really been a Tino hero ever, so it's not too much of a flex. It's just SEA in general seems to be the region that flexes bat the most between mid and offlane, but it's still very team dependent. And we saw Mirana be the very first pick. I mean, how do you prefer it compared to Silencer, Batrider?
I definitely heavily favor the Mirana.
You do?
I also think it's because SMG ran Ember Mirana the other day, so it's a pretty contested hero between them.
True.
Carlo also a big Mirana fan, I believe.
Yes.
Carlo and Shanks both actually play that mean Mirana.
Yeah, I haven't seen Shanks play though. I feel like Carlo has this role when he plays the Mirana team that he just follows Bob and they kill S2. Like they're always S2 when they kill people, which is very nice. I think it enables the way they want to play.
SMG take out a little bit of everything. The Nature's Prophet, the Death Prophet, and the Faceless Void banned out.
Wonder what they'll go for here. They kind of need a Dispel. Abba is banned. There's no like counter to the Dispel to the arrow or the Batrider right now.
Did we see an Oracle today?
Did we? I feel like no.
I feel like I saw an Oracle somewhere.
Perhaps in China?
Perhaps. Amber does still come out, so you've got that solid, highly mobile hero matchup against Batrider we've seen a couple of times. Again, it feels like it's pretty much player dependent right now.
Yep.
I feel like we've seen players kind of win out on either side there.
Yeah, I think the benefit of Ember is you get to skip Flame Guard, which is, I would say, kind of greedy, quote unquote, because a level 8 Ember running around with chains and it's like you don't farm too well, but it's really nice if your team plays with you. I think SMG has like playstyle that suits it very much. They seem to prioritize rune control and playing around the mid lane.
I'm surprised they didn't go for their Slark. I feel like in Tour 1, Moon used to run his mid Slark against Batrider very often.
Yeah.
He played a mean slug, actually.
Yeah.
Would have been that dispel that you're looking for there as well.
Exactly.
You could have had a better time. Maybe you're just worried about the core. I think Execration does love last picking Palace's hero.
That's
You're
true.
just worried about a direct counter.
But it would have been a moon slug, right? It wouldn't be a carry.
True. You could run it. I mean, it is Moon who loves to run it up against that Batrider.
Maybe after seeing the Viper matchup last series,
they're
they're like,
like, no.
maybe Slark is a little too dangerous to just blindly pick if we don't know that Viper won't come out.
It's also a hero that plays with a Coddle, I guess. It's natural chakra enjoyer.
And you were looking for a Dispel, not necessarily in the same vein, but Afu played some Venge if you're looking for something to break the lasso. There's the Tino Visage. Speak of the devil,
I
Adam.
like it. I feel like the heroes that are good against Ember are always the Grief Buyers. Like, if you can match... Like, Ember doesn't play well against Griefs at all.
Yeah. Like, the sustain just makes it so your commitment when you jump in just isn't instantaneous to find that pick off. And then you just sustain these fights with a Visage really well.
I wonder what the other hero is going to be. I feel like we'll see a Nyx here against Coddle Ember. It looks really good. But I don't know if Shanks will just bust it out.
I do like the Nyx idea. Like, it's really good against almost all of the heroes. SMG, so much AoE. And then you have this tied-in stun with your Mirana if you do want to rotate onto Bob, right, and play that aggressive movement from mid. I think for Tino, I think go with Shaker instead. Has the Shaker been doing better? Because when I've seen it, it's not been so hot.
I think the Shaker enables the Visage in the sense that he's able to pull the wave back here. So, you know, you're picking blind into a no-carry matchup. You don't see the post-5 or the carry, so your lane's actually really scary. And Visage is obviously one of the weaker laners, so I kind of like this. It's safer. You stack for the bat as well. Combo with the Mirana. I feel like both teams have a very skirmishy, throw small spells lineup, and Shaker kind of fits that.
So globally, Shaker has been picked amongst all Div 1s 5 times, 80% win rate.
Ooh.
So he's looking quite good. I think the only region to lose with it is South America, but everyone else, it's primarily been a Southeast Asian thing, and then GH played it one time.
I see. I wonder what SMG is going to pick here, because I feel like you need to show whether the Coddle is core or not.
Yeah, like it's that hard flex SMG's doing. They go with the Silencer to respond, so another Silencer game coming out. You can dominate the lane quite nicely, I suppose, up against some of these softer targets first few levels, I guess you can chase down. GS could break up the initiation from Bob, but I don't know if it's really enough for counterplay. It could line up for their aggression, but you're not really stopping much. I feel like you have enough in exit to just pull back and re-engage.
Yeah, it looks like a very mediocre pick to me, because I feel like both sides, they want to poke and throw spells, but Silencer's more of a bam, stun you global, you know? Yeah. It is a strong laner, maybe a more neutral hero. Maybe we'll see the mid one Silencer.
Oh.
Wouldn't hate it.
Mid one Silencer. I mean, then Palos could just maybe... I guess it's pretty oppressive. Like, I can't hear... I think...
Such a rough lane.
Yeah, I can't think of core to core that feels good. Like, Jog, maybe?
You gotta try it. You gotta try it.
Yeah.
Silencer. I guess it's also a response to the Shaker, just a combo breaker.
Yeah, it's not like you're expecting that Shaker to go straight BKB.
I think I don't like about SMG's draft now with the Silencers. I feel they don't have damage to play with the Ember. Like before we saw with the Ember Call, he had like a Mirana, you know, he just more small spells to throw.
Yeah, you're depending on your Tiny, maybe just getting that fast blink from support just to follow through from that range you have on the Ember. And that can be hit or miss. Like we've seen Tiny slower lands and the blink timing's thrown off and your pacing as a team is just thrown off.
They did run the mid one offlane Ember Spirit one time in Tour 1.
Oh yeah, he went safe lane, right, I think? Oh wait,
It was a side lane, that's all I remember. But if they wanted to do a mid Coddle on Moon, although then you probably get destroyed against Batrider, so...
Yeah, I'd rather just stick to the Ember. Right?
Yeah. But yeah, then I'm with you. I feel like they're lacking a damage source to play with Ember, unless if this Tiny just has a phenomenal game and gets a super early Blink Dagger.
I think a way to deal with this, the Coddle can go Vessel instead of the Greaves. I don't know why, but I feel like Greaves on Coddle feels very underwhelming to me. I think the mech is like good, but the Greaves on Coddle it doesn't feel the same as like on a Tide or on a Visage. They feel so tanky, you know, these people. Coddle with the Greaves, he feels like if he gets jumped, he's still dead.
Yeah, he's just not tanky on his base stats. So you don't manage to really maximize that aura and use it in the right time. I do like that Urn. Like, the Urn Spirit Vessel is something we've seen from Kotlitz, even on mid, right? Like, I think that was Moon's preferred build when he runs it mid. It does allow you to be that aggressor to hook up with your Ember.
You can also see a Veil on Silencer. I think that would be something.
You think the Silencer's going to get farm at all?
Oh, who knows? I think he has a pretty free lane to kind of bully right now. It's the last pick carry as well, so they should do pretty well. I wonder if they'll pick the Morphling. I feel like it's just a Chidori hero, even though it's not. Oh, never mind.
They ban it out.
You can become Shaker, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's the... you still get that whole combination thing, again, on the enemy team. Wondering if...
Weaver. It's Weaver time.
Weaver time? Weaver looks pretty decent.
Oh, I feel like the hero's such a bait, though.
It is. I wonder if they're looking at the Terrorblade or something Chidori really used to like with something like Clinks, but I think that was on his previous team.
Slark? Ooh, that's a cool hero.
Ooh.
What is this? This looks like a very fast draft from Execration now with this Lone Druid coming out.
But once you can connect with the Visage Familiars and you have decent form on your bear, I mean, these towers just melt. You have an insane amount of push.
Also a Radiance buyer, if we
choose to go for the Radiance come out. I don't know if they'd want that. I don't know if Palos would want that, but that would be extra cool. Yeah, Terrorblade still comes out anyway.
I'm not a fan of this TV pick. I feel like it's a bad matchup against Lone Druid for the most part. Also, I think the lane's kind of hard. Because the wave's pulled out, and once you pop meta, you can kind of get run down with double soul assumption. So playing against Bad Rider with no saves, so you can kind of get bursted. Definitely favoring Execration a bit more here. I like that draft. It looks really solid to me.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Adam. I think X's draft is just playing into their style, really aggressive. For SMG, it's a little bit more disconnected. Like, we do have the mid one Kotl coming out, and Off-Wu on the Silencer probably running 5 from the off lane. So you have some decent aggression there. I don't know if that's going to be enough to shove away the bear. I think the bear doesn't care as much. Maybe you get a slower lane because Shanks on his Shaker is going to be slower on the off lane, and that could lead to something for SMG, but I think the earlier timings for Execration are just tough to match hero for hero on SMG.
I feel like SMG also doesn't have like stuns for this meta, you know. It's like chains or tossback, and then, you know, you have Stoneform, you have Fisher coming in, you have... I guess you can global silence with it, but it looks a bit awkward to me.
So then what's the idea behind the Terrorblade? Because I feel like they have Illusion Clear on the side of Execration. You don't like the carry-to-carry matchup. You think Lone Druid is favored against TB. What is TB doing then? As the last pick.
I think it's just a hard carry that, well, he does out-carry most matchups. Maybe it's just a comfort for Chidori. We also might see something cool with some Radiance Terrorblade with Chakra Magic. It's also the call TB interaction, right? The Chakra.
Oh, that's
farm
true.
faster. So it's kind of in there.
Okay.
Interesting.
Interesting stuff. SMG versus Execration. This may be one of the toughest matchups that we'll have to judge. Both these teams are doing fantastic right now in the DPC. Let's see what happens after one of these 2-0s gets a loss and another one goes 3-0. It's time for game number 1 with our casters.
Yes, we are the casters for game number 1. We hopefully are the casters for game number 2 as well, but we're not sure about that yet. So that's why we gotta do a good job, Richie, casting Execration for SMG. We were just figuring out both fluid dynamics and also how many people have built Radiance on Lone Druid recently, because I was very shocked by that stat. And apparently, people are doing that these days because of the Radiance buff.
Exactly. It's a fair amount, actually. It looks like 20% of people do spec into that early. It's either that or the Maelstrom, sometimes the Orb of Corrosion as well. So it does appear to kind of depend on what the speed is you're going for. And I think this game for Execration, it's going to depend a lot on how well this Visage gets off to. My opinion, I think you're going to want to go for a bit of a faster build, maybe even a Deso alongside that probably early Boots of Barian on the Visage, and just really start trying to close out this game as soon as you can. Or you can go for this Radiance and, you know, Maelstrom, I think, is the middle ground there. Radiance is the farm-heavy build, with Maelstrom being, I can fight, but I'm also mostly going to farm until my next couple of items.
I guess if you don't go for MOM, right? Like that's the real option. Is it, do you go for Mask of Madness or not? It's still considered core here, though, which is...
Oh, yeah, that is. There it is. Yeah, you're right.
Like, I wonder if these Lone Druids are going Mask of Madness Radiance, but anyway. I agree with you. I do think Maelstrom is a good middle ground. It also has 2 procs, right? Because you get hit plus the proc of the Lightning, which is a good way to deal with the Visage stacks. I would imagine this lane is pretty good, though, between Lone Druid and Visage. But I'm not a Visage expert. Sorry. What am I saying? Between Lone Druid and the Cottle is what I think is going to be pretty good.
Right.
It's going to be a pretty good build.
Okay.
I think that lane is going to be pretty good for Lone Druid, and then you can actually go for the Maelstrom and be a little more aggressive with that. MOM plus Maelstrom seems like a good idea to me here for Palos. I also don't like particularly slow builds for Execration because they sometimes get away with the early game being incredible for them. I don't really know how when they go for like late game heroes and they play the early game okay, and it just sinks into chaos and people let them go to 60 minutes.
Right.
But I would like it if that strategy changed for consistency's sake.
And I would be a little bit more concerned playing against SMG. I mean, sure, you have Chidora and what is traditionally a very slow hero that this Terrorblade is. Yeah. But if you take a look at probably the last just games really that Chidori's played, he's been playing these slow heroes with phenomenal timings.
Yes, true.
So, you know, I wouldn't necessarily think, oh, it's fine, it's a TB, I can go for the Radiance and assume that, you know, the TB is not going to show up before 30 minutes. That's not really how Chidori likes to play his chorus.
Yeah. Also, while Moon is playing the Ember a lot these days, and it's not a hero that's very valid these days, he's been popping off on this hero pretty hard. And with just Orb of Corrosion, he's already making a lot of moves. So, I mean, SMG is the one team that I think actually has found their style towards the latter end of the season. So, I think they're a difficult team to play slow against if you're Execration.
As far as activating, I like that word actually, trying to get activation out from Moon and trying to get him to flex that first item. Very likely Orb of Corrosion that he does have indeed queued up. Sorry?
Did I say that word? Okay.
Activated, yeah. I think he's going to need a little bit of assistance from the Tiny. Specifically Paulson, because in general, the way that they've
not
always...
the other Tiny, not the other Tiny they give.
Right.
It has to be specifically Paulson.
Right. And the reason I say that is because it seems like the last couple of games they've won based off of just the map control that they've been able to harness. I'm not really sure if mid one's going to be able to help a ton there, although it does seem like he is going for this mech first item rush again.
He loved that.
Yeah, so maybe he is going to be sticking around this mid lane and looking to siege a little bit earlier on and therefore help some map control. I'm not 100% sure, but in general, I have seen this Moon Ember win around the rotations of usually his position 4 to the mid lane to help with rune control. That'll be pretty big as well for shutting down Bob's early momentum here on this Batrider.
Yeah, that's important because Bob, if we talk about popping off, has also done the same thing with Batrider. They both come with significant momentum. I would argue, much like John said, that Batrider is one of his specialties on Bob. And when he does get early boots of travel, he can be a threat. The difference, I would say, between Moon and Bob is that Bob is a little bit more inconsistent. He does like to kill himself a lot in the early.
Right. Well, you know, that's how it goes. Yeah, Batrider is a specialty. That's actually what Bob stands for, you know. It's the Batrider of Bob.
Right, it's true. Yes. Then we're back to this dumb joke that we came up with last season. Sorry, you came up with. I don't want to take credit for that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You know, it's really offensive for you to take credit for something I created.
For such a big joke, yeah. I heard you invented jokes, actually.
I believe I did.
You and good old Danny.
I came out of the womb and the doctor started laughing, you know?
I would have too, as well. But yeah, I agree with you. I feel like Execration, though, has a pretty solid timing with Visage and Batrider too, though. So that's why I like the Lone Druid to play with them, because you can actually really enforce this tempo, as opposed to just create this ladder lineup where you farm for the Lone Druid to eventually get farm, right? And you could run over this team as a Terrorblade. Even if Chidori likes to play this fast, it's not really up to him. If Lone Druid gets online and you have the other 2 cores as well, Chidori can be the best player in the world. He's still going to lag behind.
And I do wonder if there's anything SMG and Paulson can do in this top lane. To help kind of...
What is it with you singling him out specifically today?
I said mid one and Paulson.
No, I said SMG and Paulson.
Oh, well, fair enough. If there's anything Paulson can do to carry the rest of SMG here...
Thank you.
Because in general, this Lone Druid hero is really good against these heroes that just want to dump magic damage at you. By simply just tanking through it with the bear, right? That being said, there is a good amount of kill threat if this Tiny can get on top of him with a toss back onto the Lone Druid proper, onto the hero, I guess, not the bear. Has he named his bear? He hasn't named his bear.
Oh, wow.
Shame. It's always a
wow.
little bit disappointing.
Palos? Really?
Yeah.
He seems like the kind of player that would name his bear.
I think Jackie probably names all of his bears.
Yes, Jackie definitely names all of his bears.
But do you think mid one names his bears? Probably not. So that when he sells them on the market, he doesn't get too attached to them.
Yeah, he's not one for attachment in general. He just calls them a bunch of pixels.
Oh, hold on.
There's an avalanche. Tosses well in place into the Illuminate. Carlo has leaps though. He's just gonna fight back. He wants to kill the Paulson, and he's gonna get it. Carlo gets the first blood.
Lane? Oh, the last word, Arcane Curse is enough damage there. They will be able to take down Bob. Nice rotation out from Afu. He's going to be able to catch him even if he does go on top of that cliff. So 1-for-1 trade across the map. I think SMG are going to be a little bit happier with that. It is concerning, like I said, that this Palos Spirit Bear is starting to get a little bit more online, but the more immediate threat is certainly the Bat Rider of Bob.
We didn't comment on this, by the way, but Tino, I think might die in the bottom lane. No more charge. Actually, doesn't even have a point in Gravekeeper's Cloak, so he's pretty vulnerable. And Afu gets distracted by a courier, so he's not going to get a kill on Tino.
Pretty big, actually. That had
Sage Mask.
Yeah, Sage Mask there for the Shaker. Shanks, yeah, is not going to be able to reach him either for the return kill. This is the second time I think I've seen it in this patch as well. Which is really weird because, you know, I feel like this Visage TB aren't the most popular heroes, but it's the second time I've seen this Visage picked into, well, actually TB picked into Visage this time, as I recall, which traditionally has been Visage favored because you have the nuke. Both times, however, we've been seeing the Visage already getting beat back in the lane with the TB now of Chidori doing some pretty good damage here.
Interesting. I wonder if that has to do with the supports as well, because Shaker definitely not a good laning support, and maybe that contributes to the TB having an easier lane.
Uh-oh. As we overextended again on Bob.
Yes, this is a classic from Bob, and his battery will die again. So, he didn't really get to pop off, but he certainly is committing suicide like we mentioned. He's doing half of the things we talked about.
That's the basics of Bob, right? Feed the early game and then pop off a little bit later.
The basics of the battery to the Bob.
Don't have any stacks operating for him, though, which is slightly concerning. Taking a look over in the jungle, the triangle of mid one here, and for SMG, no big stacks operating either, so no one really focused too much on the stack game. Right now, everyone's more or less focused on the lanes.
Yeah, Shanks. What interesting fissure. Afu's very confused by this play. We're just going to go through the fissure. Shanks attacks him a little bit. I wanted to mention, by the way, earlier that I don't know if this is going to be a new thing for SMG, but they have changed positions. Afu's playing the 5 currently, and Paulson's playing the 4 here, which they didn't do last time we casted SMG. I don't know this specifically because of the Tiny, because I know Afu definitely plays a Tiny, right? So maybe Paulson doesn't feel comfortable with his answer or what's up here, or maybe they're trying this new iteration. But it wouldn't be the first time that Afu in his history as a player has changed from 4 to 5. In fact, he's done it twice already.
Good scout. Good scout. I was more focused on the rune. The first rune there was a regen going towards Afu, speaking of him. I think Execration are going to want to try and rotate some heroes to this mid lane to enable Bob a little bit more. He is starting to struggle just a little bit, and you wouldn't want him falling too far behind. So I'd be keen to scout some rotations here mid. Although, for now, trouble for Shanks as he's going to be caught and killed by Moon and Afu.
Well, and Ember Spirit's feeling himself. It feels really scary to play against this hero, especially now that you've secured the mid lane, like you mentioned earlier. And now you have Orb Corrosion. Now he's ready to go.
This could be trouble. Down bottom as well, this Visage not yet online. Not really a hero until he gets his familiars, to be quite honest. 3 points in the Grave Chill does mean he'll farm extremely quickly. And Tino is basically rushing these Boots of Bearing. Already the drums half completed. So he's coming along pretty nicely towards that. Will it allow him to escape here? Doesn't look likely.
Yep, the Arcane Curse is slowing him down still, and the TB deals way too much damage. Only 1 point of his passes. That's saving him from the last attack. Can he get it? Chidori? There we go. Finished off the Visage. One more kill in the mid lane. Bob could also be in trouble as a lasso, however, might want to be able to fight back using the arrow first. Now going for Paulson instead, and he's not even going to commit the ultimate. Bob holding onto it for potential kill onto Moon, who keeps him away. Sleight of Fist, so has the Syrian Chains as well. Moon feels pretty confident here as Bob looking for that potential flame break damage. Afu comes in and joins, hoping to give Moon a little bit of healing.
Yeah, he didn't TP from Fountain, though, so couldn't really refill the bottle. So that's just going to be a wash. I think Moon's going to clear this wave, TP on back, and then continue asserting his dominance here in the mid lane. Didn't see the rune he got. Oh, Carlo picked up the Arcane Rune. Would have been a big one for Moon. This is a huge timing. I think we've all seen Embers with Arcanes, with max Sleight of Fist, and just an Orb of Corrosion this early on really tear it up. So a pretty good jump in there from Carlo. Even though Bob doesn't get it, it's still really, really good for him to make that rotation on in.
Good idea. Fissure into Lasso potentially.
Or just Lasso.
Into the Fissure. And the arrow as well, and that's going to work, even with the Avalanche.
It just walked up and killed him.
Yeah, the Ember's dead. Paulson is trying to sit up on Bob instead, as we do have mid one joining here, but mid one instead joins the TP back top. That's a captain play.
That is, yes. He says, I need to defend my tower from this bear, and fair enough, lots of attention was being forced onto that mid lane. Palos was immediately looking to get some damage in, and he is going for the Radiance. Shanks is likely dead here as he walks into the 2 enemy supports.
Goodbye, Shanks.
Oh, he went to the neutrals, though. Not bad at all.
Oh, right. You have Glaze of Wisdom, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, still, I mean, no money fed over.
Right, no, I mean, you don't have Glaze of Wisdom, so it doesn't really matter that he died.
Yeah.
Because otherwise he would get the Intelligence and Silencer.
It's true. You saved 75 gold as well, didn't lose his Unreliable.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, you know, the little things, they start adding up. 10-minute runes about to spawn in, though. Don't really think Execration are in a good position to contest either of them.
So you do go Mask of Madness, then into the Radiance. Interesting. That... Okay, I guess it's a build. That's fascinating, because it's like a little bit of both worlds here, right? I guess Mask allows you to fight earlier and also farm a little bit faster. As you go for the poor Earthshaker, tossing him back, gets a nice little fissure onto 3, and Chan told him he will die for sure, but in exchange, he does get the kill onto Poloson. As Bob continues for Moon. That's a fair amount of damage. The Flame Guard did save him. He's going to concentrate on Nafu instead, and Moon now had to go invisible. Sticky Napalm stacks might still get him.
Oh,
he gets correctly. Does he get a Flame Break off? He did! And because Sticky Napalm, Moon should die. Just to avoid some damage with the Remnant. Now with the bottle, he'll be saved because Bob could not refresh those Sticky Napalms.
Yeah, a little preemptive tip there from Moon.
And if he dies, it'd be a tip.
He's okay. He's okay. I did hear, yeah, it's mid one, just farming in the jungle nearby. Really eager to get this mechanism online, quite curiously enough.
Can
is
you
also
stack this?
I believe so. You should be able to check. Oh, and you can't check because all the creeps are dead already.
Oh, right. You wanted to see who they had the gold, the extra deep buff. Yeah, because he was stealing stacks, in which case, great. But if he's stacking this, it would be a really gritty play by mid one just for the Greaves. Last time that we saw him, did he also immediately rush the Greaves, or did he go mech into something else?
I think he... It's hard to say. Let me see if I can find it. I do remember Greaves was, if not the first, the very second item.
Yeah, I remember it was a second. I remember him went mech, and then we weren't sure if he was going to commit for the Greaves. For the Greaves fully, sorry.
Yeah, you're right, because he is still one of the few people really, really eager to play this Coddle offlane.
Just him and Jabs, but Jabs went to a major, and he just that kicked Coddle offlane off him. He's now into the hoodwink offlanes.
Dire's middle tower.
Okay, they're gonna push mid now. No Greaves, but still has mech, so it's kind of difficult to fight against mid one right now.
It was Greaves' first item, and then he went Force Staff, and well, then they won. So
okay,
we never figured out what they got.
That's how good the build was. Wow, Afu.
Globals for himself, only 1 TP.
Oh, he might actually kill Carlo off this. Last word will hit. Is there a King Curse? No. Ooh, Blind Light's not enough damage. And there's an Earthshaker nearby. Palos finally goes into true form.
Bob?
It is going to be Bob that goes down instead. As I send a Remnant down. One last Sleight of Fist, not even needed. Auto attack, so it's going to kill him.
Yafu, which is way too tanky there, especially with the mech to back him up, which wasn't even used. Palos does use this true form as he continues to farm up with his Mask of Madness on the bear. Wants to get this relic online. Thought about giving chase and will give chase.
I mean, they're blinded by the light.
Yeah, but there's a fissure from the high ground, which may condemn mid one if he goes yet any further.
Oh, he's just centered to check that vision. In fact, they're surrounding them. Pulson from behind, somewhat.
And Moon's closing the door as well. They're all
They have a ward around here, which is why they know what the enemy team is. Arcane Curse first to slow him. Pulson a little bit faster with the Tumbler's Toy. Tosses Bear back. The Construct can kill the Bear first, but Bear's a little bit fast.
Instead, Bob
is fighting Moon solo.
Has a lasso.
Has Searing Chains now. No Solar Bind, though, so nothing to slow him with. He turns into a pig, and he's faster than the actual Illuminate.
Wow.
Pigs are faster than horses these days, Richie.
Yes, they are.
We do have one last combo Searing Chains with that fist, though. No more, one more Remnant, actually, but Moon's not using it because he wants to use it defensively. Sleight of Fist instead is going to get his head.
Okay. Moon, sorry.
Bottom. There's a, or Tino, I don't know if that was a fight or just Tino trying to live. Yeah, Tino's just trying to live. And Chidori's too slow to actually catch up to him.
Yep. Mid lane, the action is non-stop, and they go again. Moon's popping off. There's an Echo Slam, but no real damage here.
Shanks just dies, gives up on life, stays there, falls.
And a smoke immediately. They want to really try and put down Palos, who is the richest hero in the game right now.
Yeah.
And I believe not yet bought his relic.
No, he's like 1,000 gold away, so this would be a huge kill. Slowing on that relic. Oh, Afu.
Oh,
he's been revealed.
Now. He's baiting.
Yeah, but it's a little bit obvious when the Silencer doesn't immediately run for his life. Palos, he knows something's wrong. Oh, the Bear scouts it properly. Well, it loses Bear, they want to toss him back.
Here's another one, he can resummon it.
And apparently, he's not even going to lose the first one.
Easy peasy. Tino does actually have his Boots of Bearing. Oh, look, I didn't know you could do this. You lock the drums, and much like the Hooded Defiance trick with Pipe of Insight, you can actually get a second charge because they're different buffs.
Dire's top tower is
Right,
under
and now
attack.
that the Boots of Bearing doesn't have charges at all, it's a really nice way to utilize all your charges if it comes first.
I actually never thought about it. Yeah, it's pretty good for him.
Full efficiency. Is Boots of Bearing any better than this combo, like stats-wise? I genuinely have never checked this item before. Okay, it's considerably better, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
The health region specifically, right? Or oh, that's also deactivated, right? Oh no, it's not. It's not. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's just pretty good in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because you don't break the passive.
Yeah, that's the healing, and that's pretty big for the Visage.
Yeah, I think for now he prioritizes having this drums because you pound on the drums, you give Grave Chill to your boys, and then you delete an entire creep wave, as we've just seen here.
Yeah, you can abuse it as well.
Moon just poking and prodding, is trying to get some Maelstrom procs here. He is very farmed on this Ember Spirit, and so is the rest of Team SMG. Like Moon said in the last interview that they had with him, who is the core? I don't know. He said all three.
Did he really?
Well, I think the first question was who's the carry? What did he say? Who's the carry? Who's the core? And he said, I don't know.
It seems like SMG, or like mid one's the carry, to be honest. If you're letting your offlaner pick Coddle, then that's your answer. Palos. Okay, toss back perhaps. Global Silence on top of this prevent the true form from Palos, but they didn't get a Searing Chains onto him. Now he gets a true form. Not in time. He tried though. Palos has fallen.
He went down, retains the usage of the ultimate at least, but nothing Carlo could do other than offer the Moonlight Shadow, which will do nothing to save him. Mid tower's been taken down. Oh, but the Bat Rider is TPing in mid. Yeah, can't find anyone. A little bit unfortunate. No runes, I believe, going the way here of Execration. Pretty significant stuff, as Bob may give chase for Paulson, but with Moon behind to give support. I think this is already looking like a fight that Execration do not want to take.
Bob gets Searing Chains now. He does have a lasso though, could retaliate here, but not if he gets stunned. Actually turns himself into a pig with a pig pole, which means there's no options for him left, as the Greaves make sure that Afu does not die to this Visage on the sidelines, who already turned the Boots of Bearing up.
Yeah, he does have those assembled. Next into the Vlads here for Tino, but things are starting to look a little bit more worrisome here for SMG, or sorry, make that for Execration. They have lost all of their Tier 1 towers. The top Tier 1 tower actually was the last one to go. They've already dismantled this bot one, and you can already see they're pushing waves pretty much immediately into the Tier 2s. So Execration, their size of the map to farm in is not too big. Whatever they have left, you can see Moon eager to contest.
Yeah, okay, the Bat Rider's coming back though, so maybe that forces Moon back with the TP quickly from his Ember.
Bottom now, they're going to kill Tino.
That was so close. They didn't get the arrow out, but in the bottom lane, like you said, Tino's already dead. He's, not gonna lose any familiars for now, it seems like. Oh, there's the Searing Chains for the one familiar. And now the other one's lonely.
Yeah.
This is the worst punishment for a familiar. Not having his other family member. Familiar twin. His twin.
There it is. You got there eventually. Good job.
Are they? I mean, I don't know. I don't know the lore.
I don't know the lore behind gargoyle. I know what gargoyles are. I don't know what familiars are. Paulison may be dead, but yeah, especially if they commit the lasso. Big ol' Starstorm. One more auto attack. Ooh, they actually need another sticky napalm, but they have it easily.
Familiars is what you call demons when you're not sure if the Bible's copyrighted.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, did you know that gargoyles are a very specific thing? They were actually... you know what, like, rain gutters are on roofs?
Yeah.
That's what gargoyles used to do. They used to gargle the water. They had, like, pipes that fed
that's
them.
true.
No, I'm serious.
That's where the word comes from, gargling the water.
Well, I don't know.
Gargoyling.
Listen, I don't know if it's, like, gargoyle.
I refuse to believe that.
But, yeah, they would spit water away from...
Why do they have horns and wings?
Because...
Why do you draw them like that?
Because Gothic people were bad sick, yo, you know?
Okay. I'll take your word for this one.
It's true. I read it on the internet. They can't lie.
That's true.
Bob is sticking around here, but he doesn't know that Chidori's nearby.
Yeah, Carlo might... Oh, no.
Okay, don't worry about that. No one saw it.
That would have been a really good arrow, actually, though, if it hit. Bottom lane, though, they're going for the other carry, just Palos, and I'm kind of more concerned about him.
He has Radiance, though.
He does have Radiance. Oh, but his bear dies, there's no more Radiance.
Well,
oh, no, Palos?
Actually, he does have another bear.
Yeah, but this bear's dead. That's a lot of gold for mid one, actually, who's the real carry in his team, as we've determined.
Yes, now he has 4 staff.
Afu, though, not a carry, hence he's not important, so he's just going to die. If Moon actually missed the Searing Chains combo, he was Searing Chains before he sleight of fisted. These things happen. You went to do WQ, you press QW instead.
Shanks has Blink Dagger, but won't be able to use it.
Is Shanks in the river?
It's going for a walk. Doesn't know who to fissure. Decides to fissure Moon. I think that's the right choice, considering mid one's auto attacks barely do damage.
Which I think Shanks was trying to gargle some water there, but he got confused. He's not the Visage.
Yeah, he thought he was a familiar. He was really a gargoyle. Now he's dead.
Okay, 6K lead for SMG. I don't think this range changes much for this team, because I also don't find this build to be that great for this game.
Well, Palos is burning this creep wave down bottom, but the bad news is they're losing Roche.
Is this how you're hyping up the build?
Yes.
He's burning the creep wave?
Oh no, is mid one going to deny the... Oh, come on, mid one, deny him.
Don't, let him live, let him live. Oh, mid one, he's coming back. Wait, mid one's coming back. Watch mid one deny the creeps, cameraman.
Oh, is he doing it?
Observer, he's coming. Mid one's doing it.
Oh, no,
I don't care about the Roche.
He's TPing because they're taking Roche. The arrow there is actually going to help. Carlo finally lands an arrow, but it's only going to be aiding SMG, and now they're actually going to go in for a bit of a sneaky move. It's an invis rune now on this Tiny, who's going to be breaking smoke.
Toss back, maybe, from Paulson. Need someone nearby. Oh, just toss in place. That works too. Searing Chains. He dies way too quickly. And that's your Echo Slam gone for this team fight. What else do you have? You have Radiance. That's it. That's your other team fight to build.
You've got Radiance, and you've got BKB and 100 gold here for Bomb, so it's
okay.
They didn't really want to contest this Roach. Tino has Vlad's now flying his way, and well, we have Shard on Palos, which is a pretty big deal. This bonus attack speed, it ain't bad. So, you know, that's something, the basic Dispel, right, is pretty good. So he does have a Dispel now on the Savage Roars. Bob's actually going to be the one to break a smoke. Global Silence. Man, they want him dead.
Yep. They know he's the most valuable hero right now. And Palos for free? Oh, they'll take that too. He does true form in time this time. However, do they have any more stuns, any more roots, or maybe just Dead Ember? Okay, he's been saved. Fissure has been used. Echo Slam on top of this, and they got Moon instead. Now, going for Afu as well, the hunters become the hunted. And how appropriate is a bear doing the hunted?
It's actually quite inappropriate.
No, it's famously, this is the animal that kills the most hunters a year.
Is it really?
No, I just made that stat up, but it sounds believable, right?
I would have said other hunters.
That's probably actually true, but they're not animals.
You don't know about the most dangerous game, do you?
It's true. I do this every weekend.
Oh my goodness, look at this push. That's even without the familiars. Okay.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, that's just bear. It's just bear.
I mean, it is a tier 1 tower, I suppose. I shouldn't get too excited, but still.
No, bears push towers really fast. Avalanche, toss as well. Break the critical skull stacks. In fact, kill the familiars too. No, they bonk in time. And Pozo is the one now in trouble. Has to run away. Saved by the Illuminate. A little bit of extra healing. They want Tino. They drop a sentry. Tino's no longer invisible. He acknowledges his weakness. He flies in the air. But he's a penguin. He's just going to fall on the ground.
Yeah, and Chidori also decided to pop the Metamorphosis here. So I'm sure they're eager for more. Nothing in the shrine. Oh, okay, never mind. They're going to get Carlo.
Let's put the Execration to leave then, if they see the meta pop up.
I'm not sure if they would have seen it, to be honest, but it might still result in it. Oh, hold on. They're going to be able to collapse on this push down bottom. This is very greedy from Execration.
Yes.
They got picked up on this ward, hence why SMG have stopped any sort of pushing. Afu may die here.
He might die, but it's worth it. They can get Palos for it. And that's exactly what they're going for. True form first. They still have a Savage Roar as well. Can use it in time. Oh, the bear is currently silent, so he can't.
He doesn't have Roar for 3.
He doesn't have Roar, yep.
Oh, it might not matter?
It's Chidori.
What?
They have the lasso. They roared him in the beginning, actually. I didn't see that. Roared him in the very beginning of that team fight, and now they can go for him again. They have a Savage Roar available a second time. Chidori can't quite fight like this. No meta, trying to prevent the Sunder. Oh. He already lost his first life. Sunder's used on the Earthshaker. They didn't really heal much with that. The bear's almost dead, however, and so is the Earthshaker. Going for the cow next. Can they get him down? Shanks is gone. Bob with a BKB is capable of making out of here alive. Carlo now being slowed by a solar bind. No more leaves for this Mirana.
Tino's gonna go back in?
Go, Sagan. Go! Oh, no. Go to hell, apparently.
Oh, nice toss back.
Yes, and once again, Tino really, really hates flying. This airline has crushed him for the last time. Curse you, Air Asia.
I was really surprised that Execration was able to turn that kind of a fight. I didn't really have any faith in that sort of an engagement. They get Afu, who does buy back for the global mid-fight. So it's a pretty heavy commitment out from Team SMG, especially because they don't end that fight nearby any objectives they can easily take. They are pushing for this tier 2 bottom, but they're doing so without the Metamorphosis active. Now with the Fortify used out, I think Execration are going to more or less be happy with the way that fight turned out for them. Killing the TB twice would have been the dream, but not bad at all. Palos is going to continue scaling just fine here. as he does not actually take a death during that engagement.
I guess you're right. I guess it depends how much you value this matchup though versus the TD. Like it seems like the game gets harder for the core-to-core matchup, and it's gonna be the. Oh, Palos might lose his bear here. How does last word work? Oh, it counts as 0 intelligence. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So last word actually destroys Spirit Bear. That's right. We haven't mentioned that, have we?
Yeah.
Probably also destroys familiars if you try and select them for whatever reason, because I believe they're the same.
That's why you go
class.
for Ags, my friend.
There it is.
There you go. Area last word. Anyway, the core-to-core is not very good for Execration, but the team fight makes up for it, right? So the onus of this match, as the more advances, falls on the shoulders of Bob and Shanks, more so than Palos, I would even say.
On the shoulders of giant bears.
No.
Not on
the
not on
bears. No, the bears don't care about the shoulders. The shoulders are giant bats and a cow.
Well, he's gonna have a Blink Dagger soon for Bob, which ain't half bad. And this Blink Dagger for Shaker has been doing a lot of work. If he can get his shard online as well, he'll end up being super obnoxious in these team fights, which is the way he can hide in these trees. Execration looking for a fight. They are wrapping pretty nicely. Paulson would be a good jump for them, but Carlo's too afraid of what lies in the shadows.
And he shouldn't be, because what lies in the shadows is a free kill for them.
Huh? Pretty good.
Look at that.
Tino's going to get it as he builds into this pipe next. The rest of SMG, however, focus their efforts toward this mid lane where they're just spamming illusions down here, just clearing wave after wave, and eventually this chip damage will take down this tier 2 tower. But for you know, compare this to 5-6 minutes ago where I thought Execration were going to get like steamrolled, to be honest, by the rates that SMG were bringing. I'm really impressed with how much they've been able to pull this one back.
About the 25 minutes in is when apparently they hit their peak and no particular items. I guess it was the BKB on Bob that made a difference here. Bob, are you crazy?
He has Blink and he has BKB. There is a global, however.
Yeah, this seems like a wild play.
And Carlo is scouting from behind. This is maybe not that bad.
Okay, they did lasso the Ember. Now the global sign's a little bit late, but Moon activates a BKB just in time to make sure they can't quite kill him here.
Pretty big commitment though, and once again, you can see them poking from the side, still looking for an angle in this fight.
They know that meta got wasted. They know the global signs got wasted.
And
Will-O-Wisp is
The BKB on Moon, though, is a big deal.
Yeah, that's true.
SMG, they're going to look to force the issue then. Yeah, that's true. They're going to look to force the issue mid lane. Tino's going to do a good job of clearing the wave, trying to get backdoor back online. With Chidori having as well this Eye of Scottic is pretty dangerous, this guy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I think this tower might just go down before backdoor can even be kicked in. We'll see full AC finish for Palos' Bear now. Legion's not pushing quite as fast as the arrow does actually catch Chidori.
That was a good arrow.
More staff though, so use him to relative safety.
And SMG's playing well around their high ground, so it's hard for the Execration guys to start this fight. They don't have really good vision here except for the familiars, and the familiars could not get into their territory.
Game's starting to look a little bit more difficult though. I think this next item here, oh actually the next items are just Wraith Bands for Palos, just having himself tank up a little bit more.
That's
got, what, three more in the quick buy there?
Yeah. So this is because you give a percentage of your armor to the Spirit Bear,
right?
Which is why Wraith Bands are objectively the best item. You can also go bracers, full bracers if you want, if you're having trouble with your hero dying too much. But Wraith Bands is by far the best item.
Yep, that's right. And they're very cost efficient as their values double after minute 25.
Which we reached
28 is over 25 last time I checked.
3 minutes over 25 actually.
Very good.
Which is why he's buying it now and not 3 minutes ago. That would have been a mistake.
Oh, very true. But Execration are coming along pretty nicely, and for the first time in what feels like 8 minutes, they're going to be able to actually go into their own jungle.
This is such a classic Execration thing. We lost the first 25 minutes of the game. We don't really have a lineup for this at 30 minutes, but somehow we're starting to win.
Oh, I think it's going to be the toilet bowl smoke maneuver here, with both teams drawing counterclockwise lines on the map.
Right, this is interesting because it's Philippines. Oh, they're in the same hemisphere. We're all good. We're all good.
That's right.
So they both understand where to go. Cool.
So triangle for triangle, wards being erected, but
this is why Australians can't play Dota, by the way, because they go the opposite direction.
That's right.
They're really strong.
Very confused.
Yeah.
Oh, this might be something though. Roshan respawning in 2 minutes for Long Rush.
And and the Bat Rider seems to be dying right now. They use the Remnant to get
arrow,
closer.
but no follow-up.
That allowed them to get the final auto attack with the double damage buff. They got the kill onto Bob despite his BKB usage. Very important kill for...
Chidori does use meta yet again though, but this time it'll get him a tier 2 tower and very likely the outpost, which means that they can really set up a strong foothold, an even stronger foothold, because look at the vision that SMG have right now in this dire jungle. Either way, tower is going to go down. Not much Palos can do with that, was it 10% miss rate now? 15%, that's right.
17, no?
Well, right, it has evasion now on it, right?
Yeah.
They've changed that a while ago.
I think it's... Yeah.
Oh, it tossed back, though, onto Tino.
They caught him, and Tino's dead. That's going to be 2 kills for SMG that Execration will struggle to recover from. They need Bob for these fights. Yolscepter used on the Earthshaker to keep him inside the Will-O-Wisp. Now they send him back with Blinding Light, and they completely cancel Shanks. That's your team fight gone. He needs to buy back if they want to play with Bob. Or maybe... No, okay, yeah. They need to buy back on Shanks if they want to fight this.
Uh-oh. They're going to lose the bear.
That's bear number 1.
Yeah, he just lets it go.
Okay, he still has bear number 2.
That could have been really bad. This still could be really bad for Execration. SMG, we're just... again, I think they were just looking for the tier 2. Toss back. No vision.
Mech is fine. Oh, and the arrow almost hit the Tiny, but he avoids it with the Yolscepter. Now Savage Roar is not going to keep him in place. Palos will not get the kill he was looking for onto the enemy support.
Yeah, that could have been... I mean, it was still really bad for Execration, but could have been so much worse. That was just SMG taking kill after kill there, just kind of saying thank you for this kill. What do you have for me next? And it was a tier 2 into a position 4 dying. Bob going back in yet again, all by himself.
It's going to be a lasso committed just for the Tiny. Let's see if the enemy team can capitalize on this. There's no metamorphosis though on them, so SMG, they're just going to run away.
Roche is up in 10 seconds. Maybe this is what Execration needed. Oh my goodness, Moon is in.
Yeah, activates BKB, Global Silence on top of this, but that's with the BKB, so kind of stacking these spells on. Echo Slam's available in a second. Shanks dies to the Maelstrom damage. And there's the meta, just came off cooldown.
They've lost
time
Bob.
for this fight. Bob is dead. Tino is the next target. The arrow's not going to turn Chidori whatsoever. In fact, Searing Chains will guarantee this kill onto Tino. This team fight went on for so long, get 2 metas straight for this fight.
Well, I mean, yeah, let's not forget.
One for the other one.
Let's not forget the reason why we're seeing so many
yes.
metas. It's because of mid one's
Chakra Magic.
I mean, I don't think Execration were really ready for that one either, to be honest, and I can't blame them. That seemed unnaturally fast. I don't think Palos has a bear, does he?
No, we're out of bears, Richie. This is like the ice cap's melting. Bears are dying left and right.
I think these are going to be barracks dying as well. SMG, they'll get at least a full set. They could look and turn for mid as well if they're feeling a little fancy, or they could just go back and take Roshan.
No, then with a Roche, this advantage will be unbearable for Execration.
It's unfortunate that they don't have the Panda Bear, because they do need something to pause this right now for Execration.
Now, luckily, they still have the Boots of Bearing.
That's very true. That's very true.
Anyway, that's going to be a Roche for them. Should be. Familiar is scouting it. Tino, gargling water in the wall.
Lava even.
Yeah, wow. Yes, this gargle is evolving. They know this Roche is being taken. Can they do something about it? They do have an Echo Slam.
I don't think so.
They're smoking as fast as possible, Richie. Look at it. This Roche is not that fast, actually. They might have a chance. Shanks with Moonlight Shadow. It's not a smoke, sorry. It's just Moonlight Shadow. And they realize they're afraid of this Earthshaker, so they're instead going to do their own smoke on SMG. A real one, not the Moonlight Shadow fake news.
I think I think SMG are just going for the killing blow now. Look at this wraparound. They know exactly where Execration are positioned.
Yeah, they're forced to do this. They can't go into the Roche pit and potentially sacrifice this team fight. Is a much better play. Palos on a scout with a bear. Oh no, Polo's he's starting. It's Carlo. Not the most important kill.
That's buyback.
Palos sacrifices his bear too. Bear's control with the Will-O-Wisp, but in goes Moon. Moon wants the backlines. He wants Shanks. He wants to get rid of this Echo Slam, and he will. Shanks is dead. 45 seconds or a buyback here. Those are his options.
Oh, they tossed in Chidori.
And Chidori now closer, which means he can get lassoed. This toss might not work in their favor. It's BKB, which means the Echo Slam is not that scary anymore. They use Thunder as well, and he's going for the Lone Druid. Tino stuck in the low ground as well. They need more damage for him. They're going for Paul's Bear now, and Paul's Bear will die as the real hero gets away. One last thumb from Tino before he falls, right? Right! Echo Slam is trying to save him. They're going for mid one, but that's going to do anything at all. Is now them going for mid one and getting the kill thanks to Paul's getting a bear back. Chidori is the target. And never mind, I was wrong. The Echo Slam actually did restart that fight as Moon joins again for Tino, getting that kill into the Visage. Another one into Shanks as well. Afu caught by the 2 bears, stuck between a bear and a bear, dies in their jaws. Poloson also mowed down by this Radiance burn. Palos is the one true carry here.
Yeah. Paulos didn't have buyback, but he did have bear back, and that made the difference.
Yes, he does. No more bears here, though. 70 seconds until the next one.
Nah, it's okay.
I think they defended this, Richie. I think they did.
And once again, Execration doing Execration things and winning fights they have absolutely no rights to.
I can't even tell how that Echo Slam was that impactful. It hit one person. It was Coddle.
It hit a couple illusions, hit the TB.
No, I mean with damage, yeah. With the stun, it was just Coddle, right?
It hit a couple heroes. Yeah.
Okay, the stun also hit the TB?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it made a pretty big difference, and that allowed the bear to catch up, and then the Coddle died, and then from there, mid one is the true carry in this game, as everyone knows, on the Keeper of the Light.
They really underestimated Paulos' damage because mid one just stayed there. Yeah, look, we can see it here. Okay, thank you for that, operator. That fissure was pretty good. No, it doesn't even hit Chidori.
Oh, it hit him with the follow-up stun. He enchant totemed him.
Yeah, he enchant totemed.
Saved Tino as well, which is pretty crucial because then Tino's able to get a little bit more annoying here with the bonks.
I think mid one straight up underestimated how much damage the bear was doing. Why is the bear dying mid lane? What is happening, Paulos? Why is your bear there?
Well, you know. One for them, one for us.
What just happened to Paulos? Don't fight now. There's no Spirit Bear.
He's got another one in 10 seconds. Not too big a deal.
I don't think he needed to do that. Was he just trying to push the wave with the Radiance this late in the game?
He has been trying to do that time and time again. It would seem to be in his MO. Smoke Blade up from SMG. This one really could be it. Not a lot of buybacks from Execration.
Tino, Avalanche. Okay, Will-O-Wisp as well. Tino's quite tanky, though. At least for now. Now I think this cloak is done.
Oh.
Ooh, they take the TD for a ride. Now they commit the Echo Slam. Will-O-Wisp sends the Earthshaker away. Global Silence, BKB, everything. And now they can overcommit onto Tino and kill him. But Chidori is being sent back in again. He did at least get this Sunder to recover back to full HP.
Midone caught the arrow, especially after he was sundered, but no, all good. No harm, no foul. Just a quick little kill there onto Tino. Lots more committed in that fight. Excuse me, especially that Echo Slam. BKB still ready for Bob, but doesn't have the lasso for another minute and a half, so this row's pretty much free. And SMG eventually will be able to close out this game. Feels like a 20k net worth lead. They have been in a pretty good position, I would say, out from the lanes, and have only continued to build that lead with a couple of glimmers of hope in between out from Execration. I fear, however, that the light at the end of the tunnel is more or less closing for Execration. Don't know how much more they can get away with the net worth lead being what it is. Especially since, once again, I mean, the unstoppable metamorphosis has just been a little bit too much for Execration here. Their lane's constantly shoved in. They haven't been able to get farm on more than one hero at a time. Bob has Aether Lens next into 4-staff, but Tino has only managed to scrounge up the money for a full pipe. Paulos has a bunch of Wraith Bands on himself. What does the bear have? Where is the bear?
It's Bear's farm. Bear's farm. As Radiance's AC. He went for a Basher now.
Okay.
Yeah. Now he's going for the BKB as well.
BKB is going to be a pretty big deal.
Yes.
And Carlos managed to make it on the other side of the map. He's actually managed to farm up now with Guardian Greaves. Pretty big deal for him.
Yeah, not bad.
Does manage to unsilence himself. They have been missing a stun here or there during the globals. Could make a difference.
Sure. I think the Lotus Orb could be consideration too, because you could have actually done it with the Earthshaker, who I think is the real stun in the globals, right? Not the Marana arrow. But I understand the point of at least this gives you also some survivability, which is desperately needed. I don't think that the spell is something that they're considering really highly, because otherwise they would have bid Lotus on someone else, honestly.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I also wouldn't mind if like Tino built Lotus. I think the Earthshaker again is really important. And SMG knows this. They're just chasing him down every single fight. It's Moon's job to just chase him down.
We're not just farming, but eventually SMG will be pushing up to this high ground. Bob has buyback. He's currently the only one on his team that does have it. Paulos is pretty close by.
Good Savage Roar, actually. That was almost a tossback. Can they get the bonks? Oh, no.
No, but they will get the familiars. No familiars for 20 more seconds, by the way.
Okay. So many summons they have to take care of.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying. Radiance trying to burn at some of these illusions. Metamorphosis activated here on the first life. Still 3 minutes on this Aegis as there's the lasso back.
There it is. If they get rid of him, they get rid of his meta. And the Global Silence is not going to save Chidori. It's going to be the 4-step instead. With the Guardian Greaves plus the Sunder there, Chidori's back to full HP. The Will-O-Wisp, annoying, but finally gotten rid of. Going for Moon instead. Now Moon, stun, bonks. Arrow as well. Echo Slam committed. Moon's dead.
He's got buyback though. Could be back in here instantly. Has a remnant down.
He does. I think they lost one bear there.
They did lose one bear, and I believe both familiars still alive and giving chase. Bob has no lasso, but can still be really annoying to mid one.
Carlo almost died to it.
The buyback.
Caught up to Chidori. Chidori activates BKB. The stone form. Chidori is forced to run away instead. Savage Roar cancels the TP as well from Afu. At least go for the support. Everyone's routing down this Chidori, making sure that he can't get the kills he was looking for. Bob gets caught up eventually with the Avalanche. Chidori is the next target. That's the first bonk. Will-O-Wisp has been set up though. Hard to fight in this Will-O-Wisp. And like you said, Ember's back. And now we're fighting versus two bears. Is Chidori going to be enough? He does have 2 lives as well. And the Sunder was ready for Palos. He was waiting for that moment. One last Savage Roar so Palos can get away, but it's not going to be enough. There's a blink on the Ember. Searing Chains is 3 more seconds. Palos is being saved by everything in the world, but the Searing Chains should catch up to him finally. That's going to keep him in place for one last Illuminate.
There it is.
They get the kill they were looking for. The bears are dead, and soon so will be the barracks.
Yep, that should be GG here pretty shortly. Good effort, and you can see how much this TB actually does struggle against the high armor of the lone druid.
Yeah, the Wraith Beds.
But mid one eventually being able to get enough damage in there. That's the reason why Bob chases him down basically till his own Bat Rider gives out. Chidori back onto the tier 4 towers. Does get that last Fortify out. I don't think Execration get another full 5v5 fight though in this game. That should be at the very least this game over. They're going to have to go with whatever they have left, which will be a lasso and a BKB. Echo Slam back in 28 seconds. I don't think they're going to get enough time, though, for Palos. And Palos, he'll have a bear if he gets to respawn.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe one last lasso attempt. They're going to go for, I don't know, Moon instead. Harder kill, not as valuable either. Moon survives this, activates BKB. Thanks to the Kayan Sanji, he's not going to go down today. The Will-O-Wisp makes it difficult for them to go in. Chidori is protected by everything. Still has an H anyway. They have to kill him twice. Activates the BKB. It's over. Chidori wants to end this. Demon Zeal for the win. SMG will take game number 1 against Execration.
Yeah, really good game out from them. They come out strong from the laning stage.
Oh, the emotions. That's rare to SMG.
Oh, there it is. You saw him. He kind of moved his lip a little bit.
Oh, no, he's going to the back.
That was happiness.
Never mind, that was not emotion.
Execration, this is...
a rarity for them.
Yeah, a loss.
Yeah.
Especially early on in the season. Normally, these do tend to happen a bit later for them. Not one where they were completely outclassed. I think just one where, once again, the difference maker comes from the mid lane. Normally, this is where Bob... he's usually on the other side of this, isn't he? Where he does kind of have a little bit more of a rough start, but then sometimes on the Ember, especially on the Bat Rider, is able to create as much space as it felt like Moon was able to do. Didn't really feel like mid one was ever too pressured either this game, and Chidori, once again, shows up to fight early on when he can. 8-0 and 10. Just a phenomenal game for him.
Yeah, it looked very good and very promising for game number 2 as well, because it seems like it's going to be a close series, possibly a 3-game series, but that's only what we think. Let's see what our panel thinks about this first game of the day.
No more 2-0 this time for Execration. If they're going to win this series, they're going to have to do it with a full 3-game series. As SMG take game number 1, and they do it with a tried and true strategy, the Coddle and the Terrorblade. Although usually it's a support Coddle, this time it was a core Coddle. And mid 1 brought it to success. He's been doing it time and time again. It's not flashy, it's not very classic mid 1, but it's successful. So can you really complain, Adam?
I was actually really surprised of how well he did in the lane. I think he was like top CS for the first 5 minutes. I feel like he accomplished so much more than I thought he would. I think the eggs pick up towards the mid game too was really big this game. They didn't really have anything. But I think the real thing that I think Richie was on point. Like what really happened in this game was that Bob was shut down. And the way Execration play, we don't really see the Tino or Palos making moves most of the time. It's always Bob. It's always the Bob show. Bob is everywhere. This game, the only place Bob was in the fountain.
Yeah, that just comes down to SMG support movement, right? They collapse onto mid, and this is something that I've seen SMG do with Paulson and Afu before. That was something they really loved, collapsing on 4 minutes, collapsing on 6. Bob didn't manage to get any power runes as well, so he can snowball, look for those opportunities to find kills, and it just led to a slower game for Exa. Like, it reminds me almost of Boom Esports last year, where if you shut down Yopaj, they also slow down immediately. Same thing seems to be happening for Exa. They need to find a way to just work out that mid. If they see that collapse onto mid, they didn't respond in time to help Bob there and back him up.
Yeah, I did feel that way. I think the item build on Shanks was kind of weird to me too. I think it was because of how poor Bob was that he forced himself to buy the dagger. But we saw against the Silencer that he could never really play the game. I thought the Earthshaker was gonna like maybe stack auras with the Visage, and that's how their lineup comes together with the Shard, you know? You're harder to kill, but instead, Moon, he was so farmed, he was just chasing the Earthshaker every fight with his BKB. We saw remove Shanks from the game pretty much.
Yeah, I really like how they use that Silencer and the Global Silence for the aggression as well, breaking up these fights. And we've got our MVP on hand as well, Moon. I mean, that spectacular performance on that Ember. And we talked about that matchup, right? Ember versus Batrider this time around. Moon, he danced around it with a little bit of help from his friends, but he had a really good lane in game.
Yeah, I feel like the draft's so dependent on Bob having a good game, or at least a game. I don't think he had that this game, and it was just because Afu walked over to Rune, threw one curse, and he died. You know, it just kind of snowballed off that.
Yeah, it was a trend that we've been noticing from the Lima Major even. I think Avo said that he did an interview with Execration, and all of Execration had to check their egos at the door except for Bob. Bob was allowed to keep his ego, because perhaps that's what you need on a mid laner, but also it seems that that's what this team needs. To find success, he needs to do well. And also, I think I may be seeing why Visage is not particularly popular. Tino did not have the offlane impact that I would have thought from not only a signature hero, but one that did relatively well in lane also. He, like you said, itemized so that they could all survive, but I never saw this Visage threatening to kill anyone. It was just kind of being annoying.
No, I think a couple of things there in the lane as well, right? Like, Shaker plus Visage isn't really the kind of lane that you maximize Soul Assumption. I think he did go Grave Chill, so they were trying to chase down, but because of that pressure mid, you had Tino solo a lot of the times, and a solo Visage in that lane up against a Terrorblade when meta is up, you don't do much.
We also saw him just get run down by the double slow. I feel like our Visage +1 lane against a TB usually will be... I think you'll kill a TB once in the early levels. I think after that Raindrop and Stick comes out, and then it's a bit weirder, but I think Tino really suffered in this matchup.
Couple of issues for Execration to evaluate as they finally get their very first loss here in the DPC Tour number 2, but they should still feel pretty comfortable because SMG is also no stranger to sometimes bumbling series that are in their corner. Let's see which of these two teams can close things out if we go to a game number 2 after the break. Okay, ticker guy, I see how it is. Yes, SMG did actually carry the momentum as ticker guy suspected before game number 1, and Execration have their momentum slowed finally. Maybe it was slowed starting from the Lima Major, but then they got momentum back here in the DPC, and now it has been slowed yet again, but only 1 game worth of slowing, and there are some easy fixes. Get Bob a better lane. Rotate more to Bob's lane. Give it all for King Bob. Everything for the Bob God.
Yeah, like that's always been Execration. It feels like you either get Bob the Builder or Bob the Wrecker. When you get the Builder, it's not a good feeling. He's building for the other team, you know?
Yeah, I feel like I think another thing I like to see is I feel Chidori, he sacrifices a lot of his farm to protect his bot lane tower. I like to see Tino play a stronger matchup in this situation. I think SMG always wants to protect that part of the map, and I think it enables a lot of their draft. Like, they tend to run to mid because they get to protect that tower. I think that's something that Execration should look at.
Maybe like a death prophet for Tino. I'm on board. At least I'm happy we got to see his Visage because we saw so much of it in Tour 1. I don't really... Do you think that it was a hero shortcoming for game number 1? Do you think Visage is competitively viable, or that was just not the game for it?
I'm not sure what happened in the bot lane. I feel like they should have done a bit better. And I think on top of that, the mid kind of snowballed out of control. They had Ember issues for sure.
Okay.
I feel like Afu did a lot. He had impacted both lanes pretty hard, and it kind of let Moon take over.
Yeah, the movements just felt a lot better from the supports. I think for Tino, like in that lane against Terrorblade, me and Adam were talking about it, right? Like the first few levels are where you get that kill opportunity on the Visage, and then it just becomes a Terrorblade lane. But I don't think we even saw that.
Yeah,
we didn't see an early
always
kill come
TB
out.
chasing down the Visage, pretty much.
Yeah, and then other approaches, the Phase 1 Mirana. Seems like Silencers might be a better Phase 1 with the Batrider. I was with you initially. I see a stun with Batrider. I think that this is a much more competent duo, but the Silencer Batrider opening has been favored by a lot of teams, and Silencer in general is just looking like a really strong support.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen it a surprising amount.
Yeah, and doing well also.
I think something they need to do is that if SMG pick this Coddle, they cannot leave the Ember. I feel like it's just a bread and butter for them. I feel like TB Ember is all we've seen SMG pick with Coddle so far.
And they've been first phasing the Coddle quite a bit, so it's definitely a comfort pick for SMG. And then what else was there to reevaluate?
I think there was an idea from Adam as well for the last pick of Hexa. You were calling for the mix. Felt like you might have
instead
had
of
more
the
impact.
Shaker? Yeah, possibly.
Like to expect Carapace to break up the fights. You could hunt down the Silencer in the backline early on and just build your foundation from there.
I think Shaker was a good pick until the Silencer came out, which wasn't really his fault. It just kind of stopped his game, I think. On top of that, it also ruined Bob's game a little bit. So I think even something strong in lane, like Monkey Visage, for example, they would have enabled the lane a lot more.
And then Palos has now brought the global win rate of Lone Druid to 50%. There were only there was one other Lone Druid pick. I believe it was in Western Europe.
It was Ghost.
Oh, it was Ghost, that's right. It was in China. Yeah, Ghost was the only other one to pick up Lone Druid. He had a slightly different build. Same idea with millions of Wraith Bands later on, because you need the armor.
He went Des.
He went Deso. He went Mask of Madness, Deso, AC. The carry matchup that he was against, though, was also an Ember Spirit, but then Emo was playing Templar Assassin. So, slightly different approach.
Okay.
But intriguing ideas. 7.32E still has a few more tricks up their sleeve. I'm assuming the draft will be ready soon. It's not quite ready, as these teams are... It's not midnight, it's 9 p.m.
Processing their emotions.
Processing the emotions, exactly.
And just now we saw
registering all that happened.
How happy SMG was.
Oh yes, they were overcome with emotions. Oh, okay, now we have a draft. Game number 2, SMG versus Execration.
Coddle ban.
Nice.
Coddle ban, nice.
Yeah, you know, it's just something SMG's been playing with. I don't think any teams really first phase banned the Coddle against them, so it's good to see that adjustment. You know, just take away some comfort. Then it draws another issue. It's like, all you've seen from SMG is mainly that first phase Coddle. You don't know what they're going to change it up with.
That's true. I feel like I like the idea just because they had this Lone Druid against Coddle idea. You know, obviously it didn't work out. Midone still had like some 5-minute mech, and they didn't really look like they knew what to do in the lane. This, on the other hand, is something new.
Beastmaster. I think there have been at least 2 games where the drums of Slum were picked up in Division 1. I don't know if they won. It seems like
one was a win.
One was a win.
I think it was Tino actually. Was it?
Oh, wait, we had a drums of Slum in our region?
I might be wrong. Might be in West
snap.
Eagle. But I feel like it was one of those drums purchases where the game was over. Yeah, it was Tino. The game was over and he bought drums, I think, something like that.
Homie knows what's up. Well, maybe if the game was over, it doesn't quite count as a data point. At least we didn't see a Meteor Hammer, though, because I was worried that Meteor Hammer Beastmaster might become a thing.
Yeah, I mean, it could still become a thing, right?
Still become a
There's
thing.
still the opportunity. I don't think it's a high priority. I like the response from SMG, though. Morphling straight up for Chidori. They can protect that in the next few bans. And the Undying, basic lane, lots of sustain for the Morphling to hold. Matchup against Beastmaster doesn't feel like too worrying for the Morphling, I think. Maybe by level 3, you're pretty okay.
I feel like I've said this 2,000 times, but you just pick AA.
Yeah.
Okay, I want Execration to have a hero that kicks out his Morphling. Because again, SMG has this playstyle where Chidori says, this is my lane, I'm never leaving. He bought Bracer on Terribly, like first item, he's like, I'm protecting my area of the map. And I feel like Execration needs to look at that a bit more.
Okay, so then you want someone who can push and take the tower with the Beastmaster, or you want someone with damage so that this Morphling does not feel safe hanging around in the lane?
Just someone to kick him out, I think, because Beast's going to take the tower by himself. He doesn't really need help with push anymore.
Okay.
PL ban. Very cool.
Yeah. And just kind of protect the Morphling. Illusion spam, something annoying. Diffusal carriers as well, pretty annoying. For Execration, though, like going Batrider along with Beastmaster for his phase, like having your off lane plus mid, there's not much flex there.
Yeah.
So you kind of reveal your hand early. Is that comfy? Like, surely SMG can still respond to that Bob Batrider.
Yeah, the thing is, if with the 2 bans they have now, Puck Ember, there's also, Quap Ember, there's also Puck and Storm. And I think you just pick your poison between the 2. Bob obviously didn't have a great game just now, but they want Bob to play his role where he runs around the map and kills people. And these bats, these storms, they're like perfect for what he wants to do.
I'm intrigued with the Abaddon ban. Like, you already see the Undying, and you already have the Morphling on 1. Could you, I mean...
It's probably the mid one Abba, because the Dispel is super valued here, I think. So I do think it's a nice ban. Maybe it's some new technology, Abba mid against Batrider. Maybe. I could see that it's like free Dispel, you full mana all the time.
True. You can just run down, hold the lane, hit your 6, have a bit better right-click animation so you can harass in some windows.
Yeah. So I think SMG will probably go for a Puck or Storm here. I think Moon probably leaning towards the Storm. See what he goes for.
You don't think they want to save his matchup for the end? Because we keep emphasizing how important Bob is. So if Bob is that critical, why not save your last pick for Moon and just completely make Bob's life miserable?
Yeah, I can see it, but they should 8-pick the hero. Just because there aren't too many heroes left. I think also picking the Storm there, we've probably got anti-maged. Execration have definitely shown they play a hero. Pretty good against the Morph as well. Execration missing supports here. Nothing's really banned out. There's still Mirana.
Yeah.
Still a Dark Willow if Shanks wants to go down that route. And neighbors. What else is there? There's a Hoodwing, there's a Skyrath. I like Skyrath against Morph. Yeah, we have seen a fair bit of Ange.
There's this guy. That's a hero to kick out the Morph, I suppose, with a threat. So you can kind of play a little bit more aggressive. You've got good combinations for Mystic Flare, Roar, Lasso. You don't really have too much backline jump on SMG. Like, the Morphling theoretically could, but if you're killing off a Sky in your commitment, it's not the most amazing feeling.
Yeah, I like a Sky pick a lot because it also stops the Storm Puck that I was talking about. It's good against both, right? The Morph and the Batrider laners.
Yeah, you just have really good rotation onto the mid just with your Ancient Seal. With the Batrider, you just melt most mid matchups. So I think all we need to see now from X is just a shake up in that emphasis, like have the room to allow Shanks and Garlo to maybe rotate mid, protect Bob. And now you have some global presence with the Treant Protector as well. Some living armor onto Bob, and it's been nerfed, but it still helps.
Yeah, so an okay hero. It makes sense with their draft. You know, someone to defend towers and kind of trade the map. SMG do go for a Storm.
No fear.
Surprising.
There's a lot of disable on Execration. There's Roar, Lasso, Ancient Seal, Silence, and Overgrowth.
Yeah, it's not too comfy. I think the lane matchup is still all right. Again, it's one of the few heroes left to lane into the Batrider, but early rotations from Shanks are going to be pretty damn scary. Like, it's not too hard to put that Storm out of position once you've got the Flame Break. Along with Ancient Seal, you just melt that hero. And this time around for SMG, you've got Rubik Undying. The Rubik I don't mind too much in a mid-rotation, but the Undying doesn't feel as great, especially since you don't tend to go Soul Rip too high in laning phase.
Yeah, it's also really quick heroes, right? The Bat Rider, the Sky, they're just really fast. But Execration do not deal with Tombstone too well. And I guess the Undying at the end of the day is just there to make sure the Morphling has a good time. No, once again, enabling their playstyle of like, you can't take my tower, you know?
I find this Storm pick to be very, very audacious.
What do you think they could have gone for there? I only see Puck, but I think it's also hard.
Yeah. Yes, that's
just because of the bad matchup. Other than that's like some Slark, which is...
Yeah, that's the... With Moon, I thought like maybe the Monkey King mid, maybe the Slark. But...
Weaver mid was the pick.
I would have been on board, unironically.
Would have been some new tech. Would have been a bit slippery.
I guess SMG does rely on him to be the playmaker, quote unquote, so kind of stuck on this.
Especially if Chidori is on Morphling.
Mm-hmm. He's Doom and Tide Ban. I expect Execration to go for Ursa here. A very Palos hero. They also like it against the Morph. I wonder what Midon's gonna play though.
We mentioned that Abaddon is good because of it's a great purge game. I'm assuming Legion Commander is just trash can in general, and so she's not even on the agenda.
I think the hero just has transitioning problems. Like you can lane well, you rush this Blade Mail, and then you don't have Blink. If you buy Blink, you don't have another item, and if you die once or twice, you kind of like...
Yeah, it just falls apart. It's very momentum based. That's why that item timing is like super sensitive, and if you don't have impact with either of those first pickups, then you just kind of taper off hard while trying to soak up some farm as well.
This is a Spirit Breaker game.
Pause one for Exa?
For one. SMG
oh, for
one.
SMG, all right. That's another new tech. Spirit Breaker 1.
Player just needs heroes to like push waves and run around. Nature's Prophet Band.
All right, Slark.
Slark.
I like that.
I'm kind of torn about the Slark versus Morph because I think it's very two-edged.
Yeah.
The Slark gets Diffusal, he has a timing on you, and Morph gets Eggs, and he has a very big timing on you too.
Oh yeah. Yo, let's just go offlane Viper now.
Oh, I wouldn't hate that.
Yeah,
I think it's a hard Viper game, but it also makes the life of Slark very difficult.
Yeah, and Slark has to win this game for Execration. No one else can do it. Bob can't do it on bat mid. You're not going to get a Tino offlane Beastmaster winning the game.
Not sure if mid one has the skill to play Viper.
Oh yeah, Viper, very, very high intensity hero.
The one thing with a Viper that could cause trouble for SMG is in wider 5v5s, when you have so much great ways of segregating your control from Execration.
One guy died, right?
Yeah, it doesn't feel amazing for SMG. You just don't have enough control to try and turn these fights around outside of maybe one big stolen spell from your Rubik. That's pretty much it.
I feel like Minon's asking for some like disruptor.
So mid one did play offlane Bloodseeker in Tour 1.
Oh, I can kind of see it. I think it's just something to deal with the Slark. That's like all they need right now. Something to deal with the Slark. What will it be?
He also played Core AA one time.
I would prefer the Bloodseeker.
Okay, fine.
I would prefer the AA myself. Keep it spicy.
AA. Thing is, they don't have solutions to the lassos and the rolls coming out, you know, so it's kind of hard to pick the hero. Do you care about the Slark if you have Storm Morphling? You can kind of ignore it a bit. I think the matchups aren't too bad. So do you just pick something for your team instead? And
yeah, but
so what is it?
I think hopefully the way SMG are looking at it is defensive telekinesis and Soul Rip should hopefully be able to keep alive whoever gets roared or lassoed.
I actually like the LC a bit more now. It's just hard lockdown, right, for the Slark?
Yeah.
But it's really hard to deal because of Death Shroud.
Yeah.
So you can't do anyone with Slark.
It's super awkward.
It says
all right.
Night Stalker.
Night Stalker.
I mean, that is more team fight. That's backline jump. Once you get blink timing, you can rip apart these softer supports in the sky. Lane matchup doesn't feel particularly amazing, though. So you're not really kicking out the Slark.
Yeah.
But it fits the team we were all missing. The 3 blue cores.
Oh, true.
3 blue cores. Also may discourage Tino for going for an Overlord if he's just going to eat.
Oh, that's true. Against the Beast. Yeah, that's really nice, actually. I have seen a lot of people in this matchup, they just don't go Overlord, like you said, go for like Wraith Pack or something.
Yeah.
And I can see Tino, if he gets a good lane and he buys aura items, they don't really have damage on SMG, Rubric and Undying. And Night Stalker, not the most early to mid-game damage heroes.
Yeah, it does feel like they're going to be banking on Chidori to farm up, hold on to that lane that you say there, Adam, and just kind of get that timing, but it's a little bit more back and forth. I'd actually lean into Execration's draft in this lineup. I think they've got a lot of early aggression. If they take these early objectives and hang on to their own objectives with a Treant, then this game will look a lot different from game one.
I think it's all on Shanks. I think if they do well in the top lane and Shanks can make 1 or 2 rotations, I think he's so important in this game.
What's more important for him to do? To shut down the Morphling, slow down the Linken's timing, or go bother Moon in mid?
I think it's just the amount of pressure he applies on the map just by existing. His silence is very scary for the Morph, it's very scary for a Storm, and they don't really have saves early on. So if he has a good game, it can kind of snowball the pressure.
Okay. Well, let's see how our casters feel. Is it still Avo and Richie, or have we fired them? Only one way to find out.
This goon thinks he has the power to fire.
Wow.
Yeah, it's my favorite go-to word these days.
Goon.
I use it a lot in my Dota pubs, and nobody in C understands what it means. So they just insult me and use
How
a
many
bunch
comic
of
books do you read? Why did your eyes light up there?
Do you mean manga or American?
Oh my goodness.
Because yes to both.
It just feels like a very, very comic book word. And this feels like a very hard game to be a Storm and a Morph lane. And I have to say, with the amount of controlled, targeted lockdown they have, especially before you get that Linken Sphere online, I just don't see this as being the kind of a game where a Storm can get away with a Kaya and Sanj and then just hope to be able to tank through everything else. It seems like it'll be a little bit too difficult.
Okay. I mean, I'm very sold on the Slark pick. I think this is a pretty good Slark game. I do think that if the Slark didn't get a good timing, if he had a worse lane, if they did like Viper like they were suggesting, I think the Slark would have had a tougher game. But since they picked up a Night Stalker, I'm not worried about it at all. I do feel like this time you have to go maybe... The Fusel Blade has to be the build. Like, it's too good this game not to do it. And you probably go Diffusal Blade, Ags BKB, like straight BKB, because you need to deal with a Crippling Fear some way. They don't have much save, which is what's scary for Execration. Like, if they Crippling Fear on top of any target, you're pretty much dead. So they have to be careful with that. But I guess a well-positioned Treant with Overgrowth can always save you from that.
Yeah, and I think the thing that kind of scares me more for SMG is you have really good area control in this Undying, and Execration do not have a Tombstone hitter. But then you have these heroes like a Morphling, like a Storm Spirit, like a Night Stalker who want to dive into the enemy heroes, which doesn't give you... It's a little bit of counter synergy there, you know what I mean? Whereas the Undying wants to throw up his Tombstone on some cliff or some high ground and then have the team fight around that. His 3 cores want to go diving. That's a meaty decay right there.
Oh, 12 strength, Richie.
Oh, he's unkillable.
12 full strength.
He's unkillable, and Shanks has no armor to fight him with.
Okay. I agree with your point, actually. That's a really good point.
Yeah, so that's the concern I have with this. Then again, I felt like there was no last pick there that was going to really solve all their issues. Because at the very least with this kind of a lineup, if you can get off to a pretty decent start in lanes and play more off the back of those, that kind of play style, if everyone wants to go in and kill, then you're right. Execration do have a lack of save. It might be a little bit too overwhelming. There's going to be no one to really fill into that breach and be able to stop SMG from just running you down. That being said, like you're saying, the lanes look pretty good for this Slark. I think Tino's gonna have a pretty easy time up here as well with Shanks. Sure, you're not gonna kill the Morphling, but I don't think you're under too much threat unless Afu can really create a ton of space up here. You're gonna have a Bat Rider and a Beastmaster, which is gonna make your map feel super small on SMG. You have 3 very thirsty cores, regardless of the people that are playing them. Those guys usually take a lot of farm individually, but these 3 cores demand a lot of farm. I could see this very well going the way of Execration.
Yeah. I mean, on the side of SMG, let's look at some of the advantages, though. Once they go in, the chances of you disengaging are pretty much non-existent. So if Execration chooses a bad fight, you're pretty much screwed, right? Which is a commonality in Execration's games, which is choosing bad fights. So I think SMG is a really good team at both punishing and honestly forcing aggression at any time.
Yeah.
They can overextend easily, but...
Sure. And Morphling X is really, really imba this game. We have to talk about it.
Yes.
Morphling with drums of Slom is too much.
Has 100% win rate in the DPC. And it's only in play in one region. Can you guess what region that is?
NA.
No, South America.
Oh, no.
Of course.
I thought it was Saberlight. He built the drums of Slom.
No. I don't know actually sure, but that was a stat Kips gave me. So I don't know if it's true, but she said it. So and she cast South America.
But what gives you Drums of Slom, by the way? Is it your Ags?
Yes.
No. But like, what ability? Sorry, does it give you? Is it off of your? Is it your roar though?
No, it's the drums.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is,
it's your aura.
Because Morphling cannot. If you have an ulti.
It's your aura.
Okay, right. But let me explain for the people that might not know this interaction, Alvo. We get you correct, Alvaro.
Thank you.
Now
Where's
for the
my gold star?
now for the
Richie?
rest of the class. Let me go ahead and explain this.
God.
Morphling Ags, you don't get the ultimate. Of course, that would be broken. And therefore, if you have Ags, when you morph into an enemy, you don't get any abilities that are normally granted through the ultimate, which was why I wasn't sure, because I've never built Drums of Slom, whether or not he would actually get them. Sorry, Drums of Slom.
It's a very, very good ability.
It's very good. You should buy it every game.
If you know what.
And then if you lose with it, you should say at Mr. Avo Plus told me to buy it, and then you buy his voice line, which you can still buy, by the way.
Yeah, they call me Dirge because I'm undying. If you buy Drums of Slum with Meteor Hammer, let me tell you, the amount of damage, you primal roar into Meteor Hammer, into Drums of Slum.
Now that's what we're looking at.
And nothing stops you, essentially. You are the closest thing to God that Dodo has ever witnessed.
Except for your own team.
Yes, well, yes, your teammates will flame you, but you will win games. Trust me.
Drums of Slum. Oh, goodness gracious. We'll see here. Bob off to a much better start. Well, Tino, they actually dropped a tombstone for him up top. I don't believe they can reach him, though.
But this is a lot of frustration.
Yeah, he had a wand the entire time.
Tino, stop. Do not bait Chidori to wait for me. In fact, are they going to kill off who?
I think Shanks is dead first.
No, he has a magic stick.
Okay, never mind.
The first blood was 4 Shanks here. He does get killed in exchange, but I think it's a fair exchange here, honestly. It's like the trade is more or less equal, but you got the first blood out of it. Your Scarith Mage, probably one of the few supports first blood's actually worth it.
I don't think so. It's worth it for Execration? What you say?
For Execration, yeah.
Oh yeah, of course, right?
Yeah, because they got the first. That was my argument. It's great, worth it for the Scarith Mage.
Yeah, of course, definitely worth it. Plus, Tino also gets plus 125 gold off the tombstone.
Oh, and he even TP'd mid to refill bottle, but the Rider was not attentive.
Yeah, well, that's fine. He's going to secure the water rune anyway. Bob, which I was saying, off to a pretty decent start here.
Got his bottle of Bob.
Bottle of Bob is ready to go and ready to be refilled, his water bottle of Bob. But Moon is still CSing very nicely here, so still some concerns to be had, especially because of those 7 denies. We should expect Moon to get just a slightly faster level 6, pardon me, than this Bat Rider. So I wonder if we might still end up seeing some aggressive rotation, especially out from this Rubik, who can look to rotate mid and kind of ruin this Bat Rider's day.
Yeah, rotation's going to be punishing for the Bat Rider. I don't think Bob is going to be too concerned.
We never got to continue talking about the strengths of SMG's lineup this game. And the reason I started talking about the Drums of Salam is because the actual true strong Axis game is when he steals Slark form.
Oh, we actually went on this tangent far too much.
Yes, we really did. Because once you steal Slark form and then you pounce someone, then you get the Drums of Salam. And then, you get the 2 pounces. And also, of course, you steal all the attack speed that Slark has. It absolutely destroys this hero. He is not a fan.
Which is the biggest part, right? Like, stealing attack speed for Slark, he requires that.
Yep.
And these days, you don't really build too much attack speed items on Slark. There are the days when some people would actually go AC or even Moonshard, like the crazy builds of yours.
We are starting to see a little bit more of that Echo Saber, which might be a consideration here. Honestly, especially with Ag Scepter, just getting all your essence back as soon as you can may be some sort of solution. Winter always really likes and recommends going for a Moonshard instead, just to play against a Morphling, even against other heroes that don't like building Lincolns. Just say the Lincolns is bad, don't build the Lincolns. You don't want one anyway on Slark. Go for Moonshard.
I think the Visual Blade is way too valuable this game, to be honest, to skip that. I wouldn't mind going Diffusal Blade Echo, but I just feel like you really need Diffusal Ags BKB. So he might choose not to go for Diffusal Blade. I think it's fine too if he doesn't, but I would love to see it. Mid lane, by the way, Moon.
That's level 6.
Lighting. He's not going to die.
Just got level 6 there off of that last creep. Really needed to kill him. Nice work.
There's a tombstone though here. Well, Afu wanted to use it, I guess. And that is going to secure the kill onto Shanks. Should be. One more to attack Moon. Low on mana, but there's too many heroes surrounding Bob. So Bob can't really commit to it. One last flame break with the TP. Man, that's going to be enough. Stacks a sticky napalm. He gets the kill onto Moon before he falls. And thanks to the infused raindrops, he's not going to die to the Rubik or the Undying. Bob playing a nice edge and getting out on top. Now stacking 3 stacks and sticking napalm. A 4th one soon to come, but no flame break.
Comes
no
after 4.
5?
5.
Oh my God! They don't need
Oh,
it.
no, they do need 6.
Oh, yes, they did.
That's unfortunate. Top lane, by the way, Chidori gets a solo kill onto Tino. Just waveforms on top of him and slaps him to death with his watery projectiles. That is not good there for Tino, especially as Chidori is going to continue farming his way up towards that first item. Lincoln Sphere down bottom of the rotation is onto Palos.
Wow, what a good rotation just before Palos can get his level 6. So no Shadow Dance available to save him. And more importantly, it's when the Stark really wants to... It's just free in the lane, right? So at this moment, you delay that experience very much. And he knows the gank is going to happen, so he can prevent it.
And Bob, he's been scouted by the creep wave on his rotation up top lane, so there's just no chance that they can even catch Chidori here either. So the mirror rotation is not going to end up working out there. They knew that Moon had TP to that bottom tower, so we're looking for something hopeful up there. But nice read there by Chidori, who's not going to put himself in harm's way.
Tino's build went for Arcane Boots first. Very interesting. I actually...
And it's not axes either.
No, that's what's surprising to me. Oh, okay. Silence of a
maybe
that's why.
Okay.
Maybe this is why. Yeah, there we go.
All right, it all works out.
Fantastic. That was the Arcane Boots for.
All right, and it's just that easy. He sure showed us.
Is he still gonna go for Helm?
That's a good question, right? Because I think Panel started talking about that. Mid one does have, oh, by the way, a Meteor Hammer on this Night Stalker.
Okay, this build I like.
Hit him. Hell yeah, eat that, Palos.
His Dark Pact.
Yeah, I mean,
he's activated. Oh my God, he's eating the whole Meteor Hammer damage. Wow.
Yeah, he was hungry. But mid one does have eventually the option of going into this shard, which at nighttime does allow you to eat Ancients. So I'm wondering if he is not going to go for Helm at all, which is maybe why he's going Boar first, because at least before minute 15. Oh, free kill rune for Bob.
Oh, right, you have to push anyway. Okay. Trying to go for the kill on the Morphling. They did silence him, but he didn't get the activation shift off in time.
And now the Tombstone.
Nice.
Tombstone, boys.
Little active strike, pushing Bob away.
Tombstone.
Skyreth Mage is attacking the Tombstone as Bob is committing for the kill against poor Chidori, and they are going to trade for this. However, the Tombstone did help kill Tino.
Wow.
So it ends up being a beneficial trade for SMG.
I say wow because I expected that to be a Tombstone level 2. It's a Tombstone level 1.
That is pathetically slow.
That's how much damage it did to them, really. I mean, it's just so painful. Good read, good rotation there by SMG. I think they're probably fine losing their safe laner for even if he does have to run back into the jungle, because it means that they get the kill onto Tino, so he's not able to immediately establish the push and move on. Also, Afu, you know, man deserves a little bit of farm. He's going to have his Arcane Boots. He'll be actually able to scale very nicely with his Decay build, which he is going into instead of Tombstone. This item, this ability, even nerfed, is still really, really good.
Yeah, it's the build that, like, for a while, Undying stopped doing this in favor for Tombstone or even Soul Rip some cases.
Yeah.
People realize it's just the best build because it allows you to actually
farm. You can take a lane.
Yes, exactly. And to shove lanes as a 5 is too valuable.
And I think Astini was going on a rant about this at the major, but he's right. That's not Undying's not always a hero that's been able to do that. This is a completely new aspect.
What was the rant about? Was it bad?
No, it was good about how Undying's good at going for max decay is actually pretty imba. Okay. Especially, I feel like in this kind of a lineup here that Execration have, where you do have the Stream Protector, who is massively under-leveled, we should say, going into 10 minutes, merely only level 4, and only 1 point in that living armor, so his lane went pretty bad, in case you couldn't tell by his tower already being down. But normally, I'd expect this kind of a lineup to thrive a little bit more. Hold on, as Shanks is dead. There he goes, zapped to death by Paulison. I thought they'd be able to thrive a bit more off the back of this living armor. Undying can take a lane, Stream Protector can take a lane. It's not every day you see 2 supports that can, you know, take lanes, honestly, on a team.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, this makes the map easier to play for Night Stalker as well when you do that, right? Because then you have endless amount of vision, which Night Stalker also provides to you. You have really easy ganking potential once it's nighttime or even with Dark Ascension. That's what they're doing right now. This Meteor Hammer already got used here.
Tombstone behind the tower.
So he can't quite push as fast.
Want mid one.
They do, but mid one just has a Dark Ascension. He's going to fight back. So that's a Meteor Hammer, so be careful. Be careful. It's
a lot of magic damage. Holy. Moon thought about taking another zip out in, thought better of it.
Oh, Afu's gonna die though to the Mystic Flare.
Oh, that's a nasty combo, isn't it?
There's the Meteor Hammer though, mid one.
Napalm.
Had to get one out.
Into sticky. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
He's going for an Axe build.
Oh, wow, that's very greedy.
I haven't seen that. We asked this last game, who's the real carry at this team? It's mid one.
We might have to ask SMG again, honestly.
That's mid one. That's who matters. He's the real shot caller.
This is, wow.
Chidori doesn't know he's an offlaner yet, huh?
And Tino is just vibing. I mean, say what you will about these arcane boots. He is really farmed. He is just spamming these axes. Now he finally did go and max him. It's really weird because he went for 2-3. There's the roar top lane onto mid one. Finally, they'll catch that pesky bat. Down again.
Yeah, they had to cancel the TP with the roar.
But he went back and then for 2 more points in the axis, so he didn't actually max out. That's a big kill. Or just a death for Moon.
How did he die?
To neutrals.
Yeah, no, but like, did they surprise him with something?
The neutrals did, yeah.
With what? Surprised auto attack. I didn't see how he died. Does anyone have a replay?
Can we get a replay, actually?
Can we check what happened? I don't know if like they surprised him with a sticky napalm or what.
I
mean, if you're like really playing Iron Knife's Edge, maybe sticky napalm was
a pretty big death because now Execration can set up from mid.
Yeah, this is huge.
They're gonna get lasso back in 20 seconds. They have napalm.
Okay, he's TPing. Oh, but he's TPing top because he has to recover the farm and the loss of the neutrals.
Huh. Execration are getting an extra tower out from this. And again, because mid one, I mean, to be fair, he can't buy shard for another 3 minutes. There he is, Meteor. I don't think I've ever seen Night Stalker channel anything. I don't think there's an animation. I think he just stands there.
No, just like this. It's like
a little bit for the viewers at home. It's a little bit how Abo walked.
No, you ever? Oh, there's okay. There's the replay. Okay, this is the replay.
No. We'll see it in just a second.
Okay.
Yeah, patience, young one.
he Tumblr stoyed himself. And he forgot his ranged hero. Okay. I see, that's what surprised him, his own Tumblr's toy.
Oh,
that's too good. Oh, wow. Oh, Moon.
It's okay. You know, the CEOs, they get to do that every now and then.
Oh, look at his build, by the way. He's actually the offlaner. He's going for a mech. He's going for Greaves.
He has a mech.
He has a mech. He's going for Greaves, sorry.
What the heck is Paulison going to build then?
He's building 4-step.
What in the world, Tino?
What is Moon doing? Okay. Tino is going to die.
Look what Tino's building.
What is Tino building? He's building the drums and slow.
What the hell is going on?
Now we just need Meteor Hammer. Okay,
hold on. Shut up, Abo. There's a fight bottom.
Okay.
But they can't kill him because he...
Go ahead.
Okay, and there's going to be the Mystic Flare. Palos is going in.
Meteor Hammer canceled.
Mid one, what are you going to do now? Nothing. He's going to run back towards Carlo. Afu's dead. That's a big zombie down. Palos has no attack speed. Trying to take down the tombstone as his life withers beneath out from under him. Activates the Shadow Dance, and now everyone from Execration is running.
My favorite moment is when they canceled the mid one Meteor Hammer and he realized after a split second, guys, I think I'm more useful if I'm not channeling this during my darkest section. They're gonna go down for the Bat Rider. Careful, Moon has a mech. He's kind of unkillable right now, but because he's a mech, he has no mana. He can't jump any further, so now he's stuck.
Oh, they push him on the Meteor Hammer.
Oh no, Moon.
Oh, axes again.
They didn't steal the drums of Slum yet.
Actually, report Paulison. He lifted the Beastmaster out of Meteor Hammer, and now Palos is back into the fight.
And Paulison is going to die here, it seems like. Oh, maybe not. Never mind. They just let him live.
Yeah, they let him live because they saw Mid One lurking nearby with that Meteor Hammer.
Sure. We were afraid of Mid One's Meteor Hammer. I think Mid One has completed his Ags, by the way.
Okay, and Chidori has a real item. He's the only one going for a normal build.
This whole
has Lincoln's first, which I'm not the biggest fan of, I have to say. I normally prefer at least a Yasha, but I mean,
had to this game.
Yeah, you look at the control on the other side, and it just makes a lot of sense. Lincoln's still not a bad item, really good stats, gives you mana regen, right? So, you know, he'll farm with this, but it's more of a defensive item first.
In the case of Palos, he was not expecting these builds, so he actually went for a build that just trying to get BKB as quick as possible, which is Echo Saber to assemble into BKB, right? Which I think is the reasoning why he didn't choose to go for the Diffusal Blade. It's not so much the Echo Saber as the fact that you can disassemble it into the BKB, which is a necessity to deal with this Night Stalker. Oh no, he didn't finish his... Okay, he didn't finish his Ags. He just halfway went for the Shard, decided it's not that good a build, and now he's going back for the Ags.
Yeah, wait, who?
Mid one.
Oh, is Shard coming to him? Where's his Shard?
He thought about it.
Oh, no, he should get Shard.
He should get Shard, but he's going to finish Ags first.
I mean...
He's already had this internal debate. I've seen this quick.
No, look, I mean, especially after you see that Tino is going for Drums of Slum.
Yeah, Shard is a freebie, it's true.
Yeah, okay, and now maybe Mid One's the freebie.
Yeah, he's going to die. Where's the Storm with the mech? he was not there.
This is Slasher's way, Storm Spirit. He's going to zip in, mech, bottle you, give you a healing salve, and zip out.
He's going for that, and Shard. Okay, so he's actually support Storm from the mid lane.
What the heck is
this? Is very fascinating.
Okay.
I'm glad we got to cast this game. This is one of the things that makes me like Dota.
Yeah, I mean, people are trying different
Why
builds.
were the lights on? Is there...
Drums of Salam is nearly online as well, actually. Just Tino needs another 600 gold, and he is farming.
Yeah.
Okay, and then after this, he goes Meteor Hammer, right? Surely.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, just for the memes at this point. I mean, you have to Blink Dagger, actually. That's the right build.
That is the right build.
The non-meme build is you go Blink Dagger. Right?
Yeah.
You already went Helm.
And if you're going to try this at home, which don't, by the way.
No, you should.
But if you are going to try this at home, you start banging on your drums of Salam before you blink and roar.
Yes, because the animation takes up.
Yes, the animation
takes epicenter.
Yes, and you have more duration of drums of Salam than Primal Roar, of course, stun duration by a fair margin, by the way. So, yeah, no need to be super efficient. But now you get 15 extra damage per hit, which is why this item is so broken.
It's also crazy now that I think about it. They just gave Beastmaster Sanking's ultimate. It's not even masked as anything. It's just the same effect.
No, that's not true. It's the drums, dude.
I mean, I guess it doesn't slow.
Have you first time this DPC board, Guardian Greaves, get my boy in there. Okay, why has he gone for Guardian Greaves? It's for the Dispel, of course.
Okay, yeah, okay, I see that. He did Guarding Greaves as he went, then he did! He doesn't know what buttons to press anymore, so he just Guarding Greaves as he attacks Dino.
It's the first time Mooney's built Guardian Greaves. He just needed the mana, okay.
I mean, it's a storm, right? You usually attack someone, you have like Witchblade, Orchid, or whatever it is, right? So he doesn't know what to do once he's attacking someone. I understand the point of this spell, but he could have gone BKB Richie.
Okay, wait.
Same thing.
But why? Let's think about it. Let's talk about it for a second.
Okay.
Why isn't he building as a core? Right?
Because you already have 2 cores.
Right.
Big one took the choice to.
Okay, and let's talk about that. I think that's a good choice this game for him.
Okay, really?
Because what is a Storm or a Morphling? They can't be the first ones in. Right?
Sure.
Think because of all the counter initiation you have. But what if this was a carry from the offlane the entire time? Maybe, sure, that might be SMG's second motto after still moving under gunfire, carry from the offlane, you know?
Yeah, it is.
I believe is how it goes. But
them and Blacklist.
But the point I'm making is that I think it makes a lot of sense. I think this Night Stalker as a carry this game, it actually kind of destroys Execration, especially if you have Morphling eggs to dispatch of the Slark, which to me would be the biggest concern about a Night Stalker core this game.
Sure.
Like, I think it actually makes sense.
I mean, I can see the point Night Slayer carry. I agree with that point. I think Void is really strong in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Void being the ability, not the hero.
That being said, I'm still really surprised that I guess the Guardian Greaves is for you to be able to dispel the silence, because anything else you won't be able to dispel.
Yeah, and also gives healing. I mean, he doesn't deal any damage, though, which is the problem. Bob is activated BKB on a Storm, which has no damage. The Overgrowth to save him. They activated Promo Roar as well.
That was Overgrowth.
Which was used by Paul, so by the way.
The Slark, he's just dead.
He did. He walked into the Crippling Fear and activated BKB in time. And now Pino, he couldn't play his drums, or I don't know if he did, to be honest. I think he did it in the backlines. He's gonna die regardless. Moon pretended to deal damage to him.
Who did he drums of Slav?
I think he was killing the Undying with them. I want to say.
He didn't. He didn't. It was just axes. I don't know. Oh, so by the way, you don't beat on your bongo drums. They're not a channel, but you don't beat on them if you are stuck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, it would actually be really OP. Or silenced, apparently. So I guess.
Really? So it's much worse than Epicenter.
Yeah. So the Void is also.
So why would
make that the crippling fear is a really
Why would
problem.
you build that against the?
Because it's funny, dude.
I can't. Okay, now we're actually questioning the other side's builds. Why would you build this against Night Stalker?
Yeah, it actually, I forgot. I thought it was only stunned. I didn't know it was silenced. That doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, I guess it does make sense. If you're silenced, your drums don't work, obviously.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. Because they don't make noise.
Yep, Bob, hunting, has lasso. Are they going to identify the true carries mid one?
No, he got him with the Meteor Hammer.
No,
what a play.
Buff.
He's going to kill him now. He's going to kill him. Look at the trick. He's died from the Meteor Hammer debuff. Mid one can die happy.
The drums are
it's
slop.
fine.
Oh my god.
The drums are too strong. Bingo, bongo, boom. This game, neither team knows what the other team is doing, so they're all very confused.
Chidori's the only one who's actually playing some real traditional Dota. That was a phenomenal cast there on the Lincoln Sphere because he saw Bob coming.
Palos is also playing real Dota. Palos is playing normal Dota. Okay, look at Moon. Look, he caught the Bad Rider, but all he wants.
He's not about it. Use your Greaves.
Use him. Use
your Greaves. There, he's done it. Look how much better he is.
Okay, he got the shard as well, by the way. So now you have super overload.
What did this used to be called?
Electric Rave.
Oh, that's right. They should have kept it.
That was a really good name.
I don't know why they didn't.
Yeah, it's just overload, but it's Electric Rave for us. And this with Morphling can be very strong. This Night Star can be very strong. Yeah, like it even help with Rubik at this point, honestly.
Yeah.
It's a lot of damage. And the goal, it seems like, is just having as much as damage as possible to take advantage of Execration's pretty squishy lineup.
Yes, yes. And mid one is progressing very nicely. He's going to go for his BKB next item. No Blink Dagger, no Armlet, sorry.
You can Void in an area. You don't need to Meteor Hammer anymore. Why?
Well, it's, I mean, just instant farm. Down bottom, I do hear a Rod of Atos, and that's for a Dead Storm!
Doesn't matter,
His
though.
Greaves were on cooldown, Avo.
It doesn't matter because he's a support.
What? Okay, so you can also dispel Rod of Atos with Guardian Greaves. It's a basic dispel. But he needed to wait for the silence as well. So he I don't know. Probably Execration outplayed him there is the assumption I'm going to make because I didn't see it. But yeah, that one hurts. We saw it though.
He got pounced.
Well, also the silence was going to hit him no matter what.
As by the way, Bob
just dies.
He took Alpha for a ride. Chidori followed and said, "Sure, I'll kill your cart."
Yeah, this game's a little crazy, dude.
It is. I don't know who's winning.
I still think SMG are winning. I think this Night Stalker core is going to be out of control because, as I was saying, he doesn't have Armlet, he doesn't have Blink Dagger, so it's not your very traditional Night Stalker carry. But I do think this guy is going to start scaling like crazy. Back that up with Chidori as well, who already kind of feels unkillable. He doesn't have any damage because he's gone for not two dispels, a Manta and a Linken's, 2 defensive items. But he eventually is going to start doing some serious damage. Uh-oh, Tino. Oh, no.
He can't drums anymore.
He can't drums with Slam.
He can't roar either.
Oh, no.
He can't move. He's dead.
They do get Afu on the other side of the map, but obviously a lopsided trade. I'm also really shocked mid one is not going to deviate for the shard.
Yeah, just a simple shard will do so much for you. It's still, the healing is insane.
Yeah, and you just, it's real
It gives you mana as well, you know?
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it gives you a little bit of percentage of both.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's incredible. You should totally buy the shard.
I mean, you don't need mana because you have Meteor Hammer, though.
That's true. Meteor Hammer gives all. The Meteor Hammer giveth and the Meteor Hammer taketh.
It's true. Okay, Palos has Ags, right? Yeah, he's going to disassemble the Echo Saber, I believe.
Yeah.
And then he's got to do a little bit of inventory management. There he goes.
Oh, he keeps doing this. He disassembled the Echo Saber twice already. This poor item is just being used.
Yeah, well, you know.
It's just a fling, you know?
I wonder
the real item.
what he's going to do with this Oblivion set, because now that he sees Guardian Greaves on Storm Spirit, I'm like, I kind of don't want to turn this into an Orchid. Oh, it doesn't build into Orchid anymore.
No, you Mage Slayer.
It has to be Mage Slayer. Yeah,
Mage Slayer is good against Nightstar because he decided to go for magic damage.
That's a really good point. Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to tell.
Okay.
Yeah,
no, definitely go Mage Slayer. Oh, hello.
Okay, double pounds. These are just pounds out of frustration. Bolson has been seen. I don't care about his Glimmer Cape. Oh, he DP's in time. Very good force.
Are they going to No, they don't have Overgrowth. Okay. Nice.
They also didn't have pounds, so they couldn't finish him.
Yep. All right, BKB in 1,000 gold for mid one. Moon is building an Ag Scepter. I'm wondering if he's going to go for a BKB first. But I feel like, why?
Yeah, you're not useful.
You're basically a support, and to be honest, with this kind of a build, you're basically a better Treant Protector.
Yeah, exactly. So I think you should definitely go for the Ag. This seems good. Especially, imagine Ags plus the Overload attack bounce.
Yeah, I've seen it before. You get that 25 talent, it's a legit build that Storms used to do a while ago.
Yeah, but you go down with the Electric Rave, right? So that everything bounces.
Yeah, that's what I mean, though. That's the build that we used to see. Oh, Bob. Blinks in.
Okay, might be a Dead Moon. We'll see how much Greaves can tank for him. Apparently a fair amount. He gets Force Staff. He hasn't used Greaves yet, by the way. Now he finally healed, but he's still dead. That did not tank him at all. It didn't help.
Tombstone is going to be dispatched. This is not such a good fight for SMG anymore.
No, they're getting rid of the Bat Rider for now.
Oh, Bat Rider did BKB, though.
He did. He was trying to reach.
Yeah. Okay.
Or he did BKB in the middle of that, right?
Tino almost has BKB, which is actually a really big turning point for this build with Drums of Slam, because that means he cannot be silenced, and they have no BKB piercing stuns.
With this item, it finally makes sense to buy Ags.
Yeah, it's true.
Now he just needs Meteor Hammer.
Has he been using it to farm?
Bottom. The Stalker's gonna die. He's been bursted. BKB tries to slants away, but he doesn't do it in time. The first pounce got blocked, and the second pounce was not fast enough.
Yeah, and Chidori, by the way, is not going for an Ags of his own. He's going for a third defensive item, BKB, finished up. So I don't think he's going to be killable. I don't think he's going to do... I mean, he still is a Morphling with 250 damage. I guess that's the idea. Yeah, I'm not a Morph player, but...
He's fine.
Yeah.
Look how much damage he deals to the tower. That's with Living Armor. It's like the water gun you buy at the dentist.
Bottom tower is under attack.
You know that thing that like pierces your teeth? That's what Morphling does.
Got it.
It feels inoffensive, but once he gets BKB, once the Dentist has it in his hand, and you can no longer grope at it because you've been sedated, you're defenseless against
What kind of dentist are you going to?
Doesn't your dentist sedate you the first thing you do when you get into them? They use the Novocaine and then you just pass out for the rest of the procedure. Great hygiene, though.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Oh, I thought mid one was building a Midas. It's a BKB. It's about to be finished up here.
Yeah, he's not that greedy. Once he builds the BKB, I'm assuming Shard will be next. I hope to get Shard. It's still a really, really good Shard.
I actually think you just take Shard from Roche and you just go for like a Basher.
Moon. Okay, the Forces are actually countered in the Slark. The drums of Slow have been avoided.
He doesn't have
Slark
BKB.
has been silenced, but the BKB immediately from Bob. They still want to take this fight. They want to go for the lasso. It's a for mid one. Acting BKB in time.
Stolen roar.
The roar. Stolen. Put better in a pickle. Now he gets killed off. And now Tina's the next target. No more drums for him. Has TV with the BKB. He's not going to succeed. Mid one is trying to find Palos. And he did. Just in time. Palos is no longer that fast because they have flying vision over him. Has to pounce into the pit. Does not succeed. But the Rod of Atos will keep mid one in place. Tries to slow down Palos again. Still has the flying vision.
They see him?
They do. They keep seeing him. Palos gets the last pounds that he needed. They stole pounds. Is that going to be enough? Tried to telekinesis him with it. Instead, they're going for the Scarlet Mace. Seems like an easier kill. Here comes the Storm. Another pounce from Palos. Pounds, pounds, pounds. He's finally alive and safe.
Rubik pounced the tree.
He did. They know where he is. They do have it. Mid one, showcasing why he bought this item in the first place.
Yeah, it turns out to be pretty good. Destroys all of his trees. Okay. Not a bad fight whatsoever. Execration actually just straight up getting kited out by the Force Staffs. There's only two, I believe. Rubik doesn't even have Shard yet, and it's still actually such a big problem for them. Afu's got his Force, as does Polison, and that's really all it took for Execration to be kited out beyond the Tombstone. That being said, no way. Okay, yeah, BKB activated by Palos. Has almost no attack speed, though.
6 seconds for the BKB on mid one. They can still turn this if they want to. However, is there anyone nearby? Here comes the Storm with the Greaves, and he ball lining in time. Moon did not slash his way in time, and Paul's in trouble. The drums tear right through him. The sound of music beats in his heart.
I believe that was it. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la.
I don't think you can do those with drums. Drums is just...
You can, actually.
No, it's just drums. It's just a 1P.
Have you ever heard of a timpani?
I don't know what that means. It's you're thinking of company. It's a different word.
Yes, you're right. You're right. Second Roche, though, after this scrap might go the way of Execration, which would be a pretty big blow to SMG. I think mid one really needs to get this Shard for free so he can get going on his next item, whether that's a Basher or a Blink. Now that he is, in my opinion, the carry for this, well, the second carry for this team, because of course Chidori is still very much a carry, honestly.
But the Storm went for a BKB, actually.
Did he?
Yeah, not a big fan of this. I think he's equally as useless, Magic Immune or not. Doesn't do anything.
I don't know. I mean, look, I have to be honest. I am seriously...
Bro, he didn't even Bolt Lightning to grieve his support.
I'm seriously enjoying this game. I think the way that SMG are approaching Dota right now is extremely unique. I don't think anyone else in DPC is doing anything similar to this. And it's really interesting because I do think they have very more or less clear thought out ideas on this. I agree with your point, though. I think Storm should just go for this Ag Scepter. Either way, they're going to be missing him sorely in this next fight.
Yep, Undying.
Nice lasso.
They got
lasso
got cancelled in time. In fact, mid one, Primal Roar, and that's gonna be a dead mid one. Unless BKB, Dark Ascension, turns it around. He wants to fight back. Moon's tanky enough. He manages to tank all the spells here because of Stolen Lasso. They catch it to the Slark. Palos is dead. Didn't Dark back it in time.
Unbelievable.
This DP will complete. That's like Vortex catches the Scarlet Mage. They also stun up Carlo. And silencing Carlo will fall. Mid one, tanking the untankable. And Moon with a clutch Garden Graves. That was actually maximum utility.
Yeah. Paulson.
Saved his Night Stalker.
Paulson MVP, though. Absolutely turns that fight.
That Stolen Lasso was incredible.
Stolen Lasso. I mean, the cast range on this guy, we all know it's ridiculous, but managing to catch him completely off guard. Oh no, Moon, don't get bashed to death. Okay, he's fine. And then Chidori comes in, and as usual, he's just playing cleanup duty, picking up all the gold. His net worth now skyrocketing over Palos. He's nearly a full item ahead here.
He got a Shard for free as well.
Yep, and that's the dream. They did give it to mid one, right? Take a look at this Stolen Lasso.
They give it to Chidori.
Here it comes.
Yeah, that Greaves actually kept mid one alive. Otherwise, he would have probably died. That was, honestly, Moon was quite impactful there.
And I can't help but feel that actually Tino is... He's a little bit too trigger happy on the drums of Slam. I think much like a drummer in a jazz band, you kind of have to wait for your moment to do your solo. Otherwise, you're stepping on too many people's toes, and next thing you know, everyone's forgetting your drum kit, you know, before you go to the next
He's more of a drummer like in a metal band where nobody's really sure if you're playing or not because there's so much sound going
What's the one movie where the guy yells at the poor kid?
Whiplash.
Yeah, not my tempo, right? You know, we need to get on his tempo. They need a little bit more of the Whiplash guy here.
What's his name? He's a very famous actor as well, the Not My Tempo guy. He's very famous. He's a good actor. He's one of those famous bald men.
Yeah, very many of them.
No, but he's
Mr.
like
Clean, Northern Lion.
Yes.
That's all I know.
Blacks.
There it is.
The 4 kings of bald, right?
Shay Nomad, Slacks. Actually, they're growing, man. They go around with
Gabe is bald too now.
Who?
Gabe. Lyrical?
Oh yeah, that's right.
He's bald now too, yeah.
Oh goodness. They even got him.
Cap was bald for a while.
That's right. Paulison.
But they have an accident instead. That's not going to be enough. No. Scotty.
Force the BKB though.
What a void. Almost at some forces of BKB as well. Tino, they're committing to this. Power roar to the storm, but it doesn't matter. They actually forced them to safety. And the whole time, he's happy to go back in. He catches the Bat Rider. That would be ideal. They hit him with a Meteor Hammer. This combo is good enough. They kill the Bat. BKB now from Palos. They leash the Night Stalker, but he's going to fight back. There's the Shadow Dance to try to attack, try to kill off Moon, but he doesn't have the damage. Palos will die. Moon is alive. The Greens are keeping him safe.
I think this is GG.
SMG just broke out the craziest game in this season.
When did they get up 15K, Abu? When did this happen?
I'm not sure. It's all these fights. It's the mid-1 Meteor Hammer.
This is incredible. I don't even know what to say to this. I mean, I don't think Execration know what to say to this either.
I think they will never buy Drums of Slum again. This item has not provided them what they needed. But there was no better build on Beastmaster either. Oh, telekinesis.
I think Drums of Slum should pierce.
There we go. They even stole the Primal Roar. Shanks is dead.
Wow.
No more Mystic Flare. They used
there was Drums of Slum. Well, now what are you going to do to hold them back?
Yeah, I don't know what that was. Not my tempo.
Yeah, not my tempo.
They even eat his boars, huh? Okay, Carlo has no overgrowth, but he's standing in the trees. He's found the trees and subsequently killed in the trees.
Oh, this is gonna be over, and well, soon. This really spiraled out of control. There's a smoke play from Execration. SMG though, I don't think they have a whole lot forcing them off the high ground quite yet. Chidori, by the way, he's picked up the shard, so he can shift. Oh, okay, that's a jump
for the Rubik. They have no way to cancel in this. Paulson will eventually die. They commit a Primal Roar for him, though. That's mid-1. It has to BKB TP in the middle of this. Chidori also came in. Did he get the memo that they're leaving? Apparently not, because he's going for Paulson instead. Moon trying to draw some attention here, but they're going for Chidori because they know he's the real target. Instead, maybe they have to decide for an Undying. He's easier. Afu, the safe kill will do. As Chidori comes back in, hoping to fight them with Moon. They catch up to Palos, and the damage is sufficient. Palos is down. Chidori, with now the BKB, kind of unkillable. Moon, though, does fall nearby. As Chidori is holding on to his Aegis still. One more about waveform
here comes mid-1.
As he uses that pounce to try to get close to Tino. Mid-1's back, Tino's gone. But the Trim Protector shouldn't be as lucky.
Okay, what the heck hit mid-1 there?
You got rooted by the overgrowth. Oh, no, sorry, by an attack?
Oh, yeah, that's right. The Trim
Nature's guys,
card, yes. Okay, I mean, they don't take down Chidori once, and I don't think they will ever again in this game. Beyond Godlike already. 40 seconds left on this Aegis. Mid-1 continuing to just batter you with this Meteor Hammer. I think this is game. I mean, not a half bad fight from Execration once again. Just always getting a little bit more than I think they should be, but just too far behind at this stage, I think, to really make any difference out from it.
It's true, and it feels like because they haven't been able to really siege mid-1, and also Chidori kept his Aegis the whole time. Two main carries aren't being attacked. Doesn't matter how much you kill Moon. Moon is... He's decided he's not going to be useful this game, and it's fine. He's only a healing machine. He's a tank. It's a very, very interesting way of playing Storm.
I think the real MVPs this game for SMG are Force Stabs and Glimmers, because I think
the Force Stabs have been insane.
Drums of Slom, I think, actually has a pretty good use this game if you can actually get on top of this Rubik and Undying and nuke them through, because it does a lot of damage, this thing. I think when I did calculations before the nerf, if you hit them with every single Drums of Slom, which is, again, not happening in this game because of Rubik Shard, Glimmer Cape, double Force Stabs, right? I think it was something like 2,000 damage. Like, it's ridiculous.
No way. What?
Yeah.
How is that possible?
It hits
1 per second?
No. He goes way faster towards the end.
Oh, okay.
He does like 6 beats by the last second.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the Shanks is gonna die here.
Yes, he is.
I see. Now this seems like a better.
Let me look this up.
Tino might also fall at this rate. I don't know what Tino was doing here, to be honest. Doesn't even activate his BKB because he just accepts death. He has a buyback at least for his second life.
Drums of Slom, where is it? The intervals between, they start at 1 second and then they get down to 0.3 and then 0.2 for the last 5. It hits 14 times and can deal up to 1,600 damage. My bad.
1,600 is still a lot.
Yeah, it's still a lot. Not quite 2K. That was very
close.
generous rounding, but you know, you hit him with a roar and then it's about 2,000.
You got Ags on Moon now. I think this is looking over for Execration.
Oh, 100%. Yeah,
now with that Ags, there's no chance of comeback really.
And again, I mean, it's so tough because again, of these 4 staffs of the Rubik just existing. Other than that, and now especially with Paulison having an Aeon disc, I do think that it was a fairly, no pun intended, sound purchase on these drums, because now you can see Bob doing kind of the role that I imagine that Tino thought he was going to be doing, which is jumping onto these supports and hitting them with drums of Slom to death.
I think Arcane Supremacy giving you the cast range, which allows you to actually utilize 4-staff like it was the old 4-staff.
Yep.
Makes it... it was such a huge part of this game. Bolson has been such a huge part of this game.
And Glimmer and Telekinesis, right? Like
of course. But like particularly that 4-staff seems so much better because he can always stand behind.
Yeah.
While Undying, who's the tank that is being ignored, can stand right next to them and still 4-staff his teammates to safety.
That's true. I'd still argue that against the Slark, Telekinesis also almost has more value because it also breaks Pounce. And you still get to save 4-staff.
They all do.
I know. But Telekinesis is instant cast. It also stuns Slark. You can throw them in any which direction, regardless of where they're facing, right?
No, I don't disagree that Telekinesis is broken. I'm just saying that, like, because we were talking about the 4-staff usage.
Yeah. Smoke on smoke action here. The last hurrah, the PZLA now for Execration.
It doesn't seem like Execration has a... sorry. Doesn't the Execration has a clear plan
here. The Papa Roach. Last resort.
Yeah. But they do have a drummer. He's a little bit crazy.
Uh-oh.
Okay, now that they lose the battle like this, Scotty's slowing him. Bob.
They need to force BKBs. Execration need to force BKBs.
His blink dagger constantly. Bob is going to lose his BKB now, but luckily he was invisible for long enough. The boy doesn't catch him. The Stormer's coming in. Electric Vortex, all for Bob. They got him. Scarlet Mage also in trouble. Shanks is going to fall at this rate. Goodbye, as Tino is trying to get back home, but there is no home to get back to. It's being destroyed. They channeled the Meteor Hammer in the middle of this. That's not going to work. Apollos, it's the last hurrah. One more shout out for the boys.
Does not care.
As the GG is going to be called any second now. It's Apollos versus the world. They don't have overgrowth. They already used it in that fight, and they have all the tools on SMG.
Yep. Apo actually almost died to Drums of Slom there. I don't know if you saw that, but unfortunately he's an Undying. And it might not be super obvious from his name, but he presses R and he doesn't die very easily. There's GG. 2-0 from SMG. Woo. These lads, they're looking good. Execration will be dealt their first loss, but SMG feeling themselves here as they cruise on to their second win, if I'm not mistaken.
The fact that SMG is capable of doing this, you know, the fact that SMG is capable of playing this really odd strategy for themselves and still working it well and confidently. Like, yes, we might have laughed at these builds because they were very unique, but they weren't, they didn't lack cohesion.
Right.
It made sense within the game. They played according to this. There was full confidence there. And that's the kind of thing that you see from a team that either is better than everyone else around them, which happens sometimes in Division 2, and they play around. And this could be the case here. Maybe SMG will get thwarted in the majors, or a team that's finally found themselves and they know what their footing is. They understand what their strategies are, and they feel confident enough of what they want to do.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, and I do have to apologize. That was their third victory, so they're already 3-0, and they've now just dealt Execration their first loss, so they'll stand tall there at the top of the leaderboard here for the first week in the DPC SEA region. Congrats to them, very well played, and like you're saying, I just want to echo that statement. Fun Dota from them, right? It's
Very
unique,
fun.
it's different, it's a style I haven't seen anyone playing. It reminds me a lot of, who used to play like this? There's another C team in Division 2. Is it Miracle when he was on the offlaner would occasionally just shift to the win condition?
Oh, right. Yeah, it was Myth Avenue Game.
Yes, you know, it's very similar notes of that. It's really cool to see, especially for some older players who are still making, you know, a name with themselves by a cool, different play style. So shout outs to them as they take the 2-0 win.
Yeah, can't wait to hear from them in the interview we're going to have in a second. But before that, we do have to have the post-game analysis from our lovely panel. So take it away, Tsunami.
You have to have it. It's a contractual obligation that you have to listen to me before you can listen to any SMG player who should likely be very heavily celebrating, as they are now 3-0 in the DPC and 6-0 in game score. They have not dropped a single game in any of their 3 series. They 2-0'd Blacklist Rivalry on day 1. They 2-0'd Polaris on day 2, and now they have 2-0'd Execration on day 3. SMG looking to be perhaps one of the major contenders as we look forward to Berlin. But for right now, what a performance. What a itemization from everyone.
It's part of the training.
What training? What are we training here?
You don't get enough scrims, so you need to make the game harder. You're 6-0.
Create your own challenges.
We're too good. We
good.
need to win with my grief storm.
I mean, in context, it somewhat makes sense. It's just, well, you get it for the Dispel, but you could have gone Yules, you could have gone BKB, even a Lotus, but it works. You know, like, they work well. I think the one thing that I was more surprised by, not SMG's play, Execration. With this draft, we expected a lot of aggression. We expected more swings towards mid to enable Bob to compensate for the last game. We just didn't see that again.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to them today. Kind of an off day. SMG obviously played kind of well, but I feel it's not the Execration we are used to seeing. Even in terms of draft, like this Beastmaster first pick into the Battle Royale was kind of, I don't know, I just didn't really feel like them very much. Maybe a bit lost from the loss in the first game.
But their heroes were very much them. We had the Visage in game 1, Shanks on his Skywrath Mage in this game number 2, Palos on Slark. They're on signatures, but I'm with you. The 5-man unit did not seem as cohesive as it has in day 1 and day 2. Against Polaris and against Bleed, those 2-0s were pretty dominant. This one, they looked a little bit lost.
Yeah, it was very messy. You can tell from the fights and I guess from the early skirmishes that SMG was definitely more on point. Execration, it felt like they just couldn't get what they wanted in any of these games.
Yeah, you had a lot of openings that you gave out to SMG as well. Like, Paulson stole Roar, what, 2-3 times? Last one, that one
it was
big
like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, a ridiculous amount. Like, Roar is not the one spell you expect to steal easily in the middle of this.
Right?
Even the lasso as well.
He had drums too. He had the eggs.
Yeah, you should be able to cover up the war pretty easily, but Paulson earns our MVP. Well earned. The lasso steal as well was a turning point, grabbing that Slark. I think he should feel safe in his position on this roster for at least 2 more weeks. For now.
What about Afu though? Afu's the 5
yeah, that's true. Now Afu's sweating. Now a well-earned MVP from Paulson and a well-earned 2-0 from SMG.
Yeah, I think one thing as well is that I think you and I, Adam, we liked Execration's draft for both games.
Yeah.
Right? And, you know, it was something that we heard from our last interview. Don't curse them. We didn't curse them.
I feel like I cursed every team that I called today. I think I picked Talon in like the first game of their series too, then they lost. I think I picked the AG and then the AG lost.
You're at fault, Adam.
I
You're the key.
but taking PayPal donations.
There we go. That's the spirit. SMG are now 6-0 in the DPC. Their next opponent, however, next Wednesday, are going to be Talon. So that will be the true test to see how good SMG truly is. Obviously, Blacklist Rivalry was their first opponent, and Blacklist is looking kind of shaky. Polaris was their second opponent, and Polaris is also another Div 2 Promo T team, along with Army Geniuses. And now, Execration, now I'm ready to start being like, all right, SMG, they got their stuff together. Yeah. And they ended games quickly. We didn't even see them wait until the 40-minute fumble that usually happens.
Yeah, they've been much more disciplined, and I think this next matchup up against Talon, if they manage to beat Talon, or if they beat Talon or Geek Slate, one of those 2 teams, I think they're pretty much set to go to the major.
That's true. I mean, Talon's probably the hardest matchup, right? Quote-unquote best team, top 3 major, obviously. I was curious to see how teams do next week, because I feel like in Season 1, every week we had different iterations of the teams. It was so inconsistent. I was so surprised that the teams who were doing well towards the end are still doing well right now. It's such a rare sight for SEA, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because there was a whole 3-week gap in between with Div 2, or 5-week gap, including the Lima major for these teams that didn't participate. And so be able to keep that momentum is definitely encouraging, because SEA is historically a very hot and cold region. You're hot one moment and then you're freezing cold the next. And SMG so far proving that they can maintain this heat through their Talon series. And then next Friday will be Geek Slate. If they can get those 2 wins, or even just one of the 2 wins, then they are looking pretty solid for Berlin. Although they have not faced Army Geniuses yet. And AG are looking also like contenders, because AG got the 2-1 against Geek Slate earlier today, which that was also, I think, a test for them, because they played Talon on Wednesday. Army Geniuses played Talon on Wednesday, and they got 2-0'd, which is expected. Talon's a top 3 major finisher. But the power ranking in SEA is all over the place right now.
There is no power ranking.
There is no power ranking. There may be a bottom ranking.
A washing machine of
yeah, that's true. We're cycling around. But then are Polaris and Blacklist and Bleed gonna cycle to the top of the wash, or are they the sock that's been left behind that you're like, where did that other
next
sock
week.
go? Find out next week. The thrilling conclusion of, the thrilling middle ground of the Southeast Asian DPC. We are currently waiting on an interview with one of the SMG players. I'm sure they are having a rollicking good time. So many emotions that we saw on the webcams.
Discussing the Greaves.
Discussing the Greaves, that is true.
Gotta get to the bottom of it.
No, you can't discuss the Greaves with Moon. He's the CEO, right?
He's the
You
CEO.
can't question what he does.
That's true. Maybe that's why there's no interview.
That's right.
Like, no question.
No one's left.
This is secret tech.
They're gone.
We have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. There is no press release on this one. Other matchups that I'm intrigued for the next week as well. Execration versus Talon. How are we holding Execration? They got kind of smooshed in this matchup. Is that a sign of things to come? Or they just, like you said, it was an off day?
I hope not. I hope it was an off day.
Yeah.
But I think they did show weakness in this series. And I think in the first 2 series where they did really well was really just popping off a lot of the time. And SMG kind of dealt with that really well this series.
And one of the players most responsible for dealing with it is Mid1 from SMG. Mid1, congratulations. I'm going to ask this question in the most respectful way. How much crack did you guys smoke before game number 2? What was going on with the itemization, Mid1? Please explain yourself.
It's hard to explain. My players like to smoke, they smoke a lot.
Oh, but you didn't do anything, huh? This Meteor Hammer Night Stalker, that was a totally sober build?
Yeah, I didn't do anything. I just, just smoking.
Course of deceit, of course, in the game. I am very curious about this build, though. So you get the Meteor Hammer, you get the Aghanim Scepter second. Was that specific for this enemy lineup that Execration had, or you just think it's a good build on Night Stalker?
I don't know if it's a very good build. I think it was a bit clowny. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I did it. So yeah, let's go with it.
Let's go with it. If you've got the dub, you really can't complain. John, any questions for Mid1?
Yeah, Mid1, it's been a while since I've talked to you, since the last DPC cycle. I am curious, you guys seem to be much more open to experimentation. You guys have done really great in the DPC for this first week, 3-0. Very big rise up for SMG. In your opinion, I've asked, I think, everyone that I've interviewed so far this question. In your opinion, what changed with this iteration of SMG? Why are you guys, it feels like you guys have really found yourselves. What was the process in reaching that point?
I don't know. We've been through hard times, I guess. That's why it's much easier, but not really. I guess we got lucky, basically. And probably Boomy left us. Maybe that's also one of the reasons. I don't know. Yeah. Just luck, I would say, in my opinion.
All right, Mid1, what you doing to keep your lucky streak going next week? Any secret plans
crack,
this week?
Of course.
Yeah, I can't wait. What's the next itemization that Moon's gonna do on Storm Spirit? We're gonna see Dagon first or something?
I want the Meteor Hammer Storm with eggs.
Yeah, Meteor Hammer Storm maybe. Let's see. I don't know.
I know last season you guys had a coach briefly with Always Want to Fly. Usually whenever I see this kind of growth from a team, it's because a coach comes in, adds some new thoughts. This time, no coach for you guys. Are you considering one later or not for right now?
I think we are considering one, but we're trying to look for a coach that is suitable for us, but I think it's hard. I think it's hard to get. Yeah. like a coach that is like compatible with our team. For now, I would say.
Do you find that it's compatibility with your personalities or the way that you guys look at Dota?
I think personalities and how they look at Dota. Yeah, I would say like I don't mind if the coach have like the different ideas and look Dota in the other way. It's just we need to be able to work together. I would say that's the most important part.
And would it be primarily you working with the coach, or is it everyone kind of equally contributing?
Definitely. Like, I mean, I guess mostly is me, but of course also my teammates, right? Like,
sure.
Like that's what we call a team.
Yeah, it's just I look at some other teams like Talon, where it's like Jabs and Sunby are very, very tightly matched, and then everyone else is kind of along for the ride. I would assume that you are the driving force, you and the coach would be on your team.
Yeah, I mean, I would say like if the coach comes in, I would want him to be able to like drive with everyone, you know, like working together, that kind of stuff.
Well, I would appreciate the collaborative spirit, because right now you guys are making magic happen, undefeated in the Southeast Asian DPC. Keep on doing whatever you're doing, as long as it's legal. Please keep it legal. And otherwise, I love seeing the fun Dota.
All right, sure.
Thank you very much, Mid1, and congratulations on your 3-0 win.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. A hell of a performance. What a way to close out week number 1 of the Southeast Asian DPC.
That was definitely a Southeast Asia game.
Yes, it was.
After all the clean Dota we saw the whole week, I don't know how we got here.
I don't know.
Between the most hype matchup, the two quote-unquote best teams of the week, and then we end up with this.
Hey, that's the beauty of Southeast Asia, right? You don't know what you get when you end up in these matches, and it's always nice to see Mid1 so cheerful. You know, every time I interviewed him in CDPC before, it was a little bit up and down, but to see him so happy, I think that's the one big difference as well. It's like what he said. They've been through a lot, and they're really turning together as a grid unit, the 3 heroes that stuck, the 3 players that stuck together.
And I think he's definitely being quite humble by saying that it's been luck that has brought them here. It has been a lot of hard work. We had interviews with Mid1 during Div 1 where he expressed how passionately he's been working and hoping to succeed in this region, and with him being the leader of these teams. And finally, it seems like SMG's time may have come, but won't get ahead of ourselves because we know that team's hot and cold. So let's take a look at today's results, everything that has happened on our final day of week number 1 here in the Southeast Asian DPC. Series number 1, Geek Slate versus Army Geniuses. This was Geek Slate's debut game after the Lima Major, and they lost it. Adam,
God damn it.
God damn it. I give SEA one job, and that's remain consistent. What is going on with Geek Slate?
I don't know, but I feel like, you know, we had like interviews with the winners coming up this, and everyone's like, who's your top 3, you know, who's the good scrim part? Geek Slate.
Geek Slate.
Geek Slate. Geek Slate.
Every single time.
Maybe it's the pressure. Maybe AG is just angry with their schedule.
Oh, yeah, I know, yeah.
They're angry. Like,
certain words were there on Twitter, but I think the one thing as well, it's like, AG's played a lot of games, Geek Slate, and they've been hanging around, right? That's their test with John Welts, their test of reintegrated with Skim. So maybe it just needs more time, but that kind of loss on the first week, that's the kind of thing to drag you away from major contention.
That is true. And all these week 1 results will echo as we look forward to what will come in the standings for making it to the Berlin Major. Currently, SMG undefeated, 3-0 series score, 6-0 game score. Hell of a way to come into the DPC after a very troubling week 1 in the previous tour. Previous tour, we were looking at them being fully defeated and being like, well, guessing it's relegation time for them. Now it's a night and day difference. Army Geniuses and Execration are currently soft-locked, very soft-locked for the other 2 slots to make it to the major, but Talon is lurking there, hoping to replicate another major attendance, another top 3 major performance, ideally. And yeah, their series was against Blacklist Rivalry. It was, we talked to 23 Savage. He said that they're practicing, so understandable that they get a 3-game series, but how lazy can Talon afford to be, John? Do they gotta be looking after their heels the entire time, or can they drop a few games here and there and know that they're the kings of SEA.
I feel like you want to be like 6-0 before you...
Yeah, no. Like, you want to be established. This is the one thing with Talon. You know, it's something that has bothered me since I was on Talon, and I have to watch them. It's up and down. Like, sometimes they just drop this one game, and you're like, we're not going to win the next game. That's how I feel. I watch
You just know.
Right, we lost game 2, we're not winning. And then they win. It's like, don't give us a heart attack.
I feel like it's how they drop the games.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's usually always the same reason.
Yeah.
No, it's always the 24 pick offlane.
Let Jabs cook, that's what I say. The final 3 slots of Blacklist, Rivalry, Bleed, and Polaris. Disappointing results for week number 1, but there is plenty of time to turn it around for week number 2 as we look forward to our schedule when we return to the Southeast Asian Spring Tour. First series of Monday, March 20th, 2023, is going to be Geek Slate versus Bleed. Bleed also has escaped the conversation today because we didn't watch them today. They are not looking that great. I would have thought that you bring in superstars like Ice and DJ and suddenly life's good. Not the case, John.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting. I think there's a case to be made that maybe there's some rust to kick off. But this is one thing with Bleed as well. When I was talking to teams last tour cycle, I was asking them who they felt was strong coming into Tour 1. All of them pointed to Bleed. And they looked pretty hot, but it just kind of dropped off. And now they have to find a way to get that momentum going back.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, I've played with DJ. He was like such a big part of my career. And sometimes at night when I try to go to sleep, I ask myself, is DJ really free?
You really gotta wonder. You thought Fnatic was a jail for him, but sometimes the jail is in your own mind.
Jail is in your own mind.
You need to escape. Series number 2, Talon versus Polaris Esports. Would it be dismissive of me to say that this is the most lopsided matchup? It's the top seed versus theoretically the bottom seed. Is that the case, though?
I don't think it's too unfair. I think Polaris, it's surprising to me that they're underperforming so hard with just this change from Jing to Boomy.
Yep.
Again, considering that Boomy's been on that roster before, with Bok, with CML, with Mac, it's a little bit surprising they're just not in form.
I feel like Talon like to find a way to challenge themselves in these matchups. Especially like last season with Fnatic, they're like 0-6.
Let's do an offlane Rubik. That seems like a good idea.
I think the ideas are good sometimes, but I feel like it's forced. There's no it's hard to make sense of like what's happening other than it's a for fun kind of thing, which is kind of my problem.
Yep. So I would not be surprised if that goes to 3 games as a result of them making things harder for themselves than they need to. And our final series of Monday on March 20th, Blacklist Rivalry versus Army Geniuses. Poor Blacklist, man. What a freaking rough week 1 and 2. They went up against SMG, got 2-0'd on Monday. They went up against Talon today and got 2-1. And now they have to go up against Army Geniuses, who many are considering to be a top 3 finisher in this thing. How much time do they have to get slapped around before they finally pull it together?
2 more days.
2 more days. So they can lose this one and you'll still be okay with it.
Yeah, I feel like there are games today where they gave me some hope. But I feel like that's been the story with Blacklist. They always give you hope. They're like they're not a bad team, They always have something. They show games where they're like dominant. Like earlier today, they took a game off Talon. They look really good in that series, but I feel like they can't keep their foot on the pedal. It's just too hard. I don't know.
Yeah. It is going to be tricky for them. And then on Wednesday, they will go up against Bleed. So then perhaps a bit of a breather after having to go through some incredibly tough opponents. But that's just the nature of Southeast Asian DPC. They're all tough opponents. There are no easy days. It's all killers looking to make their way to the Berlin Major as we wrap up this first week. I hope all of you have been enjoying the show as we return to regular league play after the Lima Major. And we will be back on a Monday, March 20th, for more Southeast Asian DPC.